Chapter 001, Super Queen brings baby home. Yemo, I don't want to get married. I know you are a good person, but I don't want to force myself. From now on, I want to live for myself. Deserted cafe. Yemo looked at his girlfriend Song Jia in front of him with a blank expression. Today was supposed to be a great day for the two to get their marriage certificate, but unexpectedly, God played such a big joke on him. Live for yourself? What a ridiculous reason. If you really don't want to get married, you could have broken up a long time ago. Why wait until now to regret it? The betrothal gifts have been given, and the wedding banquet has been arranged. In fact, he himself doesn't care, but how can his parents bear all this? Good. After a long silence, Yemo nodded. The two of them met through a blind date and didn't have a deep relationship. Once you return the betrothal gift, we will have nothing to do with each other. Dowry? What do you mean by dowry? Song Jia's face turned cold. Yemo was stunned, and anger suddenly rose in his heart. Not only did she want to break off the engagement, she also wanted to swallow up the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Looking at the delicate and beautiful face in front of him, he suddenly felt a little sick. He never thought that she was such a vicious person. We've been dating for half a year, so that little bit of money can be considered as compensation for our youth. Song Jia said coldly. Compensation? You really dare to say that? Yemo clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress his anger. Anyway, the money can't be refunded, and I don't have any money. Song Jia said coldly. No money? You gave it to your brother. Yemo sneered. She also has a younger brother who recently started a girlfriend. Song Jia didn't respond. Your family has a nice dream. 300,000 for free? There is no such good thing in the world. Yemo said angrily. His family is not wealthy. In order to get married, he took out a loan to buy a house, and then he scraped together the 300,000 yuan dowry. How could he possibly give it to someone else for free? Whatever you say. Song Jia's expression remained indifferent. Well, see you in court. Yemo took a deep breath and shouted. Song Jia snorted, picked up the bag at her side, and stood up. She looked at Yemo, not hiding her disgust. This man, apart from being handsome, is completely useless and can't give her the life she wants. How could she possibly waste her whole life on him? With her looks, she deserves better. The 300,000 is what she deserves. She turned her head and was about to leave. At this time, a tall figure came from the side. A slim black dress, which fits closely to the body, outlines the graceful and curvy figures, which is extremely hot. On the feet, there is a pair of exquisite black high heels, which wraps a pair of white jade feet, which is sexy and charming. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a mask, so her face couldn't be seen clearly, but from her figure and temperament, it could be seen that she must be a top beauty. Yemo raised his head, glanced at her, and finally, his gaze rested on her arms. At this moment, she was holding a pair of babies in her hands, one on the left and one on the right. A boy and a girl, they look only a few months old and are very cute. Yemo. Just as he was looking at the babies, the woman stopped in front of him and called out in a low voice. Who are you? Yemo was stunned for a moment. How could he not remember that he knew such a beautiful woman? Come on, call daddy. The woman lowered her head and called softly to the baby in her arms. Iya. Iya. The two children are so young that they can only make babbling sounds, which are very babyish and very cute. Yemo was stunned. Next to her, Song Jia also had a shocked look on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. This Yemo is actually a father? Or twins, a boy and a girl? What's even more incredible is that the mother of the child is such a beautiful woman. A rich woman. As a woman, she could tell at a glance that the decorations on this woman were all top-notch luxury items worth a fortune. This doesn't make any sense at all. This Yemo is very handsome, but his family background and abilities are ordinary. How can he climb up such a high branch? Is she blind? At this time, Yemo was also very puzzled. When did he become a father? Why didn't he know it? Isn't this some new scam? It seems like you've forgotten everything. More than a year ago, at Bar X. Do you remember? The woman said. Yemo thought about it carefully and it seemed to be the case. More than a year ago, he did meet a beautiful woman in that bar, but he had drunk a little and was not very clear-headed. Later, he didn't take it seriously. Are you sure it's mine? Yi Mo hesitated. It was such a coincidence that they got it right at the first try, and they were twins, a boy and a girl. Who else could it be but you? The woman said. Yi Mo still had some doubts. Ding, a suitable host has been detected, the super rich daddy system is binding. The system is loading. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully activated the super rich daddy system and are now distributing a novice gift package of 5 million Chinese currency. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. System? Yi Mo was pleasantly surprised. Of course he knew what the system was. Since there was a system, there was no doubt that it was indeed his child. He stood up and looked at the twins, boy and girl, excitedly. He actually has children, a boy and a girl. Such happiness comes a little too suddenly. There is also a system. He understands what it means to have a system. This is double happiness. What are the two kids' names? He was a little at a loss. He wanted to touch the two children, but was a little afraid. One is called Nuonyuo, and the other is called Jingjing. The woman said softly. Good. It sounds good. Yi Mo smiled and said, Can I hug you? Let's go out first. The woman glanced at Song Jia next to her and said. Okay. Yi Mo nodded quickly and followed her out. Seeing this scene, Song Jia stamped her feet in anger and gritted her teeth. These two people completely ignored her existence. She felt even more unwilling. She kicked Yi Mo out, and right after that, he hooked up with a rich woman. Did she have to be the clown? This feeling is so depressing. There. After leaving the cafe, the woman walked towards a car on the street. Yi Mo recognized this car, the famous nanny car, Toyota Alpha. She's a rich woman. He muttered to himself. After entering the car, the woman gently put the two children down, then raised her hand, took off her mask and sunglasses, revealing a bright, exquisite and flawless beautiful face. Yi Mo took a closer look and his head started buzzing. He recognized the face. Su Yuqing. A superstar, a diva-level figure. She was once very popular and a household name, but more than half a year ago, she was suddenly involved in a lot of scandals and was photographed by paparazzi while taking a pregnancy test. At that time, everyone was guessing who the father of the child was. Because of these scandals, she retired from the entertainment industry and there has been no news about her since. At that time, he also ate the melon and enjoyed it with relish. I never expected that the father of the child would be me. Chapter 002, A Young Man Living on a Gigolo. Yi Mo didn't come back to his senses for a long time. The woman in front of me was once hailed as the most beautiful and sexiest woman in China. She is the goddess that countless men dream of. Such a person turned out to be the mother of his child. It seems you recognize me. Su Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. Her facial features are very delicate, without a single flaw, plump red lips, straight nose, and a pair of deep and misty phoenix eyes. Every part of her is flawless. She wore light makeup and a pair of sparkling diamond earrings, which made her look more fashionable and charming. Of course I do. Yi Mo smiled bitterly. Who wouldn't recognize such a dazzling star like her? That's good, I don't need to introduce myself. Su Yuqing raised her hand and tucked her hair. She is beautiful, with a proud and hot figure. Even the slightest movement can reveal her charming charm. As for you, I also know a little bit. As she spoke, she raised her eyes slightly and looked at the young man in front of her. He has a handsome face, which is not inferior to some celebrity idols. This was also one of the reasons why her heart was moved that night. Yi Mo nodded. It was definitely not a coincidence that she appeared in the cafe today. With her financial resources, it would be easy for her to find someone to check her situation. Why did you come to me? Yi Mo hesitated for a moment and asked. The encounter that night was just an accident. She was a big star who was the focus of everyone's attention, and he was just an ordinary person. There was no need for her to give birth to the two children, and there was no need for her to come to him. I don't want my child to be without a father. Su Yuqing murmured. She hesitated and wanted to raise the child alone, but after considering it for a long time, she still felt that the child could not live without a father. She wants to give her children a healthier childhood. In the future, you can come to see them more often and spend time with them. When I'm busy with work, you can also help take care of them. She reached out and gently stroked the cheeks of the two children, her face full of love. If you have any financial difficulties, you can tell me, for the sake of the children. As she spoke, she looked up at Emo. Need not. Emo hurriedly shook his head. It's good to live off someone, but it's not necessary. With his looks, if he wanted to be a gigolo, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, he now has the system and is not short of money. She smiled and said nothing more. Uncle Don, let's go. Hey. The driver responded, turned around and looked at Emo with an expression that clearly showed envy and jealousy. Young man, you are great. You are already a gigolo at such a young age. Emo could understand what he meant. Who is a gigolo? He muttered to himself and turned his gaze to the child. Can I have a hug? He was a little nervous. Su Yuqing nodded, picked up the baby boy and handed him over carefully. The moment he took the child, Emo was so excited that his hands and feet were shaking. The child in his arms didn't make a fuss, but just opened his black eyes wide and looked at him curiously. Emo couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the cute appearance of the child, he felt like his heart was about to melt. His name is Nono, right? Yes. Sue Nua. Su Yuqing said, picking up the baby girl again and handing her over. Her name is Su Jing. Emo took it and smiled even more happily. He didn't care about the child's surname. After all, the child was born alone and he had never taken care of her. No, be good. Jingjing is so pretty. She will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. He looked left and right, grinning from ear to ear. Ding. System task triggered. As long as the host accompanies the child for 1 hour, he or she will receive a random reward. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in my heart. This is good. Emo was delighted. As long as you accompany your children, you can complete the task. This system is really user-friendly. On the side, Su Yuqing looked at him and smiled slightly. This man named Emo will be a good father. The car drove smoothly, and after more than 20 minutes, it entered an upscale residential area. After getting off the car, I took the elevator directly to the top floor. What does it smell like? As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Emo smelled a foul odor. After smelling it carefully, it is the boy on the left. Hurry up, change his diaper. Su Yuqing hurriedly opened the door and looked for the diaper. After changing the diaper, the boy started crying again, so she had to hold him and coax him for a long time. Just when he calmed down, the girl started crying again, making her panic. I'll do it. Emo held the baby girl in his arms and coaxed her for a while, but she wouldn't calm down. I'm hungry. Su Yuqing said. Hungry? Then, what does she eat? Emo was stunned. Drink milk. Su Yuqing took the child from his arms and subconsciously unbuttoned her clothes, revealing a little white skin. Then she woke up with a start, her face turned red instantly, and she turned around with the child in her arms. Emo also blushed. Although the two have a child, they are not familiar with each other, so this scene is undoubtedly a bit awkward. What a great figure. Thinking about the glimpse just now, he felt a little agitated. Her figure is well known for its goodness, a pair of perfect long legs, and a proud bust, which earns her the nickname of Devil Figure. After giving birth, her originally proud curves seem to have become even fuller. To ease the embarrassment, he picked up the baby boy and sat down. Seeing some toys in the living room, he took them for his baby boy to play with. After a while, Su Yuqing finished feeding the baby girl and continued to feed the baby boy. Thanks for your hard work. Seeing her tired face, Emo felt a little distressed. I'm used to it. Su Yuqing smiled, it's not that bad actually. I usually have a nanny to take care of me and the child, so it's not too tiring. After a while, I have to go back to work, and the child will have to be taken care of by her and you. No problem. Emo said hurriedly. If it were in the past, he would have been a hard-working programmer and would have no time to take care of the children, but now that he has the system, he naturally has time. Ding. Mission completed, start drawing random rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5% of the shares of Wang Yi Group. After a while, the system voice sounded again. When Emo heard this, he was stunned. Net E? Isn't this the company he works for? 5%? Hiss. He gasped on the spot. The market value of the entire group exceeds 100 billion, and 5% would be worth billions. In the blink of an eye, he became a billionaire? It's just shares, there's no way to cash them out for now. He calmed down quickly. His current net worth seems high, but he only has 5 million on hand. If he uses it to pay off his mortgage, there won't be much left. He stayed for a while, waiting until Su Yuqing coaxed the babies to sleep before leaving. Walking out of the community, he took a deep breath and felt that his mood was different. From today on, he is the father of a pair of kids. While he is excited, he also feels a heavy responsibility. While I was planning for the future, my cell phone rang. Hey! Mom! He picked up the phone. Son! What's going on? Jia just called and said that you have a woman outside and you have a child. She also said that the marriage is not going to happen. This can't be true, right? The anxious voice of the mother came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 003 EMO, am I a scumbag? On the other end of the phone, Ye's mother was extremely anxious. The wedding date has been set, and today is the day the couple will get their marriage certificate, but suddenly something unexpected happened. How can she not be anxious? Give me the phone. You little brat, are you itching for trouble? How dare you do such a stupid thing? Father Yi snatched the phone and cursed angrily. Dad, Mom, it's not what you think. Yi Mo explained. Tell me, is the matter about the child true? Ye's father asked sternly. There is a child. Yi Mo said helplessly. Okay. You bastard. You want to bring shame to our family. Father Yi was heartbroken. If this matter gets out, their family will be ridiculed. Dad, let me explain. Yi Mo advised patiently. Just listen to what he has to say. I don't think my son is that kind of person, said Ye's mother. Yi Mo immediately recounted what had happened. As for Su Yuqing's identity, he concealed it. Really? Father Yi still had some doubts. I believe in my son. Ye's mother stood firmly on Yi Mo's side. They are such a shameless family. Father Yi thought about it carefully and believed it a little. Son, no matter what, the betrothal money must be recovered. And just now you said that there are 2 children, a boy and a girl? Is that true? Who is the child's mother? When will you bring her back? Let us see her. Father Ye's tone became a little excited. He has long wanted to have grandchildren, and now he has a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. It's so beautiful just to think about it. Mom and Dad, there's no rush. I'll definitely bring it back for you to see when the time comes. Yi Mo comforted them and hung up the phone. After returning home, Yi Mo studied the system carefully. He discovered that the system could be called up, with a translucent interface showing its properties. Yi Mo Newbie Dad, Junior Super Rich. Wealth value, 8. Ability value, 0. In the corner of the wealth value, there is a line of small words marked, and the maximum level points are 99. There is also an ability value column, which is the same, the highest is 99. He felt that this should be just like the upgrade in the game, and it would gradually increase in the future. Assets, 5 million in deposits, a Tianshui Yuan residence, 5% of Wang Yi Group S shares. Debt, 3.24 million. Click on the wealth value and 2 lines of big words will appear. Debt? It should be the mortgage. 5% of Wang Yi's shares are worth billions. Why is my wealth value so low, only level 8? Are shares not that valuable in the eyes of the system? I clicked on the ability value column again, and there was nothing. After studying for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he rushed to work as usual. He plans to submit his resignation today and take a few days to hand over his work so that he can concentrate on taking care of his 2 babies in the future. As soon as he entered the company, he found that the atmosphere was not right. Colleagues passing by were pointing at him and whispering about something. I never thought he was such a person. Disgusting. I saw it a long time ago. Men are all scumbags. And he's so handsome. He looks like a playboy. Especially the female colleagues, they all looked disdainful. Yi Mo frowned and vaguely guessed something. He ignored it and walked straight to his workstation. I usually think he's quite serious, but I didn't expect him to be so cheerful. Isn't his girlfriend pretty? I've seen her. She's a model. Now the marriage is off. From time to time, sarcastic remarks were heard from all sides. YMO. Suddenly, a man walked into the office and walked towards YMO. Instantly, everyone in the office raised their heads, and many of them had expressions of gloating and watching a good show. YMO stood up. This man was called Gao Chang, and he was his supervisor. He was just about to go to him to hand in his resignation. YMO, look at what you have done. You have brought shame to the company. The man came closer, threw out a stack of papers and slammed it hard on the table. When YMO took a look, he saw that they were all screenshots from the internet, all of which talked about his cheating. They completely portrayed him as a heartless scum who cheated on his wife and was unforgivable. No need to think, it must have been that woman Song Jia who did it. He clenched his fists, anger rising in his heart. This woman not only deceived him, but now she also slandered him and ruined his reputation. How vicious. These are all fake, he said in a deep voice. Fake? Ha ha. Who would believe it? Gao Chang raised his hand, pushed his glasses, and sneered coldly. He had heard of YMO's girlfriend. She was a decent and pretty girl, and they were about to get married. If nothing like this had happened, why would she go online to complain? YMO, I never thought you were this kind of person. What you've done has seriously affected the company's image. I've discussed it with the HR manager and have decided to fire you immediately. You can pack up and get out now. Gao Chang waved his hand and shouted. He felt secretly happy in his heart. He had long been displeased with YMO, who was more handsome than him and more popular in the company. I had talked back to him and been disobedient before, and now he finally caught me. YMO narrowed his eyes. The matter has not been investigated yet, and the company will not fire him casually. This guy must be taking revenge on someone else. You didn't fire me. I quit on my own accord. I don't want to stay in this crappy place anymore. He picked up the resignation letter on the table and threw it over. Bang! A crisp sound. The resignation letter hit the other party right in the face. The originally bustling office suddenly became dead silent. You. After a moment of silence, Gao Chang roared, his face turned red and became somewhat ferocious. Open your dog eyes and look at this. This is my resignation letter. I'm quitting. YMO rolled his eyes. He had originally wanted to resign politely, but now it seemed that there was no need. Good. Very good. I wonder which company will want a scumbag like you in the future. Gao Chang clutched the resignation letter and said in a grim voice. He can guarantee that from today on, no internet company will want this guy. That's even better. YMO picked up his bag and was about to leave. At this time, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the secretary of the President's Office of Wang Yi. I am calling on behalf of President Ding to congratulate you on becoming the third largest shareholder of our group. CEO's office? YMO was stunned. Mr. Yi, when are you free? I will visit you. Oh. I'm free right now. I'm in your Wang Yi building. YMO reported the location of the office. There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and the person was obviously very surprised. Okay. Mr. Yi, please wait, I'll come to see you right away. The call was quickly hung up. What's going on? On the side, Gao Chang felt a little strange. Why did this guy suddenly stop leaving? Also, he just mentioned the president's office. Does he want to appeal to the president's office? Humph. Dream on. Even if you appeal, the result will be the same. He sneered and didn't care. After waiting for a while, he saw someone coming in from outside with hurried steps. Gao Chang looked carefully and found that it was Secretary Su from the president's office. Chapter 004 Mr. Yi and Mr. Ding invite you to hold a shareholders meeting. Secretary Su, why are you here? Gao Chang trotted all the way to meet him. This Secretary Su is someone close to President Ding. Looking for someone. Secretary Su raised his head and glanced around. You are here for YMO, right? Secretary Su, you don't know how excessive his actions are. They have seriously affected the reputation of our company. There is no problem in firing him. Gao Chang spoke righteously. YMO? Yes. I'm here for Mr. Yi. Wait, what do you mean by dismissal? Secretary Su was stunned and asked in surprise. You don't know? His cheating has been posted online, and it has a very bad impact. Gao Chang said. What a mess. Secretary Su frowned and scolded. I was entrusted by President Ding to invite Mr. Yi to attend the next shareholders meeting. While what? Gao Chang was shocked and a little confused. Shareholders meeting? Yi Mo is just an ordinary employee. How can he be qualified to attend the shareholders meeting? There was an uproar in the office. Everyone looked puzzled. Su. Secretary Su, did you make a mistake? Gao Chang came back to his senses and asked hesitantly. There's no mistake. I just contacted him and he's right here. Secretary Su looked around and followed the gazes of the people around him and saw Yi Mo not far away. Mr. Yi? He shouted. It's me. Yi Mo nodded. Oh. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry for neglecting you. I didn't expect that you are an employee of our company. What a coincidence. Secretary Su laughed, walked quickly forward, and shook Yi Mo's hand enthusiastically. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. What is going on? Isn't Yi Mo just an ordinary employee? Why are the people in the president's office so polite to him? He even needs to be invited to attend the shareholders meeting. Secretary Su, Gao Chang stuttered and could not speak clearly. You may not know this yet, but Mr. Yi has just acquired 5% of our group's shares and has become the third largest shareholder. Secretary Su said to everyone with a smile. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions became dull again. 5% of the shares? Wouldn't that be tens of billions? This ordinary Yi Mo is actually a hidden billionaire? For a moment, everyone's head was buzzing and they couldn't believe it at all. Gao Chang seemed to be petrified, and his face gradually turned pale. He actually wanted to fire a billionaire, the company's third largest shareholder. Isn't he courting death? Mr. Yi, are you in any trouble? Secretary Su looked around and said again. Nothing, just quitting my job. Yi Mo said calmly. Oh. That's a pity. Secretary Su did not try to persuade him to stay. This is obviously a rich second generation who came out to experience life. Why would he stay in the company all the time? Mr. Yi, please. Let's go upstairs and talk. Secretary Su bowed and respectfully led Yi Mo out. There was a moment of dead silence in the office, and then a deafening noise broke out. I didn't realize he was a billionaire. He had flirted with me before, but now that I think about it, I regret it so much. It feels like I missed out on billions. No one cared about the rumors anymore. All they felt at the moment was regret that they had missed the opportunity to make friends with a billionaire. After going to the president's office and chatting with Secretary Su, Yi Mo left. He is not interested in any shareholders meeting. Walking out of the building, he felt relaxed. After quitting his job, he can concentrate on taking care of his two babies. When he thought of the two kids, his heart felt warm and he wanted to fly over and hug them immediately. It seems we are running low on diapers. We need to go buy some. And how to take care of a baby? I have no idea. I need to learn it well. He didn't rush over, but instead found a bookstore near his home, flipped through some parenting books, and learned how to take care of the baby. Next, he went to a baby products store. As soon as he entered the store, he was dazzled by the variety of diapers, milk powder, toys, and baby bottles. He didn't know how to choose. You can't go wrong by picking the expensive ones. He took a cart and picked out only the most expensive items. Sir, your two sets of clothes are different. This one is for the baby girl. When checking out, the clerk carefully reminded me. My two kids. Yi Mo said with great pride. Two? Twins, a boy and a girl? The clerk was stunned, his face full of amazement. Boy, that's awesome. The people around immediately looked at them sideways, and an old lady said enviously. Twins, boy, girl, are rarer than twins. My kid is so disappointing. He only gave birth to a son. I still want to have a granddaughter. I have both a son and a daughter. It's perfect. A group of middle-aged women were chattering and talking excitedly. Even some young couples cast envious glances at Yi Mo. After paying the bill, Yi Mo rushed to Su Yuqing's house carrying a lot of bags. You must be Aunt Yun. The person who opened the door was a friendly-looking middle-aged woman wearing an apron. She should be the nanny that Su Yuqing mentioned yesterday. Mr. Yi. Aunt Yun called out politely. Why do you carry so many things? Let me help you. She took the bags from Yi-mo and went into the house. It must have cost a lot of money. Su Yuqing came over from the living room holding the child. She was not dressed up, just casually wearing a silk nightgown. The nightgown was soft and thin, and could not hide her proud figure at all. Her full curves were shown at the front and back. The collar was a little low, revealing some snowy cleavage. Her hair is a little messy, but it doesn't affect her beauty at all. Yi-mo looked a little dazed. When I saw her on the screen before, I thought she was beautiful enough, with extraordinary grace and unparalleled brightness. Now she seems to be more beautiful than before, and has a more mature charm. Every move she makes exudes a fatal temptation. No, I just bought some. He quickly came to his senses and put the things in his hand on the cabinet beside him. So many, and you still call it casual. Su Yuqing came over and scolded softly, why are there toys? These clothes are a bit too big. You're going to wear this in the future. So I bought it for you first. Yi-mo smiled. That's right. You are quite attentive. Su Yuqing chuckled, but you don't have to buy it in the future. You should save some money. Didn't you just buy a house? You still have to pay off the mortgage. It's just a small amount of money, it's okay. Yi-mo said. Please sit down first. I'll give you a hug after I finish feeding the baby. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she turned and walked into the house. Looking from behind, she was very tall, with a slender waist below her knife-like shoulders, and her plump buttocks wrapped in her nightgown formed a round curve, which rippled slightly as she walked. A pair of straight beautiful legs, which are amazingly long. Yi-mo took a look and felt a little overwhelmed. He quickly lowered his head and began to organize his things. Chapter 005 Yi-mo gives the baby a massage. Let me wash it. In the kitchen, Aunt Yun snatched the bowl from Yi-mo's hand. It's okay, I'll wash it. Yi-mo snatched it back again. He felt it was awkward to just sit there and do nothing, so he went to find some housework to do. You are not only handsome, but also hard-working. Aunt Yun smiled and praised repeatedly. At first, she was very dissatisfied with the father of the child, thinking that he was an ungrateful scumbag, which was why he let Miss Su give birth to the child alone. Later, when she heard Miss Su say that the father of the child had no idea about the existence of the child, she changed her mind a little. After seeing it today, I have changed a lot. This young man is not only handsome, no worse than those handsome celebrities, but also kind. No wonder a big star like Miss Su would fall in love with him. By the time she had washed the dishes and mopped the floor, Su Yuqing had already finished feeding the baby. Yi-mo took them and held one in each hand. Auntie Yun, go get the baby's bathing supplies out. Su Yuqing sat down and rested for a while, then started to get busy again. She took out a bathtub, filled it with water, prepared a towel, and some baby toiletries. Let me do it. Yi-mo stood up quickly. Can you? Su Yuqing was stunned. I can learn. I will have to wash it in the future too. Yi-mo said with a smile. Su Yuqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Look at the water temperature, you must pay attention, 38 degrees is the best. Also, the doors and windows must be closed tightly, there must be no wind, otherwise the baby will easily catch a cold. She reached out to test the water temperature and said softly. As for towels, you should also choose this kind, which is softer and most suitable for babies. This one is for washing the baby's hair, and this one is for washing the body. Yi-mo listened attentively. Ding. System task triggered, give the baby a bath to gain the skill massage. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. Massage? It's good. You can massage the baby. Yi-mo was delighted. He has just learned a lot of parenting knowledge and knows that babies also need massage, which has many benefits. Let's wash Nono first. After the explanation, Su Yuqing brought the baby boy. Aya. Aya. The boy is a little naughty and restless. As soon as he enters the water, he starts splashing around. Yi-mo picked up the towel and began to wash him carefully. After washing, he took a dry towel and wiped the baby dry. Ding. Mission completed, skill acquired massage. After receiving the system prompt, Yi-mo immediately opened the property interface. The originally blank ability column now has a new item called Massage. Moreover, the word entry is marked at the back. Beginner, Master, Master, Transcendent. Click on the word entry level and you can see the detailed grade classification. Do you have any essential oils at home for baby massage? He looked at Su Yuqing and asked. Essential oils? Yes, I do, but... Su Yuqing was stunned. She had bought essential oils before and wanted to give her baby a massage, but the baby didn't seem to like it and kept crying, so she never did it again. Can you? I learned a little. Yi Mo nodded. Su Yuqing was skeptical and went to get a bottle of baby essential oil. Nono doesn't seem to like massages. He was particularly resistant to it before. Watching Mo getting ready to massage the baby, she shook her head. She felt that this time would be the same. But then, a scene that surprised her appeared. The baby did not resist at all. Instead, he stretched his hands and feet and showed an expression of enjoyment. This. She opened her mouth and became more and more shocked the more she looked. This craft is too amazing, too skilled. All right. After massaging for about 10 minutes, Mo stopped and dried the baby's body. Where did you learn that? Su Yuqing exclaimed, finding it a little unbelievable. His technique is completely professional, better than that of a doctor. I learned it online. Mo smiled. Then, he gave the baby girl a bath and a massage. That's amazing. Aunt Yun also came over to watch and was amazed. Perhaps because the massage was too comfortable, the two babies fell asleep quickly. The more you use this skill, the more proficient you will become. It will continue to improve, and the other skills will probably be similar. Mo opened the system interface again and took a look. As long as you spend time with your baby, you will unlock more skills in the future, and these skills can be continuously improved. However, if the entry level is already so powerful, then wouldn't the effects of the master level and the extraordinary level be incredible? Massage. It seems that it can be used not only for babies. Suddenly, he thought of something and glanced at Su Yuqing beside him. His eyes swept over that hot and sexy body, and his heart was moved. Then, he quickly looked away. This figure is really terrible. Although she had just given birth to a child, her figure had not changed at all. Instead, she looked even rounder, plumper, and more mature. After staying for a while, he got up and left. Gold Medal Law Firm. After lunch, he found a law firm. He must get back the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. If you want to sue, you need to hire a good lawyer. Hello, sir. How may I help you? The law firm was decorated quite luxuriously. As soon as we entered the door, a receptionist with a pretty face and dignified temperament stood up and greeted us warmly. I want to hire a lawyer and sue. Mo said. What type is it? Criminal or civil? It's a civil matter. Mo briefly explained the matter of the bride price. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will recommend a suitable lawyer to you later. The receptionist smiled and asked him to sit on the sofa nearby. Mo looked at the time. It was not even 1:30. Maybe the lawyers had not come to work yet. He sat down and waited patiently. After a while, the sound of high heels was heard at the door. A middle-aged woman with exquisite clothes and capable temperament walked in. Lawyer Lee. The front desk called her. A new client? What lawsuit? The middle-aged woman walked over and asked. Dowry dispute? The next moment, she frowned, revealing a hint of disdain. This kind of lawsuit is too unchallenging. Moreover, the amount of the betrothal gift was only 300,000 yuan. It was obvious that he was not a rich man and did not have much money. It's him. She raised her head and looked towards Mo. She narrowed her eyes and looked him up and down, then shook her head slightly with a look of disgust. This guy's entire outfit probably costs no more than $500, especially that shoddy suit. Cheyenne, please don't come to me for such trivial cases in the future. Don't you think I have the qualifications to take such a small case? All the cases I have taken involve millions or tens of millions of dollars of property. She raised her face and shrilly said. For this kind of lawsuit, you need to find a new person. Lawyer Lee, I'm sorry. The front desk hurriedly apologized. Seeing this, Mo frowned. This Lawyer Lee is too arrogant. Look, there's a new person here. It's best to leave this kind of small case to her. The middle-aged woman was about to leave when she saw a figure appear at the door. She immediately rolled her eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, "Day." Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground, a beautiful figure appeared at the door. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with a tall and slender figure. She is wearing a standard professional suit and a hip skirt, which perfectly shows off her graceful curves. The slender legs are wrapped in black stockings, which adds a bit of sexiness and temptation. She has an extremely beautiful face, with a pretty oval face, cherry lips, and a pair of bright and lively eyes under her curved willow leaf eyebrows. A pair of gold-framed glasses rested on her slender nose, making her look more intellectual and elegant. Chapter 006 EMO, Are You a Billionaire? Mr. Fu, you've come at the right time. There's a case here that's perfect for you. Lawyer Lee said sharply. She looked at the beautiful woman approaching, with undisguised jealousy in her eyes. This newcomer had only been at the law firm for less than half a year, but he had already won several successful cases and became famous. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, she has bewitched the group of old men in the law firm. She is simply a vixen. It's sisterly. Fu Siwei smiled slightly and walked over. What lawsuit? It's a dispute over the bride price. The woman took 300,000 yuan in bride price but refused to get married. Lawyer Lee said, Look, this case is quite simple, isn't it? It's most suitable for a newlywed like you to handle. 300,000. Fu Siwei was surprised. That's quite a lot. A lot? Only 300,000. Lawyer Lee curled his lips and said disdainfully, 300,000 is really not a lot of betrothal gifts for a marriage nowadays. When my niece got married a while ago, the man gave 880,000. This case is for you. The person is over there. She pointed at EMO and shouted. Okay. I'm pretty free lately anyway. Fu Siwei hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Lawyer Lee raised his head with a triumphant look. Mr. Yi, right? Fu Siwei smiled politely and walked towards EMO. EMO stood up, stretched out his hand, and shook her hand. Fu University campus beauty, don't you remember me? Fu Siwei was startled. Do you recognize me? I'm EMO. Oh. It's you. Fu Siwei thought for a moment and exclaimed. She remembered that he was her high school classmate and the former class idol. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at first, she said apologetically. Fine. EMO smiled. It has been 7 or 8 years since we graduated from high school. Both of us have changed a lot, so it is normal that we can't recognize each other. Oh. We're old classmates again, that's great. Lawyer Lee smiled aside. This time, the man named Fu had to take the call. What's going on with this lawsuit? Why is the betrothal gift given but the marriage is not taking place? Fu Siwei sat down and said solemnly. I didn't expect that. Everything was going well, the wedding date was set, and they were going to get the marriage certificate, but she suddenly regretted it. EMO introduced the situation. This is too much. EMO, don't worry, I will help you win this lawsuit. Her behavior is illegal. The law supports you. Get all the betrothal gifts back. Fu Siwei said indignantly. That's good. I'm counting on you. EMO said politely. We are old classmates, there is no need to be so polite. Fu Siwei smiled. By the way, do you know anything about stocks, companies, and other legal knowledge? At this time, EMO thought of something and suddenly asked. I understand. What's wrong? Fu Siwei was stunned. It's like this. I bought some stocks recently, but I don't know much about them. I want to find a private lawyer to help me deal with legal issues in this area in the future. EMO said. Ah. Fu Siwei was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Ha ha. A private lawyer. At one side, Lawyer Lee also laughed, as if he had heard some huge joke. Private lawyer. That's not something that ordinary people can afford. The cost is extremely high. This guy only gave 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. You can tell at a glance that he is poor and a loser. How can he get the money to hire a private lawyer? It's a joke. I'm afraid he's just trying to show off in front of a beautiful woman. EMO, private lawyers are very expensive, you don't need them. If you have any questions in the future, you can come and consult me. As we are old classmates, I will give you a 20% discount on the consultation fee. Fu Siwei said with a smile. By the way, what stocks did you buy? Did they go up? I don't know if Wangi's has increased or not. You didn't even look at it? How many shares did you buy? Fu Siwei became very interested when talking about stock fluctuations. 5%. Yi Mo said. Oh. 5%. Fu Siwei nodded. Immediately, her face froze and she realized something was wrong. The next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide and became round. 105%? Her lips were slightly open and trembling. Bang! At one side, Lawyer Lee, who was watching the show, also froze. His hand trembled and the steel teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Her eyes widened, filled with horror and disbelief. Are you kidding me? It took a long time for Fu Siwei to come to her senses and smiled bitterly. NetEase is a large group with a market value of hundreds of billions. If it is 5%, it will be tens of billions. In her memory, Yimo's family background was very ordinary. He even had a dispute over the bride price and came to sue her for 300,000 yuan. How could he have so much money to buy stocks worth billions? This sounds ridiculous. No. Look, these are the transfer documents for the stocks. Yimo took out his briefcase and found several documents. These documents appeared in his briefcase when he received the shares yesterday. Gurgle. Fu Siwei swallowed hard and took it with trembling hands. After a quick glance, her hands shook even more violently. That's right. It is indeed a 5% stake. Looking at the numbers above, she felt dizzy. An old classmate from the past turned out to be a hidden billionaire? This is too incredible. Let me see. Lawyer Lee rushed over, took back the document, opened his eyes wide, and scanned it carefully. Then, she swayed and almost fainted. A billionaire. She actually missed it. Moreover, he was pushed to this man named Fu. What a sin. Is the document okay? Yi Mo chuckled. Oh. No. Fu Siwei looked dazed, still deeply shocked. Yi Mo, why didn't I know before that you were so rich? When she came to her senses, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was difficult to disclose before. Yi Mo said. She said oh, and then began to adjust her sitting posture. Originally her legs were together, but now she deliberately lifted up her beautiful legs. She also tidied her clothes and hair, and a very enthusiastic smile appeared on her face. Yi Mo, although I don't have enough experience, my professional knowledge is first class. I can definitely be your personal lawyer. She said earnestly. Wait, Mr. Yi, she is still young, and as a lawyer, her qualifications are very insufficient. I am the top lawyer in the firm and more suitable to be your personal lawyer. Lawyer Lee said hurriedly. Yeah? Yi Mo looked at her. Certainly. Lawyer Lee smiled warmly, put her hands on the hem of her skirt, pulled it up a few centimeters, and then squeezed her chest, barely creating a cleavage. She felt that although she was old, she still had some beauty and charm. It's better not to bother Lawyer Lee, you are old, she is fine. Yi Mo looked her up and down and smiled slightly. Are you old? Lawyer Lee was petrified and his face gradually turned purple. Chapter 007 Do you have a baby? Congratulations, Lawyer Fu. Mr. Yi, welcome to become a big client of our gold medal law firm. The atmosphere in the law firm was jubilant. Yi Mo signed the contract, and Fu Siwei officially became his personal lawyer. Next, we need to go through some procedures. Okay, in a few days, once the official letter and the indictment are ready, we can submit them to the court. I will then notify you of the date of the trial. In the office, Fu Siwei sorted out the documents. Yi Mo looked at her, feeling a little emotional. The former high school beauty has become her own personal lawyer. After so many years, she has changed a lot, becoming more mature and more beautiful. Of course, compared with big stars like Su Yuqing, she is still a little bit inferior, but she can also be regarded as the best, especially her intellectual temperament, which is particularly attractive. And that pair of beautiful legs wrapped in stockings adds a bit of sexy queen flavor to her. It's past 3 o'clock. Do you have any plans later? Fu Siwei said after looking at the watch on her hand. Buy a car. Yi Mo said. Buy a car? Fu Siwei was stunned. I used to drive a Jetta, it's time to change it. Yi Mo said with a smile. Oh. Fu Siwei suddenly realized. She felt that this old classmate had been pretending to be poor to test his marriage partner, which was why this happened. Now that I don't want to pretend anymore, I naturally have to go back to my original life. What car do you want to change? She asked with a smile. A sports car? Yi Mo shook his head. He did think about changing to a cooler sports car, but after thinking about it, he felt it was not appropriate. He now has children, two at that, and he has to consider the situation of taking the children out in the future. Besides, he doesn't have much money on hand, only about 4 million. SUV. It should have more space. He said. A lot of space? Fu Siwei was startled, as if she had thought of something, and 2 blushes appeared on her pretty face. He looks quite serious, but I didn't expect he could be so playful. Yes. I want to take care of the baby. Yi Mo nodded. Baby? Fu Siwei froze for a moment, a look of disbelief on her face. You have a child? 2. Yi Mo smiled. Then he gave a brief explanation. Oh. So that's it. Fu Siwei suddenly realized and couldn't help showing embarrassment on her face. Just now her thoughts were impure and she was thinking about other things. Although there is a baby, it was just an accident and he is not married yet. It doesn't mean I have no chance. She pondered secretly, and her expression soon returned to normal. I'm free now, so I'll go with you to check out the car. She stood up and said enthusiastically. Good. After leaving the law firm, the two went to visit several car shops. Maybe because there was a beautiful woman by his side, the sales staff became much more enthusiastic. After choosing for a while, Yi Mo finally chose the Lamborghini Urus. The brand is grand and the space is large, so it only cost more than 3 million. After buying the car, Yi Mo treated her to a meal. When he got home, it was already past 8 o'clock. His parents called again and asked about the baby, but he evaded the question. I just hung up the phone, and not long after, the phone rang again. When I picked it up, it was Su Yuqing. Auntie Yun has something going on at home tonight, so she can't help me take care of the baby. I'm a little tired. Can you come over and help take care of the baby? Su Yuqing's tone sounded a little sleepy. Good. Yi Mo quickly agreed. He got in the car and rushed to Su Yuqing's house. Su Yuqing had just finished feeding her baby. She looked so tired that she could hardly open her eyes. Go get some sleep. I'll take care of the baby. Yi Mo held the 2 children and spoke softly. Okay. She replied softly and walked into the bedroom. Yi Mo sat in the living room, looking left and right. The more he looked at the 2 kids, the more he liked them. He himself was handsome, and their mother was a super beauty like Su Yuqing. Naturally, the looks of the 2 children were quite outstanding, like 2 little angels, very beautiful. Probably because they slept for too long during the day, the 2 children were full of energy. They opened their 2 pairs of big black eyes and didn't feel sleepy at all. Yi Mo had no choice but to coax them and play with them. Wah! The boy suddenly sat down and burst into tears. Then he smelled a foul odor. Ding! System task triggered. Change the baby's diaper to obtain the skill handicraft. The system voice sounded. Handmade? It should be a craft like carving. Yi Mo was stunned. He went to get a new diaper and started doing it according to what he had learned before. It's done. It looks simple, but it is actually quite difficult to do. It took him a lot of effort to finally get it done. Ding! Mission completed, skill acquired handicraft. Yi Mo opened the interface again and saw a handmade symbol next to the massage icon. At the same time, a lot of knowledge that he had never had before emerged in his mind, including carving, weaving, printing and dyeing, sewing, and even embroidery, pottery making and other crafts. You can make clothes for the baby. I will make the clothes they wear in the future. He quickly found the purpose of this skill. By the way, you can also shoot short videos and do live broadcasts. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Now that he has lost his proper job, it is difficult to explain to his parents, so he has to find something to do. It was not until after 11 o'clock that he finally coaxed the 2 children to sleep. He tidied up the living room and came to the laundry room. Seeing the baby's dirty clothes inside, he prepared to wash them. However, when he picked them up, he saw that there were clearly a few very thin clothes with lace in them. This saves a lot of fabric. He muttered something. After hesitating for a moment, he still washed them together. After washing, draining, and hanging them up, he was busy all the time before he sat down. Seeing that there was no movement in the bedroom, he didn't want to disturb them. He just looked at the child, leaning on the sofa, and didn't fall asleep until the early morning. The next morning, he was awakened by Su Yuqing. Thanks a lot. She had just taken a shower, her hair was not yet dry, and she smelled of a pleasant shower gel. That absolutely beautiful face, illuminated by the light in the living room, was shrouded in a hazy light, breathtakingly beautiful. She changed into pajamas, revealing her sexy figure. Yemo looked a little dazed, and shook his head before coming to his senses. Fine. He yawned and sat up. What do you want to eat? We have dumplings, bread, and buns at home. Su Yuqing wiped her hair, her tone a little lazy. Dumplings. Yemo said. Okay. Then wait a moment. She responded, walked to the kitchen and took out a bag of dumplings from the refrigerator. Did you wash that clothing? She asked suddenly while boiling water. Ah. Yes. Yemo was stunned for a moment and looked towards the balcony. There, hanging some light pieces of fabric. She uttered a low "oh" and said nothing more, but 2 blushes quietly appeared on her pretty face. Soon, 2 plates of dumplings were served on the table. While she was eating, suddenly, her cell phone rang. It's my dad. When she picked it up and looked at it, her face changed immediately. Chapter 008 Father Su, this guy is good. My parents are coming. Su Yuqing put down her phone, looking a little flustered. Yemo shuddered and his hands trembled. Now. Yes. He said he was at the gate of the community. What should we do then? You'd better leave quickly. It will be bad if my dad sees you. Su Yuqing said anxiously. Yemo stood up and walked towards the door. He was also a little panicked. He and Su Yuqing had a special relationship, and he didn't know how to face Su's father and mother. Yemo hurried downstairs and walked towards his car. Beep. As soon as I pressed the key and started the car, I saw a black Mercedes-Benz sedan driving towards the other end of the road. When it got closer, the car slowed down and adjusted its angle to park in the parking space. However, because the car next to it was parked too close, the sedan couldn't drive in and was stuck there, unable to move forward or backward. Do you need help? Yemo looked for a while and walked over. When the car window rolled down, Yemo saw a middle-aged couple. They looked quite wealthy both in their attire and temperament. Young man, please help me watch while I reverse the car. The middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat smiled at Yemo and called out. Good. Yemo nodded. The middle-aged man immediately started the car and backed it up, but perhaps because of his lack of skills, he still couldn't back it out. I told you not to drive, but you didn't listen. The middle-aged woman kept complaining. The man didn't dare to refute and looked embarrassed. Let me do it. Yemo couldn't bear to watch it anymore and laughed. Okay. Young man, you drive. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and got out of the car quickly. After Yemo got in the car, he successfully parked it in the parking space. Young man, thank you so much. The middle-aged man walked up, thanked him repeatedly, and handed him a pack of cigarettes. I don't smoke. Yemo waved his hand, it's just a piece of cake. Young man, you are too modest. The middle-aged man laughed and put away his cigarette. It's good not to smoke. It's healthy. That's your car? Not bad. As he said this, he glanced at the Lamborghini Urus not far away. Anyone who can afford this car must have an extremely wealthy family. Ah. Yes. Yemo nodded. Still chatting, come and get your stuff. The middle-aged woman opened the trunk and took out bags of things. Here it comes. The middle-aged man hurried over and picked up the things on the ground, but there seemed to be too many things and the two of them could hardly lift them. Yemo looked at it and shook his head, then walked up. Let me help you. Oh. How can this be so embarrassing? Said the middle-aged woman embarrassedly. It's okay. It's not far, right? Yemo smiled. Not far, it's right there, building number 4. Said the middle-aged man. Number 4? Yemo was startled, and his heart skipped a beat. Looking at the things in my hands again, many of them are supplements, and some are baby products. Oh. That's not far. He quickly calmed down and said calmly. He carried the things and followed the two people into the building, sent them to the elevator, and then quickly said goodbye and left. Hey! This guy is really good, handsome, and enthusiastic. In the elevator, the man sighed. Yes. He's a nice guy. Judging from his car, his family must be well off. The middle-aged woman said with emotion, it would be great to have a son-in-law like him. As she said this, she sighed deeply. Well. The man sighed, his brows twisted in worry, 2 children. Who wouldn't mind? Even if our daughter looks like a fairy, it won't work. It will be hard to find such a good son-in-law in the future. Alas. This child, she was told not to give birth, but she insisted on having it, she just wouldn't listen. When has she ever listened to us? The baby has already been born, there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, it's almost time, stop being so sullen. Bite. The elevator has arrived. The 2 men carried their things, walked out and knocked on the door. Dad, Mom. After a long while, the door opened and the person inside was Su Yuching. Why did it take so long to open the door? Su's mother said with some suspicion. I'm coaxing the baby. Su Yuching said. In fact, she was checking to see if there was anything Emo had dropped. Su's mother just said oh but didn't suspect anything. Mom and Dad, why did you bring so many things? Can you carry them? Your mother insisted on buying so much. Luckily, there was a kind and handsome guy who helped us get to the elevator, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to carry it up. Father Su walked into the house and said with a smile. Enthusiastic handsome guy? Su Yuching was stunned. Yes. Thanks to him, he helped me park my car. I have to say, he is really handsome, with the style of your father back then. Father Su said with a smile. Su Yuching's heart skipped a beat. Could they have run into Emo? He also drives a Lamborghini, not a sports car, but an SUV. He should live here too, do you know him? Su's father said again. Lamborghini? That's definitely not Emo. Emo is just a white-collar worker, how can he afford such a luxury car? I don't know him. Su Yuching shook her head and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After returning home, Emo took a shower. He began to seriously consider making short videos and live broadcasts. People have to have something to do. Besides, it's for the 2 babies. Soon, he made up his mind. First we need to find a venue, then buy equipment. He searched online to see if there were any handicraft studios for sale, and also looked up the brands and prices of various related equipment. This is good. There were many studios that were transferred, so he found the largest one, contacted them, and rushed over. After looking at it, he was very satisfied and bought it directly. Next, it is time to purchase various equipment and materials. He was busy until the afternoon before he finished it. Make gold items for the baby first. The first thing he thought of was the longevity lock. But after looking at various styles, he was not satisfied with any of them because they were too old. It has to be special, it has to be different. Dragon and Phoenix. Dragon and Phoenix. That's right, one is the dragon and the other is the phoenix. Soon, he had an idea. He took a piece of white paper and started designing. After a while, 2 drawings came out. They still look like traditional longevity locks, but one is coiled with a 9-clawed golden dragon, and the other is coiled with a golden phoenix with spread wings. Both are lifelike, one is mighty and domineering, and the other is extremely gorgeous. Good. After slightly modifying the details, he started to produce it. When he acquired the skill of handicraft, he had already mastered various techniques of gold making and was quite skilled in it. Instead of using a casting method, he pulled the gold into extremely fine threads and then woven them together. This is the most complicated production process for goldway. At the beginning, he was a little slow, but gradually, he felt that he was becoming more and more skilled and his skills had improved significantly. He knew that this was due to his improved proficiency. He became more and more energetic as he worked, and he worked until late at night and finally finished the Panlong golden lock. He was not sleepy at all and continued to work on the other one. When I finished, it was already past 4 in the morning. Just finished the video before going to bed. He drank a few bottles of Red Bull and started editing the video. This was even simpler. It took him more than 2 hours to complete the editing. He created a Douyin account and uploaded it. Then he lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 009. What is his background? When I woke up, it was already afternoon. When Yemo opened Douyin, he was shocked. 105,000 fans? 307,000 likes? This data was completely beyond his expectations. Although he bought promotion after uploading it, the effect was too great. When I opened the video, I saw tens of thousands of comments. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I want to buy one for my baby too. These hands are amazing. God. They were all voices of praise. Yemo read through them one by one, and immediately felt a little proud. All his hard work throughout the night was not in vain. You can also make 2 pairs of bracelets and jade articles, and you can make some. As he ate his takeout, many thoughts popped up in his mind. After dinner, the cell phone rang. When he saw the number, he couldn't help but frown. It's Song Jia. Yemo, you are so shameless that you dare to sue me. As soon as the call was connected, Song Jia's cold, angry voice came from the other end. Didn't I say, see you in court? Yemo was not polite and sneered. You? Humph. Do you really think you can win? I have found the best lawyer, you are bound to lose. Song Jia shouted angrily. Really? That's all you have to say? Yemo sneered. Yemo, a lawsuit is very time-consuming. I can give you a chance. We can settle it out of court. This way we can both save a lot of time. Song Jia said. Reconciliation? Wait a minute, bring your lawyer, see you downtown. Song Jia gave an address and hung up. Okay. Let's go meet her. Yemo snorted coldly and dialed Fu Siwei's number. Half an hour later, at a cafe in the city center. Yemo pushed the door open and walked in. He's coming. In a corner of the cafe, Song Jia raised her eyes and looked at the man who walked in, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her lips. He is still dressed in that shabby way, it seems he still hasn't hooked up with that rich woman. 2. Which rich woman really likes him? It's all just for fun. He still looks a little depressed, probably because he was fired. She went to Wang Yi to inquire and found out that Yemo was no longer there. She also heard some ridiculous rumors, saying that Yemo was some hidden billionaire. Naturally, she didn't believe such rumors. Where's your lawyer? When Yemo came closer, she said in a cold voice. I'll be there in a minute. Yemo sat down. He took a look at Song Jia. She was still the same as before, dressed very delicately and fashionably, with the kind of beauty that only urban girls have. You haven't slept well these days. Song Jia also looked at him and said sarcastically. I really didn't sleep well. Yemo nodded. Song Jia sneered, her pointed chin slightly raised, and her expression was somewhat smug. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Ms. Song's representative lawyer, Lu Chengkai. At this time, the middle-aged man next to him spoke. He was dressed in a suit and tie, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, looking like an elite. Yemo glanced at him and nodded slightly. Lu Chengkai smiled and looked very relaxed. This lawsuit is simple. It's obvious that this guy named Ji doesn't have much money. He lost 300,000 yuan and still has a mortgage. How can he afford a good lawyer? The lawyers are probably some low-class and shoddy ones. But he is an elite among lawyers. Even if he really goes to court, he will definitely win. Mr. Yi, I advise you to reconcile and withdraw the indictment. This will not only protect Miss Song's reputation, but also benefit you. We can compensate you appropriately. Lu Chengkai smiled. Reputation? Hearing this, Yemo smiled. What reputation does this woman have? Mr. Yi, don't rush to refuse. Think about it carefully. Lu Chengkai said, I believe that when your lawyer comes, he will also advise you to do this. After saying that, he picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip, looking calm and confident. Yemo said nothing, just looked down at the time. About 10 minutes later, the door of the cafe was pushed open and a beautiful figure walked in. She has an exceptionally tall figure, and in her professional suit, her body curves present a standard S shape, exquisite, graceful and well-proportioned. Under the hip skirt is a pair of extremely slender legs wrapped in black stockings, which is extremely tempting. A beautiful face, with light makeup, looks even more radiant. As soon as she appeared, all eyes in the store were drawn to her and many people were stunned. Lu Chengkai was also stunned while holding his cup of coffee. Then, he couldn't help swallowing. On the side, Song Jia looked up, frowned, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She had to admit that this woman was 100 times more dazzling than her. Fu, lawyer Fu? Lu Chengkai suddenly shouted. He recognized her. Wasn't this lawyer Fu from the gold medal law firm? Although she was a newcomer, her fame had already spread throughout the legal profession because she was so beautiful. She is your lawyer? He glanced at Emo. It is definitely not a coincidence that lawyer Fu appears here. It's okay. He's just a new guy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although lawyer Fu is famous, his qualifications are too shallow. But at this moment, his eyes fixed and he saw someone else walking in at the door. He was a man in his 50s, wearing a well-ironed suit, with a calm and serious expression and a strong aura. Lu Chengkai was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly widened. This. Isn't this the top expert from the gold medal law firm, Lawyer Su? How is this possible? This is a big Buddha. The face of a gold medal law firm is also a well-known figure in the entire legal community. He has fought many famous cases. Top lawyers like him are very valuable, and they will not take ordinary cases. How could such a person appear here and take on such a small dowry lawsuit? Just as he was shocked, an even more incredible scene appeared. Behind Lawyer Su, several other people walked in, each of them looking very impressive. Lu Chengkai's eyes almost popped out of his body, and his mind was shocked to the extreme. Boss! They are all big guys. How come so many big guys appear here at the same time? Aren't they all here just for this lawsuit? This is too ridiculous. This is clearly just a small dispute over the bride price, only 300,000 yuan, and this man named Ji is just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he possibly alarm so many bigwigs? Looking at the group of people walking straight towards him, his heart gradually sank and he no longer had a glimmer of hope. This group of big guys came here just for this lawsuit. Who is this person named Ji? What kind of background does he have that he can invite so many bigwigs? Looking at the group of big guys approaching, and then looking at the young man in front of him who was still calm and composed, Lu Chengkai's heart began to tremble and his expression became extremely panicked. He knew that things were not going well. Chapter 010 Song Jia's shock. There are quite a lot of people. Song Jia looked at the group of people approaching and sneered. Emo, don't think I'm scared just because there are so many people around. Lawyer Lu is an expert. Lawyer Lu, right. As she said that, she turned and looked at Lu Chengkai. Lu Chengkai had long lost his previous calmness. His face was pale and his hands holding the coffee were shaking slightly. Lawyer Lu, what's wrong with you? Song Jia was stunned and asked in confusion. It turned out to be Xiao Lu. The pedestrians came closer and one of the men laughed and called out. Lu Chengkai's hands trembled again and his face became paler. Song Jia's expression changed. She was not stupid. She could tell something from the call of Xiao Lu and Lawyer Lu's expression. Who are these people? She asked in a low voice. Miss Song, these people are all big lawyers from gold medal law firms. They are my predecessors, more skilled than me, and have more connections than me. Lawyer Lu lowered his head and whispered, looking extremely embarrassed. How is this possible? Song Jia was stunned, with a look of disbelief on her face. With the little money Emo had, how could he possibly afford so many big lawyers? The fees charged by this kind of lawyer are extremely expensive. Lawyer Lu smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I wonder too. Mr. Yi. Hello? The lawyers walked up to Emo, shook his hand warmly and greeted him. This scene was even more incredible to Lawyer Lu. Such a warm and polite attitude shows that this person named Ji is definitely not a simple person. He is definitely not a white-collar worker, but rather a person with a great background. Hello, Miss Song. I am Mr. Yi's personal lawyer. I am in charge of this lawsuit. Fu Siwei pulled out a chair, sat down and smiled. Private lawyer? Song Jia was stunned. Can this guy named Ji afford a private lawyer? Lu Chengkai was also stunned for a moment, wondering, since Lawyer Fu was in charge of this lawsuit, why are you here too? Ha ha. Mr. Yi is a top client of our gold medal law firm. We are worried that Xiao Fu lacks experience and cannot handle this case well. Of course, we have to come and take a look and help. Lawyer Su said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Chensai's face froze and he swallowed hard. Top customers? It seems that this man named Ji is really not an ordinary person. He is bound to lose this lawsuit. Okay, let's get down to business. I heard you guys want to reconcile? Lawyer Su stopped smiling, and his eyes instantly became sharp. That's right. If you withdraw the lawsuit, I can compensate you with tens of thousands of dollars. This is my bottom line. Song Jia shouted. Joke. Lawyer Su rolled his glasses and sneered, Ms. Song, do you really think you can win this case in court? I tell you, you are delusional. If you don't believe me, ask Lawyer Lu next to you. I can offer you a settlement condition. Not only must you return the full amount of the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, but you must also compensate my client for his mental damages. What? Song Jia stood up angrily and screamed, why should I pay for this bullshit mental damages? These remarks all came from you, Ms. Song. Based on these things, I can sue you for defamation and defamation. Lawyer Su opened his briefcase and took out a stack of documents. Song Jia took it and looked at it, her face turned pale instantly. These are all rumors she made up. This shouldn't be the case. She looked at Lawyer Lu beside her, her voice trembling a little. Lawyer Lu took a look at it, and sighed dejectedly. Seeing this, Song Jia trembled, sat down with a thud, and looked distraught. What should we do then? She murmured, with a hint of tears in her tone. Miss Song, I suggest you return the money. We can't win this case. Lawyer Lu shook his head dejectedly. If the opponent was a newcomer, a crappy third-rate lawyer, he would still be confident of winning, but now he is facing a group of big guys and has no chance of winning at all. But, I have no money. Song Jia's face was already pale. We have already put forward the conditions. Whether you agree or not depends on your choice. You still have a few days to think about it slowly. Lawyer Su finished speaking and stood up. Mr. Yi, I think we should go now. Yi Yamo nodded and stood up. The group of people were chatting and laughing, then turned around and walked out, leaving Song Jia and Lu Chenkai sitting where they were, both of them looking extremely ugly. Didn't you say that he was just a poor loser? He, is it? Don't be ridiculous. If he didn't have money, would those old guys be so respectful and polite to him? He must be a rich man, or a super rich one. Hearing this, Song Jia was stunned. She remembered the rumors she had heard on Wang Yi before. They all said that Yi Mo was a hidden billionaire. Could this be true? As she thought about it, she was stunned for a moment and began to regret. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. After leaving the cafe, Lawyer Su and others said goodbye and left, leaving Fu Siwei alone. Only then did GMO take a good look at her and noticed her changes. She wasn't wearing her gold-rimmed glasses and she had dressed up carefully, with a seductive look. Does it look good? Noticing his gaze, Fu Siwei straightened her chest slightly and smiled. Of course it looks good. Yi Mo nodded. The beauty of the campus belle of Fu University is only one level lower than that of national goddesses like Su Yuqing. All internet celebrities and idols pale in comparison to her. Fu Siwei pursed her lips and smiled somewhat smugly. Why don't you treat me to a meal? Yes. Yes. Yi Mo said hurriedly. You did this? That's amazing. While eating, they talked about work, and Yi Mo told her about his short video making and showed it to her. Fu Siwei's face was filled with amazement and disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that this was done by Yi Mo. The craftsmanship in the video was absolutely top-notch. We have just started, there will be more works in the future. Great. Great. Fu Siwei praised repeatedly. After dinner, Yi Mo drove her home. Come up and sit down. When they got downstairs, Fu Siwei got out of the car and invited them. Yi Mo nodded. She had just bought some things while shopping, so she wanted him to deliver them anyway. Her house is on the 7th floor. It is a rented house with 2 bedrooms and a living room. She lives alone. The house is decorated in a very warm, tidy, and clean style. Sit anywhere you like. She went into the house, put down the things in her hands, and changed her high heels. Then he sat down on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Worn out. She mumbled, rubbed her feet, and then in front of EMO, she took off the black stockings on her legs, revealing a pair of straight, snow-white, smooth legs. Chapter 011 Reward a Building. The beautiful legs in front of me are slender and well-proportioned, without a trace of fat. The skin becomes firmer and whiter, like mutton fat white jade. EMO was stunned for a moment. These are a pair of perfect legs. And her actions were even more bold and seductive. It's spinning again. Taking off her stockings, she unfolded them and touched them, muttering, "Can't wear it anymore?" EMO said, "Look, there's such a big cut. It must have been accidentally hooked just now." Fu Siwei handed over the stockings in her hand. EMO took it and looked at it, and found that there was indeed a big crack. Then, his mind was shaken. "The stockings in my hand are a little warm, and there is still a trace of body fragrance. I can only change a pair." Fu Siwei stood up, bare her jade feet, walked over to open the refrigerator, and took out a few pairs of unopened stockings. Seen from behind, her curves were particularly graceful, her waist was slender and narrow, and she could be held in one hand. Under her full and round buttocks, a pair of ivory-like white legs were slightly raised on tiptoe, making her look even more slender and extremely hot. "It's getting late, I should go." EMO glanced at her, threw away the stockings in his hand, felt uneasy, and hurriedly stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, Fu Siwei was stunned for a moment. After a while, she looked down at the stockings in her hand and burst out laughing. After driving out of the community, EMO opened the car window and let in some wind, and his agitated mood slowly calmed down. He found Su Yuqing's phone number, called her, and asked about the child's condition. Then he drove to the studio. After a day, the number of likes on that video exceeded 500,000, and the number of fans increased to more than 300,000, which also made him very motivated. He planned to make a gold bracelet first. After careful design, he finalized the drawing. The two pairs of bracelets are still based on the theme of dragon and phoenix, one pair is coiled dragon, and the other pair is circling phoenix. In terms of design, they are more gorgeous and mature than the previous longevity locks. In terms of craftsmanship, the requirements are also higher, requiring the gold to be pulled into thinner silk threads. It is also more difficult to make. He took out the materials and started making it. With yesterday's experience, he became more skilled at it. It might take an ordinary craftsman more than 10 days, or even 1 or 2 months, to make a bracelet like this, but he can finish it in just 1 or 2 hours, which is amazingly fast. After finishing all 4, it was already dawn. He edited it and posted it on Douyin. When I woke up in the afternoon and took a look, the data had exploded, with over 600,000 likes and 30,000 comments. When I clicked on it, I saw all kinds of comments of amazement and praise, and many wanted to buy it. Looking again, his number of fans has soared to more than 1 million. This will make you a small internet celebrity with millions of fans. EMO smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. You can make things for your baby, become famous, and practice skills. It's really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After dinner, he made a few wooden boxes, put the longevity lock and the bracelets in them, and then went to Su Yuqing's house. Her parents left yesterday at noon. "What are these?" Seeing EMO take out a few boxes, Su Yuqing asked curiously. "My parents gave it to the 2 babies." EMO smiled and opened one of the boxes. "Wow! So beautiful." What EMO took out was the pair of flying phoenix gold bracelets. They were golden all over, and the pair of gorgeous wings were dotted with a few diamonds. They sparkled and sparkled brightly under the sunlight. This is too expensive," Su Yuqing said hurriedly. She could see that this was definitely top-notch craftsmanship and extremely valuable. When she took it and looked at it carefully, she gasped. The whole bracelet was made of extremely fine gold wire. Such craftsmanship can only be described as miraculous and ingenious. "It's not expensive." EMO shook his head. "This one is for Jingbao, and this pair is for Nuonyuo." As he said this, he took out the other pair. When Su Yuqing saw it, her beautiful eyes widened again, full of shock. This pair of bracelets is made with the same craftsmanship. A pair of dragons and a pair of phoenixes, just right. This. She opened her red lips and was about to speak when she saw EMO open another wooden box and take out a small, exquisite gold object. She took a closer look and her beautiful eyes widened even more and her mouth couldn't close. This is a longevity lock. The baby is already over 100 years old. It's time to wear it. EMO smiled. Su Yuqing stood there and didn't say anything for a long time. This pair of longevity locks looks very valuable. But it's strange, how could GMO's parents come up with so many valuable gold items? Could it be inherited from ancestors? Thinking of this, she suddenly realized something. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, with Yemo's current family situation, it would be impossible for him to afford these gold items. It's too expensive. She came back to her senses and whispered. Fine. Yemo smiled and was about to put them on the two babies. Wait a minute, I was just about to give them a bath. Su Yuqing called out. Then let me do it. Yemo took the initiative to take on the job. After giving the babies a bath, Yemo gave them a massage, which made them babble and smile. These two little guys really know how to enjoy themselves. Su Yuqing watched from the side and laughed. After that, Yemo put a diaper on the baby, dressed him, and then put a pair of longevity locks and a gold bracelet on him. It's so beautiful. Su Yuqing sighed. Yemo admired it and was very satisfied. Ding! Your baby is very happy, and the task is successfully triggered. As long as you accompany your baby for 2 hours, you can get a random reward. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my heart. Random rewards? Yemo was stunned. This time it's not a skill, it's a random reward like the first time. And that time, he obtained shares worth billions. What will it be this time? He became somewhat excited. You go and rest for a while, I'll come and comfort them. Yemo picked up the two children and said to Su Yuqing. Good. Su Yuqing nodded, then I'll go to sleep. The baby made a fuss several times last night and I didn't sleep well. After saying that, she yawned and walked away lazily. Yemo sat down and coaxed the two babies. He looked at this, then looked at that, feeling extremely satisfied. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Ding! Mission completed, start drawing random rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the property rights of a building in Starlight International. The system voice sounded. A building? Yemo was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. A building is worth a lot of money. Starlight International? I think I've heard of it. He vaguely remembered the name and checked it online. It was a high-end real estate project and also a popular property for internet celebrities. It was very famous and it was said that many internet celebrities lived there. Come and take a look later. He suppressed his excitement and continued to coax the baby. He left only in the evening when Su Yuqing woke up and took over taking care of the baby. Chapter 012. That building belongs entirely to Mr. Yi. Starlight International is located on the riverside. In the entire H city, it is considered a high-end residential property, with housing prices as high as more than 50,000 yuan per square meter, and they are all large flats. Yemo calculated that one set would cost at least 10 million. There are more than 60 units in a building, with a market value of at least 600 to 700 million yuan. Good. Arriving outside the community, Yemo looked around. The entire community is designed in a trendy, fashionable, and grand manner, with tall buildings that are magnificent and dazzling. He parked the car and walked inside. The building he got was originally entrusted to a real estate company for renting out. Before coming, he also contacted this company to come and see the house and complete the handover procedures. It was evening, and there were many people on the road, all dressed very beautifully, and some internet celebrities could be seen from time to time. The people from the real estate company hadn't arrived yet, so he just wandered around casually. Woof! Suddenly, he heard several dogs barking. Then, there was an exclamation. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw two teddy dogs chasing a little girl not far away, ready to pounce and bite her. The little girl was so scared that she ran all the way, screaming. Yemo's face changed, and without thinking, he rushed forward and kicked him. With a scream, the teddy bear in front flew away. The one at the back was immediately frightened, and stopped where it was, showing a look of fear. What are you doing? Are you sick? The next moment, an angry scream came from not far away. A woman wearing a t-shirt, hot pants, and heavy makeup rushed over, cursing and picking up the teddy that was kicked away. Baby! Are you okay? She touched it with a look of heartache. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yemo angrily. Are you crazy? Why are you kicking my baby? She screamed. Yemo glanced at the little girl behind him, and only turned back after making sure that she was not bitten. After looking at the woman in front of him again, he frowned slightly. What she was wearing was too cool. Her shorts were so short that they reached her thighs. Her collar was very low, revealing most of her chest. She had a snake-like face with heavy makeup on, and her temperament was coquettish and charming. Who told it to bite? Yi Mo said coldly. If he hadn't kicked her in time, the girl would have been bitten. Don't be fooled by Teddy's small size, he can bite very fiercely. Bullshit, how could you see that my babies were going to bite people? They have very good personalities and never bite people. They just wanted to play with this little sister. The seductive woman cursed shrilly. Play? Yi Mo sneered immediately. This excuse is too bad. You must apologize and pay compensation. Otherwise, you can't leave today. The woman screamed again, in an aggressive tone. What am I apologizing for? Yi Mo's face darkened and he became a little annoyed. You won't apologize, right? You have guts. Do you know who I am? I have millions of fans online, and any one of them can curse you to death. As long as I post you online, I can expose you and destroy you. The seductive woman continued to shout, becoming even more arrogant. You were the one walking your dog without a leash and it almost bit someone, and you still have the nerve to say that. Yi Mo sneered, what's wrong with a few million fans? It's not a lot. Did you? You are so arrogant. Hey! Don't leave, apologize to me and pay me. Seeing Yi Mo turning around to leave, the woman became anxious and stepped forward to grab him. Someone is being a hooligan. She screamed in all directions. This shout immediately attracted a lot of attention, and many people from all directions looked over. What's going on? What happened? Soon, many people came over. This man molested me. And kicked my dog. The seductive woman pointed at Yi Mo and said loudly. Everyone looked at Yi Mo and were a little surprised. This young man was so handsome and didn't look like a gangster. But when they looked at the woman's dress again, they all understood. This beauty has a great figure and wears sexy and revealing clothes, no wonder. Shameless. Call the police immediately. They shouted and looked at Yi Mo with contempt. Yi Mo looked around, his face a little gloomy. Why don't you pay me back? You kicked my baby. For this kick, I'll charge you 30,000 yuan. It's not a lot, right? The seductive woman glanced at Yi Mo and said with some pride. 30,000? You are robbing me. Yi Mo grinned. You don't even have 30,000? The seductive woman sneered. She looked at Yi Mo carefully again, and the sarcasm in her eyes became stronger. At first, she thought this guy also lived here, but now she saw that he was dressed very ordinary, a pair of jeans, a white shirt, and the shoes on his feet were of no brand. This is a high-end residential area. Even if you rent a house here, the monthly rent is tens of thousands of yuan, which is unaffordable for most people. You don't live here, do you? What are you doing here, a stranger? She sneered again. I don't live here, but I'm the owner here. Is there anything wrong with me coming to see my own house? Yi Mo said coldly. The owner? Ha ha. The charming woman was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This guy is the owner? The cheapest house here costs more than 10 million. How can this guy afford it? The onlookers were also a little surprised. This young man is not very old, only about 24 or 25. Unless he is a rich second generation, how could he afford to buy a house here? Then tell me, which house here is yours? The seductive woman laughed. There are quite a lot, this one. Yi Mo turned around and pointed to a building not far away. Hearing this, the charming woman was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on her face. She obviously didn't expect that this guy would be so shameless and brag so much. A building? You will die if you don't blow. This building alone is worth nearly 1 billion. The onlookers were also stunned, and then burst into laughter, but they felt that it was just a joke and nonsense. You don't believe it? Looking at the charming woman, Yi Mo raised his eyebrows. No one would believe that. The woman rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll make a call. Yi Mo took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. Yi, I'm already at the gate of the community. Please wait a moment. Where are you now? I'll come to find you right away. An extremely respectful voice came from the phone. Yi Mo reported his location. A few minutes later, a small electric scooter came speeding over, with a man in a black suit sitting on it. The charming woman took a closer look and frowned. Isn't this man an agent? When she rented a house here, she found this agent. When the man got closer and saw the crowd gathered, he couldn't help but feel confused. Here. Yemo waved at him. Hello, Mr. Yi. The man immediately showed a warm smile and trotted over. My last name is Wang, you can just call me Xiao Wang. You say you're the owner, but you're here to rent a house. The rent here is not cheap. Can you afford it? The seductive woman sneered at Yemo. What rent? Xiao Wang looked around, confused. Aren't you an agent? Didn't this guy rent a house from you? Said the seductive woman. He wants to rent a house? Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. What house does Mr. Yi want to rent? He has many houses here. See, that one is all Mr. Yi's houses. He bought them all today. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was dead silent. Chapter 013 Yemo becomes popular. The seductive woman had a dazed look on her face. Her eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. This guy isn't bragging? He actually owns a building? This building costs nearly 1 billion yuan. For a moment, her head was buzzing and she felt dizzy. The people watching from all sides were also stunned and shocked. Many of them are the owners here and have some wealth, but they are not at the same level as the super rich who can buy a building with a wave of their hands. When they came to their senses, their eyes changed. What was originally contempt and anger has now turned into admiration and even worship. I can't believe he's so rich. Rich people at this level are all very low-key. I think this may just be a misunderstanding. They talked in low voices. She was walking her dog without a leash and it almost bit the girl. I kicked her dog and then she became unreasonable and wouldn't let me go. At this time, Yemo spoke. So that's how it is. That's what I said. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Big Brother is right. It was those two bad dogs that chased and bit me, so Big Brother kicked them. Big Brother is a good man. The little girl at the side also stood up and whispered. So uncultured. Everyone was in an uproar and looked at the seductive woman angrily. The charming woman opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but then she felt powerless. No matter what she said, it was useless. After taking another look at the young man in front of her, her face turned even paler. The person who casually bought a building had a background so powerful that she could not imagine it at all. And she is just a small internet celebrity. The consequences of offending the other party are something she cannot bear. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Can you please add me on WeChat? I'll give you some compensation. She apologized hurriedly, looking a little panicked. No need. Yemo flatly refused and turned away. The charming woman was stunned and felt it was a pity. If she really added WeChat, maybe with her beauty, she might have a chance to hook up with this super rich man, but now it seems that she has no such chance. Mr. Yi, please take a look at these contracts. After signing them, you will exclusively entrust our company to rent out the house on your behalf. We will also transfer the rent for next quarter to you immediately. There are 62 units in your building. The rent for 1 quarter is 6.78 million. Here are the details. Xiao Wang followed happily and handed over several contracts and documents. After Yemo looked at it, he found no problem and signed it immediately. Then, the agent Xiao Wang took him to see a house that was temporarily vacant. The large flat of more than 300 square meters was luxuriously decorated, and the monthly rent was as high as 50,000 yuan, which was many times better than his house in Tianshuiyuan. However, Yemo didn't want to change. After turning around, he left. As soon as he returned to the studio, he received a transfer message showing that more than 6 million yuan in rent had arrived. He smiled, somewhat delighted. He had previously bought a car, acquired this studio, and purchased a large amount of equipment and materials. He didn't have much money on hand, so this money came at the right time. Collecting rent is good. He sighed. He doesn't have to do anything, even if he just lies down, he can earn more than 2 million a month. No wonder so many people want to be landlords. Yemo Newbie Dad, Junior Super Rich. Wealth value, 9. Ability value, 2. Yemo opened the system interface. The original wealth value of 8 points became 9 points. The price of one building only goes up a little bit. Yemo smiled bitterly. He suddenly felt that his road to upgrading was still very long. As for ability values, he now has 2 skills, namely massage and handicraft, so it is 2 points, no problem at all. After a simple dinner, he started to get busy. He had been making gold items for the past 2 days, and today, he was going to make jade items. Compared with gold, jade is more difficult to make because if you make a mistake in carving jade, the material will be ruined. Carve a dragon. He took out the prepared material, a piece of Hatian white jade. After choosing the tools and designing the drawings, he began to carve. His movements were very skillful, and each step was quick and neat. He easily cut out the general shape, and then began to carve carefully, making every detail of the dragon's scales, claws, and whiskers visible. After carving, the jade needs to be polished to make it shiny. After a night, the jade dragon was finally completed. Guillermo looked at it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. This jade dragon looks like it's alive, and has more spiritual charm than the dragon made of gold. He rested for a while, started editing the video, and then posted it online. After doing all this, he was so tired that he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Another video. So fast. As soon as the video was released, fans saw it. They were all a little surprised. The account had only been created for 3 days, and there was 1 video a day. This speed was too fast. If it was some daily funny videos, it would be fine, but this is a difficult craft video. It would take at least 10 days or half a month to shoot such a video. How is it possible to update it once a day? Wow! A closer look at the cover reveals a snow-white jade dragon, so lifelike that it looks as if it were alive, with an air of fairy-like charm. So handsome. Is this really a sculpture? It's so cool. It looks like it's alive. They admired it and clicked on the video to watch it. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. The hands in the video seemed to have magical power. An ugly piece of uncut jade gradually transformed into a real dragon in his hands. Each of his movements is extremely precise and highly entertaining, and coupled with the majestic music, it makes people feel passionate and excited. Many people feel unsatisfied after watching it, so they click to watch it again. These hands are simply amazing. Awesome. The comments were all amazed. His fingers are so flexible. He must be very good at picking. Some people also started driving. As the number of likes and comments continued to soar, the popularity of this video also soared like a rocket, attracting more attention. Among them are many jade carvers. Where did this expert come from? Hiss. This skill is so terrifying. After watching it, they were all shocked. The skills displayed in the video are absolutely top-notch. There are only a few people in the whole of China who have such skills. He is a master among masters. This account is called New Daddy, and judging by the hand, it looks like he's a young man, but how is this possible? Some of them couldn't believe it. The person who possesses such extraordinary skills is actually a young man. Moreover, he is not only good at carving jade, but also good at gold carving, with equally superb skills. This account has sparked great debate and caused huge uproar in the Jade Circle and even the entire jewelry circle. Chapter 014. He's pretty good. When Guillermo woke up, it was already afternoon. When he opened Douyin, he was shocked. The video I posted this morning now has 1 million likes. When I looked at my follower count, it has doubled to 3 million. This data is really explosive. He himself couldn't believe it. After opening the comments, he finally understood that his video had attracted the attention of many people in the jade and jewelry circles, and was then accidentally noticed by some news media on Weibo. Then, his video went viral. Thanks for the compliment. I'm not selling it, I'm making it for my baby. He picked out a few of the most liked comments and responded to them. Many people wanted to buy his longevity lock and gold bracelet before, and offered very high prices, but he refused them all. He created this account not to make money. After dinner, he returned home and washed up. Then he sent a WeChat message to Su Yuqing, saying that he wanted to go see the child. After getting the reply, he drove over. Aunt Yoon opened the door for him. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Yuqing leaning on the sofa with her baby girl in her arms. She seemed to be in a bad mood, listless, and her face was vaguely pale. What's wrong? Guillermo hurriedly asked with concern. Nothing. Su Yuqing shook her head. The next moment, her dark eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and she bit her teeth lightly, revealing a look of pain. It's menstruation. Aunt Yun said with a distressed look on her face. She has been like this since she gave birth. When her period comes, it is extremely painful and the flow is very heavy. She went to see a doctor once before, but they couldn't find anything. They just said that Miss Sue's health is not good. Giving birth to a child is like going through the gates of hell. Even if a woman doesn't die, she will suffer from many underlying diseases. I suffered so much when I gave birth to a child. It's fine. Su Yuqing smiled. This little pain is nothing. Let me hold you. You lie down. Yimo felt a little distressed when he saw this, so he walked over quickly and took the baby girl from her hands. Su Yuqing leaned on the sofa and squinted for a while, but after a while, she frowned in pain again. She clenched her teeth to prevent herself from making any sound. Seeing her like this, Yimo felt a little worried. Or, I'll rub it for you. He hesitated and said. No. No need. Su Yuqing was stunned when she heard this, and quickly shook her head. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. Although she knew that Yimo was good at massage, that was too intimate. Although they have a child, they are not husband and wife. It's useless. I've rubbed it myself and it didn't work. Perhaps because she was afraid that Yimo would be embarrassed, she spoke in a low voice. You can try it. It's no use continuing to suffer in pain like this. How about taking some painkillers? Yimo said. No. I still have to feed the baby, I can't take medicine. Su Yuqing shook her head. Miss Su, let him rub it. Men are stronger, maybe it will get better. You don't have to worry about being embarrassed. I'll take the baby over there. At this time, Aunt Yun spoke. She walked up with a smile, took the baby girl from Yimo's arms, then picked up the baby boy beside her, went to another room and closed the door. Su Yuqing opened her red lips, looking embarrassed. After glancing at Yimo, her face flushed again, and she looked extremely shy. Then, let's try it. She stammered, her pretty cheeks turning bright red, as if a sunset glowed. Oh. Yimo responded, also a little nervous. He moved his butt and leaned over. A refreshing and rich aroma suddenly hits you in the face. This is the smell of her perfume. If you smell it carefully, it seems to be mixed with a little bit of milk scent. He subconsciously lowered his head and scanned the peaks. That proud curve is particularly breathtaking. Yimo coughed lightly, quickly collected his thoughts, and lowered his gaze to his flat abdomen. Generally, women's abdomen will be deformed after giving birth. Some will have a small belly, some will have stretch marks, but she has none of those. It is still flat, and even her waist is still very thin, as slender as a snake that can be held in one hand. This shows that she has been exercising a lot after giving birth, otherwise she would not have recovered so well. However, when he touched it, he found that although her abdomen was flat, her skin was not as tight and was a little loose. This is normal. After all, it is impossible for her to have no sequelae after just giving birth to 2 babies. Relax. Sensing that her abdominal muscles were tense and a little nervous, he comforted her. She blushed and responded softly. Yimo took a deep breath and pressed the button slowly. Much better. At first, Su Yuqing didn't feel anything, just felt the massage was a little comfortable, but gradually, the abdominal cramps began to ease. She opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Yimo breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't know whether it would work or not, he just wanted to give it a try. It doesn't hurt anymore. After a while, Su Yuqing said in surprise. The dysmenorrhea that had troubled her for several months was cured in an instant. Ouch. It hurts again. After Yimo stopped for a while, the cramping feeling came back again. Let me give you some more massages. Yimo continued. Thank you for your help. Su Yuqing said a little embarrassedly. Fine. Yimo smiled. Compared with the hardship she went through in giving birth to the baby, his was nothing. He's pretty good. Su Yuqing lay comfortably, looking at the focused and serious young man in front of her, and something in her heart was suddenly touched. He is gentle, kind and good-looking. His only shortcoming is that he has little money and his status is too ordinary. While 2 people were pressing here, in the other room, Aunt Yun was holding the baby, standing at the door, listening carefully to the movement in the living room. Suddenly, she smiled mischievously. The sounds coming from the living room are really thought-provoking. Just let the 2 young people get along well. She walked back to the bed and coaxed the baby. Yemo stopped only when Su Yuqing no longer felt any pain after 9 o'clock in the evening. You should go to bed early. I'll take care of the kids at night. After she finished feeding the baby, Yemo urged her to go to bed. Okay. Seeing Aunt Yun and him around, Su Yuqing felt relieved and went back to her room. You can take the baby for a walk. I usually take them there. Miss Su has a special status, so it's not convenient. Aunt Yun was tidying up the room and said to Yemo. Good. Yemo nodded. The baby is more than 3 months old and can go out. It is good for them to go out appropriately. After changing their clothes, Yemo put them in the stroller. Ding. Successfully triggered the system task. Take a walk with the 2 babies for an hour to obtain the skill nourishing chi. Just as I was about to go out, the system's voice rang. Chapter 015. What kind of divine beauty is this? The lights in the room were dim. Su Yuqing turned over on the bed. The thin velvet quilt fits her delicate body tightly, outlining her graceful curves, especially her hips, which are stretched out to show full and towering curves. Extending downwards, one can vaguely see the shape of a pair of long, beautiful legs. She changed into a see-through nightgown with a lace pattern. The collar is slightly split, revealing a full body. She closed her eyes tightly, wanting to sleep, but after a while, her long eyelashes trembled and she opened them again. She felt a little breathless, and tossed and turned over. Really? How come it's getting bigger again? She looked down, feeling annoyed. Since she became pregnant, her bust has been getting bigger and bigger, almost becoming a burden. I wonder how the baby is doing. She looked towards the door, feeling a little worried. It should be fine. With him and Aunt Yun here, nothing will happen. She thought about it and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep again, the phone on the bedside table vibrated with a buzzing sound. Hello? She picked up the phone. Yuqing, sleep. On the other end of the phone was a mature, slightly charming female voice. Yeah. Just getting ready for bed. Where are the children? Someone is taking care of me. I had my period today and I am not feeling well. Oh. Then you should have a good rest. I have bought the plane ticket and will be at your place tomorrow night. Good. By the way, last time you told me that you were going to look for the child's father. How is that going? I found him. He is taking care of the child. He's at your house? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose several degrees. What's wrong? Su Yuqing was stunned. How could you let him live in your house, you silly woman? Don't you know how attractive you are? Can he, a man, resist? What if something goes wrong? Manny, you think too much, he is not that kind of person. Su Yuqing said. The person on the other end of the phone was her agent and best friend, young Manny. He is also one of the most famous agents in the entertainment industry. What do you mean he's not that kind of person? Let me tell you, all men are the same, every one of them is lustful. Yang Manny snorted. Manny, I think he is pretty good. Su Yuqing smiled and said gently. What? Yang Manny screamed, Su Yuqing, oh Su Yuqing, you are not attracted to him, are you? Did he give you some kind of magic potion? He made you lose your mind. Look at who you are. You are a big star who is famous all over the world. A super diva. Your fans are all over the world. Those who want to pursue you can line up from here to the other side of the world. And he is nothing, just an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, he is a loser. He is not worthy of you at all. He is not even worthy of being the father of your child. Su Yuqing listened and bit her plump red lips. Manny, he's not as bad as you say. Why are you still defending him? Tell me, what's so good about him? Yang Manny said angrily. He's quite handsome. Su Yuqing smiled. Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy? I have so many handsome guys under my command, and every one of them is more handsome than him. Yang Manny rolled her eyes and said disdainfully. How can he, just an ordinary person, be more handsome than all the celebrity idols under her? He's a nice guy, too. He has a good personality, is gentle, and considerate. Isn't this the gentleness of a poor man who has accomplished nothing? He is so nice to you because he is poor and wants to rely on you. Yang Manny rolled her eyes again. Su Yuqing opened her red lips, not knowing how to refute for a moment. I don't think he's the person you think he is. Today I had menstrual cramps and he carefully massaged my stomach for a long time. He even washed my clothes. Is it underwear? Yes, right. Su Yuqing, oh Su Yuqing, you are letting a wolf into the house. Just wait, I will come over tomorrow and give you a good wake-up call. Yang Mani looked very disappointed. After saying that, she hung up the phone. This woman wasn't so stupid before. Is it true that pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years? Humph. Stinky man, a toad wants to eat swan meat? Dream on. I, Yang Mani, will make you give up on your own. She clenched her fists, snorted, and began to pack her luggage impatiently. Su Yuqing smiled bitterly and put down her phone. She lay down, brewing sleepiness for a while, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Mission completed, skill acquired nourishing chi. On a small path in the community, Yemo was pushing a baby stroller and taking a walk. He completed the walking mission and successfully acquired the skill. Nourishing chi? Sounds like it's for health preservation? He muttered and opened the system interface. In the skill interface, after the original massage and handicraft, there is an additional nourishing chi. After a closer look, he was stunned. This skill seems a little unusual. The font has a faint hint of gold, which is completely different from the previous two. Golden Legend? Yemo's mind moved. Maybe skills also have different levels. Skills like massage and handicrafts are relatively common, while skills like nourishing chi are more advanced. Just by breathing, you can strengthen your body and live a long life? Something new came into his mind, making him understand the usefulness of this skill. Simply put, just by breathing, he could maintain his health and become stronger. It seems pretty good. He smiled. After walking around for a while, he went back when he saw that the two babies were a little sleepy. After coaxing the baby to sleep, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the doorbell. He turned over and sat up. Seeing Aunt Yun busy in the kitchen, he stood up and walked towards the door. Let me open it, he shouted to Aunt Yun. He pressed his forehead again and felt a little strange. He didn't sleep for long, but when he woke up he was still full of energy and didn't have a headache at all. When he reached the door, he turned the key and opened it. Humph. You stinky man. Here I come. Stop trying to seduce Yuqing, or I'll kick you out. At the door stood a woman in her 30s, dressed fashionably, mature and charming. She was holding a bag in her hand and had a large trolley case at her side. At this moment, she was clenching her fists and looking inside the door with a high-spirited look. Creak. The door opened. A face appeared before her. Then, she was stunned. Her eyes gradually widened and became round. There was a dull and incredible look in his eyes. What appeared before her was a face that was indescribably handsome, with facial lines as sharp as a knife, eyebrows as straight as swords, skin as smooth as white jade, and a pair of bright and shining eyes like stars. For a moment, she felt like she couldn't breathe and her mind went blank. What kind of divine beauty is this? Even though she has been in the entertainment industry for more than a decade and has seen countless handsome men, she has never seen such a stunning beauty. And his temperament. She had never seen such a spiritual person. So handsome. She opened her red lips and murmured. Bang! The next moment, the bag in her hand slipped out of her hand and fell heavily to the ground. But she was completely unaware and just stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her. Chapter 16. Yang Mani is shocked again and again. Who are you? Looking at the woman at the door, Yemo felt a little strange. The way she looked at herself seemed a little wrong. After looking at her carefully again, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She is in her 30s, beautiful and charming. She is about 1.7 meters tall, quite tall. A red slim dress brings out her charming curves. Her figure is well proportioned and graceful, like a ripe peach. She has the air of a young and beautiful woman, and is extremely alluring. Who are you? Yang Mani did not answer, but asked back. My name is Yemo. Are you Yemo? That stinky man? Yang Mani was shocked and her face became dull. The next moment, he screamed and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This handsome man who made her legs weak was actually Yemo, the stinky man whom she sneered at, the poor loser? She couldn't accept it at all. Mani? Didn't you say you'd arrive in the evening? At this time, Su Yuqing's voice came from the room. Ah. I changed my flight ticket. Yang Mani woke up in shock, squatted down and picked up the bag on the ground. She didn't want to be seen losing her composure by her best friend, that would be too embarrassing. This is Yang Mani, my agent, and this is Yimo. Su Yuqing walked to the door and introduced the two people. When she saw Yimo's appearance, she was also stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. Is there something wrong with my face? Yimo was even more puzzled. He reached out and touched his face, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. No problem, it's just so handsome. Yang Mani muttered. You're still looking at him, you've lost your soul. I admit, you're right, he is quite handsome, no wonder you're a little attracted to him. She looked at Su Yuqing and said angrily. She came all the way here just to deal with this man. On the way, she thought of many ways to attack this man, but before she could use them, her looks gave her a critical hit. This blow is really too great. Yuqing, he is handsome, but being handsome is not enough to make a living. The most important thing for a man is not his face, but his ability. A man must have ability. She dragged her luggage into the house and took Su Yuqing to the living room to sit down. I still think he's not worthy of you. She was somewhat unwilling to fail and continued to persuade. What's the matter with whether they are suitable or not? I just said that he is a good guy. I don't mean anything else. Su Yuqing glanced at the bathroom and whispered. Hey! You silly woman! Yang Mani shook her head. Oh, right, where's the baby? Let me hold him. In the house. Su Yuqing went into the nursery and took the two babies out. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let your Aunt Yang hug you. Kiss you. Yang Mani walked forward and took it excitedly. Oh my! It's so pretty. So juicy and lively, like a little angel. She reached out and gently pinched the boy's nose. Huh? What is this? The next moment, her eyes caught a glimpse of something and focused on the baby's chest. Yuqing, how come you have this? She looked at it carefully and showed shock. Oh. This longevity lock was given to Yimo by his parents. It is an heirloom in their family. Su Yuqing said with a smile, how is it? Isn't it very beautiful? His? Impossible. Yang Mani said decisively. What's wrong? Su Yuqing frowned slightly and asked puzzledly. This longevity lock is very famous, don't you know? Many people want to buy it but can't. How could he have the same model? Yang Mani said. Famous? Su Yuqing was surprised and said, Jingbao also has one, they are a pair. It's exactly the same. When Yang Mani saw it, she was even more shocked. And this bracelet? When she saw the gold bracelets on the two babies' hands, her beautiful eyes widened and her heart was filled with shock. This pair of longevity locks and bracelets are exactly the same as those in the two videos. How could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that? An incredible thought suddenly popped into her mind. The new dad who gained over 3 million fans in just 3 days and became extremely popular was actually Yimo, the father of these two babies? For a moment, she was so shocked that she could hardly believe it. What kind of god is this? After a while, she came to her senses and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Not only does he have such amazing looks, he also has such amazing skills. Because of him, the jewelry industry is in an uproar. With his skills, it won't be difficult for him to become a jewelry design master and become famous both at home and abroad. What's the matter? Su Yuqing still looked confused. You are such an amazing husband. Yang Mani smiled bitterly, looking depressed. She wanted to attack this man, but ended up getting hit hard in return. Look at this, does it look familiar? She took out her cell phone, opened Douyin, and showed Su Yuqing those videos. You mean, this account belongs to Yimo? After reading it, Su Yuqing widened her beautiful eyes with a look of shock. She didn't know that Yimo had such amazing skills. Look at the name, New Dad, who else could it be but him? Not only is he skilled, but he's also great at filming and editing. In just 3 days, he gained over 3 million followers, it's a miracle. Yang Mani sighed. Su Yuqing opened her mouth, and was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. What husband? Don't talk nonsense. Then, she reacted, and 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her bright and beautiful face. To be honest, I'm a little envious of you. Yang Mani glanced towards the toilet inside. Such an outstanding man is rare. Stop talking nonsense. Have you had breakfast? Let's eat together. Su Yuqing interrupted her with a red face. At this time, Yemo walked out of the toilet. He has noticed changes in himself. Not only his appearance and temperament have changed a lot, but even his body shape has changed, becoming stronger and taller. Obviously, this is the effect of the skill nourishing qi. Just by breathing, he could become stronger and more transformed. Yemo, is this you? Su Yuqing came over with her cell phone and asked him. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Yemo simply admitted it, saying that he had learned it from others before and had dealt with it accordingly. Hey! Do you want to debut and become a star? With your conditions, I can definitely make you a superstar. While having breakfast, Yang Mani asked him. Celebrity? Forget it. I don't like it. Yemo shook his head. He doesn't like being noticed. What a pity. Yang Mani looked regretful. Your conditions are definitely the best I've ever seen. Then, she started to brag about how many celebrities she had promoted and revealed a lot of inside stories of the entertainment industry, which opened Yemo's eyes. Chapter 017. You can't afford to offend this person. After breakfast, Yang Mani took Su Yuqing aside and talked about returning to work. Yemo raised the child alone. He is now a mature dad, and he is very skilled at changing diapers and coaxing babies. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 9 o'clock. Yemo, do you want to have dinner together later? I have booked a restaurant, let's take the baby with us later. Su Yuqing poked her head out of the room. Good. Yemo nodded. Then wait a moment, I'll put on some makeup. Su Yuqing finished speaking and closed the door. About an hour later, the door opened. A beautiful figure walked out. Yemo looked up and was immediately amazed. She changed into a black little dress, revealing her hot body. Her curves were prominent and almost enchanting. Her legs were smooth, slender, and straight, and she wore a pair of black high heels on her feet, making her figure look taller and more charming. She was already extremely beautiful, and with a layer of light makeup, she looked even more radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. A pair of sparkling diamond earrings and a ruby necklace on her chest made her look noble. You must be stunned. Yang Mani came out and teased. My Yuqing is a superstar. Look at her figure, what a great one. She smiled teasingly and reached out to attack Su Yuqing. Stop it. Su Yuqing was greatly embarrassed and dodged a bit. Two blushes suddenly appeared on her pretty face, making her look extremely shy and charming. Let's go. Uncle Dong is waiting downstairs. She put on sunglasses and a mask, covering her face completely. For a big star, this is the standard outfit for going out. Yemo put the two babies in the stroller and followed. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at a high-end restaurant called Tinjiangshuan. I heard the food at this restaurant is delicious. Yang Mani was very excited. Everyone, please come this way. After giving their reservation names, the waiter led them into a large private room. Here's one portion, squab. It's delicious. And this Buddha jumps over the wall, 3 servings. Yang Mani opened the menu and started ordering. Su Yuqing also ordered a few dishes. Yemo focused on taking care of the baby. After a while, there were some noises outside the box. Soon, a waiter pushed the door open. Excuse me, everyone. Would you mind changing seats? There's a 4-seater outside that's just right for you. The waiter bowed and said apologetically. Why should we change? We reserved this box. Yang Mani looked displeased. We had clearly booked a private room and were already seated, but they still asked us to change. Is this how you do business? I'm sorry, a group of guests just happened to come. There are a lot of them and they want a big private room. Can you see if we can change it? The waiter said with an apologetic smile. No. Yang Mani flatly refused. They booked the private room because they wanted peace and quiet, so how could they change it? The waiter was stunned, smiled bitterly, and turned away. Soon, there was another noise outside, which gradually turned into a quarrel, and then footsteps came towards this side. Yemo listened and his expression changed slightly. I'll go out and take a look. He stood up. Be careful. Hearing the loud noise outside, Su Yuqing frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. Yemo nodded, walked out, and closed the door of the box. In the corridor, a group of people walked over. Some of them were fat and pot-bellied, with the temperament of nouveau riche. "It's this box." Seeing EMO coming out, the leader asked the waiter beside him. "Yes. But they have already said they won't change it." The waiter glanced at EMO and said with embarrassment, "Aren't there 3 of them? How can they all fit in such a big box? Isn't this a waste? In my opinion, we should change it." "That's right." A group of people started shouting. "Go away, let me do it." The fat man in the lead waved his hands at the waiter and shouted impatiently. Then, he strode towards EMO. "Brother, look, there are so many of us, and there are only 3 of you. It's not appropriate for you to occupy a large box. Give me some face and switch." He smiled, took out a cigarette and pretended to hand it over. "I don't smoke." EMO remained indifferent. "No respect?" The fat man's face suddenly darkened and he looked annoyed. "There's no rule that says 3 people can't sit in a private room, right? We booked it in advance, there shouldn't be any problem." EMO said coldly. "Wow. You're so arrogant. Do you know who we are?" The fat man said harshly. "This pretty boy is so crazy." The other people also became annoyed and started cursing. "Who are you? What does it have to do with me?" EMO glanced at them and didn't say anything polite. "Boy, you are so arrogant. What do you do for a living? Tell me if you have the guts. Believe it or not, I will make sure you won't be able to survive in H-City in the future." The fat man in the lead was enraged and his neck turned red. "It's bad enough that this guy doesn't give me face, but he dares to be so arrogant. It's none of your business." EMO said bluntly. "You are really brave." The fat man took a deep breath, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. EMO narrowed his eyes, but he was not afraid at all. He was right, so he had nothing to be afraid of. Even if the other party attacked him, with his current physique, this group of people together could not hurt him. "What's going on?" At this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind the group of people. Then, a figure hurried over. EMO looked at it and frowned slightly. He recognized the man as Gao Chang, his former supervisor. "Why is he here?" EMO was a little confused. "Boss Jean, what happened to you?" Gao Chang strode over, looking puzzled. He had just gone out to make a phone call, and when he came back he saw that things were about to get chaotic here. "Brother Gao, we didn't cause any trouble. This guy was just too arrogant. I tried to persuade him to change his seat, but he didn't give me any face and even scolded me. He was so arrogant. Isn't that infuriating?" The fat man called Mr. Jean said angrily. Gao Chang immediately smiled bitterly. "These people are all bosses, and they are all wealthy. For example, Mr. Jean is worth hundreds of millions. He is used to being domineering, so he can't stand this kind of humiliation." Then he raised his eyes and looked towards EMO. At first sight, he was shocked. This guy is so handsome. At the second glance, he found something wrong. The handsome guy in front of him seemed very familiar. His eyebrows, eyes, and temperament were all like the same person. "EMO?" He blurted out. "Isn't this the senior executive?" EMO smiled. Gao Chang was shocked and dumbfounded. This guy is actually EMO. Damn it. The next moment, his face turned pale and he secretly said, "Oh no. How unlucky I am to run into this guy." He swallowed and his face turned pale. "Brother Gao, do you know him? Where does he come from? How dare he be so arrogant?" Mr. Jean asked doubtfully. "Boss Jean, this guy, you can't afford to offend him. Just forget it." Gao Chang leaned close to his ear and whispered. "What?" Mr. Jean looked shocked. Could this guy really have some great background? He. Gao Chang whispered a few more times. Mr. Jin's expression became more and more shocked, his eyes widened, and soon, his face turned pale. This person, it seems like he really can't afford to offend him. Chapter 18 Young Manny's Suspicion. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Mr. Jin bowed repeatedly to apologize. There was no trace of arrogance on his face anymore, only fear and panic. The Mr. Yi in front of him spent tens of billions to buy 5% of Wang Yi's shares. His background is so powerful that it is simply beyond the reach of a small boss like him with a net worth of hundreds of millions. Compared with this person, the difference between him is like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Seeing this scene, the group of people behind him and the waiter beside him were all stunned. Just now the two sides were on the verge of a fight, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed drastically. The side with more people actually took the initiative to apologize, and it seemed that they were a little panicked. It was as if this handsome young man had some great origin. Yemo glanced at the fat man coldly, ignored him, and looked at Gao Chang. "Why are you here?" "I'm going to change jobs and work with these bosses," Gao Chang said embarrassedly. He wanted to quit Wang Yi because he was afraid that this person would retaliate against him, but he didn't expect to meet him here again. Yemo said oh and didn't ask any more questions. "That's it," he said lightly, turned around, and walked back. The door of the box was ajar, and Yang Mani was looking around from behind the door. She looked at Yemo, who was walking back with a look of suspicion on her face. She saw what happened just now. It was really strange. Why were those people so polite to Yemo? This shouldn't happen. According to Yuqing, Yemo comes from a very ordinary family and he is just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could that group of people be so polite to him and call him Mr. Yi all the time? It's okay. After entering the box, Yemo closed the door and smiled at Su Yuqing. That's good. Su Yuqing held the child and nodded. Hey! Yemo, I just saw that they seem to be very afraid of you. What's going on? Yang Mani sat down and asked. No. They are just being polite. I know one of them. We are old acquaintances, Yemo said with a smile. It would be difficult for him to say that he owned billions of shares in NetEase and was a super rich man. This was simply impossible to explain. Yang Mani let out an "oh" and felt somewhat relieved. Yemo returned to his seat and sat down, coaxing the baby. After a while, the food was served and the three of them started eating. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw Gao Chang standing outside with a bottle of white wine and a cup in his hands. I'm here to toast you. Gao Chang hesitated for a moment and said. He felt that instead of hiding like this, it would be better to apologize and settle the past grudges, so that he wouldn't have to worry so much in the future. I was wrong before. I am sorry for offending you. I apologize to you today. As he spoke, Gao Chang poured himself a full glass of wine, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. He was a little drunk and was baring his teeth. Come again. He gritted his teeth, poured another glass, and gulped it down. He drank 5 cups in one breath. All right. Yemo shouted. In fact, he doesn't have much grudge against Gao Chang. Now that he has apologized, let's just forget it. Thank you. Gao Chang was overjoyed. That's my sister-in-law. He looked into the box and saw Su Yuqing and the baby carriage beside her. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, her figure alone was stunning enough. It was simply a devilish body. Only a billionaire like Yemo is worthy of such a beauty. He envied her for a moment, then gave a flattering smile and turned away. That was my former supervisor at Wang Yi. We had some conflicts in the past. Yemo returned to his seat and explained. After dinner, it was already past 12 o'clock. Let's go shopping. Great. I haven't been shopping in a long time. At Yang Mani's suggestion, the two women excitedly ran to the shopping mall. Yemo could only push the stroller and follow them from a distance. After a while, the two women bought a lot of things. Yemo, come here. Passing by a men's clothing store, Su Yuqing stopped and waved to Yemo. Let me buy you some clothes. Su Yuqing looked him over and smiled. He is really handsome, but his clothes are a bit rustic. If he dresses up properly and wears nice clothes, he will look better. No need for that. Yemo was a little embarrassed. Of course you do. You're the father. You should dress more handsomely. Su Yuqing smiled. Yes, your outfit is too rustic. I don't even want to complain about you, said Yang Mani on the side. This outfit, coupled with such a stunning appearance, is such a waste of talent. How about this one? This one seems pretty good too. Two women came into the store and started picking. Yemo had no choice but to follow them in, and after they had chosen, he went in and changed into them. Wow! So handsome. When he came out, not only Su Yuqing and the others, but even several shop assistants were stunned. The young man in front of me had an upright posture and was extraordinarily handsome. He was wearing a luxurious black suit, which made him look even more elegant and noble, as if he had walked out of a dream. Very nice. Su Yuqing sighed, and her pair of beautiful eyes were full of strange brilliance. Sister, I really want to sign him and promote him too. Yang Mani clenched her fists, a little excited. Forget it. If he becomes a star, who will take care of the baby in the future? Su Yuqing whispered. That's right. Yang Mani was immediately deflated. There are also these sets, try them all on. Su Yuqing took a few more sets, let GMO try them out, and then bought them all. After leaving the store, the two women continued shopping as if they were not tired at all. GMO still followed behind with the baby. Aya. Aya. When passing by a row of claw machines, the baby boy stretched out his little hands and babbled excitedly. No, do you like these dolls? GMO stopped. Nua was still babbling and calling out excitedly. Daddy will give you one. GMO rolled up his sleeves and smiled. Ding. Successfully trigger the task. Pick up 10 dolls for the baby to gain the skill Wisdom I. At this time, the system voice sounded. 10? GMO was shocked. This is still a bit difficult, much more difficult than taking a walk or changing a diaper before. However, this is not a problem for him. If he can't get it in one go, he can just try a few more times. It's just a matter of spending more money. After trying a dozen times, he finally caught one. Nuonuo was holding the doll and was extremely happy. GMO continued to catch them and collected 10 in total. Ding! Mission completed, skill acquired Wisdom I. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Wisdom I? I wonder what kind of skill it is. He opened the system interface and quickly figured out the purpose of this skill. Through this skill, he can predict the price rise and fall of stocks, futures, currencies, and other things in advance. This is another magical skill. With this skill, wouldn't it be possible to become a stock god? GMO smiled. Catching dolls. Seeing that GMO didn't catch up, Su Yuqing and the others walked back. Yeah. The baby likes it, so I grabbed a few, here you go. GMO picked out a pink doll and handed it to Su Yuqing. How cute. Thanks. Su Yuqing took it and said happily. Oh my. They are showing off their love here. Yang Mani said sourly. What are you talking about showing off your affection? Stop talking nonsense. Su Yuqing blushed and scolded in a low voice. GMO was also a little embarrassed. The three of them continued to stroll for a while, and only went back at around 2 o'clock. As soon as he arrived at the community, GMO's cell phone rang. When he picked up the phone, his face changed. His parents came and went to his house. Chapter 019 Son, you haven't gone astray. Tianshui Yayuan, Building 7, Room 502. Father Yi sat on the sofa, sighed, and looked worried. This house should have been used as a new house and decorated festively, but now it is cold and deserted. He lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. On the side, Ye's mother also looked worried. The arranged marriage was called off in an instant. All relatives and friends had been notified beforehand. It's so embarrassing now. And the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift has not been returned yet. It was their family's hard-earned money. And the pair of children, I haven't seen them yet. These days, she was so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep well. It would have been so nice to get married and have a child, wouldn't it be perfect? Now. Mother Yi sighed, her eyes reddened. Father Yi remained silent, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and frowned. I don't know what the mother of those two children is like. Is she a decent family? If she doesn't marry our son, what will happen to him in the future? Where can he find a wife? Mother Yi said worriedly. Don't worry, our son's conditions are not too bad. He has a decent job and a house here. There will always be someone willing to live with him. It doesn't matter if he is a little older, said Ye's father. This is the only way. Mother Yi nodded and sighed. After a while, there was a noise at the door. Son, you're back. Ye's mother immediately stood up and walked over. When the door opened, she was stunned. Who is this handsome guy in front of me? Not only is he handsome, but he's also wearing a well-tailored suit that doesn't look cheap at first glance. Mom! Yemo called out and walked in. Son, why are you a little different? Ye's mother was a little dazed. Look, you've dressed up a bit. Yemo smiled. Oh. Ye's mother took a look at the suit he was wearing and was a little dazed. Dad. Yemo shouted to his father who was sitting on the sofa. Humph. You still recognize me as your father. Father Yi put out his cigarette and snorted, You promised to let me see my grandchildren? Where's the baby? Where is he? Dad, didn't I tell you that the child is still young and it's not convenient to bring him out? Yemo smiled bitterly. Nonsense. What inconvenience? You don't want us to see her on purpose. Ye's father said angrily, Even if the child is not okay, what about the mother? We have to meet her. Let's see what kind of person she is. This is not very convenient. I have to take care of the children. Yemo said helplessly. This is inconvenient, that is inconvenient. Why are there so many troubles? I think you are doing it on purpose. Ye's father slammed the table and said angrily. On the side, Ye's mother frowned. They are not allowed to see the child, nor are they allowed to see the child's mother. Could there be something wrong with the mother? Like, not a serious person. Son, tell me the truth, is the child's mother a decent person? Mother Yi sat down and said in a deep voice. Of course he's a decent person. Yemo said. How can a superstar, a diva-level figure not be a serious person? Then why didn't you let us meet her? You didn't even tell us her name or what she does. Ye's mother questioned. It's inconvenient. Yemo said with a wry smile. What's the inconvenience? Father Yi, who was standing by, slammed the table again, puffing his beard and glaring. Then I say, the child's mother is a big star, do you believe it? Yemo said helplessly. A big star? Father Yi was stunned for a moment and rolled his eyes. Big star. You are so beautiful, but you don't even look at your own weight, and you are still thinking about big stars. Ye's mother smiled helplessly. His son is handsome, but his family is too ordinary. How could the high-ranking celebrities be interested in him? This was what his son said casually to refute them. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. How is the betrothal gift? Can I get it back? She asked. I have hired a lawyer and sued her family. I will definitely be able to get it back. Yemo said. That's good. Mother Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Money is the most important thing, and she will feel relieved if she can get it back. I don't think the mother of that child is someone who can get married. When the money is returned, you can go find a match and get married soon. It doesn't have to be good looking, and it's okay if she's older, as long as she's honest and dutiful. Father Yi lit up another cigarette and took a deep puff. I don't want to get married. Yemo shook his head. Not getting married? Then what do you want to do? Ye's father glared and said angrily. We'll talk about it later. Yemo said. In the future, Father Yi slammed the table and was about to scold again. Just stop talking. Do you think your son isn't worried after what happened? Ye's mother glared at him and shouted, Son, don't worry too much. Just work hard and everything will be fine. She looked at Yemo and comforted him. Mom, I want to tell you something. Yemo hesitated. What is it? I quit my job. What? Upon hearing this, Ye's mother screamed in surprise. Her face turned pale instantly. The marriage is over, and I've lost my job. What should I do from now on? Why did you quit your job? Father Ye's face also looked a little ugly. I'm rich now. That's why I quit my job. I've made a lot of money recently. I just bought a new car a few days ago, a Lamborghini SUV, which cost more than 3 million. Yemo said with a smile. After hearing this, both Ye's father and mother were a little stunned. Lamborghini? More than 3 million? They were a little dizzy after hearing these words. A car worth 3 million is a luxury car worth sky-high prices. Given their son's financial situation, how could he afford it? Son, are you kidding me? Mother Yi finally came to her senses and smiled bitterly. Mom, I am kidding you. Here are the keys. The car is downstairs. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. There are also the documents for buying a car. They are all here. Yemo took out the keys and the documents for buying a car and placed them in front of the two. The two of them read it once and sat there, not coming back to their senses for a long time. Son, have you taken a wrong path? Ye's mother said in a trembling voice. Son, confess to your father. As long as it's not a crime that will send you to jail, I can forgive you. Father Ye's hand holding the cigarette was also shaking a little. What are you thinking? I earned my money honestly. Look at this account. I created it. Now I have over 4 million followers. It's very profitable. Also, I made a lot of money from stock trading recently. Look, I still have over 1 million in this stock account. Yemo smiled. The two of them looked at it, both with shocked and unbelievable expressions on their faces. It took them a long time to accept it all and gradually come to their senses. Ha ha. Great. That's great. Father Yi smiled broadly, looking very happy. Ye's mother also looked excited and relieved. Their son is finally promising. Chapter 20, The Shocked Third Uncle's Family. Son, good job. Father Yi gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Our son is doing well. Ye's mother also smiled happily. At this moment, she cleared the haze in her heart. Compared to making a lot of money, a broken marriage is nothing. With enough money, my son can find a better wife in the future. After a while of excitement, Ye's mother received a phone call. It's your third uncle. He knows we are here and is calling us to have dinner. Just right. Father Yi slapped his thigh and asked excitedly, where do we eat? The restaurant next to their house. Ye's mother said. Go. Father Yi couldn't wait to stand up, his face flushed. Tianxiang Restaurant. A BMW drove up, stopped, and 3 people got out. Wait here for a minute. They said they're almost there. The middle-aged man looked at his phone and said. Remember, don't mention Xiaoma's marriage later. My sister is upset enough, and Xiaoma must be feeling bad too. He looked at his wife beside him and whispered. I knew that with their family's financial situation, they couldn't control that woman. She's a model, she's very proud. And Xiaomo, a white-collar worker, how could he be controlled? The woman said with a hint of gloating. Why are you still talking? The man scolded in a low voice. I'm just saying it casually. They're not here, why are you in such a hurry? The woman rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, wait a minute, remember to order fewer dishes, and don't order the expensive ones, it's a waste to let them eat. Just leave it alone. The man said unhappily. I don't care, who cares? The woman was a little annoyed. While the two were arguing, a car drove up in front of them, a pure black SUV with a somewhat domineering shape and the Lamborghini logo on the front was extremely conspicuous. It attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. The middle-aged couple also noticed that the car was driving straight towards them and stopped when it got close. Dad, it's a Lamborghini. How cool! The young man exclaimed. The couple was also somewhat surprised when they saw it. At this time, the car door opened and 2 people got out of the car. They looked carefully and were immediately stunned. Sister? The man blurted out, his face full of daze. The woman next to him had her eyes wide open, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Ha ha. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Father Yi laughed loudly and walked up, looking very pleased with himself. Even Ye's mother was secretly proud when she saw her sister-in-law's expression. In the past, this sister-in-law had often looked down on their family and said many sarcastic things. No, sis, this car is. The man came to his senses and exclaimed. Xiao Mo bought it. Father Yi smiled, looking very proud. Xiao Mo? The eyes of my third uncle's family widened again, finding it even more unbelievable. Isn't Xiao Mo just an ordinary white-collar worker? How could he afford such a luxury car? Xiao Mo has made a lot of money. Ye's mother said proudly. This car was bought in full. Ye's father followed. My third uncle's family was shocked again. A car worth more than 3 million yuan, and the full amount has to be paid? What does Xiao Mo do? Asked the third uncle stutteringly. It's some kind of self-media. He has a lot of fans, it seems like he has more than 4 million. He also trades in stocks and has made several million. Ye's father said proudly. Xiao Mo is so awesome. My third uncle was stunned for a while, then came to his senses and said excitedly. He knew that his sister and brother-in-law would not lie, and this was absolutely true. Naturally, he was happy that his nephew was capable and made money. My third aunt, standing by, was still a little dazed and couldn't believe it. Then, her face changed, sometimes blue, sometimes white. It was very interesting. Mo drove the car to the side, stopped, and walked over. This outfit is good. So cool. Third uncle laughed loudly, walked over and patted Mo. Have a few drinks with your uncle later. Driving. Mo declined. Hey. You can call a designated driver, said my third uncle with a smile. Don't force Xiao Mo, I'll drink with you. Father Yi laughed. Okay, let's drink as much as we can later. The group entered the restaurant, chatting and laughing. Uncle San, I'll treat you to this meal. Mo took the initiative to order dishes and also ordered a few bottles of mutai. Okay, you treat me today, and I'll treat you another day. Uncle San laughed. You're even ordering mutai. Xiao Mo was so polite. My third aunt's attitude also changed a lot and became very enthusiastic. Both families enjoyed the meal happily. After saying goodbye, Mo took his parents and drove all the way back home. I'm so happy today, our family is finally getting some glory and we can hold our heads high. It's good to have money. Father Yi was a little drunk and kept mumbling along the way. After returning home, Mo chatted with his mother for a while and transferred a lot of money to her. His parents had worked hard all their lives and it was time for them to enjoy their lives. Mom, you have a good rest. I still have some work to deal with. He left home and went to the studio. With the skill of nourishing qi, his health became better and he was extremely energetic. He didn't feel sleepy at all at night. After debugging the equipment, he started to work. Last time I carved a jade dragon, this time, I will carve a jade phoenix. He became more skilled. A piece of raw jade was quickly carved into shape in his hands. After careful polishing, every detail of the phoenix's wings, scales and claws were extremely clear and lifelike. Good. After finishing the carving, he examined it carefully. This time, his carving skills improved a lot and the details were more perfect. Compared to the previous jade dragon, this phoenix is more spiritual. If you stare at it for a long time, you will have a feeling that the next second, the phoenix will come alive and fly high. After taking a break, he started editing and then posted it on Douyin. Another update. So fast. When fans saw it, they were shocked again. This output speed is really too fast. So beautiful. When they looked at the cover again, they were amazed again. This phoenix is more mature and perfect than that jade dragon. While the layman watches the excitement, the expert looks for the tricks. Many jade carving masters can tell at a glance that this time the jade phoenix is more perfect, and the skills displayed in the video are also higher than before, reaching a level that they are far behind. It's incredible. It's still these hands, there's no deception. Is there really such a terrifying genius in this world? All the jade carving masters were shocked. Many people even feel ashamed of themselves. A young man, however, was at a level far beyond theirs, and he also displayed an extremely terrifying talent. His skills improved rapidly, which really made these seniors ashamed. Chapter 021 Song's mother, he is just a gigolo. After taking a short nap, Mo woke up. After reading the comments, he was very satisfied. The praise from fans is also one of the motivations for him to create this account. Your father and I are leaving this afternoon, so don't see me off. Just focus on your work. He called his parents first. Then, he asked Su Yuqing about the baby's condition. Handmade, it's still entry level. After dinner, he opened the system interface and took a look. All 4 skills are entry level, not even one is proficient, let alone master. You still need to practice more. He thought about it and decided that he would have to practice weaving, embroidery, and pottery making in the future. Maybe he could increase his proficiency faster and upgrade his skills. Wisdom Eyes. He opened the stock trading software. Yesterday, in order to deal with his parents, he transferred a lot of money into his stock trading account, just enough to use as startup capital. Zhengtian shares are rising sharply. Neptune Pharmaceuticals, slight increase. With just a glance at the stocks, he could roughly predict their trends. He chose the one with the largest increase and bought all of it. When it reached the highest point of the day, he sold it immediately, then quickly bought the next one and repeated the previous operation. By the time the market closed, the original capital of more than 1 million had become more than 10 million. This money comes too fast. Yi Mo felt a little emotional. Stock trading is indeed a way to get rich quickly. However, most people lose a lot when investing in stocks and are exploited by the market makers. Invest in another foreign stock. He already had a foreign stock account, but there wasn't much money in it. He logged in, transferred some money over, and started doing the same thing. His actions also became much bolder. He bought in large quantities and then sold them frequently, and the amount in his account continued to double. As of 4 in the morning, the account profit had reached 20 million US dollars. I made nearly 140 million in one day. Yi Mo let out a long sigh, feeling a little excited. The next day, he continued to trade stocks. When he had free time, he would take some jade and practice. At the end of the day, he earned nearly 300 million yuan. As his capital increased, he made money faster, just like a snowball that got bigger and bigger. At the end of the third day, his profit from foreign stocks had reached 200 million US dollars. There was also a profit of 100 million in the domestic stock market. Stop it for now. He did not continue, as he made so much money from frequent short-term trading, which would easily attract attention. Yi Mo Newbie Dad, Junior Super Rich. Wealth value, 11. Ability value, 4. When he opened the system interface again, his wealth value had increased by 2 points, which was higher than the increase he had gained from getting a building. Assets, 1.385 billion in deposits, a Tianjue Yuan residence, a Xinguang International building, 5% of Wangi Group shares, a Lamborghini Urus. Debt, 3.24 million. Click on the wealth column to clearly see all his current assets. Finally, you look a bit rich. He smiled. Before, his wealth was all in shares and real estate, and he only had a few million on hand. Now that he has earned so much and has so much money to spend, he can be considered a truly rich man. Nini had a good sleep and he didn't get up until the afternoon. As usual, he asked about the 2 babies. Now, the 2 babies are his biggest concern. After dinner, I was about to edit a video when my cell phone rang. The surname is Yi. As soon as I picked up the phone, a slightly harsh voice came from the other end, and the tone was very impolite. Yi Mo frowned, recognizing the voice. Song Jia's mother, Wang Yan. This woman has always been dissatisfied with him. When they were discussing the bride price, she asked for an exorbitant amount of 680,000 yuan, and later she only negotiated it down to 300,000 yuan. How? He said in a deep voice. You are awesome. Didn't you find a bunch of lawyers to sue us? Our family has paid back the money. Anyway, Jia has found someone better than you, so 300,000 is nothing. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yan said with great pride. Yeah? Yi Mo sneered. Of course. With Jia's conditions, it would be easy for her to find a rich husband. She was blind to find a stingy guy like you. Wang Yan sneered. Pay back the money first. Yi Mo was too lazy to get angry and said in a cold voice. Come and get it yourself. Wang Yan gave the address of a bank and hung up the phone triumphantly. What a miser. It's only 300,000 yuan, why bother hiring so many lawyers? He also wants compensation for mental damages. I think he is crazy because of poverty. Pay him back as soon as possible, and draw a clear line with him, so that he won't bother our family again. She put down her phone and said to her daughter Song Jia, who was standing beside her. At this moment, the two were sitting in the back seat of a Porsche. In the front driver's seat sat a man wearing a black suit and gold-framed glasses. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a handsome appearance and a scholarly air. Mom, don't be angry. This kind of scum is not worth it. The man looked through the rearview mirror and smiled. This guy named Yi is a complete scumbag. He's dating Jia here, and he already has a child there. Don't you think he's a scumbag? He actually has the nerve to ask for the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift back. He's just a gigolo. He probably asked women for the money to hire a lawyer. Wang Yan became angrier and angrier the more she cursed. You're better, Yuntao. You graduated from a prestigious university, have a good job, and have a bright future. You're 100 times better than him. She looked at the driver and smiled. She was very satisfied with this new son-in-law. He came from a local family in H City. Not only was his family financially well off, but he was also capable. He had earned several million at a young age. He would have a great future and was definitely a wealthy son-in-law. Mom, you're flattered. The man smiled. You are too modest. Jia Jia will be happy if she follows you. Wang Yan smiled. It's my honor to marry Jia Jia. The man said again. Song Jia glanced at him and nodded slightly. Compared to EMO, his appearance was not as outstanding, but whether it was his family background, education, or income, he was much better than EMO and indeed met her standards. As for EMO, she had really thought that he might be a billionaire, but later she thought that this was simply impossible. Both families were discussing marriage and knew each other well. If Yemo's family was really that rich, there was no way she didn't know. The only possibility is that he was pretending. The money that Yemo used to hire a lawyer was also given by that woman. We arrived at the bank. After driving for a while, the car stopped in front of a bank. Mom, I'll withdraw 880,000 yuan later. 300,000 yuan will be given to you, and the remaining 580,000 yuan will be given to you when we get engaged. How about that? After getting off the car, the man asked Wang Yan. Okay. Give him 300,000 first to get rid of that miser, and then we can plan the wedding properly. Wang Yan nodded repeatedly, looking very pleased with herself, and took the lead into the bank. Chapter 022, More Than a Billion. Song's mother fainted. Yemo drove to the bank. There were quite a lot of people inside, and the seats in the hall were full. Yemo took a quick glance and saw Song Jia, her mother Wang Yan, and a man in his 20s. Yemo? When Wang Yan saw him for the first time, she didn't recognize him. Hey! He's dressed up like a real guy, worthy of being called a gigolo. He can only rely on this face to live off his wife. She rolled her eyes and sneered when she recognized him. Song Jia looked up and was stunned for a moment. Is this dazzlingly handsome man in front of me really Yemo? The changes are so huge. Let me introduce you. This is Yuntao, Jia Jia's boyfriend. He graduated from a prestigious university and works in the financial industry. He is young and promising, with a bright future ahead of him. He and Jia Jia are going to get married soon. By the way, Yuntao is not as stingy as you. The betrothal gift he gave was 880,000. Wang Yan crossed her legs, raised her sarcastic old face, and said boastfully. Hello? Yuntao smiled politely. But there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. The face in front of him was so handsome that it made him envious and jealous. Snort! He's just a pretty boy. That's all. Then, he comforted himself, with a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. Yuntao? Is your last name Bai? Yemo glanced at him with a strange look. My last name isn't Bai. Yuntao was a little puzzled. Then he reacted and his face turned red instantly. If his last name is Bai, wouldn't that be Bai Yuntao? This guy is clearly humiliating him. He clenched his fists and suppressed his anger, thus not losing his temper. It is unnecessary to argue with such a person, which will only make him lose his status. What a pity! Yemo shook his head with a look of regret. By the way, where's the money? What are you in such a hurry for? Don't you see there are so many people here? Wang Yan rolled her eyes again. We just arrived. Even though we're in the VIP channel, it'll take a while before it's our turn. She deliberately said the word VIP very loudly. Yemo nodded and said nothing more. He walked aside and took a number. What are you taking the number for? Wang Yan looked over and said in a shrill voice. Save money. Yemo found a seat and sat down. Wang Yan curled her lips and said nothing. The money this guy wants to save must be the 300,000. After waiting for a long time and still not getting a number, Yemo became a little impatient. The bank originally had a row of windows, but now only 2 are open, and the speed is as slow as a turtle. At the VIP channel, it was almost Wang Yan and the others' turn. Can you open another channel? How long do we have to wait? Yemo stood up and walked towards a bank employee next to him. After looking at the name tag, he found out that he was the lobby manager. Hello, sir. May I ask what business you would like to handle? If it is a general and simple business, we can do it at the counter here and you don't need to queue up. The hall manager said with a smile. It's a deposit, a large denomination certificate of deposit. Yi-Mo said. Sir, do you have online banking? I can do it there as well. I've looked it up. The amount I want to apply for is a bit large, and online banking can't handle it, so I came here to ask. Yi-Mo said. Sir, how many are you going to do? The lobby manager was startled. This shouldn't happen. Online banking should be able to do it. A few 100 million. Yi-Mo hesitated for a moment and said. Well, what? The lobby manager was stunned for a moment, then screamed with an expression of disbelief. He almost thought he had heard it wrong. This man in front of me wants to apply for a large deposit certificate worth hundreds of millions? If one really had so much money, why would one need to apply for a large denomination certificate of deposit? Moreover, if someone really had so much money, he would have been invited to the president's office and received by the president in person. Why would he still be queuing in the lobby? Wang Yan and others on the side also heard it and were all stunned. Wang Yan laughed immediately. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is a pauper. He can't even come up with a few 100,000. How can he get hundreds of millions? Yun Tao also sneered. How many hundreds of millions? You will die if you don't blow it. Who, if they have hundreds of millions, would still deposit large denomination certificates of deposit? Just find a good fund and you don't know how much you can earn in a year. After hearing this, the hall manager frowned again and looked at Yi-Mo carefully. Sir, you are not kidding. Do I look like I'm kidding? Yi-Mo said calmly. He opened his phone, flipped to the text message page and showed it. This. After taking a closer look, the hall manager's eyes suddenly widened in shock. This was a transfer text message, which showed that two sums of money were transferred to their bank account one after another. The first sum was more than 100 million, and the second sum was as much as 1.2 billion. The densely packed zeros almost made his eyes dizzy. Gurgle. He swallowed hard and finally came to his senses. Excuse me, sir. He bowed hurriedly, his expression becoming extremely respectful. This is a genuine billionaire, with over $1 billion in deposits alone. You can imagine how wealthy he is. And these two amounts of money were just transferred to their bank not long ago. Their bank must keep this money and must not transfer it to other banks. Please wait a moment. I will inform the president and ask him to come and receive you in person. After saying that, he turned around and trotted away. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan and the other two were stunned. What is going on? Why did the hall manager's attitude change so quickly? He even had to ask the bank president for help. Is it that necessary? Could it be that this Mr. Yi really has hundreds of millions in savings? This incredible thought gradually came to their minds, shocking them and making them find it hard to believe. This is impossible. Wang Yan shook her head vigorously. She would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. This guy named Yi really had hundreds of millions. This was more ridiculous than the sun rising from the west. Song Jiao was stunned for a long time at the side. Suddenly, her body trembled and her pretty face turned pale. She vaguely understood that the rumors about Yi-Mo's billionaire identity were probably true. It's absolutely true. Her delicate body swayed, her expression became more and more dazed, and her hands unconsciously grabbed her thighs, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Hey! My dear guest, please come in. Talk to me about what you want to do. Day. A half-bald man rushed out quickly from inside, came to Yi-Mo, stretched out his hand and shook it warmly, then respectfully invited Yi-Mo in. This scene attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Who is he? The president of the bank is personally meeting us. He must be very rich. Everyone started talking about it. The expressions of Wang Yan and the other two became even uglier. What did he show you just now? Seeing the lobby manager coming back, Wang Yan walked up and asked. Oh. It's a text message of incoming payment. How much money is there? Are there really hundreds of millions? This must be fake. Wang Yan still felt a little lucky and thought there couldn't be so many. A few 100 million? Oh. That's less. It must be more than 10 billion. The hall manager smiled and said, that guy is really rich. Tens of billions? Wang Yan's whole body shook violently, as if struck by lightning. She froze for a moment, her eyes rolled back, her body swayed, and she fell down. Chapter 023, Preparing Milk Powder for the Baby. Mom, are you okay? Song Jia quickly stepped forward and supported her mother. Tens of billions? Wang Yan's whole body was limp, her eyes were lifeless, and she just kept mumbling. She totally couldn't believe it and couldn't accept this fact. At the side, Yun Tao was sitting there with a dazed look on his face. Isn't it said that the guy is just a pretty boy who has nothing good to offer except for his good looks? How did he become a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Then he shuddered violently and his face turned pale. He works in the financial industry, and if he offends a super rich man with more than 1 billion in cash, the consequences could be serious. Office of the President. Yi Mo had a pleasant conversation with the half-bald president in front of him. Mr. Yi, this is my treasured pre-rain Longjing tea, please try it. President Wu Jigang diligently brewed the tea and brought it to Yi Mo. President Wu, you're too polite. Yi Mo smiled slightly, picked it up and took a sip, not bad. Since Mr. Yi likes it, take some. President Wu brought a can of tea, pushed it over, and smiled warmly. He had just checked and found that this person did have nearly 1.4 billion in deposits in their bank, all of which had just been transferred in. He must do everything he could to keep this money and absolutely could not let it go. What does Mr. Yi do? I just run my own media and trade stocks. I made all this money from trading stocks. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Yi Mo smiled. The source of his money is very clean. Stock trading? Great. Great. President Wu was surprised and exclaimed in admiration. Mr. Yi, the thing is, the large denomination certificates of deposit you want to buy are actually limited in amount. You can't buy hundreds of millions. How about this? I recommend you a few financial products from our bank. They are principal guaranteed and you will never lose money. Is that so? That's fine. Yi Mo thought about it and nodded. Having so much money already, he doesn't pursue any returns, just stability. Then take a look, these are all good. President Wu took out a brochure and handed it over. Yi Mo took a look and picked one at random. Mr. Yi, if you want to save money in the future, you must remember our bank. We will give you the biggest discount, and we will also give you many gifts during festivals. President Wu escorted him out of the office and shook hands warmly. Of course. Yi Mo smiled politely. Then he turned and walked back into the hall. When she saw him, Song Jia's expression changed and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. She clenched her hands and her pretty face turned pale. Beside her, Wang Yan sat blankly, her eyes empty and lifeless. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Yun Tao stood up, looking uneasy. You haven't withdrawn the money yet? Forget it, don't withdraw it, just transfer it to me. Yi Mo glanced at him and said. Well. Yun Tao responded quickly. Let us go. After reporting his bank card number, Yi Mo turned and left. Mr. Yi, walk slowly. The lobby manager escorted me all the way to the door. After getting in the car and driving for a while, Yi Mo received a text message indicating that the 300,000 had arrived. He breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, he had nothing to do with the Song family. After returning home and taking a shower, he rushed to Su Yuqing's house. He took the pair of dragon and phoenix jade and went to the maternity and baby store near her home and bought a lot of things, including a large number of consumables such as diapers and some toys that the baby liked. You bought so much again. Aunt Yun opened the door for him. Not much. They are all needed. Yi Mo entered the house. Just as I put my things down, I saw the door of the toilet opened and a figure walked out. She had just finished showering and was wearing a bathrobe, revealing her snow-white shoulders and a pair of slender, white legs. Unlike the usual thin legs, hers were slightly plump and had a slight fleshy feel. This did not affect the beauty of her legs at all, but made them look more sexy and mature. She stepped out, holding a towel and wiping her hair. A charming face, shrouded in hazy mist, looks even more beautiful. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the agent, Yang Mani? The next moment, Yang Mani also saw him and was instantly petrified, freezing in place. Ah! She screamed and quickly ran into the room next door. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Su Yuqing came out of her room. You're here. Seeing Yi Mo, she smiled. Yi Mo looked at her, and surprise flashed in his eyes again. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, which perfectly showed off her devilish figure and was extremely hot. Especially that pair of legs, tightly wrapped in jeans, very straight and slender, extremely eye-catching. She was not wearing any makeup, but her face was still dazzlingly beautiful, with her black hair cascading down her shoulders. Yemo came back to his senses and nodded at her. It's just right. You can give the babies a bath and give them a massage. They love it. Su Yuqing smiled. Good. Yemo responded and went to get the bathtub and towels. When he came back, Yang Mani had already changed her clothes and was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Yemo, she glared at him fiercely. Mani, he didn't mean it. It's your fault for being so careless. Su Yuqing sat aside, holding the baby and smiling. Forget it. I won't suffer any loss anyway. Yang Mani curled her lips and muttered. Why are you still here? Yemo glanced at her and asked. She has been here for almost 4 days. Whether I am here or not is none of your business. This is Yuqing's home. Why are you so anxious to be the male host? Yang Mani joked. Cough. Yemo coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Mani, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Yuqing scolded in a low voice. I'm not talking nonsense. He wants to control me. It must be that he wants to be the master of the house. Yang Mani said with a smile. Yemo didn't dare to interrupt. He just boiled the water, adjusted the temperature, and then started to bathe the 2 babies. So professional? Yang Mani was a little shocked when she saw Yemo massaging the baby. Yeah. He's awesome. Su Yuqing smiled. Then, as if she had thought of something, 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her cheeks. That day, he pressed her stomach. She still remembers the feeling. It was indeed very comfortable. I'll make some milk powder for the baby. After Yemo finished pressing the button, Su Yuqing stood up and went to get a can of milk powder. Eat milk powder now? Yemo was stunned. You can try it first. The baby is almost 4 months old. After a while, I will be busy with work and may not have time to breastfeed the baby. So you have to let the baby adapt first. Otherwise, if they don't drink milk powder, how will you take care of them? Su Yuqing said. That's right. Yemo nodded. Ding. System task triggered, make milk powder for the baby, you can get the skill cooking. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in his heart. Chapter 024. Is there anything else he can't do? Let me do it. Yemo walked over. Can you? Su Yuqing was stunned. I have learned it. Yemo nodded. He had previously made up for his lack of knowledge on parenting, and naturally had also learned how to make milk powder. Then come on. Su Yuqing smiled and handed over the can of milk powder in her hand. Give them a little less for the first time. Let them try it first and get used to it. I'll feed them some milk later. Yemo took it, then picked up the bottle and started brewing. When do you work? He asked casually. It's almost done. Su Yuqing walked aside and sat down. About half a month. Yang Mani said, I have already arranged it. I have found the best composer and lyricist. The album will be ready soon. We can start recording in about half a month. This album will definitely make you popular again. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and became a little excited. I'll be satisfied if I can achieve some results. Su Yuqing frowned slightly. After all, so many things happened before, it must have had a big impact. Hey! It's okay, you're a real talent, what are you afraid of? The impact won't be that big. Yang Mani smiled. For a talented queen, having a child is not a big scandal. As long as she has good works, everything will be fine. Yes. Yemo nodded and agreed. Given Su Yuqing's strength and status, this scandal has little impact on her. I hope so. Su Yuqing murmured. After a while, Yemo prepared the milk powder and gave it to the baby boy first. Aya. Aya. The little guy turned his head away, showing some resistance. Try it. It's delicious. Yemo smiled and put the pacifier to his mouth again. After a lot of effort, the little guy finally took a bite, then took a few more sips and seemed to think it tasted good. After feeding him halfway, Yemo started to feed the baby girl. The girl was much more obedient. She accepted it right away and started sucking quietly. Success! After feeding the baby with milk in the bottle, Yemo put the baby down. Ding! Mission completed, skill acquired cooking. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Cooking skills, this skill is not bad. Compared with skills like wisdom and nourishing chi, the skill of cooking is undoubtedly very ordinary. However, it is still very useful. You can cook for your baby in the future. I'll feed them some more. Su Yuqing came over, took the two babies away and went into the bedroom. Yang Mani also followed. Yuqing, have you grown bigger again? You are deliberately making fun of me, right? How can you do such a thing? He and I are not that close. You've already given birth to a child, why are you so shy? That day was just an accident. Didn't I tell you that? Hey! Didn't you hate him before? You even told me to chase him away and stay away from him. Why have you changed now? That's because I haven't met him yet. Now that I've met him, I think he's quite nice. Faintly, there was a sound coming from the bedroom. Yemo listened for a while and walked towards the kitchen. Auntie Yun, let me do it. He was ready to try out his newly acquired cooking skills. How can I trouble you? Cooking is my job. Aunt Yun waved her hand. It's okay, let me do it today. Yemo smiled. Okay. Seeing how persistent he was, Aunt Yun had no choice but to agree. Pigeons, pigs trotters, and fish. Yemo took a look at the ingredients for tonight and quickly came up with an idea. He put on his apron and began to work. He already knew how to cook, and he was pretty good at it. Now with the help of system skills, he was even better. He cooked quickly and skillfully, especially his knife skills, which stunned Aunt Yun, who was standing beside him. She had only seen this kind of knife skills on TV before. That's amazing. The more she looked, the more amazed she was, and she praised it repeatedly. Yemo, can you cook? Su Yuqing and the others walked out of the bedroom, heard the noise coming from the kitchen, and came over. Looking inside, they were both stunned. The one who was cooking was not Aunt Yun, but Yemo. Looking at his movements, it is clear that he is extremely experienced and skilled, like a master chef who has been immersed in the culinary art for decades. A little bit. Yemo smiled and said modestly. The two stood there, speechless. Is this a little bit? Look at the knife skills, it's obvious that he is a master. What else can't he do? Sitting back in the living room, Yang Mani smiled bitterly. This man is simply amazing. Not only can she make gold items, carve jade, and do massage, but now she can also cook, and she is so good at everything. Those jade carving masters said that this guy's level is definitely among the best in the country. Many masters who have been carving jade for a lifetime are far inferior to him. And how old is he? She looks only about 24 or 25, so young. Su Yuqing also smiled bitterly. This Yemo is a bit too powerful. Tasty. It smells so good. When the dishes were served, they couldn't wait to take a bite and were amazed. This cooking skill is absolutely top-notch. If it tastes good, eat more. Yemo was also very happy to hear the praise. Then I won't be polite. Yang Mani ate the food with big mouthfuls, her movements somewhat boldly. With you here, I won't have to worry about the baby being hungry anymore. Su Yuqing became much more ladylike. She tasted every dish and then smiled at Yemo. After dinner, Yemo played with the baby for a while. Before leaving, he left the 2 pieces of jade behind. Back in the studio, he practiced his skills for a while, making gold and jade carvings. Make some clothes for the baby. He began to study and do some weaving and embroidery handicrafts. He had already prepared the equipment, tools, and materials early on, so there was no need to buy them. The main issue was style design. Let us do the national style. He thought about it and decided to choose the traditional Chinese style. After looking at many ancient costumes, he soon got inspiration and started designing. After finalizing the draft, he began production. Babies are small in size, so clothes require less fabric and are simpler to make. The only troublesome thing is embroidery, which is very time-consuming. However, for Yemo, this is not a difficult task. He has fast hands and can finish an embroidery in just a few hours, which would take most people half a month to complete. In just one night, he made 2 sets of clothes. Not bad. He was quite satisfied with the results. The next step is to edit the video, add music, and then post it. What's this? When the fans saw it, they were stunned. Isn't this account about jewelry and jade? Why is it embroidering clothes? When they clicked on it and took a closer look, they were shocked. Although she changed to embroidery, it was still so amazing, with such superb skills that they were dazzled and amazed. How come he knows everything? Is he a monster? After watching it, they were all impressed. What pretty baby clothes! This video has also attracted more people's attention, especially women, including many mothers, who were attracted by these two sets of beautiful baby clothes. All of a sudden, Yemo's fans surged again, quickly breaking through the 6 million mark. Chapter 025. He can pick up girls even if he drives a tractor. The only Bugatti showroom in H City. A figure walked in. He was wearing a black suit, was tall, straight as a sword, and looked very heroic. He also had an extremely handsome face, with cheeks as sharp as a knife. Under a pair of handsome sword-like eyebrows were a pair of bright, deep black eyes, which were full of spirit and seemed to have spiritual energy. As soon as he came in, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. So handsome. The women in the hall were all amazed, with strange lights flashing in their beautiful eyes. Fuck. As for the men, they were all a little envious and jealous. Hello, sir, are you here to look at the car? A pretty, well-dressed female salesperson immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically. She is tall, slim, with fair skin and a pair of beautiful legs and black stockings that are quite eye-catching. Yemo nodded. Are these the only two models? Looking around, there were only 2 cars in the hall. Yes, as you know, this is a top luxury sports car. Of course, there are not many models. This is the Veyron, and this is the newer Chiron. It has more powerful performance and, of course, is more expensive. The saleswoman laughed. How many? Yemo asked. This one is 45 million. The saleswoman said, it's quite expensive. It's a bit expensive. Yemo nodded. His previous Lamborghini Urus only cost over 3 million. Yes. The saleswoman responded, you can stand closer and take a look. It's okay. No need, just buy it. Yemo smiled. Wow, what? The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes gradually widened, and she could hardly believe her ears. Did this person just say he bought it? Oh my god. Did she hear that right? She looked at Yemo with a dazed look on her face. Their cars are too expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. Even some wealthy people can't afford them, so every time someone comes in they just come to take a look, and they are used to it. I didn't expect this person to come in and buy it without even looking at it. This is a $45 million car. I said, buy it. Swipe the card. Yemo quickly took out a bank card. The saleswoman opened her mouth wide, and was shocked to the point of being dazed. Sir, this way please. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, her face flushed with excitement. She bowed and led Yemo to the side. The people around were also stunned. As soon as he entered the door, he took out his card and bought the car without saying a word. How generous. Who is he? I think he must be a top-notch rich second generation, a noble son. The women talked excitedly, their eyes sparkling. Yemo was already very familiar with the process of buying a car. By the time he had completed all the steps and received the temporary license plate, it was already afternoon. It is indeed a top-notch sports car. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, there was a loud bang, which was extremely cool. This feeling is so cool. Every man has a dream of owning a sports car, and Yemo is no exception. Today, his dream finally came true. Then, he thought of something and took out a business card from his chest pocket. It was given to him by the female salesperson just now. Her beautiful legs in black stockings and her enthusiastic attitude left a deep impression on him. Never mind. He smiled bitterly and threw the business card aside. Boom. He stepped on the accelerator again, started the car, and drove out. Oh my god. Bugatti. Along the way, it attracted countless enthusiastic gazes. Hey. Yemo. After a while, he received a call from Fusiwei. What's wrong? Can you do me a favor? Come to my house and pick me up. Fusiwei said hesitantly on the other end of the phone, also, there's a party tonight with all the classmates in our class. Do you want to come with us? Oh. Okay. After thinking about it, Emo agreed. That's great, see you later. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Emo changed direction and drove towards her home. At this time, a red Ferrari was parked downstairs of Fu Siwei's house, and a young man was leaning against the car door with a cigarette in his mouth. He looks quite handsome, but his temperament is a little greasy. Especially the pink suit, which is very eye-catching. You just don't believe me, you won't come downstairs today. What boyfriend is there to pick you up? Where did you get a boyfriend? He took a deep puff of his cigarette, looked towards the 7th floor and smiled. He has dated so many girls, he is very familiar with these tricks. He just makes up a boyfriend, just to find someone to take the blame. This routine is outdated. He wanted to see what kind of person this woman could find to block her. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he felt proud again. He is determined to get this woman. With his financial resources and charm, there is no woman he can't win. Call. He exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled contentedly. Boom. After a while, he heard something, which seemed to be the sound of the accelerator. What kind of car is this? It's awesome. He was stunned for a moment. When he turned his head, he was stunned and his eyes suddenly widened. At the other end of the road, an extremely cool sports car came driving over. Its streamlined body, cool shape, and the roaring engine sound like a beast were simply so cool. Fuck. Bugatti. He blurted out a cry, and the cigarette in his mouth fell straight down, burning a hole in his trouser leg. But he was completely unaware and just stared blankly at the sports car approaching in front of him. This is a Bugatti. More than 10 times more expensive than the Ferrari behind him. This is truly a dream sports car. Wasn't that woman the one who invited us here? Suddenly, his mind moved and an incredible idea flashed through his mind. The owner of this sports car was the one that the woman hired to take the blame. Impossible. How could she possibly know such a rich man? Absolutely impossible. The next moment, he shook his head violently. At this time, the sports car slowly slowed down, came closer, and stopped. The scissor door opened and a person walked out. He took a closer look and was shocked again. The man in front of him who got off the Bugatti was so handsome that even he, a man, felt amazed and admired him a little. What the hell? It took him a long while to come back to his senses and he cursed softly. With this appearance, this guy can pick up countless girls even if he drives a tractor, not to mention that he drives a Bugatti. How can people survive this? He looked down at himself, then at the Ferrari behind him, and suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that he felt so poor and so frustrated. At this moment, he really wanted to get in the car and slip away. What if it's not him? He murmured, still holding a glimmer of hope in his heart. He lit another cigarette, took a deep puff, forced himself to calm down, leaned against the car door, and continued to wait. Chapter 26, Attending a Dinner. Creak. The door to the corridor opened and a beautiful figure walked out. She was wearing a black, fitted dress decorated with sequins, which showed off her graceful and curvy figure, which was full and almost hot. A pair of perfect legs, wrapped in black stockings, so sexy. A layer of light makeup was applied to her already beautiful face, making her look even more radiant and charming. She was carrying a small silver bag and walking out in high heels. Her long, jet black hair fluttered in the wind, and she was so beautiful that it was almost breathtaking. Emo was stunned for a moment. Today's school beauty Fu seems a little different and better looking. Especially this figure. When I saw her before, she was always wearing professional attire. Although it showed off her figure, it was not as good as this slim-fitting dress. This set of clothes perfectly showed off her curves, especially the cleavage on her chest, which seemed unfathomable. The stockings on her legs were half-length, reaching just above the knees, with a circle of lace on the edges. The flesh on the thigh was squeezed to leave a shallow mark, which looked very tempting. He looked it up and down and nodded slightly. This outfit is absolutely amazing. The man in pink next to the Ferrari was also stunned, staring at the pair of legs with his eyes wide open. Gurgle. He couldn't help swallowing. Fu Siwei walked out, raised her hand to lightly gather her hair, and her beautiful eyes swept across the car. She saw the red Ferrari at first sight. Instantly, her dark eyebrows slightly frowned, and a hint of disgust flashed across her eyes. When she turned her eyes again and saw the other side, she was stunned for a moment. That car is? And that person, is it really Emo? Her lips couldn't help but open wider, and her beautiful eyes opened wider and wider, full of shock and disbelief. His change is so huge. And that car, if she was not mistaken, should be a Bugatti, a top-of-the-line sports car. Why, you can't recognize it. Yemo smiled and walked up. Fu Siwei screamed and woke up. The changes are really huge, she said with a wry smile. You've changed a lot. Yemo smiled and waved at her. Let's go. She responded softly and walked down the stairs slowly. Seeing this scene, the young man in pink was stunned. His hunch was right, that guy was really invited by her. Then he smiled bitterly. That guy is not only more handsome than him, but also richer than him. He really doesn't have the face to confront him. He waited until he saw someone getting on the bus before he got in and left dejectedly. You asked me to pick you up because of that guy, right? In the car, Yemo glanced at Fu Siwei and smiled. He had roughly guessed it when he first saw the man. Fu Siwei sat down and adjusted her sitting posture. Because it was a sports car, the chassis was particularly low. After sitting down, her pair of beautiful legs in black stockings were slightly raised, and her posture was particularly hot. It's him, his last name is Hu, a rich young man. His father's company hired us as legal advisors. She tugged lightly at the waist of her clothes and complained. I think after today, he won't bother me anymore. She looked around with her beautiful eyes, full of amazement. It's worthy of being a Bugatti, so cool. This is the first time in my life that I've ridden in such an expensive car. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, found several angles, and took a few selfies. Seat belt. Yemo reminded. Oh. Only then did she remember to pull up her seatbelt and fasten it. Yemo was stunned for a moment. Her seatbelt just passed through the two peaks. When he took another look at that pair of sexy legs in black stockings, he was overwhelmed. He quickly turned his head and looked straight ahead. Aren't these stockings pretty? Fu Siwei said in surprise. How about I change a pair? I brought a few more pairs with me, just in case you say they don't look good. As she spoke, she opened her bag and took out 2 pairs of stockings, one pair of long black stockings, and the other pair of mesh stockings. No need. These are nice looking. Yemo said hurriedly. The space in the car is already small, and changing stockings here would be an unimaginable scene. If you say it looks good, that's it. Fu Siwei smiled sweetly and put the stockings away. Yemo started the car and drove out. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a shopping mall in the city center. After parking the car, the two went up to the 3rd floor of the shopping mall. Along the way, the combination of the handsome man and the beautiful woman attracted the attention of passers-by and exclamations from time to time. School beauty Fu. When I arrived at the door of a restaurant, a man came out to greet me. Why call me school beauty? It's so embarrassing. Fu Siwei smiled. This is Yemo? When the man saw Yemo, he was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. It's him. How's he? He's changed a lot, right? Fu Siwei said. It's more than just huge. The man sighed. Yemo, do you still remember me? Zhou Yong. Of course I remember. Yemo nodded. Long time no see. If it wasn't for Miss Fu mentioning it, I wouldn't have known you were also in H City. Come on, there are quite a few of you here. Let's get together and have a meal when we are free. Zhou Yong came over and patted Yemo on the shoulder. The two were quite familiar with each other in high school. Then, he led Yemo and the other two into the store and soon entered a private room. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting in the box. Is it really Yemo? After seeing Yemo, they were all a little surprised. When he was in high school, Yemo was indeed the most handsome boy in class, but his appearance now is very different from what it is now, especially his temperament has changed even more. Now he's so handsome. The 2 female classmates laughed. Among the 3 men, one looked at Yemo, then at Fu Siwei, and his expression became a little unnatural. However, he quickly hid it, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and said with a smile, Yemo, do you still remember me? Sun Haoyang. Remember. Yemo smiled at him. Sit, sit, sit. Zhou Yong invited the 2 to take a seat. Sit here. Fu Siwei pulled Yemo and motioned for him to sit next to her. This action seemed a little intimate, and the other people were a little surprised when they saw it. Why do the 2 of them look like they are quite close? Not likely. Although Yemo is handsome, Principal Fu has extremely high standards and doesn't like ordinary people. Having a good appearance is far from enough. Sun Haoyang narrowed his eyes, and a hint of intense jealousy flashed in his eyes. Then, he smiled at Yemo and said, Yemo, I haven't heard anything about you in these years. What did you do after graduating from college? Which company did you work for? I remember that you attended an ordinary university at that time, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became a little strange. Back then, Yemo's grades were usually very good. If he had performed normally, it would have been easy for him to get into a key school. But unfortunately, he did not do well in the exam and just barely made it to the first tier line. Sun Haoyang brought this up on purpose, didn't he? Chapter 027 Yemo, you are shameless. I used to work at Wangi, but now I've quit and want to work in self-media. Yemo smiled, looking normal. He saw clearly what Sun Haoyang meant, but he was too lazy to care about it. Wangi is a good company. With your academic qualifications, it's not easy to get into Wangi. Why did you quit? Sun Haoyang said with a smile, and there was a strong sense of superiority in his words. It's boring. Yemo smiled. At the side, Fu Siwei moved her lips as if she wanted to speak, but after looking at Yemo, she still didn't say anything. Yemo has always been low-key and probably doesn't want to reveal his identity. It's not easy to work in self-media. It's been difficult in the past 2 years. Sun Haoyang added, his expression already somewhat smug. This old classmate isn't doing very well. Yes. Yemo nodded. Sun Haoyang, whose family is rich, used to love showing off, and he is too lazy to fight for it. Yemo, you must have a girlfriend, right? At this time, a female classmate asked. They already have children. Yemo smiled. You already have children? The female classmate immediately widened her eyes and looked shocked. In their generation, not many people even get married, let alone have children. The speed is too fast. Fuck. Yemo, you already have a child? How old is he? Zhou Yong also exclaimed. Sun Haoyang was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fu Siwei and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he is overthinking, and that's right. With her eyes, she doesn't even look down on herself, let alone Yemo. Now that Yemo already has a child, that's even more impossible. Almost 4 months. 2 twins. A boy and a girl. Yemo smiled and said with some pride. That's amazing. 1 son and 1 daughter. That's fine. It's perfect. Zhou Yong and his companions laughed. After chatting for a while, the dishes came and everyone at the table started eating happily. Unable to resist the persuasion, Yemo also drank some wine. Sun Haoyang didn't target him on purpose anymore, but when he was drunk, he kept bragging about how successful his business was, how much money he made, and how many connections he had here. Yemo just smiled after hearing this. Come on, next time, let's go to the bar for another round of drinks. When they were almost done eating, Sun Haoyang suggested, there's a restaurant next door, the largest in the city. Don't worry, I'll treat you. I can, Miss Fu, Yemo, what about you guys? Zhou Yong looked towards Yemo. Bar? Fu Siwei frowned slightly. She doesn't really like going to noisy places because they are too chaotic. Are you going? She turned her head, looked at Yemo, and asked in a low voice. You can go sit down. Yemo said. He doesn't go to the bar very often, just a few times, and the last time he went was a year ago. Then I'll go too. Fu Siwei nodded. Seeing this scene, Sun Haoyang frowned and felt a little unhappy again. The relationship between Fu Xiaohua and Yemo is obviously closer than that between him and her. Let's go. Let's all go. He greeted everyone, walked out of the mall and went to the bar nearby. He skillfully opened a booth and ordered a few dozen beers and a few bottles of foreign liquor. Yemo, come on, let's have a few more drinks. He stood up, raised his glass and said to Yemo. Yemo smiled, raised his glass, gestured, and drank it all in one gulp. Come again. Sun Haoyang filled his own glass and raised it again. After Yemo filled his glass, he drank another one with him. After a few drinks, he was fine, but Sun Haoyang's cheeks turned red and he looked a little drunk. Almost, you're getting drunk. Yemo advised. No, I'm not drunk. Today, I will definitely get you drunk. Sun Haoyang muttered and raised his glass again. Haoyang, it's almost done. Zhou Yong and others all advised. Then take a break. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Mo looked at him helplessly. After saying that, he stood up and left the booth. Zhou Yong, he doesn't want to drink, so let's drink. Sun Haoyang leaned on Zhou Yong again and asked him to have a toast. Tell me, what's so good about that Yi guy? He's just a little more handsome. What else is he better than me? I'm richer and more talented than him. Why does Siwei treat him better than me? He was just a poor loser before, but now he's married and has kids. What's so good about this kind of person? After a few more drinks, he sat down, mumbling and complaining. Haoyang, you're drunk. Zhou Yong and the other men smiled bitterly. In fact, they also couldn't figure it out and didn't understand what school beauty Fu was thinking. After coming out of the toilet, Yi Mo looked around. The whole bar was very noisy. The sound of music, mixed with screaming and shouting, was deafening. The air is filled with the smell of alcohol. He frowned, somewhat disliking this atmosphere. He turned around and walked back to the booth. At this time, he saw a figure walking towards him. After taking a closer look, he was stunned for a moment. He remembered this person, Secretary Su from the board of directors. Secretary Su? He called out tentatively. Who are you? The man stopped and looked at it in surprise. I'm Yi Mo. Yi Mo? Oh. It's Mr. Yi. Secretary Su was stunned for a moment, then smiled warmly. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you, Mr. Yi, here. Are you coming to play too? Yi Mo smiled. Hey. How is that possible? Secretary Su immediately shook his head. I'm Mr. Ding's secretary. Of course I'm here with him. Mr. Ding likes to hang out in bars. I just went to buy him cigarettes. As he spoke, he showed the bag in his hand, which contained several cartons of high-end cigarettes. I see. Yi Mo smiled and said, then go quickly. Well. Secretary Su responded, watched him leave, then turned and left. Returning to the booth, Yi Mo sat down. Yi Mo, come on, have a few more drinks. Sun Haoyang stood up again and wanted to continue drinking with him. No, you're going to get drunk. Yi Mo waved his hand. Who wants to be drunk? You are not giving me face. Sun Haoyang frowned and shouted. Just think of it as me not giving you face. You really should stop drinking. Yi Mo said. You Yi Mo, how dare you not give me face? Sun Haoyang shouted angrily. Haoyang, sit down, sit down. Zhou Yong and others saw that the situation was not right, so they hurriedly pulled Sun Haoyang back to his seat. What a piece of shit. He has no shame. I drink with him because I respect him, otherwise, who would hang him out? He really thinks he's so great. Sun Haoyang sat down and kept cursing under the influence of alcohol. Yi Mo, don't worry about it. Haoyang is drunk. Zhou Yong and his companions tried to smooth things over. Yi Mo smiled, opened a bottle of water and started drinking. After a while, there was a sudden noise not far from their booth. It was a team of security guards who pushed through the crowd and walked towards the side with a rather aggressive attitude. Everyone around looked over. What's going on? Zhou Yong and his friends were also a little curious. It's Ding Shi. Boss Ding. Then, enthusiastic cheers were heard all around. Is it him? Zhou Yong, Sun Haoyang, and others were somewhat shocked. Then, he showed excitement. It's not every day you meet a big shot like this. At that moment, they all stood up and looked over there. At this time, the team got closer and they could see that among the crowd of security guards, there was indeed a figure who looked very much like Mr. Ding. He was holding a wine glass in his hand, smiling at everyone as he walked along, looking very friendly. When he got nearby, he stopped and looked around as if he was looking for someone. Chapter 028 Yi Mo's identity is exposed. What a great opportunity. Sun Haoyang slapped his thigh and sobered up a lot. He picked up the wine glass and walked forward. If he could offer a glass to Mr. Ding, he would have something to brag about in the future. He would be able to tell others that he had drunk with such a big shot. How proud he would be. Boss Ding. When he got closer, he raised his glass and shouted excitedly. Make way. However, Mr. Ding ignored him, didn't even look at him, and just walked straight past him. He froze for a moment, then immediately turned around and tried to chase after him. But at this moment, he saw an extremely incredible scene. The direction Mr. Ding was walking towards was actually his booth. What is going on? Mo? The next moment, an even more incredible scene appeared. Mr. Ding, holding a wine glass, walked straight up to Mo. He actually came here specifically to find Mo. Sun Haoyang stood there, his head buzzing in blank. Not only him, but also Zhou Yong and the other two female classmates, all had dazed and bewildered expressions at this moment. To them, this scene was too shocking and unbelievable. Who is Mr. Ding? He is a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. A truly prominent figure. Mo, on the other hand, was just an ordinary person, an old classmate who knew him well. Although he had worked at Wang Yi before, he was at most a clerk and now he had quit. With his status, how could he possibly get a big shot like President Ding to come and see him in person? This is so absurd, like a dream. Even Fu Siwei was a little shocked, her lips slightly opened with a look of surprise on her face. Mr. Ding. Hello? Mo stood up. Brother Yi, I finally see you. President Ding laughed. Secretary Su just told me that he ran into you here, and I thought that I must meet you today and have a drink. Secretary Su also said that we only need to see the most handsome one. It's true. Hey. What are you standing for? Come, sit down, let's have a drink. As he said that, he patted Mo's shoulder and sat down. Done. He raised the glass and handed it over, clinked it with Mo's, then drank it all in one gulp. Are these all your friends? He looked around and smiled. We are all former classmates, hanging out together. Mo put down his wine glass and said. Look, how about this? You can drink with them later, but come with me first and have a drink at my place. Mr. Ding patted Mo's shoulder and said with a smile. This okay? Mo still nodded. It was difficult for him to refuse the invitation from someone like Mr. Ding. Let's go. Let's have a few drinks today. President Ding stood up with a big laugh and left with Mo. Who is that guy? He's so handsome. I don't know. I guess he is a young master from some family, otherwise, why would Mr. Ding come to see him? There was an uproar and heated discussions in all directions. What is going on? The people walked away, but Zhou Yong, Sun Haoyang, and others were still in a daze. After a long while, they finally came to their senses, all with shocked and unbelievable expressions on their faces. I think I'm dreaming. A female classmate pinched her face and smiled bitterly. Yeah, how come Mo knows Mr. Ding? He seems to be very familiar with him? Zhou Yong said in a daze. Actually, I know a little bit. Fu Siwei looked around and whispered. What do you know? Zhou Yong and others looked over and asked curiously. Actually, Mo was very rich. He owns 5% of Wang Yi's shares, making him the third largest shareholder. Also, do you know what car he drove when he came here? A Bugatti. He said it was worth 45 million. Just a few days ago, he bought a Lamborghini SUV, saying it would be convenient for carrying the baby. Fu Siwei said. The more Sun Haoyang, Zhou Yong, and others listened, the more shocked they were, to an extent that could not be described anymore. Is Mo so rich? Sun Haoyang's eyes widened, his head was buzzing, and he felt dizzy. He never dreamed that Mo, whom he looked down upon, was actually a hidden super rich man. No wonder Mr. Ding came to invite him in person. When he thought about his previous boasting and bragging at the dinner table, his face turned red and he felt ashamed. Compared with others, the little money I have is nothing. It's incredible. Mo, he's hiding too deeply. Zhou Yong and others sighed. At the same time, they also realized why school beauty Fu was so close to Mo. It was because she knew Mo's identity. I didn't mean to hide it from you. He didn't say it, and it's not convenient for me to say it. Fu Siwei smiled bitterly. Understand. Understand. Hey. Siwei, Mo. Really has a child? Yes. But he hasn't married yet, and he said the pair of children were an accident. Fu Siwei said. Oh. No wonder you care so much about him. The two female classmates laughed. No way, don't talk nonsense. Fu Siwei blushed immediately. On the side, Sun Haoyang pursed his lips and said nothing. If it was before, he would definitely be jealous, but now, knowing Yemo's identity, he had no thoughts at all. More than half an hour passed before Yemo came back. After he went to Mr. Ding's box, he drank a lot of wine, one by one, and then he got away. Yemo, you've made us suffer so much. Zhou Yong stood up and smiled bitterly. You all know? Yemo glanced at them, then looked at Fu Siwei. I never thought that I would have an old classmate who was a billionaire in my life. A girl sighed. Yemo, I'm sorry. I lost my temper before. I apologize to you. Sun Haoyang stood up, poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Fine. Yemo smiled and sat down. It's getting late, we should go. After a while, he looked at the time and it was almost 10 o'clock. Then everyone dispersed. After leaving the bar, Yemo took a taxi and sent Fu Siwei home. She seemed a little drunk, her eyes became blurred, her face was red and she looked exceptionally pretty. Her hair stuck to Yemo's cheek, which felt a little itchy. With a light sniff, he could smell a very pleasant fragrance, which was the scent of her perfume, mixed with the scent of her body, which was a bit intoxicating. Yemo was not drunk, but at this moment, he was a little intoxicated. The woman beside him is charming, sexy and hot, and can satisfy all the man's imaginations. You're drunk. After a long time, his eyes became clear. He took off his coat and put it on her. When they arrived downstairs of her house, he helped her out of the car and walked her all the way upstairs. Chapter 029 The baby is sick. A moan. Fu Siwei woke up. She opened her misty eyes and looked around. It was a familiar bedroom. She pressed her forehead and still felt a little dizzy. Then, she glanced down and was stunned. She was only wearing underwear. He saw. The next moment, her face turned red. The underwear was a set and the style was quite bold. She hesitated for a long time yesterday before putting it on. How embarrassing. She raised her hands to cover her face, only to feel her cheeks burning incredibly hot. That's not right. I took off my clothes, but nothing happened? Am I not attractive enough? Then, she began to feel anxious again. I think I vomited, and vomited quite a lot. She thought about it carefully and was embarrassed again. She drank a lot of foreign liquor and didn't feel anything at first, but once the aftereffects hit her, she became drunk. After returning home, she vomited several times. Fu Siwei, why did you drink so much? You're ruining things. She slapped her forehead, feeling a little regretful. After drinking some water at the bedside, she threw back the quilt and got out of bed. She has a great figure. She is about 1.7 meters tall, very tall, and well proportioned. Her legs are particularly long, and the rest of her body is thin where it should be thin, and fat where it should be fat. There is not a single bit of excess fat on her body. Her skin was very white, like milk, soft and smooth, and her whole body was so white that it was dazzling. She walked forward with a pair of bare white feet. As her body sways, she creates a charming rhythm, like the ups and downs of waves. The living room was very clean and there was no strange smell. When I looked at the balcony again, I saw that even the clothes were washed. She was stunned for a moment. He is really attentive. She pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. He is rich, handsome, thoughtful, and caring. He is indeed a perfect marriage partner. The only downside is having kids. However, this doesn't seem to be a big problem, at least she doesn't care too much. Who is the child's mother? She felt that her strongest rival was the child's mother. After all, she had a pair of children and had an advantage over her. But Yemo never revealed any information, and she didn't know where the child's mother was from, or who was prettier compared to her. Forget it, let's talk about it later. She thought about it for a while, then shook her head, took off her clothes and went to the bathroom. In the studio, Yemo was still full of energy and was studying how to cook. The baby will soon be drinking milk powder and will also have complementary food soon. When he grows up a little, he can eat many things, so he has to research what dishes to cook for the baby in the future and practice his cooking skills at the same time. Let's film cooking today, just a few dishes. Compared to making gold and jade carvings, cooking is obviously simpler, but it is not easy to take a good picture. The angle, picture, and editing techniques all have very high requirements. After working on it for a whole night, he finally managed to edit a video and posted it online. As soon as this video was released, more than 6 million fans were stunned again. Why did this guy change his career again? Yesterday I was embroidering and making baby clothes, and today I switched to cooking. Fuck. Is he really omnipotent? He really is someone else's husband. Dad. The comments were extremely lively. After sleeping for a few hours, Yemo woke up and read the comments. He likes to read comments and see others praising him, which gives him a sense of accomplishment. After returning home and taking a shower, he went to the city center and drove the Bugatti back. Then he went to Su Yuqing's house. Yemo, take a look, is the baby catching a cold? As soon as I entered the door, I saw Su Yuqing holding the baby boy with a worried look on her face. Cold? Yemo's expression changed. It is very troublesome for a baby of this age to catch a cold. Let me see. He walked over quickly and saw that the boy looked listless, with snot running from his nose and a pale face, which indeed looked like symptoms of a cold. I just fed him milk, but he didn't drink much. Su Yuqing was a little anxious. Let me see, do you have a fever? Yemo reached out and touched the baby's forehead, which was a little hot. It's a little hot, like I have a fever. Yemo frowned. Yes. Seeing the baby in pain, Su Yuqing's heart ached. Why don't we go to the hospital? Good. Yemo nodded. Then you hold me first, I'll go change my clothes. After saying that, Su Yuqing handed the baby over, went into the house and changed her clothes. She wore a black coat, a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. You should wear one too. After looking at Yemo, she took out another mask. You will definitely have to queue up when going to the hospital, and you don't know how long you will have to wait, and it will be easy for you to be recognized. It didn't matter if she was photographed alone, but if Yemo was photographed, it would definitely have a huge impact on his life and would also cause an uproar in the entertainment industry, which was something she didn't want to see. Yemo was stunned for a moment, then took it. They asked Adyan to stay and take care of the baby girl, and the two of them took the baby boy and set off. Ding! Triggering an emergency task, take the baby to the hospital for treatment. After getting in the car, the system voice suddenly rang. Just when Yemo was wondering why there was no reward this time, the system's voice sounded again. You have obtained the ownership of Runhua International Medical Group in advance. Yemo was stunned. Get it in advance? This is the first time I've encountered this. Runhua International. He murmured, this hospital was exactly their destination. A well-known high-end private medical group with many branches in China has a good reputation. The nearby Runhua Hospital is also the largest hospital closest to Su Yuqing's home. Baby, be good. Don't cry. Don't cry. On the way, the boy seemed to be a little carsick and cried loudly in discomfort. Su Yuqing held the baby in her arms and kept coaxing him, feeling extremely distressed. Yemo also felt a little worried. The child felt bad, and as a father, he felt even worse. Arrive. About 10 minutes later, the car drove into Runhua Hospital. The two got out of the car and went straight to the registration office. It was already past 6 o'clock, and there were still a lot of people in the hospital, many of whom were bringing their children to see a doctor. After making an appointment, the two went outside the clinic and found a seat in a corner. Let me hold you. Yemo took the baby and started coaxing him. It's fine. Seeing that Su Yuqing was still worried, he smiled, reached out and held her hand, squeezing it gently. She was stunned for a moment and her body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly relaxed and did not resist, but let him hold her. She responded softly, smiled at Yemo, and her expression gradually calmed down. It's our turn. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally his turn. Yemo picked up the baby and followed Su Yuqing into the clinic. Chapter 030 Baby's identity information was leaked. Sui Nua, right? Are you his parents? The doctor was a man in his 30s. He looked at the registration form and then at Yemo and the others. When he saw Su Yuqing, he was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Most people wouldn't cover themselves up like this. Su Yuqing nodded. Let me take a look. You have some cold symptoms, and a slight fever. Well, go get your blood drawn and tested. After I read the report, I'll prescribe some medicine. The doctor stood up, checked the baby, sat back down, and wrote out a few test orders. You need a blood test? Su Yuqing was surprised. The baby is still so young, he must be afraid of pain. Of course we have to test it, because I can't rule out other possibilities and I can't prescribe any medicine. You'd better go quickly. The doctor shook his hands. Good. Su Yuqing nodded and stood up holding the baby. Let's go. She called out to EMO and walked out of the clinic. The two found the place where blood was drawn and waited for another while. Even at night, there are still many patients here. It's our turn. After 10 minutes or so, it was finally my turn. Good baby, don't be afraid of pain. Su Yuqing held the baby and walked to the blood drawing window. Nurse, be careful. She was a little worried and gave a warning. I know. The nurse drawing the blood responded with some impatience. She looked up at Su Yuqing, then suddenly narrowed her eyes, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. The voice just now seemed a little familiar. And her strict attire. She quickly suppressed her doubts, took out the needle for drawing blood, and pricked the baby's hand. With a cry, the baby cried loudly in pain. Be good, baby, don't cry. Don't cry. Su Yuqing felt very distressed. Okay. Press it with a cotton ball for a few minutes. After drawing the blood, the nurse picked up a cotton ball and pressed it on the needle hole. Come on. Go sit over there for a while. Yemo led Su Yuqing to an empty seat nearby and sat down. The blood was drawn and the next step was to wait. There were several tests and the results would take about an hour to come out. This person looks like Su Yuqing. At this time, the blood-drawing nurse looked through the window and became suspicious. Although the other person was covered tightly, she could still recognize him from the voice, which was very similar. Sui Nua. Surname Su. I looked at the baby's information again and it matched. Half a year ago, the rumor that Queen Su Yuqing was pregnant and went for a pregnancy test caused a sensation and shook the entire entertainment industry. Calculating the time, it matches the age of this baby. Could it really be her? The nurse became a little excited. This is big news. The diva's baby. And that man, I don't know if he is an assistant or the child's father. If he is the latter, that would be so exciting. At that moment, she secretly took out her mobile phone, took a picture of the baby's information, and then took a few pictures outside the window. Then, she sent it to several groups and showed it off proudly. Are you hungry? After waiting for a while, Yemo asked Su Yuqing. Not really hungry. Su Yuqing shook her head. There's a convenience store downstairs. I'll go buy some food and water. Yemo said with a smile. Okay. Su Yuqing glanced at the baby in her arms and nodded. Yemo got up, went downstairs, and bought some things at the convenience store. This hospital is not bad. After walking out of the store, he walked around and looked around. The whole hospital was very large and magnificently built, and all the facilities were very new. Have you heard? Su Yuqing is coming to our hospital. Su Yuqing? No way. The Queen. That's her. She brought her baby to see the doctor. Look, this is her son, Su Inua. She also brought a man with her, and I don't know who he is, but he might be the father. Su? Why is his last name Su? Hey. Just take her last name. She's so rich, it's easy. As he returned to the building, he heard a few nurses passing by talking excitedly. He paused and his expression changed suddenly, becoming gloomy. Not only was Su Yuqing recognized, but Nua's information was also leaked. The photo is a bit blurry. I can't see the baby clearly, nor the man's appearance. I guess it could be the father of the child. It can't be the assistant. The news spread so fast. It's all over Weibo. I think it will cause a sensation and become a trending search topic. After listening for a while, he quickened his pace and rushed upstairs. Let's go. He quickly walked to Su Yuqing and shouted in a deep voice. What's wrong? Su Yuqing was stunned and asked in confusion. You've been recognized, we've been photographed, and Nua's information has also been leaked by them. Yemo whispered. What? Su Yuqing exclaimed and her face changed. Nona was also photographed? Who did it? She was a little angry. They should be from the hospital. Let's go down first. Yemo said. The news has spread, and more people may come to take pictures of them, and there may even be reporters and paparazzi who will come to block them after hearing the news, which will be troublesome. Su Yuqing immediately stood up, followed Yemo downstairs and returned to the car. Uncle Don, drive to the underground parking lot and park in a corner. I'll go up and take care of it. Yemo said to Uncle Dong. Deal with it? Deal with what? Su Yuqing was stunned. Is there any hospital that would leak patient privacy so casually? We must seek justice for this matter. Yemo said coldly. He was really angry. It wasn't a big deal that he and Su Yuqing were photographed, as they were adults, but Nua was still a child, and her privacy was also leaked, which he couldn't tolerate. He was also very dissatisfied with the lax management of this hospital. Whoever did it will have to pay the price. Just wait. He smiled at Su Yuqing, closed the car door, turned and left. When he returned to the building, he observed for a while and saw someone discussing this matter, so he walked over. What are you discussing? Su Yuqing? And there are photos. Let me see. He talked to himself, walked up to the other person, took the other person's phone and looked at the photo. Then, his face darkened. He has already figured out who took the photos secretly and leaked them. You took the photos secretly, didn't you? And you leaked the patient's information. He returned to the blood drawing area, walked up to the nurse who had drawn blood before, slammed the counter and shouted. The nurse was stunned. She obviously didn't expect that she would be discovered and come to her door. For a moment, she felt guilty. But then she rolled her eyes and snarled, "Don't talk nonsense about secretly filming anything. I didn't secretly film anything, nor did I leak any patient information. I'm telling you, don't mess around here or cause any damage. Believe it or not, I'll call security." She raised her hand and pointed at Yemo, her tone already containing a hint of threat. Chapter 031 What a lunatic. This is Mr. Yi. You're pretty tough. Yemo sneered, since you said you didn't take any secret photos, do you dare to take out your phone and let me check it? What qualifications do you have to check my phone? If I say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Don't slander me. The nurse screamed. What's going on? The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding patients and medical staff, who all looked over with confusion. Since you don't allow me to check, then you are guilty? Yemo stared at the nurse coldly. What guilty conscience? You're talking nonsense. Get out of my way. Can't you see I'm working? This is a hospital, not a place for you to make trouble. The nurse yelled again. Sir, please go away and don't disturb us while we are working. An older nurse came over. Your hospital leaked patient information and secretly took photos of patients and posted them online. Do you think you are justified in this? Yemo's face darkened and he said unceremoniously. Leaking patient information? The older nurse was startled and confused. At this time, a nurse came up behind her and whispered something in her ear. Then, her expression changed slightly. Su Yuqing? This person's influence is extraordinary. If the incident gets out of hand, it will have a huge impact on the hospital's reputation. Sir, this happened because of our hospital's negligence, but we can't be sure who did it right now. How about this, let's do a self-investigation first, and when we have found out the truth, we will apologize to you then. She smiled and said politely. Her method is to delay for a few days and then apologize, and the impact of the matter can be minimized. Apologize? Will that help? Yemo sneered. Sir, what do you mean? Expel. Anyone who leaked the information or helped spread it will be expelled. Yemo said sternly. Expelled? The older nurse's expression changed. This request is too much. Ha ha. Who do you think you are? You're just a celebrity's follower. What's so great about you? You even want to be in charge of our hospital's affairs. You're sick. The nurse inside the window seemed to have heard some joke and laughed shrilly. She glanced at Yemo outside with a sarcastic look on her face. This guy really thinks he's someone important, and he lets his hospital fire people so easily. What a joke. Sir, your request, we can't do it. The most we can do is apologize. The older nurse shook her head. It is difficult to fire one person, let alone this person's request to fire all those related to him, which is a long list of people. No matter what, their hospital would never agree. Can't do it? Then I won't leave today until you do it. Yemo sat down at the side and spoke calmly. The older nurse frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, their hospital was indeed at fault in this matter. This Tian Li. She glanced toward the window and frowned even more. This person is a relative of Director Huang from the logistics department and has strong connections in the hospital. Even if she was the one who leaked the information, the hospital would at most just give her a punishment, and nothing would happen. Who is making trouble here? Just as I was feeling distressed, I heard a loud shout coming from the other end of the corridor. Then, a middle-aged man came rushing in with several security guards. Second uncle, it's him. He's deliberately making trouble. Tian Li immediately pointed at Yemo and started yelling, looking somewhat smug. This is exactly the reinforcement she invited. Second uncle? Yemo raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Wow. You're so brave. You dared to cause trouble in our hospital. Director Huang strode over with great momentum. You guys, take him out. When he got closer, he gave orders to the people behind him. You don't even ask what the reason is? Yemo smiled. What's there to ask? You're making trouble here, and that's wrong. Get out of here first. If you dare to resist, I'll call the police to arrest you. Director Huang shouted, What are you still standing there for? Go ahead. Come out with us. Several security guards shouted and stepped forward together. One of them stretched out his hand and grabbed Yemo's arm. Yemo narrowed his eyes, grabbed the other person's wrist and twisted it hard. Ouch. It hurts. Let go. The security guard screamed like a pig being slaughtered and sweat broke out on his forehead. You still dare to do that? You are so brave. Director Huang was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that this guy would be so rampant and bold. Are you all idiots? Why are you still standing there? Come on together. Subdue him for me. Then he roared in frustration. Wait a moment. The older nurse couldn't bear it and shouted, Director Huang, there's no need to be like this. We were in the wrong in this matter. What's wrong with that? He's already started it, we have to catch him today. Director Huang yelled. If you dare come over here, I will break his hand. Yemo looked at the remaining security guards and said coldly. Then, he looked at Director Huang and the others, Call your dean over. You crazy bastard, you still dare to shout. Director Huang's face turned red with anger. The older nurse hesitated, walked aside and made a phone call. The other party is a big star and has great influence, so the dean has to step in to settle the matter today. Leaking patient information? The other party is the famous star Su Yuqing? And they're making a scene? In the dean's office, Dean Lu Qiren's brows were furrowed. What is going on? After hanging up the phone, he sighed and scratched his head in worry. He was feeling annoyed because he just received news that the group had changed hands and was acquired by someone. He still didn't know who the new owner was and whether he would interfere with the hospital's personnel arrangements in the future. At this extremely sensitive time, such a big incident happened in the hospital. Once it was exposed, it would have a great impact on his future. Go and have a look. He stood up, trotted all the way, and rushed out. What's going on? 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at the scene, followed by a number of people. Dean, this guy deliberately caused trouble and even beat people up. Director Huang came and filed a complaint first. Lu Qiren glanced at him and frowned. This guy, doesn't he think the incident is big enough? Sir, I've also learned about this matter. We are indeed responsible, but you see, you also took action, and the impact is very bad. How about this, we both take a step back? Lu Qiren walked forward and smiled at Yemo. At this moment, he just wanted to keep things quiet and not make a big fuss that would affect his future. Dean, how can you let him go like this? Director Huang said unwillingly. Just shut up. Lu Qiren turned around and shouted. I don't know what your name is yet. He looked at Yemo again and said with a smile. My last name is Yi, and my given name is Mo. I wonder if the dean has heard of this name. Yemo looked at him and said with a playful expression. Wow, wow, wow. Listen, how arrogant he is. Who does he think he is? Can he scare people by just saying a random name? What Yemo? I've never heard of him. Director Huang laughed. Yemo? Lu Qiren was stunned. I seem to have just heard this name. He thought about it carefully, and suddenly, his body shook violently, as if struck by lightning. His eyes gradually widened, staring at the young man in front of him, his face filled with shock and disbelief. It seems that this is the name of the new employer. This is definitely not a mere coincidence. Gurgle. He swallowed hard, his face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Dean, let's kick this lunatic out right away. And call the police to have him arrested. Director Huang was still fanning the flames. Shut up. Lu Qiren finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. His face flushed red, his expression became distorted due to extreme anger, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "What a lunatic! Are you f***ing blind? This is Director Yi, the new owner of our hospital." As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden silence all around. Everyone froze in place, their faces blank and incredulous. Chapter 032. Is the childless mother really a big star? The hall was completely silent. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces. Especially Director Huang and the nurse Tianli, their eyes were wide open and their expressions were extremely dazed. Dean, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Director Huang came back to his senses and laughed dryly. He still couldn't believe it. Do I look like I'm kidding? Lu Qiren roared, our Runhua Hospital and the entire group have been acquired by someone else. Now, this Mr. Yi is our new owner. Director Huang was stunned when he heard this. He swayed and almost fell down. The color drained from his face. It's all over now. At the side, Tianli's figure swayed and her face turned pale. She never thought that this guy had such an amazing identity. He was the new chairman of the group. The older nurse took a deep breath and looked shocked. She also didn't expect that this person had such a powerful background. Then, she felt relieved that she did not offend the other party too much, otherwise, her life would be difficult. President Liu, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Yi Mo spoke up. Of course. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely make you satisfied. Lu Qiren bowed quickly and smiled almost flatteringly. Who leaked the patient information? Come out. How many people have passed it on? Check them all and open them all. He looked around and roared. And him, open it too. Yi Mo reminded at the right time and pointed at Director Huang. Yes. And you, pack up and get out. Lu Qiren raised his hand and pointed at Director Huang. Director Huang's body swayed, and he fell to the ground, his face becoming paler. The people around him all looked at him with a gloating attitude, and no one showed any sympathy. When they looked at Yi Mo again, their eyes became eager. This person is the boss of the entire group. If they can get close to him or leave a good impression on him, won't they be able to rise quickly in the group in the future? Hello, Mr. Yi. They came forward one after another and greeted him cordially. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the handling of this matter? Lu Qiren came up and smiled warmly. It's okay. Come with me. Yi Mo waved his hand, led him aside, and told him that he had brought his baby to see a doctor. Oh. Don't worry, I will ask the people in the laboratory to speed up, and then ask Dr. Su on duty to prescribe the medicine and send it to you. Lu Qiren said hurriedly. Very good. Wait a minute, you come down with me and say hello. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Lu Qiren came back with the medicine, and then followed Yi Mo to the underground parking lot. Miss Su, I'm so sorry. On behalf of Runhua Hospital, I apologize to you. Please rest assured that all the relevant personnel have been fired. When he met Su Yuqing, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. This attitude made Su Yuqing confused. Yi Mo, what's going on? After the car drove away, she was still confused and felt it was unbelievable. The dean came to apologize in person and fired a group of people. How did Yi Mo do it? That's so awesome. The dean is a good person. When he knew something like this happened, he dealt with it seriously. Yi Mo said with a smile. Su Yuqing said oh and didn't ask any more questions. When she got home, she answered a phone call from Yang Manny, and she explained. Yi Mo fed the baby medicine. After struggling to coax the baby to sleep, he chatted with Su Yuqing. This photo is going viral online right now. However, it was taken from the back, with only half of your face shown. You were also wearing a mask, so it's okay. Su Yuqing said with a smile. Yi Mo nodded. In fact, he doesn't care even if his face is photographed, he is not afraid. As for the baby, only the name was leaked, no photo. Wait a few days and the matter will fade away. Don't worry. Well. Then you go to bed early, I'll stay and take care of the baby. Yemo said. Good. Su Yuqing smiled. She looked at Yemo, and her smile was more gentle and intimate. The next day. As usual, Ye's father, who was far away in a small county town, got up early. After taking a walk and exercising, he returned home, turned on the TV, and checked the news on his phone. Originally he was going to work, but since his son became successful, he quit his job and prepared to rest at home for some time. Su Yuqing? Oh. That big star. As he was scrolling, he saw a piece of news. He also knew this Su Yuqing, a super popular star before. Not only was she as beautiful as a fairy, but she was also a great singer. He had also heard of her. The queen took her child to see a doctor late at night, accompanied by a mysterious man. He watched with great interest, the gossipy spirit in his heart burning. This silhouette, why does it look familiar? Until he saw the photo. The photo is a bit blurry, but the back of the man in it seems a little familiar. Why does he look so much like Xiaomo? The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. Although I can't see it clearly, it feels very similar. Look at this figure from behind. Does it look like our son? He found Ye's mother and showed her the photos. This really looks like it. Ye's mother was packing clothes and was stunned when she saw the photo. Are you doubting that this person is our son? That's impossible. Isn't this Su Yuqing a superstar? She was so popular before. How could she be related to our son? Soon, Ye's mother shook her head. This Su Yuqing was a fairy-like figure, high and mighty, while their son was just an ordinary citizen with a very ordinary status, so it was impossible for them to have any intersection. 2. Father Yi nodded, and most of the doubts in his heart disappeared. A big star of this level would always look for someone extremely wealthy, with a net worth of either tens or hundreds of billions. His ambitions are higher than the sky, so how could he be interested in his son and give birth to a pair of children for him? Isn't this just a daydream? If that's true, that would be great. Father Yi looked at the photo again and sighed. If his son could marry such a big star, how proud and glorious it would be for him as a father. Just dream on. Ye's mother rolled her eyes at him. I can't even think about it. Father Yi muttered and walked away with his phone. On the other side, the Su family. Who is this man? Father Su looked at the photo and frowned. Is it true, as the rumors say, that this man is the father of the child? Still quite young. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been worried that the child's father was a man of status and was older, so his daughter had been hiding the fact. If it was really this young man, the situation would undoubtedly be much better. It could also be an assistant, a friend, or something like that. Su's mother said. That's possible. Let's go over and take a look and find out for sure. Father Su couldn't sit still any longer, so he immediately stood up and hurried away. Chapter 033 Emo was followed. The fever is gone. Emo got up and checked the baby boy's condition. I took some medicine last night and I feel much better. I'm going to go take a shower. He went out and got into his Lamborghini Urus. Just after driving a few steps, I saw a Mercedes-Benz coming from the front. When we passed each other, I could see the people inside. They were the middle-aged couple I met last time. Yemo's heart skipped a beat. This couple should be Su Yuqing's parents. Young man, get out. Father Su rolled down the window and called out enthusiastically. He remembered this enthusiastic and handsome young man in this car. Yeah. Yemo smiled and acted very naturally. That was a close call. Only after the car passed did he breathe a sigh of relief and feel thankful. Fortunately, he came out for something, otherwise he would have been stuck, which would have been so embarrassing. This young man seems to be much more handsome now, even more handsome than I was when I was young. Father Su drove away slowly and said with emotion. Much more handsome than you. Mother Su rolled her eyes. It's not much different. I was also very handsome when I was young. Father Su touched his face and said to himself. Hurry up and get up. Su's mother got out of the car and rushed upstairs in a hurry. Dad. Mom. Why are you here? Su Yuqing was startled when she opened the door, her heart pounding. Why, can't we come? Su's mother said. No, if you want to come, you should at least let me know in advance. We are all family, why should we speak in advance? Daughter, are you feeling guilty? Is there a man hiding at home? Su's mother frowned, feeling that something was not quite right. No. No. How is it possible? Su Yuqing hurriedly said, just look for yourselves. Not bad. After her parents entered the house, she closed the door, patted her chest, and felt relieved. Really not. After walking around, Su's mother was a little disappointed. Tell me, were you the one in the news last night? And that man, is he the child's father? Su's mother sat down on the sofa and asked. How is that possible? We are just friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manny. Su Yuqing shook her head. Don't lie to me. Su's mother picked up her phone and called young Manny to confirm that she was indeed just a friend. Putting down the phone, she and Su's father looked at each other, both a little worried. If this isn't the child's father, then it's very likely what they guessed, that the child's father is an old man, which is not good. They sighed silently, stopped asking questions, and started looking at the baby. Yi Mo drove out of the community and headed towards his home. After driving for a while, he suddenly had a very strange feeling, as if he was being followed. He looked through the rearview mirror several times and saw a red car following him from a distance. We've driven several blocks and this car is still following us. That's weird. He muttered, drove to the intersection ahead and turned a corner. Looking at the rearview mirror again, I saw that the red car had indeed turned. Reporters or paparazzi? No, that's not right. How did they find me? Yi Mo pondered for a while, drove to the side of the road ahead and stopped. There was a milk tea shop on the street, so he went in and bought a cup. While waiting, he glanced outside and saw that the red car had also stopped not far away. There was a woman inside, looking over here. Another glass of cheese and grapes. Yi Mo ordered another drink. After getting the milk tea, he walked out of the store and went straight to the red car. The people inside noticed him and lowered their heads in panic. Walking up to the car, he knocked on the window. Hello, what's up? After a while, the window rolled down and the woman in the car looked up and asked. Yi Mo was stunned when he saw it. What appeared before him was a pretty and charming face, an oval face, large phoenix eyes, clear and bright, two plump red lips, sparkling with a moist luster, looking extremely attractive. Looking down, there was a soft, snow-white area that was so large that it was almost exaggerated. Her clothes were stretched out of shape and she felt like they were about to explode. That ravine was completely unfathomable. A murderous weapon. Yi Mo sighed secretly. He had never seen one of this scale, at least his size. The visual impact was quite amazing. Seeing Emo's dazed look, the woman raised the corners of her lips slightly, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Mock up. The queen's man must also be controlled by her. Then, she pursed her lips, revealing an innocent look, and said in a tender voice, handsome boy, what's wrong? The corner of Yi Mo's mouth twitched. This woman is quite good at pretending. How many photos did you take? Hand them all over. He stretched out his hands and shouted. What do you mean by how many pictures were taken? I didn't take any pictures? The woman said innocently. That camera. Yi Mo rolled his eyes and pointed at the camera next to her. Do you think I didn't notice that you followed me for several blocks? Don't treat me like a fool. Hand over the things quickly. The woman's face changed. Okay. I'll give it to you. She pretended to pick up the camera and took out the memory card. The next moment, she suddenly stuffed the card to her chest, then raised her head and looked at it proudly. If you have the guts, come and get it yourself. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? He sneered. Come on. The woman looked fearless. Yi Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at it for a long time, then suddenly picked up his phone. What's your bank card number? You still want to bribe me? Let me tell you, a few dollars won't get rid of me. These explosive materials are enough for me to sell for tens of thousands of dollars. The woman muttered and gave her card number again. Okay, 1 million has been transferred. After a while, Yi Mo put down his phone. How much? How much? The woman thought she had heard it wrong. 1 million to buy all your materials. Yemo said. 1 million? The woman's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her face was dull. Bite. The next moment, her cell phone rang. When she picked it up, her beautiful eyes widened even wider. She couldn't believe her eyes at all. Even her head was buzzing in blank. It really is 1 million. This is too extravagant and refreshing. She stayed there, feeling like she was in a dream. Bring the things here. Also, you are not allowed to show up again, and you must forget everything you know. Yemo said again. This woman must have followed them to the neighborhood last night, so she was able to track him today. Okay. I definitely will. The woman came to her senses and nodded quickly. Then, she smiled sheepishly. Actually, I didn't take any pictures, only your back. I feel a little embarrassed to take your 1 million. But I can't return the money, so, how about? I'll give you a discount and you can take it yourself. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest and closed her eyes. Chapter 034 Upgrade Package Emerald Lake Villa No. 1. Ning Yuding leaned back in her seat, her graceful body tense. A pair of long eyelashes trembled because of nervousness. The white area on her chest also had slight ripples due to the shaking. There was a faint blush on that pretty and charming face. She is not a casual person, but the other party gave too much, and she cannot accept it against her conscience. Giving the other party a little benefit in exchange for 1 million is not a loss. This person is sick. Yemo looked at her with a grin on his face. Why don't you take it? Are you embarrassed? After waiting for a long time and seeing no movement, she opened her eyes and wondered. You know I'm embarrassed too. Yemo said unhappily. How could he have the nerve to do it in public? I tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Don't get me wrong, it's just that I feel very embarrassed to accept 1 million directly, and my conscience is a little uneasy. Ning Yuding said weakly with a red face. Then you come back. No. Absolutely not. I need this 1 million, urgently. Ning Yuding was anxious. Well, take this, and I'll give you some more benefits when I get back. As she spoke, she reached out and took out the memory card. This action startled Yemo and he quickly looked away. Give. He took the memory card, which was still warm and had a faint body scent. Let's go. By the way, this is for you. He handed over the cup of milk tea and turned away. Cheese and grapes. Yeah. Delicious. Ning Yuding inserted the straw, took a sip with her rosy little mouth, and exclaimed in praise. He is so handsome. And he is rich. He drives a Lamborghini and can easily spend 1 million. Who is he? She pondered while drinking milk tea. Thinking of that handsome face, her eyes gradually became blurred. So handsome. No wonder a queen like Su Yuqing would fall in love with him and give birth to a child for him. Ah. By the way, send out the benefits quickly. She put the milk tea in front of her chest, drank it, and selected the beautiful selfies she took and sent them over. After getting in the car, Yemo's phone kept ringing. When he opened it, he was stunned. The other party sent a bunch of photos, including white stockings, black stockings, fishnet stockings, shiny stockings. It seemed that all styles of stockings were available, and there were also some uniform temptations. Any woman of average looks would look much more attractive when wearing stockings, let alone her. In terms of looks, she is actually not inferior to Fu Xiaohua, but her temperament is different. Fu Xiaohua has more of the temperament of an intellectual queen, fashionable and sexy, while this person has that kind of charming and seductive temperament. Especially her figure, which is so good that it is almost exaggerated, with a protruding front and a curved back, which is really enchanting. That's all I have on my phone. I'll send you the photos I take later. It took her a while to finish sending it. Yemo was a little speechless. Never mind. He muttered, started the car, and went home. After taking a shower, he called Su Yuqing, told her what had just happened, and told her to be careful. Okay. Then come over tomorrow when you're free. My parents are here. Luckily you left in time. Su Yuqing hid in the toilet and whispered. Don't forget to give Nua medicine. He hasn't recovered yet, so he needs to continue taking it today. Yemo warned. Rest assured. Su Yuqing hung up the phone and then carefully walked out of the bathroom. Yemo originally wanted to go to the studio to practice his skills, but suddenly he remembered something and opened the system interface. YMO Newbie Dad, intermediate rich. Wealth value, 31. Ability value, 5. 31? It's increased so much? He was a little surprised. Last time I made over 10 billion, but the stock price only went up by 2 points. This time it went up by 20 points. It seems that Runhua International Medical Group is quite valuable. Intermediate Godly Man. The title has also been upgraded. What is this? A gift package? In the corner of the title Intermediate Rich Man, he saw a gift package logo. Do you want to receive the title upgrade gift pack? He tapped lightly, and the system voice sounded. Receive. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully received the gift package, and the reward is selected. Emerald Lake No. 1 Villa, a Koenigsegg CCXR. Emerald Lake 1? He checked it immediately. The Emerald Lake Villas are a newly built top-level villa complex with only about 30 units in total. Villa No. 1 is the largest and most expensive, worth hundreds of millions. Just right. He smiled with delight. The house in Tianchuiyuan is too small. He didn't have money before and the decoration is not good. He was just thinking of changing the house, but he didn't expect the system to give him one directly. As for cars, no matter how many, it's not too many. Anyway, the villa is big enough for him to park. Drive a Jetta. Because of the license plate problem, he still kept the old Jetta. He is not planning to throw away this car for the time being. He got in the car and followed the navigation instructions. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gate of the villa area. A large iron gate stopped him. Go away, we don't welcome agents here. The security guard came out of the booth and waved his hands at YMO in the car, somewhat impatiently. Intermediary? YMO was stunned. Aren't you an intermediary? The security guard sneered. Driving a loser car and wearing a black suit, isn't this the standard configuration of a real estate agent? No matter how handsome this person is, he can only be considered a slightly more handsome agent. There is no essential difference. Many such agents had come here before, all wanting to sneak in, take pictures of the villas, and post them online to increase their popularity, so they simply banned all agents from entering. Brother, I'm not an agent. YMO smiled bitterly. Who would believe that? Who would call you a brother? The security guard rolled his eyes and said, I'm telling you, don't try to get close to me. Get out of here right now. Don't you see where this is? The houses inside are not for ordinary people to live in. Do you think you can see them? YMO frowned, feeling a little unhappy. I repeat, I'm not an agent. I'm the owner of this place, and I'm here to see my own house. He said coldly. The owner? Ha ha. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. A guy driving a junked car actually dares to say that he is the owner of the car? This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. If you don't believe it, call the property management staff to verify it. YMO said. Okay. I'll see how long you can blow. The security guard sneered and picked up the intercom. Hello, management office, there's a guy driving a broken Jetta here. He says he's our owner and wants you to verify it. Don't you think it's funny? A few minutes later, an electric golf cart drove out and a pretty woman in business attire got out. Sister Xia, he said he was the owner. Look at his shabby car. Isn't it a joke? The security guard opened the door, walked over, pointed at YMO outside and sneered. The woman didn't smile, but frowned. Looking at the car, the man outside does not look like the owner. Each villa here costs hundreds of millions, and those who can afford to live in them are all wealthy businessmen and not young. But, coincidentally, Villa No. 1 was sold today, and the buyer has not shown up yet. Could it be the young man outside? Chapter 035, Master of the Forbidden City, I am not as good as him. Hello, sir. The woman stepped forward and smiled. When she looked into the car, she was surprised at first sight, and then her expression changed. The security guard had little experience and couldn't tell the brand names, but she could tell at a glance that the man was wearing an expensive, high-end suit. Look for yourself. YMO directly took out the contract given by the system and handed it over. The woman took it and looked at it, her pupils suddenly shrank. This is the contract for buying a house. This person is really the owner of Villa No. 1. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. This is the villa you just bought, and we haven't received your relevant information yet, so we didn't recognize it. Please forgive me. The woman bowed and said respectfully. Seeing this, the security guard's face froze and his expression gradually became dull. This guy driving this broken car is actually the owner? This is too incredible. Rich people nowadays have such weird tastes, they like to drive junk cars? Xiaolu, why are you still standing there? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? The woman looked at him and shouted. The security guard was startled and woke up, sweating all over. As a security guard, if he offends the owner here, he will be fired, and he doesn't want to lose his job. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize you. He hurried forward, so nervous that he was a little incoherent. Forget it. Yi Mo waved his hand. Mr. Yi, my name is Xiaolin, and I'm from the property management office. Let me take you in. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me on WeChat. Charlene introduced herself, got back into the golf cart, and led the way. Are all rich people so low-key these days? Security guard Xiaolu stood there, scratching his head, unable to figure out what was going on. Mr. Yi, I think you haven't seen the house in person, right? Let me introduce it to you. The one you bought is our largest and most luxurious one, and the best materials are used for decoration. The sofas, tables, and all the furniture and decorations are also world-famous luxury brands. After arriving, Charlene took the lead in introducing the facilities of the villa. Who is this Mr. Yi? From time to time, she secretly glanced at Yi Mo, feeling extremely curious. He spent 200 million to buy this villa without even seeing it in person. This amount of money is truly amazing. And his handsome appearance, and his weird behavior. He is so rich, but he drives an old and broken Jetta. Such behavior is really confusing. Perhaps rich people are willful and don't follow the ordinary path. She sighed to herself. Mr. Yi, contact me if you have anything. After the introduction, she said goodbye and left. Yi Mo looked around again and was quite satisfied. The first impression of this villa is its size, and then its luxury. It has all the facilities that a luxury house should have. It's just too big, and it's lonely living alone. He thought that he could bring his parents over after a while. But it's not possible now. He can't explain to his parents how he became so rich all of a sudden. Koenigsegg. When he arrived at the garage, he saw the donated Koenigsegg CCXR, with its silver white body and stylish shape, which looked extremely cool. This car is more expensive and more famous than his original Bugatti. And an official license plate. He couldn't help but sigh that the system was really considerate. Try it. He got in the car, started it with the key, and as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, he heard the engine roaring and the sound bursting. He drove straight out. Fuck. When passing through the gate, security guard Xiaolu took one look and was stunned. Isn't this Mr. Yi from before? How come he drove an old, broken Jetta when he went in, and when he came out, it became such a cool sports car? So handsome. Watching the sports car speeding away, he smacked his lips, his face full of envy and jealousy. Arriving at the studio, Yi Mo started to get busy. The cooking video he posted yesterday morning received a good response and gained a lot of followers. He plans to make another one today, and he will continue making baby clothes as well. I was busy until the evening, and finally finished editing the cooking video and posted it online. The dishes he picked all required extremely strong knife skills, such as wensi tofu. He also picked a large radish and carved a dragon out of it. I've lost my studies. I've lost my studies. Fans watched and shed tears silently. The cooking videos posted by other bloggers are all intended to teach them, but the one posted by this blogger is intended to ruin them. Just to get this level of knife skills right, I wonder how many hands I had to break in practice to achieve it. Then, Yi Mo started making baby clothes. He only made one set last time, and this time he plans to design a new set, still from the traditional Chinese style series, but the cutting and embroidery patterns are completely different. There are many traditional Chinese elements that can be used, such as various flowers, birds, and animals. He can easily design them. Then, start making it. He was busy until the early hours of the next morning before he finally made the clothes, edited the video, and posted it online. What a beautiful dress. My baby will look so cute in it. The mothers saw it and were full of praise. This set of beautifully designed, purely handmade embroidered traditional Chinese-style baby clothes perfectly hits their aesthetic taste. One last night, one this morning. Doesn't this bastard sleep? Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to do this. Many fans were also shocked. This production speed is even faster than that of a sow. Chinese-style baby clothes? This news is worth it. Many needy people's eyes lit up when they saw it. A video like this that promotes Chinese culture, is so skillful, and is so beautifully produced is simply a treasure trove of material. If you forward it, it will become very good news. So they forwarded it so that more people could see it. The account of Newbie Dad has become a little popular again. The previous videos, gold artifacts, jade carvings, etc. were also turned out. This young man's skills are indeed amazing. I saw it a few days ago. I am ashamed. I have been a craftsman all my life and have repaired so many cultural relics, but my hands are not as good as his. A master from the Palace Museum also forwarded it, expressing deep emotion. These words caused quite a stir. Who is the Forbidden City master? They are all great craftsmen, top talents, responsible for repairing national treasures. It is shocking that people like these actually admit that their skills are not as good as those of a young man. For a time, there was a lot of discussion online surrounding this account. Many people are arguing whether this new dad will be able to become a new phenomenal top internet celebrity like Li Ziki. Many people hold a positive opinion that this new dad has extraordinary skills and is almost omnipotent. As long as he is packaged and improved in post-production, he will be invincible. This is a rising star of tomorrow. Chapter 036 Very good. Yemo woke up and picked up his phone to check. Several missed calls and many WeChat messages. He was a little puzzled. Why were there so many unfamiliar numbers? When he opened WeChat, he was stunned. They are all photos. The beauties in them have hot bodies, wear sexy stockings, and strike all kinds of seductive poses, which are really exciting. It's her again. Yemo smiled bitterly. She sent a bunch yesterday and she sent more today. However, I have to say that her photos are quite good, with various angles showing off her good figure to the fullest, especially the ones taken from the side, which fully display her exaggerated S-shaped curve. What is attractive is not only the pair of weapons, but also her plump and sexy buttocks. Just took this. Does it look good? You can ask for anything you want to see, as long as you don't ask me to pay you back. She also added a pitiful expression. Yemo was speechless again. This woman, there is no way he can handle it. He collected his thoughts, opened Douyin and took a look, then he understood who were calling. They were from Douyin officials, some guild organizations, media, and the like. He thought about it and didn't reply to any of them. These people only came to him for signing contracts or interviews, but he was not interested in that. 7.5 million. Looking at the number of fans again, he got a little excited. We are getting closer and closer to the mark of tens of millions of fans. Nono is well again, don't worry. My parents? They're gone. They left last night. Aunt Yun has something going on at home today, so they're not here. He called Su Yuqing. Auntie Yun isn't here? Then what are you having for lunch? Yemo asked. Just make something to eat. There are still a lot of dumplings and a few bags of snail noodles in the refrigerator. If it doesn't work, I'll order takeout. Su Yuqing said. After she finished speaking, she suddenly cried out, ouch. What's wrong? It was Nuonuo. He bit me too hard and it hurt. Su Yuqing frowned in pain. Does it hurt? Yemo was a little nervous. Yeah. Su Yuqing responded softly, this little ancestor bit his skin and it's bleeding. So serious? Why not switch to the other side? That side was bitten a long time ago. I feel it's a little inflamed. It hurts. Su Yuqing smiled bitterly. Feeding a baby is really hard work, especially when there are two babies who need milk at the same time. Inflammation? Do you want to see a doctor? Yemo said worriedly. No, it's not that serious. I can't just go see a doctor casually. Have you forgotten what happened the night before last? It was too easy to be photographed. Su Yuqing said helplessly. 2. Yemo said, well, I'll go over now and buy some food for you. What do you want to eat? Forehead. Su Yuqing hesitated. Ben felt a little embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. She thought of the taste of the food he cooked last time, and couldn't resist the urge to eat it. Okay. Just buy whatever you like. Good. After hanging up the phone, Emo set off. He came to the vicinity of Su Yuqing's home, went to a pharmacy first, bought iodine and some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs, and then went straight to the nearest vegetable market. Pig S. Trotter's good stuff. Give me some lotus root, too. She seems to like seafood. Give me some prawns, they're high in protein. And some vegetables. He walked around and when he came out, he was carrying several bags. There are so many dishes. Can you finish them all? As soon as she opened the door, Su Yuqing was surprised. Put the extra in the fridge. Emo glanced at her and was slightly startled. She was wearing a little white dress today, which made her look particularly fairy-like. Set off by her absolutely flawless face, she looked like an angel, and was extremely beautiful. The skirt was a little short, only reaching the middle of the thighs, revealing a pair of straight, smooth legs. On her snow-white shoulders were 2 suspenders, supporting her plump breasts of astonishing size. I'll make a few dishes for lunch. He quickly came to his senses, went into the house and started to work. It smells so good. 10 minutes later, Su Yuqing smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. She held the baby and looked towards the kitchen. Seeing the busy figures inside, she was slightly startled and a little dazed. The atmosphere at home at this moment is somewhat warm. Fine. She pursed her red lips and murmured. She held the 2 babies tight in her arms and felt a little warm in her heart. Okay, come and try it. After a while, Emo stuck his head out and called her. Oh. Here it comes. She picked up the baby and went into the kitchen. This pork rib soup is delicious. She picked up the spoon, tasted the soup, and was amazed. She found it a little unbelievable. Aunt Yun has been cooking for half her life and her skills are already very impressive, but Emo is even better, his level is comparable to those of state banquet masters. No matter how casually cooked the dishes are, they are also delicious. Try the fried prawns and these ones. I blanched them specially and they should be paired with this sauce. Emo smiled and pointed to the plate next to him. On top, there were a few shrimps he had peeled. This is good, I love it. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She stretched out her jade hand, pinched her 2 white fingers, grabbed the shrimp's tail, slowly lifted it up, and stuffed it into her rosy little mouth. Delicious. After chewing it, her brows relaxed and a look of pleasure appeared on her face. There are still a few dishes left. Please wait a moment. They will be ready in about 10 minutes. Emo pointed at the pot on the stove and said with a smile. Su Yuqing nodded, and when she was about to leave, she couldn't help but feel greedy and took out a big shrimp. Okay, time to eat. Everything was cooked. Emo served the dishes to the table. Yesterday, luckily you left in time. Su Yuqing ate and chatted. Oh. By the way, I saw your video today, it seems to be quite popular. They all said that your account has great potential. Yeah. Quite a few people contacted me today. Emo nodded. That's a good thing. However, you can't just sign any contract with anyone. Many of them are designed to cheat you. Su Yuqing said seriously. No. Emo took a mouthful of rice and smiled. Does your still hurt? After eating for a while, Emo suddenly asked. What? Su Yuqing was stunned. As soon as she looked up and saw the other person's gaze, she understood, and her pretty face flushed slightly. It hurts a bit, a lot. She glanced down and whispered. I bought some medicine and will treat you later. Emo said after a moment's hesitation. Ah? She was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red like a sunset glow. This? How can this be possible? We can't go on like this. What if it gets inflamed or festers? Emo said worriedly. Will it be that serious? Su Yuqing was shocked. Well, okay then. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Chapter 037 Emo's Blind Date. Does it hurt? A little bit. It hurts. The atmosphere in the dark bedroom was ambiguous. Emo cleaned her wound and applied some iodine to disinfect it. Okay, don't feed the baby today, let them drink formula. Yemo stood up and packed up his tools. Su Yuqing responded softly. Her face turned red with shame, and even her snow-white neck was stained with a layer of red. Although it was not the first time she was seen, she still felt very embarrassed, especially when the other person looked at her carefully. She felt hot and numb all over. Then I'll go wash the dishes. Yemo turned and walked out. Su Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked down, and a faint blush appeared on her face again. Back in the kitchen, Yemo looked at the pile of bowls in the sink, feeling a little dazed. The scene just now still lingered in his mind. Just like this bowl, it is not only big, but also has a perfect shape. Soon, he shook his head, got rid of these distracting thoughts, and concentrated on washing the dishes. After cleaning up, Su Yuqing walked out of the bedroom and sat on the sofa. The two looked at each other, and then quickly looked away. Why don't we watch some TV? Su Yuqing tried to ease the embarrassment. She took the remote and turned on the TV. A TV series was playing on it. After a while, the male lead hugged the female lead and started kissing her passionately. Su Yuqing stared with her beautiful eyes in shock. The next moment, she decisively pressed the button and changed the channel. Xianxia drama, it should be fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. But after watching for a while, I don't know what happened, the male and female protagonists suddenly kissed, and there was a 360-degree close-up. What are you filming? She blushed and muttered softly. How about, let's go watch a movie? Yemo suggested. Yes. Su Yuqing woke up as if from a dream, and quickly turned on the video on demand and ordered an action movie. This time, the two of them watched it smoothly. I'm going to cook. After watching the movie, it was almost 4 o'clock and Yemo started to get busy. He was mainly stewing pig's trotters, which was very time-consuming and would take an hour or two. Tasty. When the dishes were served, Su Yuqing's mouth was soon full of grease. If I eat like this every day, I'm going to get fat and won't be able to appear on camera. She touched her belly and laughed. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Yemo gave the two babies a bath, massaged them, and then prepared milk powder. I'm leaving. He left only after everything was settled. What? You asked him to treat you, that? After seeing Yemo off, Su Yuqing closed the door and called Yang Mani. On the other end of the phone, Yang Mani screamed. No. I can't help it. It hurts so much. Su Yuqing blushed and said in a low voice. Then what? Yang Mani asked anxiously. What then? There was no then. We just watched a movie, he cooked dinner in the evening, and then left. Su Yuqing said. You're still cooking? Yang Mani was obviously a little disappointed. Yes. It's delicious. Su Yuqing said with a smile. As she spoke, she walked over to check on the babies, and seeing that they were all asleep, she went to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Don't be greedy for me. Yang Mani muttered. Mani, I really feel that he is a good person today. This feeling is stronger than ever before. Su Yuqing sat on the edge of the bathtub and smiled slightly. That's good. What do you think now? What do you think? Do you want to marry him? I haven't thought that far yet. Su Yuqing was stunned. Then you have to think about it carefully. I'm afraid that he will be robbed by someone. 2. Su Yuqing murmured, but I have to think about it carefully. She turned around, adjusted the water temperature in the bathtub, undressed, revealing her perfect body, and stepped into the bathtub. She was taking a bath, looking at the rising steam, and gradually became a little dazed. Yemo returned to the studio and had just parked the car when his cell phone rang. Mom, what's wrong? He picked up the phone. Son, your third aunt just called me and said that she has arranged a blind date for you tomorrow. You must go. Blind date? Yemo was stunned. Mom, why should I go on a blind date? Didn't I tell you last time that I don't like blind dates? If you don't go on blind dates, what will you do? Stay single forever? That won't do, son. You need to make money, but you also need to build a family. I've discussed this with your third aunt for a long time, and you must go tomorrow. Ye's mother scolded. Is it okay not to go? Okay. Bring the mother of the child, or the two babies over here so we can see them. Then go ahead. Yemo said angrily. It's just a blind date, no big deal, as long as it fails. The next evening, he scanned a shared electric bike and came to the blind date location, a Western restaurant. Not coming yet. After waiting for more than half an hour, no one showed up. Just when I was almost getting impatient, the real culprit appeared. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, tall and pretty. She was wearing a red slim dress, light black stockings on her legs, and holding a small sachet in her hand. She looked very fashionable. Are you Emo? When she saw Emo, she was stunned for a moment and her eyes lit up. It's really handsome. I heard he's quite rich. Sorry. I was delayed for a while I was putting on makeup. She smiled and sat down. Emo looked her over. She is dressed very fashionably and beautifully, but her face looks like she has had some plastic surgery, with some traces of an internet celebrity's face. He frowned. He had seen too many internet celebrity beauties like this on the internet. My name is Chin Lu. I used to be a live streamer. How about you? I heard you can make a lot of money. Chin Lu smiled. She looked Emo up and down, very satisfied. With this appearance, no celebrity idol or bar male model can compare to him. He is handsome and has some money, so he is indeed a good marriage candidate. It's okay. Emo smiled. Then let's get straight to the point. I heard that you bought a house before, right? If we are going to get married, then the house must be in my name. All the houses we buy in the future must be in my name alone, so that I can feel safe. Also, after you get married, you can't live with your parents. I'll be in charge of all the money in the family. I'll just give you some living expenses every month. As for the betrothal gift, it doesn't have to be too much, 680,000 yuan. After we get married, you have to treat me well and listen to me. You can't scold me, let alone hit me. You can't make me do housework, and you have to pamper me. Can you do all of these? Chin Lu counted on her fingers and said. Emo listened and wanted to roll his eyes. Adding her name to the house and writing all names on it from now on, isn't this treating him like a fool? Sure. But, there's something I need to tell you first. I have 2 children. Do you mind? Emo smiled slightly. Chin Lu's face froze instantly. Chapter 038. Are you ripping me off? You have a child? Chin Lu screamed. The introducer never told her about this. Yeah. Do you mind? Emo said with a smile. Chin Lu frowned, looking a little ugly. But when she raised her eyes and looked at the face in front of her, her expression relaxed a lot. Considering this face, it's not unacceptable. Is the child yours? No. That's fine. Chin Lu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Actually, I have something to tell you. I'm afraid you'll mind if you know about it. I once had a little angel in my belly. Do you mind? Emo was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, wow. Fine. He shook his head and smiled. That's good. By the way, what car did you drive here? Chin Lu asked. 2 seats. Chin Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 seats? Sports car. Then let's go. This restaurant is not good. Let's go to another one. There is a new Japanese restaurant that opened recently. Although it is a bit expensive, more than 2,000 per person, it is delicious. I have been there several times before. Chin Lu couldn't wait to get up. Okay. Emo agreed readily. A few minutes later, the two stood on the side of the street. Chin Lu was stunned looking at the shared electric bike in front of her. You. After being silent for a while, she turned and looked at Emo, her face turning pale. I told you, 2 seats, right? Emo said with a smile. Are you kidding me? Chin Lu screamed in anger. You were the one who played tricks on me first. Also, you misunderstood me, can you blame me? Emo sneered. You bastard. Chin Lu stomped her feet in anger. Don't you want to get in the car? I'll take you. Fuck you. You stinky loser. Get out of here. Chin Lu cursed angrily, waved the small sachet in her hand, and smashed the electric bike. Not feeling satisfied enough, she raised her foot and kicked it hard with her high heel. Then he glared at me fiercely and turned away. What bad luck! What a stupid idiot! You've wasted your face. She cursed as she walked. Watching her walk away, Emo smiled. Originally, he wanted to go through the blind date politely and then refused to give the other party some face, but this person was really rude. Not only was he more than an hour late, but he also made all kinds of excessive demands. He really couldn't tolerate it. Seeing the other party walking far away, still cursing, he laughed, hummed a song, picked up the electric bike on the ground, and rode towards the studio. Before I arrived, my cell phone rang. I thought it was my mom or my third aunt calling, but when I picked up the phone, it was neither of them. Cousin? He picked up the phone. Cousin, where are you? The person on the other end of the phone was his cousin from his third aunt's family. Judging from his tone, he seemed a little anxious. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yi Mo wondered. Cousin, if you have nothing to do now, can you come and pick me up? I'm at the bar and something happened. The cousin said anxiously. Which bar? Yi Mo frowned. From her tone, it sounded like she was in some trouble. Jianming Road, that MG bar. Come quickly. Okay. You wait. Yi Mo finished speaking and hung up the phone. This girl doesn't study hard, but goes to the bar to play. This is not good. He muttered, turned around, and sped away. His cousin is 19 years old this year and is studying at a university in H City. They used to have a good relationship, but in recent years, he has been working and she has gone to university, so they have less contact. I remembered to come see him today, probably because my third aunt mentioned him at home. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the MG bar. When we drove in and reached the door, we saw a lot of people standing there, a group of young men in their 20s surrounding two girls. Cousin? He stopped the car and shouted over there. Cousin, it's me. I'm here. A girl raised her hand and waved at Yi Mo. That's your cousin? The group of young men turned around and when they saw the electric car, they all laughed, revealing mocking and contemptuous expressions. What's going on? Yi Mo parked the car and walked over. Cousin. The girl pulled another person, pushed through the crowd, rushed out, and came to Yi Mo. She was wearing a purple dress and had makeup on. Yi Mo almost didn't recognize her. After looking carefully, he realized that she was his cousin, Huang Yi. When he looked at the other girl again, he couldn't help but be stunned. She has a beautiful face that is unforgettable, pure and sweet, with a pair of clear and bright eyes that seem to be able to speak, and her skin is very white, so white that it seems to glow. She was wearing a white dress, and under the light of the street lamp, she looked ethereal and fairy-like. When she saw Yi Mo, she was also stunned. Then, he smiled. Her smile is sweet and innocent. She is 18 or 19 years old, still childish, but with a hint of maturity, just like her figure, which is not as plump as that of a mature woman, but more mature and youthful than that of an average girl. This is my cousin, Yi Mo, cousin. This is Jiang Shiyun, my classmate. Huang Yi gave a brief introduction. Huang Yi, you are such a jerk. Instead of studying hard, you come to the bar. Yi Mo reached out and tapped her head. Ouch. It hurts. Brother, can you keep this a secret? Don't tell my mother, otherwise she will kill me. Huang Yi said pitifully. Tell me. What's going on? Yi Mo looked at the group of young men behind him and said. They bullied us. We were having fun at the disco, but they insisted on dragging us over to drink. We refused, so they deliberately tried to extort us, saying that we had knocked over their drinks and damaged their clothes, and they wanted us to pay for it. Huang Yi said angrily. What do you mean by touching a porcelain? You little girl, stop talking nonsense. That's right, you spilled the wine, and you also ruined the dress. If you don't compensate me today, you can't leave. The group of young people shouted. Yi Mo looked them over. These people are all dressed well, not like ordinary thugs, but more like a group of rich second generations. As for why the porcelain? He looked at Jiang Shiyun and understood. It's nothing more than this group of second generation picking up girls. It doesn't work to invite them to drink, so I have to resort to such despicable means. How much is the wine? How much is the clothes? I'll pay. Yi Mo said coldly. Wow. That's quite generous. However, you are a loser who rides an electric bike, so I'm afraid you can't afford it. The young man who was leading the group, wearing trendy clothes and a large string of silver jewelry and had a hip-hop style, sneered. Tell me, and see if I can afford it. Yi Mo curled up his lips and smiled. Wine, 12,000. Clothes, 30,000. The hip-hop youth shouted. That's all? Yemo sneered. 42,000. Do you have it? The hip-hop youth was a little unhappy. Why did this guy sound a little crazy? Account. Yemo took out his cell phone and said simply. The hip-hop young man was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting this guy to be so straightforward. He glanced at Jiang Shiyun, feeling somewhat unwilling. After a little thought, he came up with a solution. Wait, I remembered it wrongly, the clothes are not priced at this price. This is a co-branded model. The current market price is 60,000. You have to pay 30,000 more. He raised his hand, stretched out 3 fingers, and said proudly. Are you trying to rip me off? Yemo's face suddenly darkened and his tone became as cold as ice. Chapter 039 Mr. Hu, just call me Xiao Wu. Hey! Stop talking nonsense. My clothes are only worth this much. If you can't afford it, stop pretending and get out of here. The hip-hop youth said proudly. That's too much. What kind of rags are worth 60,000 yuan? I think they're not even worth 60 yuan. They're so ugly. Huang Yi said indignantly, besides, you obviously bumped into me. Why should we pay for it? Which eye did you see? I hit the car myself. If you go in and find anyone, they will say it was you who hit the car. Just admit your mistake and pay the money. The hip-hop youth sneered, if you can't afford it, fine. Brother is very generous, as long as you two accompany us for a drink tonight, we will pay for it. Brothers are not short of money. As he said this, he took a few steps forward and was about to put his arm around someone. Ouch! It hurts. The next moment, he let out a scream. Yemo reached out, grabbed his wrist and squeezed it hard. You bastard, let go. His face flushed and he screamed in anger. Drink the wine yourself. I won't give you any money. If you are not satisfied, go and sue me. Yemo said coldly. After saying that, he gave a strong shake, and the hip-hop youth immediately stepped back and fell to the ground. You are looking for death. Still want to leave? The group of young men were furious and surrounded them. Elder brother. Huang Yi shrank her head, pulled Jiang Shiyun, and hid behind Yemo in fear. Yemo glanced around with a look of disdain. They are nothing more than a bunch of rich second generation who indulge in alcohol and sex too much. You bastard, you're asking for death, so don't blame me for being rude. Today, none of you 3 can leave. The hip-hop youth got up, his face distorted with extreme anger. Hey hey hey! What are you doing? At this moment, a loud roar came from the door of the bar. A young man in pink clothes and with a slicked-back face strode out of the bar, followed by several security guards. Li Wei, what the hell are you doing? Don't you see this is my store? Why are you making trouble here? You must cause trouble for me, right? The young man came over, cursing. He hurried out because he heard the security guard report that there was going to be a commotion outside. Mr. Hu, we are not the ones causing trouble. It's this bastard who is blind and insists on provoking me. I must teach him a lesson today. The hip-hop youth pointed at Yemo and shouted angrily. Who is so blind? The young man in pink strode forward and looked at Yemo. After seeing it clearly, he was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened a little. Mr. Hu, this loser is riding a broken electric bike and acting like he's worth 2,500,000. Look, he's squeezed my hand blue. The hip-hop youth said angrily, pointing at the bruise on his wrist. What did you say? The young man in pink was a little dazed, thinking he had heard wrongly. You said he is a stinky loser? Yes. That's right. He came here on an electric bike. Look, that little broken bike. Hip-hop youth said. The young man in pink looked at it carefully, opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. Mr. Hu, let's do this. I won't cause you any trouble. We'll go over there and deal with this guy. I guarantee it won't affect your business. The hip-hop young man said again. Take care of Nima. The young man in pink couldn't stand it anymore and started cursing. Mr. Hu, you. The hip-hop youth was stunned, looking puzzled. Why was Mr. Hu scolding him for no reason? Mr. Li, do you know who he is? You call him a loser, but I think you are the loser. Next time when you mess with someone, open your eyes and see clearly who the other person is. The young man in pink cursed. The hip-hop youth were confused. He looked confused and had no idea what was going on. From the tone of Mr. Who's voice, it seems that he knows this guy, and he seems to be from a very important background. But how is this possible? The group of young people behind were also completely confused. Behind EMO, the two girls also looked confused. Your cousin. I don't know. Huang Yi shook her head, looking confused. Isn't my cousin just an ordinary person? Brother Yi, no, Master Yi, I'm so sorry. This happened in my store. I apologize to you. From now on, when you come to my store, it's free of charge. I'll treat you. The young man in pink smiled warmly and walked over. Is this your store? Yi Mo looked at him. He remembered this man. When he went to pick up school beauty Fu that day, this man was waiting downstairs in a Ferrari. His surname seems to be Hu, and he is a young man. Yes. My name is Hu Yifan, you can just call me Xiao Wu. Hu Yifan took out a cigarette familiarly and handed it over. I remember you. Yi Mo didn't answer, but said coldly, these people want to blackmail me, what do you say I should do? Hu Yifan was stunned and his hand holding the cigarette trembled. Damn it! These bastards even dared to extort people in his store. Young Master Yi, tell me a number and I'll give you double it as an apology for them. He said hurriedly. 72,000. Okay, I'll turn right away. Hu Yifan hurriedly took out his mobile phone and transferred 150,000 yuan. Then I'm leaving. After Yi Mo received the money, he turned around and said to the two girls, let's go. Oh. The two girls were still confused, nodded, and followed him on the electric bike. Huang Yi sat in the middle, Zhang Shiyun sat in the back, and the three of them squeezed into a car. Hold on tight. Yi Mo started the car slowly and drove out under the dull gazes of the people at the door. Awesome. Hu Yifan's face was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. When he goes to pick up girls, he has to drive a Ferrari, but others only need to drive a shared electric car. This is called strength. Mr. Hu, are you mistaken? The hip-hop youth came over and wondered, that guy, isn't he just a loser? Dick? Hu Yifan lit a cigarette and smiled. Do you know who he is? He drank with my dad before, and Mr. Ding is on good terms with him. Do you think he is a loser? He drives an electric car to be low-key. Do you think he is really poor? What he drives is a Bugatti. After hearing this, the hip-hop youth was shocked as if struck by lightning. That face turned pale. The rest of the people were also stunned. They never imagined that a guy riding an electric bike could have such a powerful background. Cousin, do you know the bar owner? After driving for a while, Huang Yi finally came to her senses and asked curiously. No. She said oh, but she was still confused. Even if they knew each other, the boss would not be so polite to my cousin, and he might even be a little in awe of him. It seems that my cousin has had a mysterious past in recent years that I don't know about. She said secretly. Let me take you back. Yi Mo said. There are no cars at this hour. Huang Yi muttered. Take a taxi. It's so far. It takes an hour and a half to drive from here to school. Then you guys stay in a hotel. I didn't bring my ID. Why don't you bring your ID card? Yi Mo grinned, feeling a little headache. How about this, I'll take you to a good place, but you have to keep it a secret and not tell your mother. Yi Mo said after thinking for a while. What place is this? It's so mysterious? Huang Yi was surprised. Of course it's a good place. Yi Mo smiled, changed direction and drove towards Emerald Lake. Chapter 040. My cousin was shocked. Cousin, where are you taking us? Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. On the road, electric cars are speeding like the wind. There was a handsome young man in front and two young girls in the back. Especially the one sitting at the back, who was wearing a fluttering white dress and had flying black hair, and was as beautiful as a fairy. Fuck. Is this even possible? The drivers passing by were all stunned. Many people lowered their heads, looked at their steering wheels, and stared at the Mercedes-Benz and Porsche logos on them, beginning to doubt their lives. Why is it that others can ride a broken electric bike and have two beautiful sisters, but they drive luxury cars but don't have any sisters at all? Is it just because he's handsome? Almost there. After driving for nearly 20 minutes, we finally reached the gate. Brother, what is this place? A hotel? Huang Yi wondered. There are mountains here, and it looks like some kind of resort hotel or something. Who? At the gate, security guard Xiao Lu frowned when he saw the electric bike coming. Is it a delivery guy? At this time, the only people who come here on electric bikes are the delivery men. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi? Just as he was about to shout, he saw who was coming and his eyes suddenly widened in complete disbelief. The person riding the electric bike was actually Mr. Yi, the owner of Villa Number 1. Xiao Lu looked at Mr. Yi and then at the electric bike, which looked a little messy. Last time it was a broken Jetta, this time it was a broken electric car. Why is Mr. Yi's hobby so weird? Then he saw the two girls in the back seat and his mouth dropped open again. Mr. Yi, please come in. It took him a while to come to his senses and he hurriedly opened the door. As expected of Mr. Yi. Looking at the electric bike carrying two beautiful girls passing by, Xiao Lu sighed with envy on his face. Brother, what on earth is this place? After entering the door, Huang Yi looked around and became even more confused. This doesn't look like a hotel, it looks more like a villa area. I know this place. It seems to be called Emerald Lake. It's very upscale, with many villas and mansions. Jiang Shiyun whispered, why did your cousin bring us here? I don't know. Huang Yi looked confused. She felt like she didn't know this cousin at all. Not only was he more handsome than before, he also had a mysterious identity and background. Now he brought her to such a high-end villa area. Arrive! Yemo stopped in front of the gate of a villa. Each villa has its own wall and gate. Cousin, is this your friend's house? Huang Yi got out of the car, looked up and exclaimed. What a big villa! Jiang Shiyun also exclaimed. What friend's house? This is my home. Yemo said with a smile. Is this your house? Yours? Huang Yi's eyes suddenly widened and she was stunned. Jiang Shiyun, who was standing aside, opened her cherry lips and was completely stunned. Yes. I just bought it. Come on, I'll take you inside. You'll stay here tonight. Yemo pressed his fingerprint and opened the door. Oh my god. Looking at the slowly opening door, Huang Yi swayed and felt dizzy. Her cousin is so rich that he bought a big villa? She wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Jiang Shiyun stood there as if petrified, not moving at all, with an expression of extreme shock on her innocent face. So beautiful. So big. Is that a swimming pool? The two followed him in, looked around, and exclaimed in surprise. This dining table and this tableware, are they from Hermes? Is this knife and fork from Tiffany? After entering the villa, their eyes widened even more. As they turned around, it felt like a dream. This villa is not only big, but also extremely luxurious. You guys can stay in this room. Call me if you need anything. Yemo arranged rooms for them and left. What a soft bed. This quilt is so comfortable. Huang Yi lay down on the big bed and shouted happily. What does your cousin do? Jiang Shiyun came over and said, I just checked online. Each villa here costs at least 100 million. 100 million? Huang Yi looked horrified. I don't know. He seemed to be a programmer before. Recently, I heard that he got rich. My mother told me about it. I thought it was only a few million, but I didn't expect he was so rich. Your cousin is so awesome. Jiang Shiyun exclaimed. And he's very handsome, isn't he? Huang Yi said proudly. It's very handsome. Thinking of that handsome and charming face, Jiang Shiyun's cheeks turned slightly red, revealing a bit of shyness. Then do you want to be my cousin? Huang Yi joked. What? What are you thinking about? Jiang Shiyun was suddenly embarrassed. I was just saying it casually, and you blushed. Huang Yi giggled. Come on, Shiyun, let's take a bath. There's a huge bathtub here. She went into the bathroom and turned on the water. Then, she took off her skirt. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to help you take it off? Seeing that Jiang Shiyun didn't move, she walked over and attacked with a pair of hands. What are you doing? Jiang Shiyun exclaimed and took a step back. Shiyun, you are so beautiful. Your skin is so white and smooth, so nice. She raised her eyes and looked at the beauty in front of her, a little dazed. She was so beautiful that she seemed to glow. Her facial features and every part of her body were flawless. Her figure was extremely beautiful. She had shed her youthfulness and acquired the flavor of a mature woman. "You're pretty, too." Jiang Shiryun smiled. "We." The two went into the bathroom and started playing around. Yemo left only after they went to bed at around 10 o'clock. Because of the skill of nourishing qi, his health is getting better and better. It seems that he doesn't need much sleep. He can be full of energy after sleeping for 3 or 4 hours. He went to the studio and got busy. He waited until the early morning of the next day, and only rushed back after finishing his work. Chapter 041 Inspecting the Hospital. In the early morning, sunlight shines into the room. 2 lazy cats curled up on the soft big bed. The beautiful back is exposed, white and flawless, and 2 pairs of ivory-like legs are crossed. A moan. Jiang Shiryun woke up, rubbed her eyes, sat up and stretched. In the sunlight, her whole body was shrouded in a hazy glow, and she was as beautiful as a jade statue. She woke up, threw back the quilt and got out of bed. A pair of crystal jade feet stepped on the floor, making a slight sound. Ta ta ta. She walked forward, her figure swaying, and her plump breasts rippled charmingly. Oh. The clothes are not dry yet. She walked to the balcony and touched the clothes that were hung out to dry last night. They were still a little wet. Ah. You haven't done it yet? What should I do then? Huan Yi sat up from the bed and asked dazedly, "How about asking my brother to buy it?" "No need. Use a hair dryer." Jiang Shiryun felt a little embarrassed. It's not just the clothes hanging outside. If you want to buy anything, you have to buy all the clothes. It's okay. My brother is a very good person. Huan Yi muttered, took the phone and made a call. Then she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. An hour later, Yemo bought the clothes back. "I don't know what style you like, so I just bought it randomly." Yemo put all the clothes at their door. "Hey, brother, you are really going too far." After getting the clothes and looking through them, Huang Yi burst into tears. "Did you tell him my code?" Jiang Shiryun looked at her clothes and couldn't help but be surprised. Both the underwear and the outer clothes are extremely close-fitting. "No. I just let him buy whatever he wants." Huang Yi shook her head. "Then how did he know?" Jiang Shiryun asked with a red face. "He must have seen a lot and has some experience. I didn't expect that he is such a playboy. He used to be quite honest." As expected, men become bad when they have money. Huang Yi said angrily. "Here. Breakfast. I'll take you out after you finish." Yemo had already prepared breakfast. "Is this papaya juice?" "Brother, you're really going too far." Huang Yi suffered another 10,000 points of critical hit. "Drink it quickly, and study hard when you get back to school. If I catch you hanging out in a bar next time, I'll tell your mom about it." Yemo said with a stern face. "Stop. Bro." Huang Yi shrank her head and said pitifully. "Wow. What kind of car is this?" After dinner, they came to the garage and the 2 girls were shocked again. There is an extremely cool sports car parked in the garage. "Koenigsegg." Yemo said. "Brother, can we sit here?" Huang Yi said excitedly. "How do you sit in a 2-seater?" Yemo said unhappily. Huang Yi was suddenly speechless. "Open this." Yemo opened the door of the old Jetta and got in. After sending the 2 to the city center, Yemo left and drove straight to Renhua Hospital. Today, someone from the Renhua Medical Group headquarters is coming to meet with him at this hospital. There were a lot of people in the hospital. Yemo parked the car outside and walked in. "Mr. Yi. You are here." Dean Lu Qiren had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw him, he hurriedly brought people to greet him. "Mr. Yi. Hello." Behind him followed a group of vice presidents, department heads, and the like, some of whom Yemo had met last time. "I asked you to make corrections last time. How's it going?" Yemo glanced at Lu Qiren and asked. "This hospital is big and has good facilities, but its management is very lax and is completely inferior to public hospitals." "Mr. Yi, don't worry. I have repeatedly ordered that personnel management be strengthened. The last incident will never happen again. Lu Qiren patted his chest and said with a smile. I hope so. Yi Mo said calmly. Director Yi, the people over there haven't arrived yet. How about coming to my office and sitting down? Lu Qiren said respectfully. No need, just take me around. Yi Mo said. Okay. I'll take you around in person and introduce you to the various departments of our hospital. Mr. Yi, please go to our emergency room first. As he spoke, Lu Qiren bowed and made a gesture of invitation. A group of people walked over and inspected the hospital. Soon, we arrived at the ward building. As I was walking, I suddenly heard an argument coming from a ward in front. Lu Qiren's face froze instantly. He was almost breaking out in a cold sweat. If anything happened again, he would lose his position as dean. Doctor, we can definitely raise the money. Please don't chase us away. Doctor, please. Alas. You have owed so much money. If you don't pay, I can't do anything. I can't prescribe medicine. There is no point for you to stay here. Otherwise, you should transfer to another hospital. Going to a public hospital may be better. Doctor, please be merciful and give us a few more days. We will definitely be able to make it. There's really nothing we can do. You better leave as soon as possible. After a while, a doctor walked out of the ward. What's going on? As soon as he came out, Lu Qiren waved and called him over. No money, they owe bills. It's been delayed for a long time, and I don't think they can afford the money anymore. The doctor sighed. What's wrong? Yi Mo asked. This is Mr. Yi, the owner of our group. Lu Qiren whispered. Oh. It's a congenital heart disease. A 4-year-old boy has been treated for a while and spent a lot of money, but there is no way. This is how the disease is, and the medicine is very expensive. The doctor immediately showed a respectful look. Zhao Zian, Zhao Haijiang? Yi Mo took a look at the medical record in his hand, and when he saw the guardian column, his brows immediately frowned. This name sounds familiar. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Lu Qiren was surprised. He looks like an acquaintance. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. Yi Mo finished speaking and walked straight over. Looking inside through the window on the door, he was stunned. He was indeed an acquaintance, a former colleague. His first job after graduation was not at NetEase, but at another company, where he worked for more than half a year. The two had a good relationship at that time, and this guy took good care of him. He straightened his clothes, pushed the door and walked in. There were 2 beds in the ward. A little boy was lying on the outer bed, and a couple was sitting beside the bed. The two were sighing, with sad looks on their faces. Brother Zhao! Yi Mo shouted. Zhao Haijian looked up, was stunned for a moment, and could hardly recognize him. I'm Yi Mo. Oh. It's you. It took Zhao Haijian a while to remember. Why are you? I came to see a doctor and happened to see it. Yi Mo said with a smile. Oh. Zhao Haijian smiled, then looked worried again. Xiaoyan is sick. He always said he was not feeling well before. I thought it was just a minor problem, but I didn't expect it to be a heart disease. He looked at his son on the bed and sighed. Can this disease be cured? Yi Mo asked. Yes, you can have surgery, but it's very expensive. Zhao Haijian smiled bitterly. After half a year of treatment, all the family savings had been used up and he still owed a lot of money. How could he afford the surgery? At this moment, his wife next to him nudged him with her elbow. He was stunned for a moment and shook his head. You. The wife immediately glared angrily and turned her head away. Zhao Haijiang immediately gave Yi Mo an awkward smile. Oh. I won't bother you anymore. Yi Mo smiled, turned around and walked out. Chapter 042 He is our Mr. Yi. Zhao Haijian, why are you so concerned about your reputation? Xiaoyan is like this, can't you let go of your dignity? After the people left, his wife Lu Rui shouted angrily. She wiped her eyes, and her eyes turned slightly red. Why should I care about my face? He is a young man who has just worked for 1 or 2 years. How can he have any money? What's more, he is not in the same company with me anymore. How can I ask for money? Zhao Haijiang scolded. I have already lent money to those who can. I almost kneeled on the ground and begged them. What else do you want from me? As he spoke, his eyes became a little red. It's all your fault. You're incompetent and have no future. Otherwise, our son wouldn't have to suffer this. Lu Rui said angrily. Zhao Haijiang clenched his fists and remained silent. He couldn't argue that if he had money, things wouldn't have turned out this way. It's all because of poverty. He is useless. I will look around to see where I can borrow some, he said after a long silence. There's also Shuidiku. If you try, maybe you can raise some money. Lu Rui said. Zhao Haijiang nodded. How come that guy just now didn't even buy a fruit basket? How rude. So stingy. Lu Rui scolded again. I just happened to come across it, I didn't have time to buy it. Zhao Haijiang said. That's stingy. Why don't you buy something before coming over? Anything is fine. At least the thought is there. Lu Rui said, how come you only have these poor friends? All of them are poor and stingy. Stop talking, I'm not that kind of person. Zhao Haijiang scolded. At this time, the door of the ward opened and a nurse walked in. Nurse, don't chase us away. We will go and raise money right now and pay off the money we owe. Zhao Haijiang stood up hurriedly and pleaded. Drive you away? How could that be possible? The nurse smiled and said, this is the medicine that was just prescribed. Also, the surgery has been scheduled for next Wednesday. The surgeon will be Dr. Su, the best doctor in the department. He is an expert. This. The couple was stunned for a moment, some of them couldn't believe their ears. Just now, the doctor was trying to send them away, but how come his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees? This is too incredible. Nurse, what is going on? Zhao Haijiang looked confused. He felt like it was a dream. You guys are so lucky. I'm a little envious of you. The nurse looked at the couple with envy on her face. What luck? Lu Rui was confused. You know the chairman of our group. He waived your medical expenses and arranged an operation for you. Aren't you lucky? The nurse laughed. Chairman? The couple was confused again. How could they know the chairman? That guy just now was our CEO Yi. Don't you know? The nurse was startled. What? It's him? Lu Rui's eyes suddenly widened in shock and disbelief. Isn't that young man Haijiang's former colleague? How could he be the chairman? Zhao Haijiang also had a dazed look on his face. He is your chairman? He asked, stuttering. He couldn't believe it at all that his former new colleague had suddenly become the chairman of a large group. Yeah. I can't believe it, he's so young and so handsome. The nurse smiled. The couple stood there for a long time. Then, they all showed looks of shame, especially Lu Rui, whose face turned red. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to slap herself. After inspecting the place, Yemo came to the dean's office and waited for a while before meeting someone from the group's headquarters. The main thing was to look at some financial documents, so Yemo just took a casual look at them. Mr. Yi, would you like to have lunch together? Lu Qiren warmly invited. No, I have to go back and cook. Yemo looked at the time and said. Cook? Lu Qiren was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized that he must be going to cook for Queen Su. Mr. Yi is such a good man. After leaving the hospital, Yemo went straight to the vegetable market near Su Yuqing's home. After coming here once, he was already very familiar with the place. He quickly bought all the vegetables and came to Su Yuqing's house. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. Su Yuqing was wearing a gorgeous dress, a long black skirt that trailed on the ground, dotted with tiny diamonds, sparkling, dazzling and gorgeous. The collar of the dress was very low, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and unfathomable cleavage. Further down, there is a slender waist like a water snake, and a plump and full buttocks. This dress really shows off your figure. She also dressed up carefully, wearing diamond earrings and a necklace, and she looked radiant and beautiful. What are you doing? Oh. Try on the clothes and see if they fit. This dress is from 2 years ago. Su Yuqing said this, reaching her hands behind her back to zip up her clothes. Yemo looked him up and down, somewhat amazed. This dress, paired with her beautiful face and devilish figure, is truly stunning. Then he remembered that he had seen her wearing this dress before, at some awards ceremony. At that time, she was the most beautiful woman among all the others and became the focus of the entire ceremony. Ouch! I can't pull it up, you come on. She tried for a while, but finally gave up, turned towards EMO, revealing her beautiful white back. Her back was smooth and flawless, her skin was dazzlingly white, and there was a beautiful spinal groove in the middle, the shape was perfect. Looking down, he could also see 2 shallow dimples on his waist. EMO was a little stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. EMO quickly reached out and pulled the zipper up. Slow down, it's a bit tight. When she pulled it up, she shouted and EMO stopped immediately. No! This dress is too small and I can't wear it. Suyuching looked down and sighed, I must have gained weight. I have to lose weight, otherwise I won't be able to appear on camera. Not fat. EMO walked around her and looked at her. Her waist was very narrow, there was no fat on her belly, and her arms were also thin, no different from before. When his eyes fell on his buttocks, he was stunned for a moment. This one seems a bit big. And there. Suyuching looked down, realized it, and blushed immediately. What are you doing growing so big? You can't even wear clothes. She muttered quietly. This way you'll have enough milk. It's good for the baby. EMO smiled and said, by the way, are you healed? It's almost there, but not fully healed yet. It will probably take another day or 2. Suyuching shook her head. Then I'll cook first and make some milk powder for the baby later. EMO carried the dishes to the kitchen and started to get busy. Suyuching walked to the mirror, looked front and back, shook her head helplessly, went back to the room to take off her clothes, then changed into another dress, trying them on one by one. Chapter 043 Almost Kissed. EMO, do you think this one looks good? What about this one? Isn't it a bit too revealing? Suyuching changed into a dress and came out to show it to EMO. EMO was dazzled by what he saw. She has dresses of various styles and designs, some of which are ethereal, like fairies descending to earth, and some of which are sexy and captivating. Looks good. They all look good. He kept nodding. With her figure and beauty, she would look good even if wrapped in a piece of rag. After changing about 20 sets of clothes, she stopped and started packing her clothes. There are not many pieces left to wear. I have to order a few more sets. She sat down in the living room, feeling a little dejected. I didn't expect that after having a baby, almost all my old clothes would become useless. I'll make you a few later. EMO said as he was cooking. You? Suyuching was stunned. Then, she realized that he really knew how to make clothes and had already made many sets of baby clothes, all in traditional Chinese style and very beautiful. Because of him, a trend of traditional Chinese style baby clothes started. Can you make dresses? She hesitated. Yes. I can make whatever you want. EMO said with a smile. With his handcraft skills, he can make all kinds of clothes. Then make a few sets for me to see. Any style is fine, Chinese style or Western style, as long as they are beautiful. Suyuching said with a smile. Okay. I'll measure it for you later. I'll do it when we get back. EMO said. Then thank you for your help. Mr. Yi, the great designer. Suyuching pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. You're welcome. You're welcome. After a while, EMO finally finished cooking the food and brought it to the table. Are you going to work soon? EMO asked while eating. Yes. About 5 or 6 days later, so I'm trying on clothes today. Suyuching nodded. So you're still staying here? Yes. The recording studio we chose this time is right here. Manny has arranged everything, so I don't have to go out of town. It's just that I'll be a little busy by then, and I may not be able to come back at night and take care of the baby. Suyuching said. Don't worry. I'm here, everything will be fine. EMO said with a smile. He is already a mature dad and can take care of 2 babies by himself. Yes. I feel very relieved to leave it to you. Suyuching nodded. She raised her eyes, looked at the young man in front of her, and suddenly smiled knowingly. Her choice was right, he is indeed a good father. Do you want to marry him? At this moment, Yang Manny's words flashed through her mind again. She was a little stunned. In the past 2 days, she has thought about this question for a long time. She was indeed a little moved. When she was free these 2 days, she would sometimes think of him and miss him. This feeling was a bit like being in love. He is really good. Not to mention he is handsome, he also has a nice personality and many skills, especially cooking, which is amazing. I just don't have much money. However, he is still young and has great potential. He will be rich sooner or later. If not, I can support him myself. As she thought about it, she became a little absorbed. By the way, yesterday, I went on a blind date. Yemo said again. Oh. A blind date. Su Yuqing didn't react at first, then her eyes widened and she screamed, "What, you went on a blind date?" "Yeah. Just to get by. My mom insisted I go, so I had no choice." Yemo smiled bitterly. So what happened? What's the other person like? Is she pretty? Su Yuqing frowned, feeling inexplicably nervous. She looks okay, just like an internet celebrity, but she has a terrible temper. She doesn't have the fate of a princess, but she has the disease of a princess. Yemo complained. After hearing this, Su Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Not bad. Will you still meet me in the future? She took a bite of rice and pretended to be calm. I don't know. My mother hasn't arranged anything for me yet. Oh. She responded and lowered her head to eat. After dinner, Yemo washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. Yemo, can you put on makeup? Su Yuqing suddenly asked. No. Yemo was stunned and shook his head. Then you can learn it and try it. Su Yuqing sat in front of the dressing table and waved at him. Yemo put the baby down and walked over. Look at these, they are all used for makeup. This is for concealer, this is for primer, this is for eyeshadow, and these are lipsticks. Different brands, different colors, the effects are all different. So complicated? Yemo was shocked. She has at least hundreds of lipsticks here. Yes. A woman's lipstick is very important and very particular. Su Yuqing smiled. For example, this one is my favorite brand, Armani Red Tube 501, the color is very beautiful, I apply it the most in daily life, look at it, the color is beautiful. She took out a lipstick and unscrewed the cap. With a gentle twist, he placed it on his plump lips and applied it. It looks pretty good. Yemo nodded. After applying lipstick, her lips became brighter and more attractive. She pursed her lips and smiled, it tastes pretty good, do you want to try it? Ah. Yemo was stunned. She smiled sweetly, raised her hand, wiped her lips with her white jade fingers, applied a layer of lipstick, then reached to Yemo's mouth and gently wiped his lips. A fragrant aroma instantly exploded between Yemo's lips. And that jade finger, with its slightly cool and smooth skin, stroked his lips, giving him an indescribable wonderful feeling. Yemo's heart was shaken and he was a little confused. How does it taste? Su Yuqing stared at him without blinking and asked with a sweet smile. Good. Yemo said in a daze. He felt that she was a little different at this moment, and the atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. There was also a hint of ambiguous meaning in that pair of beautiful eyes. Bang bang. Suddenly, his heart started beating faster. Then, do you want to try it again? Su Yuqing picked up the lipstick, applied it all over her lips, and gently pursed her lips to make the lipstick more evenly distributed and fuller. When their eyes met, Yemo was stunned for a moment, then slowly leaned down. Two faces gradually approached. The breathing of the two people gradually intertwined. The two hearts also started beating rapidly. It looked like their lips were about to touch and they were kissing. Yuqing, here I come. At this moment, there was a bang, and the sound of the door being pushed open was heard from outside, followed by Yang Mani's voice. The two people in the bedroom froze. The next moment, they all stepped back as if they had been electrocuted. Both faces turned red. This Yang Mani. Su Yuqing clenched her fists and cursed inwardly. If she hadn't come, she would have been able to kiss him easily. This guy. Yemo also cursed inwardly, feeling a little unhappy. The two looked at each other, calmed down, and walked out. Chapter 044 Skill Upgrade Millions of Fans. What are you doing in there? Yang Mani looked at the two of them with a suspicious look on her face. Teach him to put on my makeup. Su Yuqing smiled. Why do you ask him to put on makeup? There are so many makeup artists in the company, we don't need him. Yang Mani said disdainfully. Why are you here again? Yemo glanced at her and said speechlessly. I'm here to have a free meal. By the way, meet my lovely baby Yuching. Yang Mani said, hugging Su Yuching, hugging and kissing her. Yemo shook his head, walked aside and took the child with him. Mani, I can't wear any of my clothes anymore. How come? It's too fat. Here. You're really big now, eh? And soft. It feels so good. Ouch. It hurts. It's not healed yet. Yeah. One more thing. The two women entered the bedroom and no one knew what they were doing. Yemo gave the two babies a bath and a massage. When it was around 4 o'clock, he started cooking. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he left. He is in a very good mood. Back in the studio, he continued to work. Ding ding ding. While I was carving a piece of jade, my cell phone rang. When he picked it up and looked at it, he was stunned. It's that guy again, sending a bunch of photos. In the photo, she is wearing a Spider-Man tights, which perfectly shows off her enchanting figure. Coupled with the professional shooting angle, she looks particularly sexy and seductive. Especially the photos taken from behind facing the mirror, which further highlight the charm of her plump and full buttocks. How is it? Does it look good? I took a long time to shoot this. What do you want to see next time? Yemo. He examined the photos and found them quite nice. After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled and replied, let's make an Ultraman. The kind, you know. Ultraman? On the other side, Ning Yuding was stunned when she saw the news. Oh shit. This guy's hobby is so perverted? Such a strong taste? She was wearing Ultraman's clothes, and he was a monster. Oh my. It was so embarrassing. So perverted. She shook her head vigorously, shaking those evil images out of her mind. She moved her fingers and wanted to reply, you're such a pervert, and then reject him sternly, but she hesitated after typing just one word. The other party is the financial sponsor, she can't offend him. Okay. She replied. Putting down the phone, she sighed, Ning Yuding, how can you be so spineless? You accepted such a perverted request. You are depraved. Ultraman? Where are the Ultraman clothes? Then, she became a little worried and didn't know where to buy such clothes. She scratched her head, took the milk beside her, put it to her chest, bit the straw and took a sip. Let me ask. She found several stores where she had bought clothes before. Do you have Ultraman clothes? Dear. There isn't any. Dear. Your taste is quite special. We don't have it now, but we will help you find it and try our best to meet all your requirements. There was a reply soon. Ning Yuding's mouth twitched as she watched. Is this special? This is abnormal. Okay. She went back to the store below. Honey, do you think this style is okay? After a while, the store sent a photo. Puff. She took one look and immediately spat out a mouthful of milk, splashing all over her chest. This is so ugly. She took a tissue and wiped it, which immediately caused a huge wave. What about this one? The latest model of the Dark Ultra Woman Warrior. This one looks okay, let's take this. Ning Yuding hesitated for a moment and placed the order. This guy isn't he really going to take this photo? In the studio, Yemo muttered to himself. He just said it casually to make things difficult for her. If he really filmed it, he didn't know what it would turn out like. Putting down his phone, he continued to carve the jade in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your skill manual has been upgraded. I was busy until midnight when I suddenly heard the system voice. Finally upgraded. Yemo was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He practiced for so long and finally upgraded. He hurriedly opened the system interface, found the manual skill, clicked it and saw that it had been upgraded from the entry level to the proficient level. At the same time, he felt that there were a lot more things in his mind. 2 levels, what's the difference? He picked up a piece of jade and tried to carve it. After a while, he had a distinct feeling. His technique became more sophisticated and smoother, and carving felt like his instinct. He only needs to take a look at the jade to know what to carve and all the details are clear in his mind. This jade, why is it still a little hot? After carving for a while, he found that the jade in his hand was slightly hot. He touched it, but the heat quickly disappeared and returned to normal. That's weird. He frowned, not knowing what was going on. Oh right, Ultraman. Looking at the remaining pile of jade materials, he suddenly had an idea. He planned to carve them into the shape of Ultraman. Such a funny behavior might attract more fans. He immediately selected some jade and started making it. What's this? The next morning, when fans saw the update, they were stunned. This guy is really good at making things happen. A jade-carved Ultraman? And, not just one, but a group. It's really outrageous. Do you believe in light, boy? 666. I'm dying of laughter. The comments were extremely lively, far more than those of previous videos. Some people even started bidding on the property in the comments, and the price kept soaring. The effect is really good. After taking a nap, Yemo woke up and felt very satisfied. It's over 9 million now, very close to 10 million fans. He was full of energy and continued to develop a food series and a traditional Chinese-style baby clothing series. He also bought promotion materials to speed up the process of gaining fans. Finally, 10 million. By the evening, the number of fans finally exceeded 10 million. He was a little excited. It only took half a month from the time I started uploading videos to the time I broke through 10 million followers. That night, he received many calls again, and he rejected all of them except the official ones. He does this not for money, but mainly for interest. If he has a legitimate job, he can explain it to his parents and people around him. Hey! Yemo. He received another call and thought it was from some MCN agency, but when he picked up the phone, he was stunned. It's me. Lin Shuachin. Yemo remembered the name, and the image of a quiet girl emerged in his mind. This was his class monitor in college. At that time, there were few girls in the class, and most of the positions such as class monitor and various committee members were girls. What's wrong? Yemo smiled. Oh. It's like this. Tomorrow is teacher Chen Meng's birthday. We have agreed to celebrate her birthday. After all, we are the first batch of students she taught, and she still misses us very much. Tomorrow, you can come over too. Chapter 045 Yemo's Gift. Putting down the phone, Yemo showed a look of nostalgia. He thought back to his college days. During his 4 years in college, he mostly spent his time studying. His life was monotonous and there were not many things to recall. However, teacher Chen Meng was the brightest color in his college memories. Teacher Chen Meng is very beautiful. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs and a slim waist, and a gentle and elegant temperament. She is the white moonlight of many boys in their class. As an 18-year-old boy full of vigor and vitality, he had some fantasies at that time. But that's all in the past. Thinking about it now, he just feels that he was quite childish before. Go ahead. He smiled. After not seeing you for so many years, it's time to go and see you. It's your birthday, just give me a random gift. He thought about it, went to find a piece of material, and carved out a pair of jade bracelets. At noon the next day, Yemo arrived at the agreed hotel. Yemo? In the hotel lobby, a girl saw him and shouted in surprise, as if she couldn't believe it. Yemo looked at her and recognized her. It was squad leader Lin who contacted him. It's me. Why, you can't recognize me? He walked over with a smile. It's really hard to recognize it. Lin Shuachin looked him up and down, then smiled bitterly. It's only been 2 years and she can hardly recognize this classmate Yi. He is now extremely handsome, and his temperament is completely different from before. He is more confident and energetic, and looks very dazzling. She secretly admired it and said, "You can go up. It's on the 4th floor, 415. Good." Yemo nodded and got on the elevator. Yemo? Walking into 415, he saw many familiar faces. It has only been 2 years, and these classmates have not changed much. Yemo can recognize them. But when they saw Yemo, they all looked surprised and didn't recognize him. You're so damn handsome. It's a pity that you don't become a gigolo. A fat man wearing black framed glasses came over, patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Why are you still so fat? Yemo looked at him and smiled. This is his roommate in college, Li Yupeng. Hey. I work overtime every day, so I don't have time to lose weight. Of course I can only get fatter. Li Yupeng patted his stomach and said helplessly, "How do you maintain your figure?" "Exercise." Yi Mo smiled. Come on, sit here with me." Li Yupeng pulled him to sit at a nearby table. The people sitting next to him were his roommates, as well as some with whom he had a good relationship in the past. "Mosey, what are you doing now? Why are you so handsome?" "That's right, they don't look like SIT people at all." Several people joked. "I don't do this business anymore. I'll just create my own media account," Yi Mo said with a smile. "No wonder. It's pretty good. Our industry is so hard. We can't compare to those people who do live streaming at all." "Yes. That Li Xiaorong, the girl with buck teeth before, has had plastic surgery now and is an internet celebrity. She is making a lot of money. I heard from her that she can easily make tens of thousands a month, or even hundreds of thousands." As they spoke, they pointed to a girl at the next table. Yi Mo looked at it and was stunned for a moment. The girls with buck teeth in the past have now turned into glamorous internet celebrity faces. "I actually didn't want to come because I wasn't doing well. It's embarrassing, but thinking about meeting teacher Chen Meng, I couldn't hold back my excitement. Back then, I was a huge fan of her and thought about her every night." Li Yupeng laughed. "Ha ha. I remember one night, I saw you doing handwork. Were you thinking about teacher Chen?" Another roommate laughed. "No way. Okay. It's true, but I don't believe you didn't do it." Li Yupeng blushed. "No, absolutely not. Who is like you?" Several people burst into laughter. "Even if such a thing happens, we cannot admit it. Teacher Chen is here." At this moment, there was a shout from the door. All the boys became excited and stretched their necks to look towards the door. A moment later, a tall and beautiful woman came in, surrounded by several girls. She was dressed casually, in jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black blazer, which showed off her figure very well. She has a bright appearance, gentle and quiet temperament. At first glance, she makes people feel very comfortable, like being bathed in the spring breeze. "It hasn't changed much." Yi Mo sighed. "If I calculate, teacher Chen should be around 28 or 29 years old, but compared to before, there is not much change." "Hello, teacher Chen." Li Yupeng shouted excitedly. "Hello, students." Chen Meng smiled at all four directions and spoke softly. "Teacher Chen, this is the gift I prepared for you." A girl took out a gift she had prepared and walked up to him. "It's a lipstick. Teacher, you will definitely like it." "Why buy lipstick? Isn't this a waste of money?" Chen Meng shook his head and complained. "Teacher Chen, you were so kind to us in the past. Now that we are working, of course you have to buy us some nice gifts." The students said with a smile. "Teacher Chen, this is my gift." "Teacher Chen, this is the bag I bought for you. It's not expensive, only about 1,000 yuan." "Teacher Chen, I bought you a watch." "It's not expensive. It's a Longines watch. It only costs a few $1,000s. The students came forward one by one, and the atmosphere quickly changed. Some people who gave ordinary gifts did not dare to say what the gifts were, while those who bought expensive gifts shouted them out on purpose, which made it seem like they were showing off and competing with each other. Soon, Yi Mo also stood up and walked forward to hand over the gift he had prepared. "Is it Yi Mo?" Chen Meng looked at him and said in surprise. "Yi Mo, what did you give me?" Someone in the crowd shouted. "Just some little gadgets I carved myself." Yi Mo said with a smile. "Is this handmade by yourself?" Yi Mo was really thoughtful. A classmate laughed. "Hey! How much can something I carved myself be worth?" When I saw him like that, I thought he had become rich, but I didn't expect that he is still so poor. "That's right, I can't even give away something like this." Some people also sneered in a low voice. "Don't say that. What you do yourself is the most thoughtful," Chen Meng said with a smile. "Let me see what classmate Yi is doing." As she spoke, she opened the package, revealing an exquisite wooden box. She carefully opened the lid and looked inside. The next moment, her beautiful eyes widened and her expression became dazed for a moment. This is not just a gadget. It was clearly a pair of exquisite and precious jade bracelets with phoenix patterns carved on them, which were extremely gorgeous. Under the light, the jade glowed with a warm, crystal-like luster, and the two flying phoenixes on it seemed to come alive. This. The students nearby came over and took a closer look, and were all stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful jade bracelet. Such a jade bracelet could actually be made by EMO? How is it possible? Chapter 046 EMO, are you a big internet celebrity with millions of fans? So beautiful. EMO, did you do this? Many more classmates gathered around, and they all looked equally shocked. At the same time, they couldn't believe that such a perfect pair of jade bracelets were actually made by EMO. How could he have made it? He bought it from the store and pretended he made it himself. That's a bit too shameless. The person who had sneered before spoke again, with a sour tone. Such a pair of jade bracelets must be worth a lot of money. They instantly outshine all the other gifts. EMO, did you really do this? Chen Meng looked at the jade bracelet in the box and said hesitantly. She couldn't believe it either. Certainly. EMO smiled. Oh. He's really got the nerve to admit it. I never realized he was so shameless before. There were more sarcastic voices. Even Li Yupeng and others frowned, obviously not believing that this pair of jade bracelets were made by EMO. Look, do the phoenixes on this pair of jade bracelets look familiar to you? And the pattern is so detailed. Suddenly, a girl screamed. Is this phoenix special? Many people wondered. Many people also looked at it carefully and showed expressions of surprise and doubt. This style seems familiar. Moreover, it seems that only that person can carve jade to such a detailed and perfect level. It really looks like it. Someone picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and compared it with the jade bracelet in front of him. Didn't he say that his jade was not for sale? Many people offered sky-high prices, but still couldn't buy his jade. Not only jade, but also other clothes and gold items, no one has ever bought them. Yes. He won't sell it, but how did GMO get his jade? They looked at each other. Then, their bodies shook together, and they all showed expressions of extreme shock. Since it is not for sale, and EMO has his jade, doesn't that mean that EMO is the new dad, the person behind this account with millions of fans? What's going on? The others looked confused, not knowing what was going on. EMO, he is the new dad. He has 10 million fans. Those people came to their senses and smiled bitterly. They never imagined that this hot new internet celebrity who has earned millions of dollars in online influencer rewards would actually be their classmate. This EMO is really a hidden talent. So awesome. What? 10 million fans? Many people were stunned. 10 million fans. What is the concept? On the internet, having 1 million fans is already amazing. Those with tens of millions of fans are all top internet celebrities. Making money from them is as easy as drinking water. Some of them are even more powerful than celebrities. He is the new dad? Some people who knew this account were also stunned. This new dad has risen to fame in the past half-month. With his top-notch craftsmanship and extraordinary talent, he has caused a sensation on the internet and attracted millions of fans. His skills are so high that he has even been recognized by the masters of the Forbidden City. In the fields of goldway and jade carving, he was even deified. Some jade carving masters even call him a genius that appears once in 1,000 years. This person is actually EMO. Fuck. Li Yupeng and others were also shocked and stunned. I didn't expect to be recognized so soon. EMO touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be recognized so easily, nor did he expect that Teacher Chen would open the gift in front of him. Wow. The whole room was boiling instantly. Yemo's words were equivalent to acknowledging his identity. Look, Yemo's hands are exactly the same as in the video. It's really him. So amazing. Everyone was extremely excited. Those few people who had made sarcastic remarks before now all had sullen looks on their faces and dared not say a word. Is Yemo really that powerful? Chen Meng held the wooden box in her hand, still a little bit unbelieving. Then, she felt a strong sense of pride. As a teacher, she feels proud that the students she has taught have achieved success. Yemo, you're awesome. She exclaimed, but this pair of jade bracelets is too valuable, teacher, I can't accept it. Teacher Chen, just accept them. They are just a pair of small things, not very valuable. Yemo said with a smile, besides, there is no reason to take back something that has been given away. That's right. With Yemo's current wealth, this is nothing. Teacher, just accept it. Everyone laughed. Chen Meng had no choice but to put it away. Mosey, you are amazing. You are really a hidden talent. Brother Mo is awesome. When Yemo walked back to his seat, Li Yupeng and the others were extremely excited. After a while, the food and wine came and everyone started eating and drinking. Yemo had become the second protagonist. People kept coming up to him to toast and chat with him. Everyone was flattering and enthusiastic. The drinking party lasted until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was finally over. After sending Li Yupeng and others into the car, Yemo took a taxi home. After taking a shower and packing up, he rushed to Su Yuqing's house. As usual, he went to the nearby vegetable market first. Everyone there recognized him and called him Xiao Yi in a very affectionate manner. "Oh right, diapers." After coming out, he went to the maternity and baby store again. Diapers are consumed too quickly, especially since he has 2 babies. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yuqing was practicing yoga. Her tight yoga clothes and seductive posture made Yemo take a few more glances. Su Yuqing blushed, stood up and went to take a shower. "That account of yours seems to have 10 million followers." After taking a shower, she came out in a bathrobe and asked while drying her hair. Yemo sniffed her and found that she smelled like a pleasant shower gel, which was so fragrant that it made him feel intoxicated. "Yeah. I just broke 10 million yesterday." He nodded. "Very good." She sat down and smiled. "You've only been here for half a month, and you already have so many fans. There will be even more in the future. With the advertising fees, it will be at least several million a year, maybe even tens of millions. Many small celebrities nowadays actually don't earn as much as you internet celebrities. It's pretty good." Yemo nodded. The two continued to talk about work. "By the way, can I bring the baby to my parents after some time?" Suddenly, Yemo asked. Su Yuqing was stunned for a moment when she heard this. "My parents have always wanted to watch it and have been urging me to watch it." Yemo smiled bitterly. "Sure." Su Yuqing nodded and smiled. "This way they won't urge you to go on blind dates anymore." "Yeah. I feel relieved after seeing them. I can shut them up." Yemo smiled. "My mother comes to urge me every now and then, wanting to see my grandchildren. I have been putting it off for a long time and I can't keep putting it off. It's time to let them see me." Chapter 47 Yuyunswang Resort Hotel. In the evening, Yemo cooked. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, it was already past 8 o'clock. "Let's go for a walk. Take the baby with you," Su Yuqing suddenly suggested. "Are you going too?" Yemo was stunned. "Yes. It's okay. There aren't many people in the neighborhood at this time. If I wear a hat, no one will recognize me," Su Yuqing said with a smile. She went into the house and quickly came out, changed her clothes. She wore a black suit on the upper body, black wide leg trousers on the lower body, a hat on her head, and a pair of sunglasses. She looked beautiful and cool. "How about it?" She spun lightly in a circle. Yemo couldn't help nodding his head as he watched, somewhat amazed. She has a good figure and can carry off any clothes. Even such casual style clothes can show off her sexy and charming S-shaped curve, especially the pants, which are slightly tight and show off her full and round buttocks. The white spot on the chest is very eye-catching. "Nice!" he exclaimed. "Then let's go. Actually, I rarely take my baby out. I want to go for a good stroll today." Su Yuqing smiled sweetly. Ding! Successfully triggered the task. Take a 2-hour walk with your baby and you will receive a random reward. As soon as I went out, the system voice rang. "Random rewards?" Yemo murmured. "The last time I took my baby out for an hour's walk, I gained the skill of nourishing chi, but this time it became a random reward. It's nice to take a walk like this once in a while." The two went downstairs and walked around the community. She walked on the left, Yemo on the right, pushing a stroller. The two walked side by side, chatting as they walked. When people saw it from afar, they all smiled knowingly. At first glance, they were a young couple taking their baby for a walk. The atmosphere was so warm that they all felt a little envious. "Look at this couple." An old man walked by with his dog and smiled. Both of them were stunned. Yemo touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Yuqing's face turned slightly red, but soon returned to normal. She looked at the young man beside her, and then at the two babies in the car. Her heart warmed, and a sweet and warm feeling rose in her heart. After walking around the community, the two walked out. Would you like some milk tea? You'll get fat, right? Otherwise, just 1 cup, I'll take a few sips and try it. Su Yuqing bit her red lips and said hesitantly. How sweet. She got the milk tea and took the first sip. The sweetness went straight to her heart. Yemo took the milk tea and took a sip. It was sweet and had a special fragrance. That was the smell of lipstick on her lips. The two of them strolled and wandered along the way. Ding! Mission completed, rewards being drawn. Congratulations to the host for winning the ownership of Yuyanzwang Resort Hotel. Hotel? Yemo was a little surprised. The last time I drew a random reward, I got a building. After strolling for a while, the two returned home, fed the baby, and struggled to coax him to sleep. Then I'll go back first. Go to bed early. Yemo said goodbye and left. He returned to the studio and checked the Yuyanzwang Resort Hotel. This is a top luxury resort hotel, located in a quiet mountain. Looking at the location, it is not far from Emerald Lake. The cheapest room in the hotel is only 2,000 to 3,000, which is quite expensive. Not bad. He looked at the photos of the hotel and was quite satisfied. That's perfect. Next time my parents come over, they can stay here. The house in Tianshui Yayuan was too small and too simple, and he couldn't explain the situation of Emerald Lake No. 1 villa for the time being, so arranging it in this hotel was the best choice. The next morning, he called his parents. Really? Can I see my grandchildren? Father Yu was watching TV leisurely. When he answered the phone, he stood up suddenly and almost sprained his waist. His face flushed with excitement and he was extremely thrilled. What grandchildren? In the inner room, Ye's mother came out puzzled. Xiao Mo said that we can meet the child now. Ye's father said excitedly. Really? That's great. Mother Yi clapped her hands, very excited. When? She asked anxiously. Let's go there tomorrow. The child is young and it's not convenient for him to take a car. Ye's father said with a smile. Okay. Hurry up and buy the tickets. We also need to buy some things before going. Mother Yi smiled happily and started to make arrangements. After finishing the call, Yemo continued to be busy. When it was almost noon, he went to Su Yuqing's house to cook and then told her that his parents would come to see the child tomorrow. In the afternoon, he received a friend request. Brother Yi. The other party shouted enthusiastically as soon as he came up. Who are you? Yemo was a little puzzled. I, Xiao Hu. Yemo grinned immediately. Isn't this Mr. Hu, the one who wears a pink suit all day and dresses very sexy? What's the matter? Hi. Nothing much, I just want to invite you for a drink. Come to my bar in the evening and have a few drinks. I'll treat you. There are a lot of beauties here. I'm having an event today and I've invited a lot of hotties to show up. Xiao Hu replied. Not interested. Yemo simply refused. In the evening, he came again. Brother, come on. Li Wei, the one who offended you last time, said he wanted to apologize to you. I promised you would come, and if you don't come, I will be so embarrassed. Brother. Please. Yemo was a little speechless. Okay. Unable to resist the constant nagging, he had to agree. At around 10 o'clock, he drove to the bar. After parking the car outside, he walked to the door. Brother Yi, you are here. Hu Yifan had been waiting there for a long time and came running towards him. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Behind him was the hip-hop young man, who came up and bowed. Forget it. Yemo waved his hand. He looked down on this kind of rich second generation who played with women, but since they had apologized in person, he just regarded it as giving some face to Hu Yifan, a rich boy. Thank you, Brother Yi. Li Wei raised his body and said excitedly. Who is that guy? So handsome. That guy seems to be Mr. Hu from the bar. Why is he so respectful and polite to that guy? Who is he? Many eyes glanced over from all directions, showing some surprise and curiosity. Especially the women, there was a look of amazement in their eyes. Brother Yi, come on, sit inside. I've already arranged a seat for you. Just order whatever you want to drink. I'll treat you tonight. I can arrange as many girls as you want, no matter what kind they are. Hu Yifan enthusiastically led Yimo inside. In front, a row of security guards led the way, looking very imposing. When he got inside, Yimo sat down in the booth and looked around. As expected, there were quite a few beauties wearing cool and sexy clothes, and their long legs were very eye-catching. Suddenly, his eyes focused on one of them. He recognized this person. It was the internet celebrity beauty Qin Lu whom he had a blind date with that day. Chapter 048 Yimo, you bastard. Brother Yi, which one do you like? I'll invite it over to you. On the side, Hu Yifan patted his chest and said generously. You invited them all? Yimo was surprised. That's about right. Hu Yifan said with a smile, I can invite you here, but whether you can take it away depends on your ability, Brother Yi. But I think with your charm, it should be easy. What are you taking away for? Brother Yi, you are asking even though you already know the answer. Hu Yifan chuckled. Yimo grinned when he heard this, and the two of them smiled at each other. These second-generation rich people spend too much money. You can play by yourself. I already have children. He said unhappily. What? Brother Yi, you already have a child? Hu Yifan was a little shocked. Then you and Lawyer Fu. It doesn't matter. She is my high school classmate. Yimo said. Is that so? I thought it was that kind of relationship. Hu Yifan shook his head and said with a wry smile, Come on, Brother Yi, have a drink. No, I still have to drive back, drink some water. Yimo directly took a bottle of water. Okay, let's drink, let's do it. Hu Yifan picked up the wineglass and clinked it with Yimo. The atmosphere in the bar was noisy. Many people glanced towards a booth in the middle. There, a group of security guards stood, surrounding the booth in the middle, making for a grand occasion. He must be some very important person. Could it be Prince Wan? Many people are speculating. Lulu, look, there are so many security guards over there. In a corner of the bar, a gorgeous woman in cool clothes pointed to the booth in the middle and said to Qin Lu who was beside her. What a grand display. Qin Lu was also a little surprised when she saw it. Anyone who is surrounded by so many security guards must be a very important person. The one in pink seems to be Boss Hu. He's here in person. What a great honor. The gorgeous woman took a closer look and exclaimed again. Who is that person? Qin Lu became even more curious, so she took a few steps forward and looked carefully inside the booth. The next moment, her whole body trembled, her beautiful eyes widened, revealing a strong look of disbelief. She recognized the man next to Boss Hu. Isn't he the idiot who went on a blind date that night? Why is this guy sitting with Boss Hu? That guy is so handsome. The beautiful woman also saw it clearly and cried out in surprise. What's the use of being handsome? He's just an idiot. Qin Lu pouted and cursed. Lulu, do you recognize him? The beautiful woman asked in surprise. Didn't I tell you that I met an idiot on the blind date that day? It was him. He blew up a broken electric car and pretended it was a sports car. How shameless. He's just a scum who's a liar and has no money in his pocket. Qin Lu said angrily. Thinking about the blind date that day, she became furious. I'm telling you, this kind of man will cheat women out of their money at first sight. He's a gigolo. She felt unsatisfied and continued to curse. It's him? But why is he sitting there? The beautiful woman asked in confusion. From what Lulu said, this man is just a poor guy who rides a broken electric bike. But how could such a person sit next to Boss Hu? Ha! Maybe he's the male model hired by Boss Hu. Qin Lu sneered. That makes sense. Speaking of which, he is really handsome. If you have no grudge against him, I would really like to pick him. The beautiful woman said with a smile. I want to do that, too. That way I can humiliate him. Qin Lu sneered. Just then, there was movement in the middle booth. The security guards all made way for them and the people inside stood up one after another. Brother Yi, I'll take you out. Hu Yifan bowed, took a few steps forward and made a gesture of invitation. On both sides of him, the others also looked respectful, looking at the handsome young man sitting in the middle. After a while, the young man straightened his clothes and stood up slowly. Seeing the scene, Qin Lu and the others were stunned. Their beautiful eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open, unable to close at all. This scene is too incredible. Looking at the respectful looks of those people, it was as if that guy was the protagonist of the night and had some amazing background. Lulu, didn't you say? After a while, the beautiful woman came back to her senses, looked at Qin Lu, and asked in disbelief. I don't know either. Qin Lu shook her head, looking confused. How would she know what was going on? According to the introducer, Emo has no background and comes from an ordinary family. Could it be, he lied to me? She murmured, and hurriedly pushed through the crowd and walked out. When she got outside, she just happened to see Emo saying goodbye to Boss Hu and others, and walking towards the parking lot. Soon, he stopped, and in front of him was a very cool silver sports car. He really has a sports car? She was shocked all over and stood there like a fool. It turned out that he was not lying to himself, he really had a sports car. He must have wanted to test himself that day, but he didn't expect that he was so untested that he ruined the marriage. In an instant, she regretted it deeply. Wait for me. The next moment, she rushed forward, running at the speed of a 100-meter sprint in her high heels, and got into the car before Emo could react. Fuck. Is this even possible? At the door, Hu Yifan and others were stunned. Brother Yi came over and sat for only half an hour without saying a word to the girl. But when he was leaving, the girl took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. This charm is too outrageous. Go down. In the car, Emo glanced at Qin Lu beside him and shouted coldly. Emo, I was wrong last time, can you please forgive me? Qin Lu patted her bulging chest, calmed her breathing, and spoke pitifully. She also deliberately pulled up her skirt, revealing her white thighs, and then posed in a seductive posture. It's so hot. Seeing Emo indifferent, she took off her coat and pulled her collar lower, revealing a deep cleavage. Emo looked at her. She had a nice figure and was pretty, but he wasn't interested in her at all. Is it hot? He muttered and turned the air conditioner up to 10 degrees. Giggle. Qin Lu couldn't help but shiver when the cold wind blew. She held on for a while, but couldn't bear it any longer, so she opened the car door and got out angrily. Emo, you bastard. Looking at the sports car driving away, she stamped her feet, looking furious. Chapter 49 Happy Father and Mother Yi. The high-speed railway station was packed with people. Another group of people got off the bus and poured out from the gate. Among them was a middle-aged couple, probably in their early 50s, dressed very simply. Both of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands. They looked very heavy and it was a bit difficult for them to carry them. However, both of them had smiles on their faces, as if there was some great joy to be had. Dad, Mom, why do you carry so many things? Aren't they heavy? Emo glanced at the crowd, saw them, and hurried over to them. This is just a piece of cake. Father Yi smiled heartily. Son, take everything you need. Look, this bag is filled with eggs from the chickens your grandmother raised. The eggs they lay are the most nutritious. This bag is filled with 2 chickens that were just killed. These bags are filled with vegetables grown in your own fields. Ye's mother smiled. Mom! Why did you bring these? Emo said helplessly. For you to eat. You can also bring some to the child's mother. They are all natural green vegetables, grown by your grandmother herself. She knew we were coming to see her grandchildren, and she was so happy. If we didn't stop her, she and your grandfather would kill all the chickens. Ye's mother said. All right. Emo shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you standing there for? Come on. Hurry up. Father Yi urged anxiously. Yes. Let's go quickly so we can see the child earlier. Ye's mother followed. Mom, let me get it. Emo grabbed most of the bag, held it in his hand, and followed. Master, let's go to Yuanzhuang Resort Hotel. After getting into the taxi, Emo said to the driver. Hotel? What are you going to do in a hotel? Mother Yi was startled and asked in confusion. Yes. Son, aren't you going home? Ye's father also said. Mom and Dad, I've booked a hotel for you. You can stay in the hotel for the next few days. This resort hotel is pretty good. The environment is great. You can take a walk when you have nothing to do. It's not as boring as at home. Yemo smiled. Hey! What are you doing? Isn't it a waste of money? You have a home but you don't live in it, but stay in a hotel. What a joke! Ye's father frowned and shouted. Son, how much is this hotel per night? Some kind of resort hotel, it sounds expensive. Mother Yi frowned. $5,000. $5,000? Father Yi was immediately shocked and his eyes widened. Mother Yi also opened her mouth wide in shock. She has never stayed in a hotel that costs 500 yuan, let alone 5,000 yuan. This is such a waste. Let's quit. She came to her senses and said quickly. It's okay, you'll only stay for a few days, not for a long time. Yemo said with a smile, if you don't stay, I won't bring the kids here. Ye's father and mother looked at each other, both helpless. Son, let it go this time. Don't waste it like this next time, okay? Ye's mother scolded. I know. Yemo nodded his head like pounding garlic. About 40 minutes later, we arrived at the hotel. Wow! When they got off the car and took a look, the two elders were stunned. The hotel in front of us is located between mountains and rivers. It is quiet and elegant. Its classical style exudes a sense of ultimate luxury. After entering the lobby and completing the formalities, a waiter led them to an elegant suite. There are several rooms inside, and when you open the window of the living room, you can see the lake and garden scenery. Very good. Father Yi sighed. $5,000. Mother Yi said in a low voice, feeling a little distressed. Mom and Dad, you guys take a rest first, I'll go get the kids. Okay. Be careful on the road. Yemo took a taxi, went home, drove the Lamborghini, went to Su Yuqing's house and picked up the child. Be careful. Su Yuqing warned carefully. Rest assured. Yemo installed the safety seat for the child before setting off. Hurry, hug me. As soon as he arrived at the door with the child, Ye's father couldn't wait to come up to him and took the baby boy from his arms. Wow! The boy stared at the stranger with his black eyes and burst into tears. Oh! Don't cry! Father Yi suddenly panicked and patted the baby and started to coax him. Give it to me. Seeing the baby crying non-stop, Yemo said. Father Yi had no choice but to hand the baby back. When the baby boy was in Yemo's arms, he stopped crying instantly. Hey! This little guy. Father Yi smiled bitterly. Why are you so anxious? You're not even familiar with this baby. Why are you holding him? Mother Yi glared at him and scolded him. Son, this is a boy, right? What's his name? No. It's a nice name. Look, her features look like our son's. When she grows up, she will be as handsome as our son. What about this baby girl? What's her name? Jinjing. It sounds nice too. Mother Yi came over and looked at her grandchildren with joy. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and her mouth was wide open with smiles. Son, this child's mother, aren't you going to bring him to us? Father Yi looked at the baby for a while, then looked up and asked. Let's talk about it later. Yemo said. These days, he could feel that his relationship with Su Yuqing had made great progress, but he couldn't say for sure what would happen in the future. That's fine. As long as you bring the baby to us often, we won't care. It's your own business and you can make your own decisions. We can't control you. Ye's father said with a smile. He looked at his son with a face full of pride. His son's achievements have far surpassed those of this old man, and he can no longer control him. Be good, Nuonyuo, let grandma hug you. Mother Yi coaxed the baby boy for a while, then reached out and picked him up. Nuonyuo didn't cry, but grinned and acted very friendly. Son, what happened with the last blind date? I heard from your aunt that after the guy went back, he kept saying bad things about you and made your aunt feel embarrassed. After a while, Ye's mother asked. That person has such a bad temper. Yemo briefly recounted what happened that day. Mom, you and Aunt, stop worrying about it and stop making arrangements for me. I can handle my own problems. Okay. Ye's mother said helplessly. Then, Yimo told them some work matters. Although they don't know much about self-media, they were still excited when they heard that they had 10 million fans. They know that the more fans they have, the better and the more money they can make. Yimo stayed here the whole afternoon, accompanying them and the baby. He waited until the evening, arranged dinner for his parents, and then sent the baby back. Chapter 50 Ji Zishuan's Difficulties. The next morning, Yimo brought his baby to visit his parents again. The two elders were busy entertaining the baby and having a great time. Mr. Yi. Yimo walked out of the room and came to the lobby. A woman in her 30s, wearing a business suit, with a plump figure and a pretty face came to greet him. It was the manager of the hotel, Li Lijuan. Li Lijuan bowed slightly, looked up at the young man in front of her, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then, she felt a sense of fear in her heart. She only found out this morning that this person was the new owner of the hotel, and yesterday, he moved into the hotel with his parents. If there had been any mistakes in the reception yesterday, it would have been all over. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and nothing went wrong. Mr. Yi, how about changing to another suite? There are a few with better views. She whispered. Need not. Yimo waved his hand. 5,000 yuan a night is already too expensive for my parents. If we change to a more expensive one, they will blame him again. Okay then. Mr. Yi, I'll take you to see various places. Li Lijuan said respectfully. Good. Yimo nodded, followed her and walked around the hotel. Boss Yi, this is our restaurant. It's also very famous. It's called Yueyun Chinese Restaurant. It has always received high reviews. Last year, it was even rated as a 2-diamond black pearl by Mate 1. There are only 5 2-diamond restaurants in the entire H city. The two came to the restaurant. Good. Yimo took a look and nodded appreciatively. Let's go to the kitchen and take a look. Li Lijuan took the lead and walked inside. It was already past 11 o'clock, the kitchen was quite busy, and the air was filled with rich, tempting aromas. Very clean, nice. Yimo took a look and found that the whole kitchen was very clean and tidy. The staff were neatly dressed and of high quality. He walked over and looked around. The guests at table number 5 have returned their dishes again. After a while, a waiter came in with a pot of food in his hand. Retreat again? This is the third one. There was an uproar in the kitchen. Returning dishes does happen occasionally, but having 3 dishes returned in a row is something I have never encountered before. You are looking for trouble. A chef said angrily. Don't say too much. If the customer returns the dish, just redo it until he is satisfied. The chef waved his hand and shouted, let me do it this time. After saying that, he glanced at Li Lijuan and said with a smile, I'm afraid we've met a picky customer this time. With Master Huang personally taking action, I think there will be no problem. Li Lijuan smiled. This Master Huang is a famous master chef who has won numerous awards in various competitions and has superb cooking skills. Master Huang adjusted his hat and started cooking. Yimo was very interested and started watching from the side. At this moment, a young woman was sitting by the window in the restaurant. She had a beautiful face and a cold temperament, like ice. She was wearing a luxurious black dress that fit her body tightly, highlighting her graceful and exquisite figure. The skirt was split in the middle of the thighs, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs. On her crystal-clear jade feet were a pair of expensive and exquisite high heels. Her skin is very white, like ice and jade, and her beautiful eyes are cold, giving people a feeling of being kept at a distance, and even a kind of otherworldly aura. She wore a pair of dazzling diamond earrings and an even more dazzling diamond necklace on her chest. On her white wrist, she wore a luxurious watch inlaid with diamonds, a Patek Philippe watch. This outfit is full of luxury and nobility. She sat gracefully, holding the wine glass in her right hand, shaking it gently a few times, then opened her red lips and took a sip. Her brows relaxed and she nodded slightly. The wine is not bad. But when she picked up a piece of meat from the plate, put it in her mouth, and chewed it gently, her brows furrowed. This beef is a bit overcooked and tastes terrible. As for the taste, it is also disappointing. She shook her head, spit it out, and raised her hand to call the waiter. The guest at table number 5 has returned his dish again. There was another commotion in the kitchen. This is the one looking for trouble. Many chefs cursed angrily. This time, even Master Huang couldn't hold it anymore. He had already rejected several dishes. He had never seen anyone with such a picky mouth. She returned it again. She said that the fried hairtail fish was not cooked well and was too oily. After the dish he cooked was handed over and was rejected, his expression finally changed. On the side, Li Lijuan frowned. Chef Huang is the most skilled cook here. If even he is not good enough, then no one can satisfy this customer. Otherwise, I'll go negotiate with this guest. She hesitated. This is the only way. Master Huang sighed. No, I'll do it for him. At this time, Yimo smiled and spoke. Who are you? Master Huang was stunned and looked surprised. After taking a look at Yimo, he sneered, a yellow-haired boy, can his skills be better than mine? Cough. Li Lijuan coughed heavily and whispered, Master Huang, he is Mr. Yi, the new owner of our hotel. Master Huang's face froze instantly, his expression extremely strange. Mr. Yi. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. He blushed and said in shame. The other chefs were also shocked and unbelievable. They didn't expect that this handsome young man was actually the new owner of the hotel. Fine. Yimo smiled and waved his hand, let me do it. Mr. Yi, can you cook? Li Lijuan shouted, looking surprised. Judging from Mr. Yi's attitude, he is very serious. But, Mr. Yi is so young, how could his cooking skills compare to Master Huang's? A little bit. Yimo said modestly. Mr. Yi, please come in. Master Huang said enthusiastically. Naturally, he didn't believe how good this young Mr. Yi was at cooking, but he was the boss and could do whatever he wanted. I'll just make this beef dish. Yimo looked at the dishes that were returned and chose one. Mr. Yi, this is premium Wagyu cubes. Master Huang reminded. I know. Yimo nodded, rolled up his sleeves and picked up the iron pot. On the side, a chef prepared the ingredients for the dish and handed it to him. Boom. Get the pan, heat the oil, and then stir fry. The iron pot weighing 4 or 5 pounds was like nothing in his hands. He threw it up and down with ease. As the fire burned, everyone in the kitchen was stunned. Such perfect moves would be impossible to achieve without more than 10 years of practice. Mr. Yi is truly a master. Master Huang opened his eyes wide and became more shocked the more he looked. As for Li Lijuan, her eyes were wide open and her face was dull. Isn't this Mr. Yi a rich second generation? How could someone who has been spoiled since childhood have such great cooking skills? It's incredible. Chapter 051 You can't afford him. Yue Yun Hall is nothing more than this. By the restaurant window, Ji Zixuan took a sip of red wine and shook her head in disappointment. Originally, she had some expectations, thinking that this restaurant would have at least 1 or 2 dishes that would surprise her, but the result was a great disappointment. However, you can't blame them. Her greatest hobby in life is food. She has tasted delicacies from all over the country and even the world. Her taste has also been spoiled by those state banquet masters and top French and Italian chefs. Let's just stop here. She put down her glass and was about to stand up. Just then, the waiter came up with a pot of food. Do it again? Well, let's give it a try. Let's see what other tricks you can come up with. She sat back and picked up the chopsticks. This smell. As soon as the lid was opened and she took a light sniff, she was stunned. This fragrance is completely different from the previous ones, it's rich and strong, making people feel intoxicated. Gurgle. She couldn't help swallowing. She found it a little unbelievable. She hadn't felt this kind of appetite for a long time. When she picked up a piece of Wagyu beef, put it in her mouth and chewed it gently, her brows relaxed and a hint of intense surprise flashed in her pair of cold eyes. This is definitely the best Wagyu beef she has ever eaten in her life. Tasty. She couldn't help but pick up a few pieces and put them into her mouth. Then she put down her chopsticks, took a tissue, and wiped her lips gracefully. Your head chef made this, right? His cooking skills are truly amazing. She exclaimed to the waiter, could you trouble this master to make a few more dishes? I want to taste his cooking skills again. When the waiter returned to the kitchen, the atmosphere suddenly exploded. Mr. Yi, you are so amazing. Master Huang was stunned for a while, his face red, and he said ashamedly. He originally thought that this dish would be returned, but he never expected that it would receive such high praise. This also proves that Mr. Ye's craftsmanship far exceeds his. Li Lijuan's expression was dazed again, and she found it even more unbelievable. He wants me to make a few more? Fine, I'll just make a few. Yi Mo smiled, glanced at the materials around him, and made a few dishes at random. This is good. This one is amazing. As each dish was served, Ji Zixuan kept praising the dishes. She was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that there would be such a powerful master in this resort hotel. The cooking skills of all the state banquet chefs she had tasted in the past were not as good as this one. She wanted to meet the master, but was rejected, so she had to give up. Boss Yi, thanks to you for saving the day. I never thought you were so skilled. Coming out from the kitchen, Li Lijuan couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration. Well enough. Yi Mo smiled, carrying a basket of vegetables, and went to meet his parents. He just cooked meals for his parents as well. This dish is delicious, much better than last night. Father Yi tasted it and was immediately amazed. He thought it was done by the hotel and just praised it a few words. Yi Mo ate with them, then made some milk powder for the baby and fed him. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that the 2 babies were sent back. 5 o'clock in the evening. In Yueyun Hall, Ji Zixuan arrived gracefully. She sat down and called the waiter. Please ask the master to make a few more dishes. This. The waiter immediately looked embarrassed. How? That master is no longer here, said the waiter with a wry smile. Why is he gone? Ji Zixuan asked in surprise, has he quit? No way. Hello, Miss Ji, I'm the manager of the hotel. Li Lijuan appeared at the right time. Your master is not here? Ji Zixuan frowned. Yes. Miss Ji, I'm so sorry. So he resigned? I guess so. Then can you give me his contact information? I want to invite him. A hint of joy flashed in Ji Zixuan's eyes. Such a great master actually resigned, so it was a good opportunity for her to invite him to be her chef. Miss Ji, I'm afraid that won't work. Besides, you probably can't afford him. Li Lijuan said with a smile. Can't afford it? Ji Zixuan was stunned for a moment. There is no chef that I can't afford. He is the owner of our hotel. Li Lijuan said. What? Your boss? Ji Zixuan said in surprise. Yes, and he is very young, about the same age as you. He just bought our hotel, so I don't think you can hire him. Li Lijuan said with a smile. Similar to me? Ji Zixuan's beautiful eyes widened in complete disbelief. How could a young person of her age have such superb cooking skills? Our boss is very handsome. We just happened to meet him at noon, so he showed off his skills. Li Lijuan added, now, the boss is not here, and there is nothing we can do. Oh. That's okay. Ji Zixuan nodded. He's very young and handsome, and he has such superb cooking skills. What kind of person is he? It really makes people curious. She turned her head and looked out the window, lost in thought for a moment. As she was thinking, a smile suddenly broke out on her face, as cold as an iceberg. It was so bright and beautiful that it was beyond words. Arriving at Su Yuqing's house, Yi Mo cooked. He has gotten used to it and comes to cook whenever he has time. Yi Mo, when are your parents leaving? Su Yuqing asked while eating. They are leaving tomorrow. They said the hotel is too expensive and they don't want to waste money. Yi Mo said helplessly. The older generation is all thrifty. Like my mom, she's actually quite thrifty too, but she always says my dad is a spendthrift. Su Yuqing said with a smile. Nanny told me that I will start work the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, remember to pick up the babies. Take good care of them. After chatting for a while, she suddenly said. Okay. Just don't worry. Yi Mo smiled. He was ready for it. Let's go for a walk. A walk is good for digestion. Su Yuqing suggested, after he had finished cleaning up. She had already changed her clothes and was wearing a white dress, looking very fairy-like. Okay. Yi Mo took the baby with him, followed her downstairs, and started walking around the community. The two of them walked and chatted, looking after the baby from time to time, and the atmosphere was very warm. As they walked, a white jade hand gently placed on his hand, and the touch of his skin gave him a slightly cool and smooth feeling. Yemo's heart was shaken, and while he was stunned, the jade hand reached out and grabbed his hand, lightly clasped the 5 fingers and held it tightly. What are you standing there for? Go! He turned around and saw her smiling brightly, shaking his hand and pulling him forward. Oh! Yemo came to his senses and quickly followed. The shadows of the 2 people in the baby carriage gradually lengthened under the streetlights. Chapter 052 Live Broadcast. After coaxing the baby to sleep, Yemo returned to the studio. He continued to make baby clothes. This series is quite popular, with countless mothers urging customers to continue watching in the comments section of each episode. Every time he makes a set, those Taobao shops and pin stores will quickly copy the general style and pattern, and sell them like hotcakes. He didn't bother to care about it. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. When he opened it, he was stunned. There was another pile of photos, showing a hot, almost enchanting beauty wearing an Ultraman suit. Perhaps because the suit was too small, it was stretched very tight, and the fullness of her chest seemed to be about to burst out. She strikes various poses, which are particularly sexy and seductive. Fuck! Yemo was stunned. He didn't expect that she actually took the photo. Last time he just said it casually, deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. And it looks like the effect is surprisingly good. How's it going? Is it okay? This dress is too small. The store made it for me based on my normal size, and it almost strangled me. Oh. It's hard to buy clothes when they're too big, and it's the same when buying underwear, it's hard to buy large sizes. Originally there was a headgear, but I thought it was too ugly, so I didn't wear it. This looks like a dark female Ultraman warrior or something. I don't know which one it is, but it looks pretty good anyway. After a while, she sent a few more messages. Sharp. Yemo was silent for a while and replied with 2 words. Oh. You're so kind. Ning Yuding smiled and responded with a shy expression. She was sitting on a chair, still wearing that leather suit, and her curves looked particularly hot. She looked through her photos and was very satisfied. Suddenly, her eyes froze, and she discovered something in the photo. Her face turned red like a sunset glow. Never mind. Soon, her complexion returned to normal. It's already been sent, there is nothing I can do about it, I hope he hasn't noticed. What are you doing now? How can you tease someone so blatantly? This person is so bad. Oh my. This is so embarrassing. She raised her hands to cover her face, only to feel her cheeks burning hot. You are such a bad person. She blushed and replied quickly. Yemo looked puzzled. What's wrong with him? It's totally incomprehensible. I'm going to sleep. You can tell me what you want to watch next time. If you don't, I'll do it on my own. Ning Yuding sent another message and turned off her phone. Call. She stood up and stretched, showing off her enchanting curves. Then she reached behind her back, unzipped her trousers, and removed the tight leather suit. On the other side, Yemo shook his head and turned off his phone. He continued to make clothes. After making the clothes, he started editing the video. He was already very skilled at these things, and he finished them quickly and sent them up. It's fertile again. She's really fertile like a sow. This is too fast. Is it possible for a human to produce this much? The fans were filled with emotion again. In just over half a month, this guy has updated a lot of things, including jade articles and clothes. I don't know how many he has made. It would be impossible for a normal person to do this. So recently many people have suspected that there is fraud involved. Some people speculate that there is a team behind this account, who edit the video by inserting the same pair of hands to confuse the audience and make people think that everything was done by him personally. Many anti-counterfeiting accounts even made a special video with a thorough analysis. Yemo also saw these comments. Originally he didn't care at all, but now, the sound seems to be getting louder and louder. This is also because his account has become popular, and more people are targeting him for various purposes. How about starting a live broadcast to prove our innocence? He thought about it. There are too many voices like this, which will affect his reputation. You can live stream, but it's not easy to show your face. He prepared and even got an extra device, one for live streaming and filming his hands, and another for reading comments so that he wouldn't have to show his face. After making preparations, he started the live broadcast. Soon, some fans noticed the live broadcast mark and subconsciously clicked in. Shit. Why is it live streaming? Am I the first? When they first came in, many people hadn't reacted yet. It's really a live broadcast. As soon as they saw the hands in the picture, they all recognized them. After watching for a while, they were stunned. In the picture, the pair of white, slender hands are holding a needle and embroidering on a piece of clothing, flying up and down at an incredibly fast speed, as if it was a normal action accelerated. Is this guy still a human being? Someone exclaimed. This hand is so flexible. I like it so much. As time went by, more and more people flocked into the live broadcast room, and the comments became extremely lively. Anchor, why don't you speak? Many people are puzzled. This is a dumb anchor. If any one of you can get a plane or a Porsche, the anchor will speak. Soon, gift special effects appeared in the live broadcast room. First, there were a few airplanes, and then, suddenly, a carnival appeared. Oops. I forgot to turn on the reward. Seeing the gift, YMO was stunned for a moment, and then quickly turned off the reward function. At this moment, all the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. What kind of a trick is this? Isn't the purpose of live streaming to earn tips? What do you mean by shut it down? When someone gives you a gift, you should at least thank them. But instead of thanking them, you turned off the reward. What is this? They have been watching live broadcasts for so many years, but have never seen such a cool operation. No need to tip. We have plenty of money. I'm doing this live broadcast to let you see and prove that I did all of this myself. The process is quite boring, so just watch for a while and then leave. Don't stay here. YMO said. Audience. They were completely speechless. It sounds fine if you close the reward, but why are you kicking people out? No, I'm staying here. That's right. The more you chase me away, the more I won't leave. Today, I will live in the anchor room. The audience was outraged. This YMO, really? At the gold medal law firm, Fusiwei, who was working overtime, sat at her desk, watching the live broadcast on her mobile phone, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. He really has no shortage of money, he does this just out of interest. She fixed her phone, watched the live broadcast for a few seconds, then lowered her head and looked at the case files. Chapter 053, Third Uncle Invites. Fusiwei looked up and yawned. When I looked at the time, it was already past midnight. Even though she was young and energetic, she couldn't hold on any longer. She stretched lazily. Her waist is very thin and can be held in one hand, but her hip curve suddenly expands downwards, forming two seductive waist-hip curves. The tight skirt shows off her round and plump buttocks. A pair of slender legs, wrapped in black stockings, sexy and hot. It's time to get off work. She put away the case files on the table and glanced at her phone. The live broadcast was still going on and it was quite popular, with tens of thousands of people watching. She smiled, turned off her phone, picked up her bag, and left the law firm. There is a slight chill in the early autumn night. She stood by the road and shrank. Under the streetlights, she was covered with a layer of light, and her charming and delicate face was so beautiful as a dream that it attracted the attention of many passing vehicles and pedestrians. She stamped her feet and finally felt a little warmer, but her heart was still a little cold. Every time she got off work late at night and stood here waiting for the bus, she always felt a little lonely. After thinking about it, she switched to the live broadcast. Looking at the pictures above, she felt much better, and seeing some interesting comments, she couldn't help but smile. After a while, the car came. When I got home, it was almost 1 o'clock. She took off her coat and the stockings on her legs, threw them on the sofa, and then grabbed some food to fill her stomach. After a quick shower, she crawled into the fragrant bed. Isn't he sleepy? After watching the live broadcast for a while, she kept yawning and could hardly open her eyes. Sleep. After holding on for a while longer, she put her phone aside, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, she had a spring dream. In her dream, there was a pair of hands that wet her dreams. The live broadcast is still going on. YMO didn't feel sleepy at all and was full of energy. Aren't you tired at all? I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I want to sleep. My family, please hold on a little longer and wait this idiot out. The audience is still holding on. But except for those night owls, everyone is reaching their limit. It's so boring, are you all watching it? At 5 o'clock in the morning, YMO saw that there were still thousands of people in the live broadcast room. He really couldn't understand what these people were trying to do. Audience. They were left speechless again. This anchor is simply a weirdo. The show lasted until 7 o'clock, and Emo ended it when he saw that it was almost time. He took a short nap, and after getting up, he rushed to Yunyunswang Hotel. Today, my parents are leaving. Son, don't book a hotel next time. I think our home is fine. It's a waste of money to stay out. Mama's gone, you must take care of yourself. He sent them to the station, watched them enter the station, and then left. Xiao Mo. It's me. In the afternoon, he received a call from his third uncle. Third uncle, what's wrong? Yi Mo asked. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. My third uncle laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. Have a meal? Yes. Didn't I tell you last time that I would treat you? 7 o'clock in the evening, Balong Hotel, you must come, said my third uncle with a smile. Good. Yi Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. He has a close relationship with his third uncle and felt embarrassed to refuse. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he arrived at the hotel on time. Xiao Mo. My third uncle and my aunt were waiting at the door of the hall. Come on, let's go up first. There will be a few guests coming soon. The third uncle walked up with a smile, patted Yi Mo on the shoulder and said enthusiastically. Any other guests? Yi Mo was stunned and said in surprise. Yes. We'll be there in a minute. Let's go upstairs and order some food. Your uncle is treating us tonight. Just order whatever you want. His third uncle took him and went straight into the elevator. Yi Mo felt something was wrong, but didn't ask. After ordering the dishes, a while later, the door of the private room was pushed open and 3 people walked in. In front was a middle-aged couple, followed by a girl in her 20s who was wearing a white dress and looked very beautiful. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Jean Lu? He almost couldn't recognize her after she changed into such a well-behaved style. When Jean Lu saw him, she smiled politely, looking like a good girl. Uncle, aunt, hello. She also called sweetly to her third uncle and others. Hey. The third uncle responded and laughed, Boss Jean, your daughter is very well behaved. Ha ha. The middle-aged couple also smiled and looked at Yi Mo again, their eyes brightened. It's really handsome. This young man is really a handsome man. Father Chin exclaimed. That's it. The third uncle laughed out loud, quite proudly, he's not only handsome, but also good at making money. He has a bright future. Come on, sit down, sit down. Then he asked the 3 of them to sit down. Seeing this, Yi Mo also understood a little bit what was going on. Xiao Mo, I heard that there was a misunderstanding when you met last time. Lulu went back and said a lot of bad things about you, but now she knows she was wrong. You should forgive her. Give her a chance. Third aunt came over and whispered. In fact, she was also a little puzzled. The last time the 2 young people met, they had a very unpleasant experience. The girl went back and scolded Xiao Mo for being poor and stingy, and for playing tricks on her, which made her very confused. She thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, a few days later, the girl came to her house again and insisted that she help them get together again. She couldn't refuse, so she arranged the meeting again. Misunderstand? Yi Mo grinned. That's not a misunderstanding at all. Lulu is a good girl. Look, she's pretty, isn't she? She's also good at making money. She can make tens of thousands a month as a streamer. She's also very well behaved. Look, what a good girl. The third aunt said again. Yi Mo's brows furrowed when he heard this. Good character? That's all pretending. He's been to nightclubs a lot behind the scenes. He's probably a regular customer. Besides, their family is well off. Her father is a businessman and has quite a few connections here. The third aunt advised again. Yi Mo didn't know what to say, so he just smiled. Xiao Mo, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? At this time, Father Chin poured the wine and stood up. Lulu, this girl, has a straightforward personality. You 2 had a misunderstanding last time. Please don't mind it. Young people should be more generous. This glass of wine, Uncle toasts you. You're welcome, Uncle. Yi Mo quickly stood up and raised his glass. Ha ha. Young man, so generous, Seeing Emo drink up the wine in the glass, Father Chin laughed with an admiring look on his face. He really likes this young man. Xiao Emo, I heard that you are in some kind of self-media business. What exactly do you do? He sat down, put down his glass, and asked enthusiastically. Chapter 054. His family background is too ordinary. Just make short videos. Emo gave a brief explanation. Oh. Father Chin nodded, not quite understanding. He is considered to be a person of the older generation and doesn't know much about new things. How's it going? I heard it's quite profitable. He asked again. Yes. Emo nodded. He behaved quite politely. After all, the party was hosted by his third uncle, and he didn't want to offend him. Soon, the dishes came and everyone at the table started eating and chatting. Father Chin kept talking, but Mother Chin sat there and seldom spoke. She looked at the young man opposite from time to time, frowning slightly. It seemed that this young man still had no interest in their Lulu. It seemed that he had not glanced at her once, which was enough to show his attitude. Turning her head and looking at her daughter, her brows furrowed even more tightly. Her precious daughter's eyes seemed to be fixed on the man. She kept staring at him and didn't even bother to behave herself. Well. She sighed inwardly. She didn't quite understand the change in her daughter's attitude. When they met for the first time, her daughter came back so angry that she scolded the other person and belittled him. But after a few days, her attitude changed 180 degrees and she was completely bewitched by him. This young man is really good. She looked at him again and said to herself. Just this face and this figure are enough to make countless women obsessed with him. Not to mention, he is also capable. Judging from his speech and behavior, he is quite impressive. However, if you really don't like Lulu, there is nothing you can do about it. You can't force it. Also, the other party actually has a shortcoming, which is family background. He came from a small county town. I heard that his parents were also very ordinary and could not be compared with hers. He has made a little money now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Many businesses cannot be big without the support of family background or connections, and their future will be limited. It's no big deal if you missed it. My daughter, I don't think he's that good. She started giving her daughter vaccinations. Mom, I just like him. Chin Lu said with a pout. Listen to my mother's advice. A handsome man will attract women. Can you keep him away? When the time comes, those trivial things will give you a headache. Besides, his family is not that good. He is from a small county town and is not worthy of our family. Mother Chin said again. Mom, you're not worthy of our family. We are very powerful. Chin Lu said. What's so great about that? It's just making a little money. Mother Chin said disdainfully. Chin Lu opened her mouth but said nothing. She didn't dare to talk about what happened in the nightclub. Listen to your mother, I will introduce you to a better one later. Chin's mother persuaded again. After more than an hour of eating, the drinking party came to an end. Both sides stood up and started to clean up. Mother Chin whispered her opinion to Father Chin. After hearing this, Chin's father sighed helplessly. He also noticed that the young man had no interest in his Lulu. Lulu, your mother is right. Listen to her. The other person is a good person, but his family background is not good, so he is not a particularly good candidate. He advised in a low voice. Boss Chin, I'll take you down. At this time, my third uncle walked over. Okay, let's go together. The 6 people walked out of the room and headed towards the elevator. After walking a few steps, the door of a private room in front opened, and a group of people walked out, and the two sides met. President Wu? Father Chin was stunned for a moment and shouted in surprise. Among the other group of people, there was one he recognized, the bank president. He had invited the president to dinner several times before in order to obtain loans, so he was somewhat familiar with the president. Oh. Boss Chin. Wu Jigang looked over and recognized him. What a coincidence. Yeah. What a coincidence. Father Chin walked over quickly, took out a cigarette, handed it over, with a flattering look on his face. A small boss like him needs capital turnover to run his business, so he has to curry favor with bank presidents like him. Wu Jigang took the cigarette skillfully and smiled. You guys come and eat too. As he spoke, his eyes looked behind him. The next moment, he was stunned, his eyes slightly widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Hey! Mr. Yi, you are here too. His expression changed instantly, revealing an extremely enthusiastic smile, and he trotted all the way to Emo. Father Qin stood there, holding the cigarette box in his hand. Qin's mother and Qin Lu also opened their mouths wide, with expressions of shock and daze, especially Qin's mother, who looked the most shocked. My third uncle and aunt both looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Mr. Yi, come here. Wu Jigang smiled, took out his cigarette and handed it over. Yi Mo waved his hand. Oh. Sorry, I forgot. Wu Jigang was stunned for a moment before he reacted. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be eating here too. If I had known, I would have come over to toast you a few glasses. Wu Jigang said with regret, next time when I'm free, I'll treat you. Let's have a nice drink. Okay. Yi Mo smiled and said politely. Okay then, see you later. Wu Jigang smiled, turned and walked away. Watching all this, Mother Qin was shocked and extremely confused. This guy is the head of a group of people. A person like him is considered to be well known. Why is he so polite to this young man, and even seems to be trying to please him? Qin's father was even more puzzled. Seeing Wu Jigang coming back, he quickly walked over to him and asked in a low voice, President Wu, do you know him? Yes, of course I do. I'm a little confused. Why are you having dinner with Mr. Yi? Wu Jigang said as he walked towards the elevator. Because of my daughter, blind date. Qin's father said. Blind date? Wu Jigang was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Who is Mr. Yi? He is so wealthy that his deposits alone are worth more than 10 billion, while Boss Qin is just a small boss with a net worth of tens of millions. They are not on the same level at all. Have you chosen one? He asked. No, said Qin's father. What a pity. If you like him, it would be your blessing. Your ancestral graves would be filled with smoke. Wu Jigang shook his head. Father Qin was stunned. Blessing? Smoke coming out of the ancestral grave? Is it that exaggerated? Isn't that Yi Mo just a young man from an ordinary family? Who is he? You don't know yet? I can only say that Mr. Yi is one of our bank's most distinguished customers and has a large amount of deposits. Wu Jigang said after thinking for a while. A large amount, how much? About a dozen. Wu Jigang smiled. More than a dozen? Qin's father was stunned. The unit behind it cannot be 10,000, so could it be 1 million? That's not right either. People don't usually say that. If it's not 10,000, then it's probably 100 million. But how is this possible? He thought this speculation was a bit absurd. Is it 100 million? He asked hesitantly. Wu Jigang walked into the elevator, didn't answer, just smiled at him. However, the meaning is already very clear. Father Qin's body was shocked and he was stunned. Chapter 055, Our daughter is not worthy of him. Boss Qin, let's go. Third uncle brought his men to the elevator door, saw Boss Qin standing there in a daze, and called out to him. Oh. Father Qin finally came to his senses and walked over. When he saw the handsome young man, he still looked a little dazed, as if he was dreaming. When they got downstairs, the two groups separated. What's wrong with you? You look like you've lost your soul. Mother Qin finally couldn't help herself and asked, also, isn't that President Wu? How come he knows Yi Mo? He looks like he's trying to please Yi Mo. What's going on? Yeah. Dad, what happened? Qin Lu also asked. Father Qin glanced at the two of them and laughed bitterly. I'm afraid we've all made a mistake this time. President Wu just said that Xiao Mo is a distinguished customer of their bank, and his deposits are probably tens of billions. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people in front of him were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. After a while, Qin's mother finally came to her senses and shook her head. His family is so ordinary, how could they have so much money? But that's what President Wu said. Qin's father said. In fact, he couldn't believe it. Mom and Dad, I think this is true. Qin Lu came back to her senses and smiled bitterly. I once saw him driving a sports car. I heard that the car was very expensive, about 50 million. At that time, I knew he was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Father Chin and Mother Chin were stunned and looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Then, they suddenly understood why their daughter's attitude changed 180 degrees. Daughter, our family is no longer worthy of him. Father Chin said with a wry smile, I think Xiaomo means it's impossible. You'd better not think about it and give up as soon as possible. Yeah. I didn't expect that he is so rich and our family is not worthy of him. Mother Chin said with a look of shame. Thinking of what she had said before, she felt a little ashamed. But I like him. Chin Lu's eyes turned red and she said aggrievedly. Hey! Let me ask again, what does that mean? Mother Chin took out her cell phone and made a call. After a moment, she put down her phone and shook her head. Chin Lu bit her lip immediately, tears streaming down her face, and she felt more and more regretful. Seeing this, Chin's father and mother could only sigh. After saying goodbye to his third uncle and aunt, Emo returned home. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then went to Su Yuqing's house. Which dress do you like? As soon as I entered the door, I saw Su Yuqing picking clothes. Tomorrow, she will go to work. This black one, it makes me look thinner and looks good. Emo glanced around and pointed at the black one. She wore this dress before when she was taking a walk. It was beautiful and cool, and looked really good. You mean I'm fat? Su Yuqing's expression froze. No. No. You're not fat at all. I just think that you look especially good in this black outfit. Emo said hurriedly. That's more like it. Su Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you and wear this to work tomorrow. She put away the rest of her clothes. Actually, I'm a little nervous. I haven't worked for a long time, and I don't know how I'm feeling. She sat down, frowned slightly, and looked worried. Don't be nervous, it's okay. Emo came and sat down beside her, reaching out and gently holding her hand. She turned around and nodded, everything will be fine. We and the baby will be fine in the future. Emo smiled at her and gently stroked one of her delicate hands. Her skin was white and flawless, and felt smooth and comfortable to the touch. Looking at the bright and beautiful face in front of him, like that of a fairy, he felt a little dazed again. This is not the first time I have watched it, but every time I watch it, my heart is moved. What are you staring at? Seeing his dazed look, Su Yuqing chuckled. It looks good. Emo came back to his senses and smiled. Is it so beautiful? How long have you been looking at it? Su Yuqing glanced at him sideways, but the corners of her lips were slightly raised, and she couldn't help feeling a little proud. Not long at all. So, do you want to keep watching? Su Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. She had a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes, slightly curved like crescent moons, bright and charming. Yes. Emo said without thinking. When Su Yuqing heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to become ambiguous again. The breathing of the two people gradually became heavier. Just then, there was a sound of a baby crying nearby. The two were startled and stood up at the same time. Oh! What a bad time to cry. In the kitchen, Aunt Yin shook her head inside. When they heard this, their faces turned red. You should go to bed and rest early. You have to get up early to work tomorrow. I'll stay and take care of you at night. After changing the diaper, Emo took great pains to coax the baby to sleep, and said to Su Yuqing. Yeah. Okay, good night. Su Yuqing said good night, kissed the two babies, and turned into the house. That night, Emo only slept for a short while and got up early to prepare breakfast. At 6:30 in the morning, Su Yuqing got up, wearing light pajamas, and walked out of the room in a daze. It smells so good. She came out smelling the fragrance. Emo glanced at her and was stunned for a moment. This pajamas is very thin, and the scenery inside is almost visible. The graceful and hot curves and the pair of long and beautiful legs are particularly attractive. Noticing his gaze, her face slightly blushed, but she quickly returned to normal and didn't care. Then I'll go change my clothes first and not put on makeup. I'll go over there and let the makeup artist do it. She entered the kitchen, took a look, turned around and left, leaving Emo with a sexy, charming, swaying back. After a while, when she came out again, she had changed into the black clothes. Let us go. After breakfast, she picked up her bag and went out. Emo sent her to the car and then went back upstairs. After saying hello to Aunt Yun, he took his two babies and went to the studio. He didn't want to stay at Su Yuqing's house. First, he had nothing to do, and second, it was unsafe. What if Su Yuqing's parents came secretly and he was blocked? It would be so embarrassing. Bringing it to the studio, he can work while looking after the baby. In the studio, he had already prepared a large number of baby supplies. He first prepared the milk powder and fed the baby, then sat down and started to get busy. At noon, Su Yuqing called and asked about the baby's condition and talked about her work in the morning. In the afternoon, he received a message. It was sent by School Beauty Fu. Chapter 056 Fu Siwei's Shock. What to buy when going to see your baby? At home, Fu Siwei took out her mobile phone and typed this question into the search bar. Her brows were tightly furrowed. She thought about this question for a long time, but couldn't make up her mind. After all, this was her first time. Milk? No. No. The baby is too small to drink it. Clothes? No way. Or buy some milk powder and diapers. These should be useful. After hesitating for a while, she finally made a decision. Clothes, just wear this one. She opened her closet and chose a black fitted dress. Then, she picked out a pair of ultra-thin black stockings. After putting them on, her already slender pair of beautiful legs looked even straighter and more seductive. All right. After putting on the high heels, she stood in front of the mirror, examined herself carefully, and was quite satisfied. Hello, do you have milk powder here? She went out and went to a nearby maternity and baby store first. Yes. Beauty, over here. The shop assistant led her to the shelf where milk powder was placed. Glancing at her bulging, large breasts, the aunt asked with a smile, "How many months old is the baby?" No. It's not me. Fu Siwei's pretty face turned red. It's my friend's baby. Oh. I thought. The aunt smiled embarrassedly, but that's true. If she had really given birth to a child, she wouldn't have such a good figure like you. These brands are imported, so they're a little more expensive. The others are about the same. Then she pointed to the shelf and introduced it. The most expensive one. Fu Siwei said. She didn't know which brand was better, so she just chose the most expensive one. And the diapers, where are they? Soon, she bought everything and went out carrying 2 big bags. Ding dong. 10 minutes later, she rang the doorbell of Yi Mo's studio. You're here. Why are you bringing something? Yi Mo opened the door and saw what she was holding and couldn't help but complain. It's your first time here. You have to bring something. Fu Siwei smiled and walked in. Wow. It's so big. She looked around and exclaimed, "Oh, right, where's the baby? Let me see it." Inside. Yi Mo led her to the inner room. Wow. So cute. Both are good looking, this one must be a boy. Seeing the 2 babies, Fu Siwei exclaimed again. Looking at the cute appearance of the 2 babies, she felt like her heart was about to melt. Can I have a hug? She wanted to hug him, but felt a little embarrassed, so she turned around and looked at Yi Mo. Sure. Yi Mo nodded. Good baby, come here and let your Aunt Fu hug you. Remember. I am your Aunt Fu. Fu Siwei smiled and carefully picked up the baby girl first. Then, she used her other hand to pick up the baby boy, one on each side. 1 baby boy and 1 baby girl, how wonderful. She looked left and right and sighed sincerely. Have a cup of tea. Yi Mo went to make a cup of tea and came back. Thank you. Fu Siwei held the baby and sat on the sofa. Your studio is very well done. And your account is also very good. You have gained a lot of followers in the past few days. After teasing the baby, Fu Siwei looked up at the handsome young man in front of her. Fine. Yi Mo smiled and nodded. He took a sip of tea and looked at Fu Siwei. A slim dress shows off her graceful and charming curves, and her pair of beautiful legs in black stockings are still as sexy and hot as ever. However, her delicate and beautiful face did not look very good. Are you tired lately? He asked. Yeah. I've been staying up late lately, going to bed at 1 or 2. Why are you so busy? Yi Mo was surprised. He had previously signed a contract with the gold medal law firm and hired her as his personal lawyer, and the fee was not low. Handling lawsuits. To be a great lawyer, you have to fight more cases to accumulate experience. Fu Siwei said with a smile, although I am your personal lawyer, I have nothing to do. I can't just sit there doing nothing. 2. Yi Mo smiled. By the way, the clothes you designed have been stolen by many people. Are you going to sue them? There are too many. If I really want to sue, I don't know where to sue them all. Yi Mo shook his head. Do you know that Runhua hospital? He said after pondering for a moment. I know. It's quite big. It's the largest in the private medical field. Fu Siwei nodded. What's wrong? Do you want to see a doctor? No. This hospital is mine now. Yi Mo smiled. While what? Fu Siwei's expression froze for a moment. The next moment, a pair of beautiful eyes gradually widened. Is it one hospital, or the entire group? Entire. Yi Mo took a sip of tea and said calmly. Fu Siwei's eyes widened even more, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. The entire Runhua group. How many billions does this cost? I'm afraid it's worth more than the previous 5% of NetEase shares. How rich is he? She pursed her red lips, feeling a little dry in the mouth, and her heart was trembling. A rough calculation shows that his personal net worth exceeds 10 billion. There is another hotel, Yuanzhuang Resort Hotel, do you know it? I just bought it a few days ago. Yi Mo remembered something and spoke again. There's another hotel? Fu Siwei's mind trembled violently again. That should be all. She smiled bitterly to herself. Oh. Also, I have another building at Starlight International. Yi Mo thought about it and remembered the building. Fu Siwei opened her red lips and her expression became dull again. Another building? Oh my god. At this moment, she felt dizzy. This Yi Mo is so rich. That's about it. Let me tell you first, since you are my personal lawyer, you still need to know if there are any legal disputes in the future. Yi Mo said. Oh. Fu Siwei responded in a daze. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. Then, I felt some movement in my chest. I looked down and saw two babies scratching at something, opening and closing their little mouths as if they wanted to drink milk. She blushed immediately. She has never given birth to a child, so how can she have milk? Yi Mo, the baby seems to want to drink milk. She blushed and whispered. Oh. I'll make some milk powder. Yi Mo quickly got up, took the bottle and milk powder, and started to make the milk. Fu Siwei sat beside him, holding the baby, staring at him with her beautiful eyes. When she saw the pair of slender, white hands, she was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in her heart. A blush gradually appeared on her pretty face. A tingling sensation gradually spread throughout my body. She recalled the dream she had that night, and her eyes gradually became blurred. Chapter 057 I'm a good driver. I'm going back first. After sitting for a while, Fu Siwei stood up and said. She looked a little strange and her face was slightly red. Are you leaving now? Yi Mo was surprised. Yeah. Something. Fu Siwei nodded. Okay then. I'll take you out. Yi Mo stood up and walked her to the door. After taking a taxi, Fu Siwei returned home, quickly took a shower and changed her clothes. How embarrassing. Thinking about what happened just now, she was still shy. Then, I washed the clothes with water stains. Have you had enough to drink? Daddy will take you out for a walk. In the studio, Yi Mo fed the babies, put them in the stroller, and pushed it out the door. The sun is shining today and the temperature is pleasant, which is perfect for taking the baby out. So handsome. On the road, pedestrians kept looking sideways. What a pity, they already have a child. What a cute baby. Seeing the stroller, many women sighed and looked regretful, while others walked forward, took a look at the baby and exclaimed in amazement. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. After walking for a while, a few rocking cars appeared in front of us, playing magical music. Aya. Aya. The boy seemed a little excited and waved his little hands. Little guy, you want to take a ride now? You are still too young. Yi Mo smiled. Ding. Successfully trigger the task. Take your baby to ride the rocking car once to gain the car skills. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment, looked at the rocking cars, then looked at the baby, and frowned. How can the baby sit when he is so small? Isn't this system making things difficult for him? He stopped, looked at the rocking cars, and thought for a long time. There is a way. After a moment, an idea flashed in his mind. Whose bikes are these? Are they from your supermarket? Can I sit in them? If they get damaged, I'll pay for it. After communicating with the people at the small supermarket, Yemo got into the car holding the two babies. Then, under the strange gazes of passers-by, the car started and shook. Dad, Dad, Dad. What is your father's name? My father's father is called Grandpa. The magical song sounded again. Aya. Aya. The baby boy was very excited and kept waving his hands and giggling. After sitting there for more than 10 minutes, the system voice sounded again. The mission is completed, and the skill car skills is obtained. Yemo finally breathed a sigh of relief and got out of the car carrying the child. After walking around for a while, he returned to the studio with his child. At 4:30, he rushed to Su Yuqing's house with his children. Cooking again. When she saw him, Aunt Yun smiled. These days, she feels like she is about to lose her job and doesn't even have to cook for herself. Yes. I'm going to buy some vegetables. Please look after the baby. Yemo said with a smile. Okay. Aunt Yun smiled kindly. She had admired this young man since the first day he came, and now she liked him even more. She was also happy to see that he and Miss Su had become so much closer. After he finished cooking, Su Yuqing came back at around 7 o'clock, and young Manny followed her with a box of luggage. This is. Yemo was stunned. Oh. She has a flight to catch tonight. Su Yuqing explained. After looking at the baby, she came over and sat down to eat. How was work today? After eating for a while, Yemo asked. Not bad. Su Yuqing smiled. Yuqing is in pretty good shape and the song recording went smoothly. But some people know she's going to make a comeback and want to make trouble, Yang Manny said indignantly. Who? Yemo frowned slightly. It's nothing. They're just some villains, you don't have to worry. Su Yuqing smiled and winked at young Manny. Yang Manny remained silent and just started eating. Yemo didn't ask any more questions. Oops. It's too late. Two women entered the house and were not sure what they were doing. After a while, Yang Manny's scream was heard. It's definitely too late to take a taxi now. Uncle Dong will need some time. What should we do then? How about letting Yemo take you there? He has a car. Him? Can he drive? Yang Manny's tone was full of suspicion and a little disdain. I'm a good driver. Waiting for them to come out, Yemo smiled. Really? Yang Manny glanced over, clearly a little unconvinced. Forget it. Now I can only count on you. Let's go and don't waste time. Then she hurriedly grabbed the box and walked towards the door. Yemo, drive carefully. Make sure you get me there safely. Su Yuqing gave them some instructions and sent them out the door. What's going on with that little guy? After going downstairs, Yemo asked young Manny. Well, it's a long story. The entertainment industry is complicated. A beauty like Yuqing, who is also a superstar, has so many wolves watching her. There are also many jealous people who want to take advantage of her and step on her. That's why, when the photos of her pregnancy test were exposed and the scandal spread everywhere, she had to temporarily retire. Yang Manny frowned. I see. After hearing this, Yemo narrowed his eyes, and a chill appeared in his eyes. Oh no. Stop talking nonsense, get in the car and go. It's too late. Young Manny looked at the time and became a little anxious. That one. Yemo pointed at the car on the side of the road ahead and said. Are you sure it's this one? After taking a closer look, young Manny was stunned and a little confused. Isn't that a broken Volkswagen? Where's his Lamborghini? She heard from Yuqing that he had a Lamborghini SUV and had driven it to pick up the baby before. That's it. Get in the car. Yemo walked over with a smile, got in the car and opened the trunk. Is this okay? Yang Manny grimaced as she watched. She felt that her hope of catching the plane was dashed. Quick! Get in the car. Yemo urged. Okay. Let's give it a try. Yang Manny made up her mind, stuffed her luggage into the trunk and got into the car. Click. She pulled the seatbelt over and fastened it. Her figure is slightly plump and a bit fleshy, and the curve of her chest is quite proud. The seatbelt passed right through the middle, leaving a deep groove. Under the skirt, the pair of strong and well-proportioned legs were so white that they were dazzling. Hurry up! She urged urgently. Yemo started the car and drove out. After driving out of the community, we continued to accelerate and headed towards the elevated road. Faster! Faster! Yang Mani picked up her cell phone from time to time, checked the time, and then urged, looking anxious. The road was a bit congested at night, and it took more than 20 minutes before we got onto the elevated road. Hold on tight. Yemo turned his head, smiled at her, and then stepped hard on the accelerator. Whoosh! The car suddenly accelerated and sped away. Chapter 058. Your husband is awesome. The moment the car accelerated, I felt a strong push on my back. Yang Mani's body shook and she leaned back. Her eyes suddenly widened in horror. Slow down, slow down. Seeing the speed displayed on the dashboard rising continuously, she panicked and screamed. This guy, is he driving this as if it were a Lamborghini? This is a broken Jetta. Missing the plane is a small matter, but losing your life is a big matter. Didn't you say hurry up? Yemo smiled, showing no intention of slowing down. But you're too fast. Look, it's already 100. Yang Mani screamed. It's okay, trust me. Yemo stepped on the accelerator and accelerated again. Believe me, you big-head ghost. Yang Mani grabbed the handle above her head. Her plump body was tense due to extreme tension, and the white flesh on her chest was rippling and trembling. This old Jetta was still accelerating, speeding past the cars in front of it. What the hell? What kind of car is that? The drivers passing by were startled and shocked by the speed. When I came to my senses and looked, I couldn't even see the taillights. After a while, Yang Mani finally calmed down and gradually relaxed. She was certain that Yemo's driving skills were truly amazing. He could drive a shabby Jetta at flying speeds with ease. Is he a monster? How come he's so good at driving? She was a little confused. He already knows enough, and now he has added another driving skill, which is incredible. After getting off the overpass, Yemo slowed down a bit. Soon, we arrived at the airport entrance. How's it going? Have you caught up yet? He stopped the car and smiled at young Mani. Yang Mani turned on her cell phone and checked the time. Not only did she catch up, she was also 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Sharp. She gave a thumbs up, exclaimed, then got off the bus, picked up her suitcase and walked towards the station. As she walked, she held her cell phone and typed quickly. Your husband is awesome. She sent a message to Su Yuqing. Then she frowned, feeling that the words were a bit ambiguous and the tone was wrong, so she quickly withdrew them. Your husband is so fast. She changed the sentence. Oh no. No. This would only make the ambiguity even greater. She pulled back again. After thinking for a while, she sent another sentence. Your husband is amazing. He drives very fast and has already delivered it. Buzz. After a while, Su Yuqing on the other side replied, so fast? Yeah. He's super fast. Yang Mani replied. Oh. That's good. Are you on the plane? Not yet, it's almost there. Okay. When you get there, send me a message. Good. Yang Mani also sent a kiss emoji. So soon? On the other side, Su Yuqing put down her phone, looking puzzled. How could GMO be so fast? She couldn't figure it out, so she just stopped thinking about it. When Yemo returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock. He asked Su Yuqing to go to bed first, and then he coaxed the two babies to sleep. The next morning, he made breakfast as usual and then sent Su Yuqing to the car. Take a picture of the baby. When Yemo came to the studio and saw the pile of finished clothes, he had the idea of taking pictures. He has made a lot of traditional Chinese-style baby series, but most of them are not worn by the babies. He set up a simple photo studio, changed the clothes for the two babies, put some toys, jade and other items on the stage, and started taking pictures. After finishing one set of photos, he would switch to the next one. After a busy morning, we finally finished shooting all the photos. Good. Seeing the effect, he was quite satisfied. Then, he picked out a few photos and posted them on his Moments. Within seconds of posting it, someone liked it. It was Campus Beauty Foo. So cute. The baby is beautiful and the clothes are beautiful too. She also made a comment. Then, the number of likes continued to increase. My grandson and granddaughter are just beautiful. Ye's father also quickly liked it and commented proudly. Shuiying, look at this photo. Ye's father excitedly took the phone and showed it to Ye's mother. How beautiful. These clothes look like they were made by our son himself. Ye's mother was amazed. Yes. My son's cooking skills are impeccable, and so are the sons and daughters he gave birth to. Father Yi laughed heartily. The more he looked at the photos, the more he liked them. He quickly clicked save. Old Li always refuses to believe that I have grandchildren and even says I'm lying. I'm going to show it to him right now. Humph. He'll be so envious. Father Yi laughed triumphantly, took his cell phone and went out excitedly. This guy. Hi. Ye's mother rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. I have to show it to Dad and Mom. They keep talking about wanting to see the baby. She took out her cell phone, opened her Moments and looked at the photos, her eyes full of joy. The baby is so cute. Brother Ye's genes are so strong. Hu Yifan also liked and commented. He also saw Lawyer Fu's comments and couldn't help laughing. That day, Brother Yi said that he had no relationship with Lawyer Fu, and that they were just ordinary classmates. If the relationship was really that ordinary, how could Lawyer Fu like and reply so quickly? There must be something fishy going on between the two of them. After thinking about it, he felt that the most likely possibility was that the flower has feelings but the water is merciless. That's not right. Lawyer Fu is so beautiful, but Brother Yi didn't choose her. How beautiful must the mother of that child be? He was somewhat puzzled and couldn't imagine it. Is this your child? You really have a child? Some university classmates, including Li Yupeng, also responded. They were all a little shocked. They knew that Yimo was the new nanny, but they didn't know that he already had a child. They thought that the title of nanny was just a setting, but they didn't expect that he was a real nanny. Yes. Yimo responded to these comments one by one. Fuck. You have a child, a boy and a girl, money, and fame. Brother Yi, you are perfect. Li Yupeng and others were extremely envious. Yimo was definitely a winner in life. Cousin, is this your child? After a while, Huang Yi liked the post. When she saw this post on WeChat Moments, she was so shocked that she jumped out of bed and screamed. What's wrong with you? Jiang Shiyun was reading a book on the bed opposite. When she heard the noise, she turned around. My cousin, he has a child. Huang Yi stuttered. Your cousin? Jiang Shiyun frowned slightly and couldn't remember it for a moment. The next moment, her body shook, and she suddenly remembered something, and her expression froze. He is married? She murmured, looking a little dazed. I don't know. I haven't heard of it. I haven't even attended his wedding. If he really got married, I would definitely know about it. But where did this pair of children come from? Huang Yi stood there in a daze, falling into great confusion. Chapter 059 My cousin is the best. It's really my brother's child. Huang Yi screamed again. She was sitting on the bed, wearing a loose pink t-shirt with her chest flat. Shiyun, look. She lay down and showed her cell phone to Jiang Shiyun. How cute. Jiang Shiyun stood up, took a look, and exclaimed in amazement. The two little babies in the photo look like little angels, and they are wearing traditional Chinese-style clothes, which makes them very beautiful. What a beautiful dress! She exclaimed again. Yes, it's so cute. But, my brother already has a child. Aren't you sad at all? Huang Yi muttered. Why should I be sad? Jiang Shiyun pursed her red lips and said nonchalantly. But deep down, she felt a little lost. Then you can't be my sister-in-law. Huang Yi said with a mischievous smile. Huang Yi, you are making fun of me again. Jiang Shiyun blushed and said angrily. Huang Yi giggled, I'll call my mom and ask her clearly. After that, she dialed the phone at home. Mom, so you knew it all along. And you didn't even tell me. Humph. You kept it from me. After a moment, she hung up the phone angrily. It turned out that everyone in the family knew about it, except her. Shiryun, I have good news for you. Although my brother has a child, he hasn't gotten married yet. You still have a chance. She looked down at Jiang Shiryun and said with a smile. You're talking nonsense again. If you do this again, I'll ignore you. Jiang Shiryun said angrily. Okay. Okay. I won't say any more. I'm going to see my lovely nephews and nieces now. Do you want to come with me? Huang Yi climbed up excitedly and jumped down from the upper bunk. Go go. Jiang Shiryun hesitated for a moment and said. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change your clothes. Huang Yi quickly took off her t-shirt and picked up some clothes from the closet. Jiang Shiryun took off her pajamas and started looking for clothes. Do you think this one is okay? After searching for a while, she was a little undecided, so she took a skirt and turned around to ask for advice. It looks great. When did you buy this skirt? It's kind of sexy. Huang Yi looked over and exclaimed. I just bought it. I haven't worn it yet. Jiang Shiryun said, it also has a pair of stockings. I just think it's too sexy, so I've never worn it. She took out a pair of white stockings from the closet. Put it on and let me see. Huang Yi's eyes lit up. Oh well. Jiang Shiryun blushed slightly as she put on her skirt. Then she lifted her slender feet, stepped on the chair, and slowly put on a pair of white stockings. The stockings are a bit thin, just reaching the thighs, and have lace on the edges, which is very sexy. How about it? After putting it on, she stood up and turned around lightly. Wow! Huang Yi was stunned. The beauty in front of me was wearing a white dress as white as snow, with long flowing hair, and she looked like an immortal. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her pure face, which was extremely sweet. The skirt is a tube top style with no straps, revealing her snow-white shoulders and 2 delicate clavicle dimples. The faintly revealed cleavage and the pair of long legs wrapped in white stockings add a touch of sexiness. This body is so pure and sexy. Shiryun, you are so beautiful. Huang Yi exclaimed, if you go out like this, those boys will be fascinated by you. So I should wear this? Jiang Shiryun said with a slightly red face. Yes. Just wear this and charm them to death. Huang Yi said with a smile. All right. Jiang Shiryun lowered her head and looked at her pair of beautiful legs and white silk stockings, her cheeks flushed slightly. This was the first time she wore such a bold outfit. She sat down, put on some accessories, and fixed her hair. Huang Yi next to her also got dressed and looked fashionable and beautiful. Hey! What are you going to do? Just as I was about to leave, the dormitory door opened and 2 girls walked in. After looking at the 2 of them, the girl in front said in a sarcastic tone. Go see my cousin. Huang Yi raised her face and said with some pride. Cousin? Oh. Is that the one you mentioned before, who was very rich and owns a big villa? The girl was stunned for a moment, and a strong look of sarcasm emerged on her face. Huang Yi's family background was not unknown to her. How could she have such a rich cousin with a villa worth hundreds of millions filled with luxury goods and sports cars? He was bragging to no end. This guy has no shame, he is so shameless. And that guy named Jiang also followed suit, how shameless. Zhou Zishuan, if you don't believe it, forget it. No one wants you to believe it. Shiryun, let's go. Huang Yi rolled her eyes, pulled Jiang Shiryun, and walked out the door. These 2 guys are so shameless. Zhou Zishuan cursed softly and slammed the door shut. Is your brother not at home? I don't know. He said he was in some studio. After leaving the school, the 2 took a taxi. The address made them a little confused. Oh. I can't go empty-handed. After getting off the car, the 2 went to buy some fruits, milk, and other things, and brought them to the studio. Cousin, what are you doing here? After entering, Huang Yi looked around curiously. Do some handicrafts. Yimo smiled and led them to the inner room. How cute. Seeing the 2 babies, they surrounded them and competed to hold them in their arms. She seems to be picking at my chest. After hugging for a while, Jiang Shiryun suddenly said with a red face. Huang Yi took a look, then lowered her head and looked at herself. The boy in her arms seemed to have no interest in her at all. Shit. Even the baby dislikes me. Huang Yi almost burst into tears. Look at these things, do they look familiar to you? Then, the two of them walked around the studio, and Jang Shuryun soon frowned. Now that you mention it, it's true. I seem to have seen it on Douyin. Huang Yi hesitated. Wait, brother, you're not the internet celebrity with millions of fans, are you? It took her a while to react and she screamed. Those eyes were wide open, full of shock. You just discovered it now. Yi Mo smiled at her. Brother, you are so awesome. After being stunned for a while, Huang Yi came back to her senses and screamed excitedly. Jiang Shuryun, who was standing aside, also had a hint of shock in her eyes. I didn't expect that Yi's cousin is actually the very popular internet celebrity. Brother, can you let me take a picture here? I'll beat those bastards to death when I get back. They just don't believe that I have such a handsome and rich cousin, and they still laugh at me for daydreaming. Huang Yi clenched her fists and said angrily. Okay. Just take pictures. Yi Mo didn't care. Or, let's go take some pictures at the villa. If you want to stay, you can stay here tonight. After thinking for a while, he said again. He basically never lived in that villa and it has been empty ever since. That's great. Bro, you're so nice. Huang Yi said excitedly. By the way, is your birthday coming soon? What gift do you want? Yi Mo asked again. It's almost time, anything goes. What do you mean by anything? How about this? When we go out later, I'll buy you anything you like. Yi Mo smiled. He has always had a good relationship with this cousin and treats her as his own sister. After she took a round of photos, Yi Mo took them and the baby out and headed straight to the shopping mall in the city center. Chapter 060 Making complimentary food for the baby. These sets are all included. In the Chanel store, Yi Mo waved his hand and shouted. Let's go to the next one. Then he pushed the stroller and walked out. Two girls followed him, looking a little dazed, as if they were dreaming, and they were already holding many bags in their hands. Brother, stop buying, that's enough, let's go. After counting, Huang Yi smiled bitterly. Buy some more. Yi Mo said, there's an LV store in front. Coming out of the LV store, the two had a few more bags in their hands. Your cousin is so good to you. Jiang Shuryun whispered, full of envy. That's right. When we were little, we slept in the same bed. How could we not have such a good relationship? Huang Yi was very proud. Shuryun, many of the clothes here were actually picked out by me for you. I'll let you wear them when we get back. Really? That's not good. What's the big deal? We are so close that we sleep in the same bed every day. The two of them were whispering. Shuryun, let's buy a swimsuit. After walking around for a while, Huang Yi suddenly said. Swimsuit? Jiang Shuryun was stunned. Yes. Isn't there a big swimming pool in the villa? Of course you have to wear a swimsuit. You will look very beautiful and sexy in a swimsuit. Huang Yi said this, glancing towards the bulging chest opposite her. This scale is already quite large. And her figure is not the skinny type. Although she is slim, her curves are full and round, giving her a hint of a mature woman. After hearing what she said, Jiang Shuryun was also a little moved. After searching for a while, they walked into a store that sold swimsuits. Yi Mo took a look inside but did not go in. He waited until it was time to pay the bill before going in. Brother, we bought a lot of swimsuits, they're super sexy, do you want to see them? Huang Yi smiled. Yi Mo glanced at her, his lips curled up. Brother, what's with that expression on your face? You've gone too far. Huang Yi said angrily. Okay, I'll take you to the villa. I don't live there. You can take a taxi back tomorrow. Yi Mo said. Brother, why don't you live over there? It's too big. I'm not used to living there alone. Yi Mo shook his head and said. 2. After driving the two to Emerald Lake, Yi Mo left. It's really huge. The two walked around the villa again. Although I have been here once, this time it is still amazing. Then, the two of them changed into the swimsuits they had just bought. Huang Yi was wearing a blue one, while Jiang Shuryun was wearing a white one. After putting them on, her figure was fully revealed, with graceful curves, especially her pair of long white legs, which were long, slender and straight, and particularly eye-catching. Her skin is very white, and because she is young, it is very firm and smooth, so tender that it seems like water can be squeezed out of it. She looks youthful and full of energy. It's so beautiful. Huang Yi exclaimed in admiration. It's a pity that my brother can't see anymore. Then she sighed with regret. I'll just take a few pictures for him to enjoy. While Jiang Shiyun wasn't paying attention, she secretly took a few photos and saved them. Aren't you coming down? Thump. Jiang Shiyun dived into the pool, her graceful white body swimming in the water like a charming mermaid. Oh. Here it comes. Huang Yi put away her phone, leaned over, and jumped down. The two girls began to frolic in the pool and play to their heart's content. Shiyun, let's go back. After 6 o'clock, they took a shower and changed back into their original clothes. Huang Yi was so obsessed with showing off that she couldn't stand living there any longer. They took a taxi and rushed back to school. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already 8 o'clock. What's this? Oh my god. Is this LV clothing? Is this Hermes? The two were soon surrounded by girls from the same class, and the corridor was filled with screams. Yes. This one is from LV, these are from Dior, and these are from Chanel. Huang Yi smiled, these were bought for me by my cousin as a birthday gift. Is that the cousin you mentioned before, the one who was super handsome and super rich? The girls were a little shocked. Before, none of them believed it. What big villas, sports cars? How could he have relatives like that? He must be bragging. But now, seeing all the luxury goods on the floor, they have to believe it. The fact that she could spend so much money just on a birthday present is enough to prove how rich her cousin is. I took a video this time. Look, I didn't lie. Also, my brother is a big internet celebrity with over 10 million fans. That's it. Huang Yi took out her cell phone and showed all the videos she had shot today, which shocked the group of girls again. Zhou Zixuan was standing outside the crowd, looking dazed. She couldn't believe that Huang Yi actually had such a rich cousin. Her face turned blue, then white, and kept changing. Soon, I began to feel some regret. The other person has such a powerful cousin. If she had flattered him, maybe she could have gotten some benefits from him. But now, she can't get any benefits at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your cooking skill has been upgraded. On the other side, Yimo returned to Su Yuqing's house and heard the voice of the system after cooking. He wasn't surprised either. He uses his cooking skill every day, so it's time to upgrade it. This is the second skill to be upgraded, the previous one was still a manual skill. At this point, he possessed 2 mastery-level skills, handicraft and cooking. There are 4 others, namely nourishing chi, massage, keen eyesight, and driving skills. Try making another dish. He chose the simplest dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It really makes a big difference. After finishing the dish, he took a bite and nodded slightly. The effect of upgrading cooking skills is very intuitive, that is the improvement of taste, that ultimate aroma is something that has never existed before. Why is today's dish so delicious? When Su Yuqing tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she was stunned. She never knew that a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes could taste so good. Cooking more will improve your cooking skills. Yi Mo smiled. Su Yuqing was stunned. Is it so easy to improve cooking skills? Yimo's original skills were already better than some state banquet masters, so there was no room for improvement. Sharp. Soon, she smiled and praised. The next morning, Yimo got up early. He went to the vegetable market. Today, he not only has to buy vegetables for adults, but also complementary foods for the baby. Drinking milk powder alone is not enough. He didn't know what to do for the time being, so he bought a little bit of everything, including pumpkin, carrots, tomatoes, and all kinds of vegetables. Then, he went to the fruit store and bought a lot of fruit. When he got home, he started researching. Chapter 061. Who is he? Knock, knock, knock. In the kitchen, there was the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables. Yimo was wearing an apron and cutting carrots. Suddenly, in the living room, there were light footsteps, which soon reached the kitchen door. He turned around and saw a beautiful face. She had just woken up and was still a little sleepy, with her long hair a little messy. But this does not affect her beauty at all. She was wearing a thin nightgown, her sexy figure faintly visible underneath. Beneath her proud curves was a slender waist that could be held in one hand, flat and smooth, without a trace of fat. A pair of slender legs, smooth and flawless, glowing white. Good morning. She smiled brightly at Yimo. Morning. Yimo smiled. What are you doing? She walked straight over, stood close to EMO, then leaned over and looked at the many vegetables and fruits on the table. With a gentle sniff, EMO could smell the faint fragrance coming from her body, as well as a unique hint of milky scent. Why are there so many vegetables and fruits? After looking around, she looked up and said in surprise. Making complimentary food. EMO said. Oh. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yuqing suddenly realized. Can I have some? She smiled and said in a coquettish tone. Yes. EMO nodded. She stretched out her hand, pinched a piece of dragon fruit with her 2 white jade fingers, lifted it up, and put it into her mouth. It's pretty sweet. The next moment, she exclaimed, try it. As she spoke, she took another piece and put it to EMO's mouth. EMO was startled, then he opened his mouth and let her put the fruit into his mouth. How about it, sweet, right? She smiled sweetly. It's quite sweet. EMO chewed it and smiled. Su Yuqing leaned against the stove, just looking at him and smiling. Suddenly, she leaned over and gave EMO a light kiss on the cheek. Before EMO could react, she revealed a look of triumph and walked away with a smile. I've brushed my teeth. After saying that, he walked out of the kitchen and went to see the baby. EMO was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He continued to work. After studying for more than half an hour, he picked out several vegetables and fruits that tasted better and made them into puree. Give it to them to taste first. He tasted it first and found it surprisingly delicious, so he took it and fed it to the baby. Both babies liked it very much and swallowed it smoothly at the first bite, especially the boy, who seemed very happy. Ding! Your baby is very happy. The task is successfully triggered. If you accompany your baby for 2 hours, you will receive a random reward. At this time, the system voice sounded. EMO was stunned. This task seemed to have appeared before. That time, he took the longevity lock and the gold bracelet, put them on the 2 babies, and made them happy, which triggered this task. Another random reward. He suppressed his thoughts and concentrated on feeding the baby. Baby likes it so much? Su Yuqing looked a little surprised. The last time I fed him formula, my boy was very resistant to the first bite. Let me try it. She took a spoon, scooped up a mouthful, tasted it, and said, it's really good. Where did you learn this? I figured it out myself. EMO said with a smile. Sharp. Su Yuqing praised again, with you here, they really won't starve anymore. They won't starve as long as you're here. EMO laughed casually. Su Yuqing was startled when she heard this. She looked down and her cheeks flushed slightly. With her milk, the 2 babies will never starve. I saw online that breast milk can be stored. How about I store some? She suddenly thought of something and said, I heard that breast milk is better than formula. Forget it. EMO shook his head. That would be too tiring. Besides, it's not easy to preserve. Yeah, I saw them say that it's not easy to preserve and can easily be infected by bacteria. If it gets infected, it won't be good for the baby. Su Yuqing hesitated and nodded. Okay then, I'll go change my clothes first. She stood up and walked back to the room. After dinner, EMO walked her downstairs and into the car as usual. Ding! Mission completed, start drawing random rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning 5% of Weibo shares. I brought the baby to the studio and played with him for a while, and then the system voice rang. Weibo? EMO was stunned. He is also quite familiar with this. Another 5%, but this time it's worth less than the previous shares. Weibo's stock price is now even lower than NetEase's. However, he doesn't care much about value now. Weibo is a social platform different from NetEase. It is a social platform full of celebrity gossip. Basically, all kinds of scandals and rumors about celebrities are most widely uploaded on Weibo. This is the biggest platform for eating melons. The last photo of Su Yuqing's pregnant belly during pregnancy checkup was first exposed here and then became a hot topic. Afterwards, negative information was flying everywhere, the situation got out of control, and it shocked the whole country. Recently, there seemed to be a lot of rumors about her. It should be the troubles that young Manny mentioned. 5% isn't a lot. I don't know if it can influence Weibo's decision. He pondered. With this share of shares, he is at most the 4th or 5th largest shareholder. Around noon, a call came from Weibo. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? This is the secretary of Weibo. We just learned that you have acquired 5% of our Weibo shares. The other party spoke in a very formal and official manner. I want to talk to your chairman. Is that convenient for you? After he finished speaking, Emo said in a deep voice. Ah. There was obviously a pause. Okay. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. After a while, the voice on the other end of the phone changed. Hello, Mr. Yi. First of all, congratulations on becoming a major shareholder of our Weibo group. When you are free, you can come to our group headquarters. Boss Chow, I want to discuss something with you. Emo smiled. Oh? What's the matter? You said. It's about your trending search list. I heard that you can buy trending searches with money. Is that right? No. The other party denied it immediately. Then, he was stunned for a moment and smiled. It's not that there is absolutely no truth. Since Mr. Yi is a major shareholder of our group, there is nothing wrong with saying it. I want to prevent all negative information about a person from ever appearing on trending searches. How much does it cost? Emo said. Who? Su Yuqing. The person on the other side was stunned for a moment, then he hissed and took a breath of cold air. The other party spent tens of billions to acquire 5% of his Weibo shares. Could it be that it was just for this purpose? He knew that there were recent rumors that this queen was going to make a comeback, and there had also been a lot of turmoil in the public opinion field recently, with the spearhead directed at this queen. This timing is such a coincidence. But if this is true, the other party is too powerful and his move is too shocking. This is tens of billions. Who exactly is the other party? Chapter 062, Stockings are not scented anymore. In the office, Mr. Chow was holding the phone with a look of intense shock on his face. The other party is too powerful. He could easily use billions of funds, and he could hardly imagine the other party's background. It seems that the queen does not have such powerful capital behind her. Could it be the child's father? The mysterious entertainment industry tycoon that is widely rumored? But none of those so-called big guys are that rich, and judging from the other party's voice, he seems to be very young, only about 20 years old. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The identity of Mr. Yi was like a mystery that he could not figure out. It even made him a little afraid, and he did not dare to delve deeper into it. The origin of this Mr. Yi is quite terrifying. He sighed to himself. Then, his expression became stern, and all those thoughts just now were completely wiped out. Mr. Yi. He showed an eager smile on his face, and his tone was a little respectful. Since you are already a major shareholder of our group, why bother talking about money? I will arrange it right away and make sure that from now on, no negative news about her will be able to be on the hot search. Boss Chow is so straightforward. Ha ha. Where? After a few pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Call. He let out a long sigh. He lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and calmed his mind before picking up the phone again and dialing Director Liu, who was in charge of hot searches. What? We're going to remove them all? When Director Liu picked up the phone, he was stunned. What kind of magical power did the other party use to actually pass the relationship to Director Chow and let Director Chow speak personally? Yes. All of them. But, we just received money from the other side. Director Liu looked embarrassed. He has already collected the money, and now he wants to withdraw it. This makes it very difficult for him. Just quit. Yes. I'll do it right away. Also, from now on, any negative news about her cannot be on the trending search list anymore. Well, what? Director Liu was stunned and looked incredulous. Didn't you hear that clearly? Director Chow's tone sank and he said unhappily. Oh. Clearly. Don't worry, I will do as you say. Director Liu said with some fear. When he put down the phone, his brows were already furrowed. There's something wrong with this. Being able to have President Chow speak personally, and from now on, all negative news will be suppressed and prevented from becoming a hot topic. This is a treatment that no other artist has ever enjoyed. It must be that some extremely powerful boss has met his end. The depth of his background, the magnitude of his magical powers. I dare not even imagine it. He shuddered suddenly and came to his senses. He is just a small director, so he should not get involved in the affairs of such a big boss. How should I tell Mr. Lee? He took the money and then returned it. How rude. Then he was in trouble again. After hesitating for a long time, he picked up the phone and dialed the other party's number. Director Liu, what's the matter? I've already transferred the money. Golden Lion Entertainment, President's office. Mr. Lee, a man in his late 50s with a big belly, answered the phone and laughed out loud. Sitting on his lap was a gorgeous woman in a professional suit with a pair of slender legs wrapped in sexy black stockings. She was his secretary. He held the phone in one hand and stroked his black stockings with the other. Mr. Lee, I'm so sorry. We have to return your money. Director Liu said apologetically. Why? Are you complaining that the money is too little? Mr. Lee's face changed and he shouted in a deep voice. No. How could that be? Director Liu said hurriedly. The other party offered a higher price? Almost. Director Liu hesitated for a moment and said. How much did the other party offer? This is not easy to disclose. Director Liu said. In fact, he doesn't know either. How can I raise the price if you don't tell me? You won't refuse to do this profitable business, right? Mr. Lee said with a smile, Director Liu, you also know my strength. It's not like I can't afford it. Just name a price. Director Liu was silent for a moment. Well, no matter how much the other party pays, I will give double. That should be fine, right? Mr. Lee laughed and said generously. Boss, you are so generous. The secretary giggled, her face full of admiration. Ha ha. Mr. Lee laughed even more happily. When have I ever been stingy? Oh. You are bad. The secretary said coquettishly. On the other side, Director Liu wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. Boss Lee, let me put it this way. The money they offered is very high. If you want to double it, I guess you don't have the ability to do it. And, more importantly, this is what Chairman Chow said personally. You know what this means, right? The other party's background is very powerful. You can't afford to offend him, so just forget it. Director Liu said. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Mr. Lee's expression froze instantly. The next moment, it rose to liver color. This bastard. He yelled angrily and slammed the phone on the table with a loud bang. The secretary shuddered and remained silent. You said I have no strength? I can't afford to offend you? Damn it, you look down on me, don't you? Mr. Lee roared angrily. After a while, he calmed down a little. He looked at the beautiful legs in black stockings in front of him and frowned. The stockings that he used to like very much are no longer attractive to him. Get out, get out. He impatiently waved his hand and pushed the person out. The secretary was so scared that her face turned pale and she hurried out of the office. Damn it! Asshole! Soon, there were sounds of cursing and smashing in the office, which lasted for a long time. That's pretty quick. An hour later, EMO logged into Weibo again and did a search, but he couldn't find any negative news about Su Yuqing. It turns out that there are still quite a few rumors. Fine. He put down his phone and focused on his work. In the evening, after dinner, he heard Su Yuqing talking to young Manny on the phone. Today is really weird. It seems that all the rumors disappeared in an instant. Now people in the industry are saying that we have hooked up with a super powerful boss, but I wonder where we got such a boss. On the other end of the phone, young Manny asked in confusion. Yeah. I'm curious too. Su Yuqing frowned. She couldn't figure it out either. Yuqing, have you been secretly hooking up with some big shot without telling me? Young Manny asked in a low voice. No way. Okay. I believe you. Yang Manny thought about it and nodded. In the past, there were countless people pursuing Yuqing, from the entertainment industry, the business world, and so on. It is no exaggeration to say that the line could really stretch from here to the other side of the earth, but she was not moved by any of them. Therefore, it is impossible for her to cling to others and sell herself out for a little bit of benefit. But what happened today? She scratched her forehead, but couldn't figure it out. Chapter 063 Su Yuqing, do I have such powerful fans? Have some fruit. Yemo walked into Su Yuqing's room holding a fruit plate. She was applying a facial mask and video chatting with young Manny. She was wearing a silk pajamas, which was soft and thin, showing off her graceful and sexy figure, especially the plump waist and hip curves, which were somewhat breathtaking. The snow-white shoulders and the touch of white on the chest are both extremely eye-catching. Thank you. She turned around and smiled kindly. Yemo walked over and put the fruit plate on the table. Delicious. You should try it too. She poked a piece of mango with a skewer, took a small bite, and handed it to Yemo. Ouch. Are you ashamed? Yang Mani couldn't bear it anymore. These two people are showing their affection in front of her. What's there to be ashamed of? He worked hard to cut it, so what's wrong with me feeding it to him to try? Su Yuqing smiled sweetly. Yang Mani rolled her eyes. Where were we just now? Oh, since you don't have it and I don't have it either, then what happened today is really strange. Then she frowned. What is it? Yemo asked, pretending to be clueless. Today is. Yang Mani briefly explained the situation. Yemo, do you think this is strange? What's so strange about this? Yemo shrugged. Isn't that strange? Yu Qing has so many fans, maybe the big guy you guessed is her fan. A passionate and true fan. Yemo said with a smile. This seems to make sense. Yang Mani nodded. Do I have such a great fan base? Su Yuqing was stunned. Who knows? Yemo smiled and turned away. The next day, he was in the studio as usual, shooting videos and taking care of the baby. In the afternoon, he received a call from the hotel, saying that there were some matters that needed his approval. He rushed over with the baby. Mr. Yi. Supervisor Li Lijuan was already waiting at the door. Let's go in and talk. Yemo pushed the stroller and walked in. What a cute baby. Some waiters came over and took a look, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Our boss is so handsome, of course the baby he gives birth to will be good looking. They glanced at Yemo secretly, their faces blushed, and they whispered to each other, becoming more and more excited the more they talked. Cough. Li Lijuan coughed lightly to remind them to be serious. Director Yi, I asked you to come here today mainly because there are some projects that require your approval. One of them is a garden upgrade and renovation project, which is to make our lake garden more beautiful and introduce some precious tree species. She led Yemo to the office area. After looking at the project carefully, Yemo nodded. Mr. Yi, there are more. Li Lijuan handed over another pile of documents. Mr. Yi, do you still remember the picky customer from last time? She asked casually. I remember. What's wrong? Yemo raised his head and glanced at her. That guest's surname is Ji. Miss Ji is a VIP customer of our hotel. She has stayed here many times. Last time, Director Yi, you showed off your skills. After trying it, she couldn't forget it. She came again yesterday and stayed for one night. She just left. She even specifically asked about you, Mr. Yi, and said that she wanted to try Mr. Yi's cooking skills again if she had the chance. Li Lijuan said with a smile. Really? Yemo murmured and smiled. Yes. Miss Ji is a very beautiful lady, just like a star. No, she is even more beautiful than many stars. Li Lijuan said, in real life, I have never seen anyone as beautiful as her. Yemo just smiled after hearing this. He looks at Su Yuqing's angelic face every day. Even Fu Xiaohua has an amazing beauty. He is used to seeing such beauties. He really has no interest in the so-called beauties mentioned by other people. No matter how beautiful it is, how beautiful can it be? If we meet next time, I wouldn't mind cooking a few more dishes for her. After all, she's a regular customer. Yemo smiled. Okay. Next time if we meet by chance, I will let you know, Mr. Yi. Li Lijuan nodded. Soon, Yemo finished reading all the documents. You go and do your work first. I'll take the baby for a walk and we'll leave later. He stood up and said. Good. Li Lijuan turned and left. Yemo pushed the stroller and went to the lake garden area for a walk. The scenery here is beautiful and the air is fresh, which is very suitable for walking. After walking around for more than half an hour, he returned to the hall and prepared to leave. How can your hotel be so stingy? We are big anchors and internet celebrities, can't we get discounts? We can promote your hotel and attract more people to stay here. That's right, we stayed in other hotels for free. As soon as he arrived in the lobby, he heard an argument coming from the front desk. He looked up and saw two fashionably dressed women standing at the front desk. One was very tall, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a t-shirt and hot pants, revealing a pair of long white legs. She has a graceful figure and some hot curves. The other, slightly shorter, wore a purple dress. I'm sorry. Our hotel doesn't have such a rule. Except for VIP customers who can enjoy certain discounts, there are no discounts for others. The receptionist smiled politely. Do you know how to do business? It's a different era now, but you're still so rigid. If you give us a discount, we'll promote you, say good things about you, and increase your popularity. This is a win-win situation. The woman in the purple dress screamed. I have millions of fans and a huge influence. Then she said in a boastful tone. Excuse me, ladies. The front desk clerk still smiled politely. It's hard to explain to you. Call your superior over here and we will talk to him. The woman in purple skirt slammed the table and shouted impatiently. You too, if you think it's too expensive, then don't stay here. Yemo walked up and said bluntly. These two so-called internet celebrities and big anchors have very unpleasant tones of voice. Even if they are really influential, he would not agree to let them promote his products. The two turned around and looked at Yemo. He's really handsome, but he's blind. Look at the two of us. Do we look like we can't afford to live here? It's just a few $1,000s. It's nothing. The woman in the purple dress took one look and sneered. The woman in hot pants frowned after looking at Yemo carefully, seeming a little confused. Yemo took a look at her and recognized her. Isn't she the female internet celebrity from Starlight International who let a dog bite people? He had a deep impression of that charming snake-like face. If it's just a small thing, why give me a discount? Yemo said with a smile, you have millions of fans, so you should be making a lot of money. Of course I made money, but it's none of your business. I tell you, stay out of my business. The woman in the purple dress yelled, with a ferocious expression. I really want to take care of it. I am the owner of this hotel. You can stay here or not. If not, please leave immediately and stop making trouble here. Yemo's face turned cold and he shouted. Chapter 064 Plastic Sisters. Are you the boss here? The woman in the purple dress was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. This person is so young, probably only about 23 or 24 years old, and he is actually the owner of this luxury resort hotel? This is our Mr. Yi. The front desk spoke. Mr. Yi? The woman in hot pants was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly widened. She finally confirmed that the handsome man in front of her was indeed Mr. Yi, the super rich man who bought the entire building of Starlight International in one go. He already owns a building, so it's normal for him to have a luxury hotel. So you are the boss. I was wondering why this shabby hotel is so rigid and lacks any structure at all. The purple-dressed woman came to her senses and sneered, a boss like you who dares to scold even customers will ruin this hotel sooner or later. Yeah? Yemo sneered. Just wait, I'm going to expose your hotel and let others see how you do business. The woman in the purple dress waved her cell phone and cursed. Yemo grinned. It doesn't matter if it turns yellow. He smiled indifferently. The woman in the purple dress was startled and her expression froze. What does it mean when it turns yellow? It turns yellow. As a boss, how can you say such things? Just wait, I will definitely expose you. She didn't know what to say, so she could only repeat the harsh words she had just said viciously. That's enough. Get out of here. Yemo shook his hands impatiently. He is really annoyed with this kind of uncultured internet celebrity. Humph. What a lousy store, what a stupid boss, and the prices are so high. They call themselves a luxury hotel, but I think it's just garbage. Tangbao, let's go. The woman in purple skirt cursed, waved her hand, and walked out. But after walking a few steps, she found that the person behind her was not catching up. Tangbao, what are you standing there for? Come on. She turned around and looked, wondering. Xiao Yu, you go first. I'll stay for one night. The woman named Tangbao smiled embarrassedly. What? The woman in the purple dress was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. Now that it's like this, why does Tangbao want to stay? Is she losing her mind? Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. My friend has always had a hot temper. Please don't take it personally. I apologize to you on her behalf. Tang Bauer looked apologetic and smiled at Yi Mo. Mr. Yi is so capable, how could he ruin his hotel? I think this hotel is so good, the business will definitely get more and more prosperous. Then, she showed her warm compliments with a slightly flattering smile. The woman in the purple dress stood aside, stunned. Is this still her good sister? She didn't recognize him at all. Well, I want the best suite. No need to discount it this time. Oh, and if you have a membership or something, I can help you get one. Tang Bauer said to the front desk. The receptionist looked up and looked towards Yi Mo. Yi Mo frowned, but after a moment, he nodded. This business still needs to be done. Soon, the front desk completed the formalities. Tang Bauer got the room card, turned around and smiled warmly at Yi Mo. Miss Tang, I'll take you to your room. A waiter came over and led her away. Tang Bao, wait for me. I want to live here too. The woman in the purple dress finally came to her senses, shouted, and hurriedly followed. Miss, if you want to stay here, you have to register, the receptionist shouted. Okay. The woman in the purple skirt quickly took out her ID card, registered, and chased after him. Tang Bao, what are you doing? Didn't you see how the boss treated us? Can you swallow this? And you stayed in the most expensive room. Are you crazy? Are you attracted by his face? After she caught up, she complained quietly. I admit that he is very handsome, but we cannot tolerate him treating us like this. Besides, he is just a hotel owner. He is not very rich, not even as rich as my number 2 on the list. Aren't the big brothers on your list richer than him? Tang Bauer heard this and laughed. Your number 2 on the list may not even be worth a fraction of his. No. Impossible. The woman in purple dress was stunned and shook her head. Her second on the list is quite wealthy, a boss, and has given her over $1 million. In terms of net worth, it must be at least $500 million. Do you know the place where I live? That's Starlight International. A house there starts at least tens of millions, and this Mr. Yi has a building there. Tang Bauer said with a smile. One building? The woman in the purple dress exclaimed. She was a little suspicious, wondering if she had heard the quantifier wrongly. It's just one building, the price is about 1 billion. Tang Bauer said again. The woman in the purple dress opened her mouth and could not close it anymore. Her head was buzzing and she felt dizzy. She thought he was just an ordinary hotel owner, maybe from a good family, but she never expected that he would be so rich. More than $1 billion, my God. Coming back to her senses, she sighed. Even if all the big brothers on the list combined, they are not as rich as them. Do you think that his net worth is only a few billion? You are too naive. How could a man who spent money casually to buy a building and a luxury hotel only have this much? His net worth must be at least several billion, or even higher. Sugar Baby laughed. The woman in the purple dress stayed still for a moment. You're such a sugar baby, you knew he was so rich, so you wanted to leave me behind and secretly hook up with him. Then she said angrily. I thought they were good sisters, but turned out to be just fake sisters. I do want to. But it's not that easy to hook up with him. I'll be satisfied if I can get to know him, leave an impression on him, and benefit from his fame in the future. Tang Bauer shook her head. With her looks, it is easy for her to dance and pose in the live broadcast room to seduce those losers or lonely guys. However, it is quite difficult to seduce a rich man of this level. Not to mention, he is so handsome. That seems to make sense. The woman in the purple dress thought about it and nodded. Director Yi, is it okay to let them stay here? It would be troublesome if they break our things to vent their anger. In the hall, Li Lijuan heard what had just happened and walked over. It's okay. If it's broken, just let them pay for it. I think as long as they are not stupid, they won't be so ungrateful. Yi Mo said calmly. Okay then. Li Lijuan nodded. Oh. By the way, speaking of internet celebrities, our hotel can indeed do more publicity to increase its popularity. Our restaurant can also do more publicity, which can also make the business more popular. Yi Mo said. The business of this hotel is actually pretty good, but it is not yet the best and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Okay. Mr. Yi, we will. Li Lijuan said respectfully. Yimo nodded, took the two babies and returned to the studio. Chapter 065. This person is extremely bad. In the studio, Yimo was making gold items. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw another pile of photos. He took a glance and was stunned. The person in the photo is cosplaying as my Shiranui. She is wearing only a few pieces of cloth, revealing a large area of fair skin, showing off her enchanting and hot figure to the fullest. That pair of murder weapons? And the breathtaking waist and hip curves are enough to make one's nose bleed. And her charming and pretty face, with a seductive expression, a pair of slightly narrowed almond-shaped eyes, captivating, and those moist and plump red lips, slightly opened, make people imagine a lot. How is it? Is it better than last time? Actually, I didn't want to do this shoot because I thought it was too revealing and a bit embarrassing. She sent another message. Yimo grinned. Does she still know how to be shy? Look at this posture, look at this expression, he is clearly a veteran driver. It's a very good photo. Why don't you sell it? It should fetch a lot of money. Yimo replied. That won't work. If it gets out and my family sees it, it will be terrible. Ning Yuding sat on a chair, holding her cell phone and typing away. She is actually quite traditional and a little reserved. She keeps all the photos she took for herself. If she could really let go, she wouldn't be as poor as she is now. In this day and age, with a perfect figure like hers, she can become a little famous and make a lot of money just by taking a few videos or photos. 2. Yimo replied. What are you doing? Are you doing handicrafts again? Ning Yuding took out a bottle of Wa, placed it in front of her chest, opened her rosy little mouth, put the straw in it, and started drinking. How do you know? Yimo was stunned. Ning Yuding's expression was dull for a moment, and then her face turned red. This bad guy is teasing her again. Why do you do this every day? Don't you feel weak? She typed away. Humph. You'll be so weak. Then she wrinkled her nose and snorted. No. How could I be weak? I'm in good health. Yimo replied. Still bragging. Ning Yuding said with contempt. This guy must be very weak. I do it every day, whenever I have time, and I don't feel weak at all. I'm in great shape. Yimo said again. Do it every day? And do it whenever you have time? Ning Yuding was stunned. Is this guy so perverted? Yes, I must have said that to tease her. This guy is really bad. Her cheeks turned red again, burning hot. You bad guy, I won't talk to you anymore. She took a big sip of milk and said angrily. Forget it. Yimo said simply. Fuck. Who is this person? Ning Yuding gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Hey, I have some news about your Yuching, do you want to hear it? After a while, she picked up her phone again and sent a message. Explain. That's right, someone recently offered a reward in the group for finding your Yuching's address, and also asked to follow her and take photos of her. One photo can be sold for a lot of money. Ning Yuding said. Who offered the reward? I don't know about that, but this information can be worth a lot of money. I know where your Yuching lives and what you look like. It can definitely sell for a lot of money. Ning Yuding said with some pride. Also, I gave you a lot of benefits before, so let's write off everything between us. You are not allowed to ask me to return the 1 million. Can. Yimo replied, if you can find out who offered the reward, I will give you another 100,000. Real? Ning Yuding's eyes lit up. Certainly. Okay. Leave it to me. Ning Yuding patted her chest excitedly. After putting down her phone, she felt very happy. Take a nice bath first. She stood up, humming happily, and walked to the bathroom. She was still wearing the My Shiranui cosplay costume, and as she walked, her figure swayed, looking charming. On the other side, Yimo pondered for a while. The person who offered the reward might be the same person who spread the rumors before. However, he couldn't be sure. From what Yang Mani said, there was more than one group of people. Soon, he collected his thoughts and continued to make gold items. My Shiranui. After finishing the gold way, he began to think about what to do next as usual. At this moment, he thought of the photos he had just seen. The image of my Shiranui is quite famous. She was originally a character in The King of Fighters. In recent years, because of the popularity of the king, this image has become even more well known. Let's make a figurine, he said to himself. He had this idea before and bought a lot of materials and stored them in his studio. He took out the materials and started making it according to the image of my Shiranui. Compared with the difficulty of jade carving, gold carving, and embroidery, making figures is undoubtedly much easier. Soon, a figure half a meter tall was completed. Every detail has been done to the extreme, to the point where every detail is visible. The wrinkles on the clothes, the texture of the muscles on the plump thighs are all extremely realistic. Good. Yemo examined it and nodded with satisfaction. Then he edited the video and posted it. What's this? After seeing this, the fans were a little confused. In the past, there were gold, jade, ancient embroidery, and other very elegant things. Even the food series was made in an exquisite style. But now, the cover is a beautiful woman with revealing clothes and a charming figure. The difference is too big. Isn't this my Shiranui? It's figures. This guy has changed his career again and entered the figure industry. Then, they reacted. Damn. It's too realistic. How do you know she's realistic? I don't know. My clothes are blocking my view. How about you ask me if it's true or not? This guy is really good. Look at his figure and expression. I really can't resist him. It's just like the real thing. I've already fired several rounds. Soon, the comments section became very lively, with people driving everywhere. The number of likes is also rising rapidly. And the number of fans is constantly increasing. The audience attracted this time are mainly men, many of whom like the two-dimensional world, and of course there are also many fans of King of Glory. So fierce? Yemo was a little shocked. He hasn't gained so much fans in a long time. By the evening, the number of fans had increased to hundreds of thousands, and the number of likes had exceeded 2 million. Soon, this video also attracted the attention of the king's official. Too many people at them in the comments. The king's official also left a message in the comments section and reposted the video on Weibo and other platforms, making the atmosphere even more heated. All this was completely beyond Yemo's expectations. When he woke up the next day, his number of fans had reached 14 million. Chapter 66, Third Uncle is Sick. Look, the texture of this figurine's skin is extremely fine. And the facial expressions. The most difficult part of making a figurine is the facial expressions. Before him, I have never seen anyone who can do this. It is truly amazing. What a genius. I can't help but admit it. Many people in the figurine industry paid attention to this video. There was a sudden shock in the circle. Just like the gold and jade rings in the past. 14 million followers. How long has it been? Not even a month. Such strength is really terrifying. First it was gold and jade, then embroidery and gourmet food, and now figurines. What else can he do? Does he really know everything? Many media and MCN agencies are also paying attention. Since this account broke the 10 million follower mark, it has attracted much attention, and everyone wants to get it, but unfortunately, no one has succeeded so far. The owner of this account doesn't seem to be interested in capital and is extremely low-key. I just post videos every day, and the output is incredibly high. I did a live broadcast in the middle of the night before, but turned off the rewards. I broadcast for half a day but didn't say a few words. All these strange signs made them unable to figure out what kind of person this person was. He is obviously talented and skilled, but it seems that his personality is a bit weird. Keep contacting him. Sign him at all costs. Contact him and see if we can arrange an interview. Soon, another wave of messages flooded into Yemo's account. Yemo's cell phone also received many calls. Again. Yemo, who was making breakfast, hung up the phone and shook his head. He has blocked many numbers, but new numbers still keep calling him, which makes him very annoyed. You don't answer? Suyuching woke up, put on her pajamas, and walked out of the bedroom. There's nothing to accept. They all ask me to sign contracts. Yemo shook his head. There are also many interviews. Interview? Isn't that nice? Suyuching was surprised and said, it can increase the popularity. I don't want to show my face. Yemo smiled. He's so handsome, it's a shame not to show his face. Su Yuqing looked at him with her beautiful eyes, suddenly smiled, stretched out her jade hand, and gently stroked his cheek. Her hands were slightly cool, and when they touched my skin, I felt an icy, smooth feeling, which was very comfortable. But it's true. Being famous is a good thing, but it can also bring a lot of trouble. Look at me. I have to be careful every time I go out. She laughed again. What do you want to eat this morning? Then she asked curiously and expectantly. Breakfast is the time she looks forward to most every day. Xiao Long Bao. Yi Mo smiled. He tried to change it up as much as possible, doing something different every day. Yeah. I like it. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up. I'll eat a few more later and skip lunch. I have to eat less, otherwise I'll get fat. Where's the fat? Yi Mo looked at her. Except for the two curvy parts, there was no fat anywhere on her body, especially her waist, which was flat and tight, and could be held in one hand. Her legs were also straight and slender, without any extra fat. Su Yuqing looked down. It seems that she is not that fat. All the flesh she gained has gone to her chest. Then this can't be any longer. Otherwise the dress won't look good. Look at many female stars, they are thin and dresses are easy for them to wear. She said in a low voice with a slightly red face. You look better in a dress like this. Yi Mo said. Yeah. It must be better looking than them. After hearing this, she burst out laughing. You just know how to coax people. You go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to change my clothes. She came over, kissed him gently on the cheek, then walked away with a smile. After breakfast, Yi Mo took the child to the studio. He continued to make figures. He picked out several female heroes from King of Glory and created them one by one. As soon as the video was released, it caused quite a stir. He feels that if the popularity continues, he will be able to break through 15 million fans tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In the afternoon, he received a call from his hometown. Son. Your third uncle is sick. On the other end of the phone, Ye's father's tone was a little heavy. Third uncle? Yi Mo was stunned. Then I remembered. It has been many years since I left my hometown to go to college. Although I go back every Chinese New Year, I am no longer familiar with many of my relatives, especially my uncles. I used to be quite familiar with them when I was a child, but now it is a little difficult for me to remember them. What's wrong with you? Yi Mo asked. In his memory, this third uncle had always been in good health, working in the fields every day, just like his grandfather. There's a tumor in my stomach. Father Yi sighed and said. Tumor? Yi Mo's heart sank. All tumors are quite troublesome. Is the condition serious now? He asked. It's quite serious. The hospital here checked it out and the doctor said that surgery is necessary to remove the tumor. But the hospital here is not good enough and they dare not do it here. Your uncle and his family are thinking of sending him to a big city. Want to come over here? Yi Mo said. Well. They plan to go to your place first to look for a good hospital. If that doesn't work, they will go to Tianhai City, where there are many large hospitals. Ye's father said. Come over whenever you want, I'll pick them up. There's no need to answer the phone. Just go and see them when you have time. They will arrive tonight. Said Ye's father. Good. Yi Mo responded. Remember, you must go and see him, in case there is an accident. Don't you think your third uncle is already in his 70s, almost 80 years old? It will be difficult for him to have surgery. Ye's father sighed. Yi Mo hummed. Having surgery at such an old age is indeed risky. Even if the surgery is successful, it is hard to say whether you can survive the surgery. Also, you should take care of yourself and eat well, so as not to end up with stomach problems. Father Yi reminded again. Dad, I know. Yi Mo smiled. In the evening, after dinner, he received a call. Xiao Mo, did your dad tell you? We just arrived. The person on the other end of the phone was his second uncle. Speaking of which, where are you staying tonight? Yi Mo asked. We are still at the station. We will go to the city to find a hospital later. The old man is in poor health, so we need to find a hospital to stay in quickly. Said the second uncle. Okay. I'll rush over right away, maybe I can help. Yi Mo said. Okay. My second uncle responded and hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, he spoke briefly to Su Yuqing. Go ahead. I can take care of the baby, Su Yuqing said softly. After Emo went out, he got in the car and headed towards the city center. Half an hour later, he met his second uncle and his group, about 10 people in total. Chapter 067 Going to Runhua Hospital. Is it Xiao Mo? When everyone saw Emo, they were a little surprised and couldn't believe it. Xiao Mo has changed so much compared to the impression they had of him. Everyone says that Xiao Mo has made money and has a promising future. It's true. A tall and strong middle-aged woman in red came over, looked at Emo, and smiled kindly. Second aunt. Emo smiled. Then, he looked around and finally figured out the identities and seniority of everyone. We are all relatives, but some of us haven't seen each other for many years, so we have become strangers. Third uncle. He walked towards the old man who was being supported by someone and shouted. Hey! It's Xiao Mo. The old man looked a little unwell. He glanced at him and called out vaguely. Yes. Okay. The old man nodded slowly and spoke vaguely. Uncle, have you decided on a hospital? Emo walked over to his second uncle and asked. We are discussing it. The second uncle said, Look, there are many hospitals here that are good at treating tumors. We are discussing which one to go to. We have to choose a good one that can perform surgery as soon as possible. Your uncle's condition cannot be delayed. Emo nodded. I've asked around, but this hospital is not good. There are too many people visiting, and there are no beds left, not to mention surgeries. There are no appointments available. If I have to wait, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. The one I called doesn't work either. I have to wait at least half a month. Several men walked aside to make a phone call, and when they came back, they all shook their heads. Either there are no seats available, or you have to wait, which may take at least half a month at the earliest. They were really worried because it had been delayed for half a month. Uncle, do you know Runhua Hospital? Emo pondered for a moment and said. The last time he inspected the hospital, he heard from Director Liu that their hospital is also very good at tumor treatment and has great experts. Runhua? I've never heard of it. Which hospital is it? The second uncle was surprised. Oh. It's a private hospital, a high-end one. Emo said. Private? No way. That's a scam. Second uncle frowned. Private? No. It sounds unreliable. It's okay to cheat money, but I'm afraid it will cost lives. That's right. Xiao Mo, you can't trust that kind of hospital. The others talked at once and all shook their heads. Some people even started to criticize Emo. Emo pursed his lips and said nothing. How about we go check out this hospital? I've been to this hospital before and I know a director there. We have a pretty good relationship with him. He was introduced to us by a distant relative of mine. Let's go find him and maybe he can help arrange something for us. A man in a suit and a Hermes belt said. His name is Yi Zhengde. He is also an uncle, but from the same line as my great-uncle. He started his business early and made a lot of money over the years. He is very prestigious among his relatives. Okay. Zhengde still has a way. Everyone laughed, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. Let's take a taxi first. Yi Zhengde said. Everyone quickly took several taxis and rushed to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, everyone got out of the car and entered the lobby. I'll go make contact, I'll rely on my connections. After Yi Zhengde finished speaking, he turned and walked aside. Oh. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on Zhengde. He's rich. He has many connections, a wide network of contacts, and of course he's very capable. Several aunts were talking in low voices, all with envious looks on their faces. The uncles remained silent. They also respect Zhengde because he is powerful. After waiting for more than half an hour, Yi Zhengde came back, but his face looked a little unhappy. How's it going? Everyone asked anxiously. I contacted the director, but it's hard to use this relationship. He was very vague. He said he could arrange hospitalization, but it's hard to say when the surgery will be done and which doctor will be arranged. Yi Zhengde said this inside. Ouch. Everyone looked disappointed. This is no different from other hospitals. What shall we do now? Second aunt had a worried look on her face and sighed. Let's go to Tianhai. Yi Zhengde said, there is no hospital here anymore. Even if we go to Tianhai, there may not be a hospital there. There are a lot of people there, and people from all over the country go there to see a doctor. The second uncle shook his head and said, besides, the old man's body can't stand running around. What should we do? This is the only way. Yi Zhengde said. Yeah. We have to go to Tianhai. Several people echoed. There's no car to go there now. How about we find a hotel and stay there for one night, and then we'll discuss what to do tomorrow. Yes. Stay here for one night first. I'll go see if there are any hotels nearby and book a few rooms. Some people also tried to smooth things over. When everyone heard this, they all nodded and were about to help the old man up and walk out. Uncle, why don't you come with me to the Runhua Hospital? After you see it, you'll know that it's not a lie. The hospital is pretty good, and they have experts in treating tumors. Yemo stepped forward and said to his second uncle. Xiaomo, why are you bringing this up again? Second uncle frowned and said, didn't I tell you that hospital won't work? Uncle, I just asked. They have beds. Moreover, the surgery can be performed in the next few days. The hospital is run by an expert. There's nothing wrong with their hospital except that it's a bit expensive. Yemo said. You said it was expensive. The second uncle said unhappily. It's okay if it's a little more expensive. Just let Xiaomo tell you. There's no other way now. If this hospital is really reliable, it's okay if it's a little more expensive. Second aunt rolled her eyes at him and shouted, don't you agree? That's true. After all, there is no other way. We can go and check out the situation first. If it's not good, we can just leave. That's right. A little more money isn't a big problem. Everyone thought about it and nodded. Yi Zhengde also nodded. Since I have to stay here for one night, I might as well go and take a look. Let's go then. It's not far. After taking a taxi, the group rushed to Runhua Hospital. This hospital seems to be really good. I searched online and the reviews are all good. It's just a little expensive. In the car, everyone searched the internet and felt a little relieved. Wow! What a big hospital. It looks so impressive. After getting off the car and looking inside, everyone was a little shocked. I originally thought it was a small, ordinary hospital, but it turned out to be such a large hospital with facilities that are larger and newer than many large public hospitals. Hey! Guys, you're finally here. My last name is Liu, and I'm the director of this hospital. Mr. Yi has already told us about your situation. I'll take you inside for a tour. Don't worry, our hospital is absolutely official. When we arrived at the entrance of the building, we saw President Lu Qiren and a few others coming out to greet us warmly. Chapter 068 Xiaomo is really capable. Dean? Everyone in the group was stunned and couldn't believe it. The Dean will greet you personally? How could Xiaomo be so honored to have the Dean come to greet him personally? Judging from the scale of this hospital, it is a big hospital. Even if he is just a director, he is a person of considerable status, not to mention the Dean. Then, their hearts skipped a beat, wondering if there was anything wrong with this hospital. Mr. Yi has a very good relationship with me. Of course I have to come and greet the person he introduced me to. I can't neglect him. Dean Lu smiled warmly. Xiaomo, are you friends with this Dean? Second uncle looked at Yemo, shocked. Yemo nodded and said with a smile, Dean Lu is a very nice person. Oh. Xiaomo, you are really capable. Yeah. It's really impressive. Several aunts said excitedly. They looked at Yemo with an expression of disbelief. During this period of time, they only heard that Xiaomo made some money here and had some success, but they never thought that he was so powerful that even the director of such a big hospital knew him and was so polite to him. You can do it, kid. Second uncle came back to his senses, patted Yemo on the shoulder and said excitedly. This young man is incredible. Yi Jing sighed. If he knew a director, he would have to use his connections and try every possible way to curry favor with him. But this young man knew the Dean directly and was so influential that the Dean came to greet him in person. This ability is extraordinary. He looked at Yemo with a much more eager gaze. My friendship with Mr. Yi is extraordinary. Dean Lu laughed and said, come on, let's go in and talk. Dean. As he walked into the building, medical staff passing by stopped and called out respectfully. Seeing this scene, the group became even more excited. They had never enjoyed such treatment before. As they walked along, Director Lu introduced the situation of the hospital's oncology department, which again stunned them. So many experts, sounds good. Yes. They talked in low voices. Director Lu, is this fee more expensive than that of a normal hospital? Uncle Tu hesitated for a moment and asked. Generally speaking, yes. However, you are Mr. Ye's relatives. Where there is a discount, I will definitely give you the best price. The overall cost is similar to that of public hospitals. Dean Lu said with a smile. That's great. The second uncle clapped his hands and said excitedly. The cost is not expensive, and the dean can take care of you personally. There is no better place than this. I think we should live here. Yes. After discussing it for a while, everyone finally looked at Yi Zhengde. He is the old man's son, and he pays the bulk of the medical expenses, so naturally he has to make the final decision. I think it's okay. Yi Zhengde nodded. President Lu, thank you for your care. And Xiaomo, this time it's all thanks to you. He first thanked Dean Lu, then looked at Yemo and expressed his gratitude. Yeah. It's all thanks to Xiaomo. Several ants sighed again. Everyone in the group was smiling, showing a more festive mood. Soon, the admission procedures were completed, and the old man was successfully admitted to the special ward. Xiaomo, how come you are so capable that you even know an important person like the dean? After helping the old man lie down, second ant came over and said with a smile. Of course he's rich. I heard from my brother that Xiaomo makes a lot of money and drives a Lamborghini. Last time the couple came to visit their grandchildren, they stayed in a hotel that cost 4,000 or 5,000 a night. Second uncle laughed. That's a lot of money. An ant exclaimed. You have to have a lot of money, otherwise, would Dean Lu be so polite? Yeah. I think Xiaomo has become rich. Shui Ying is so lucky. She has raised such a good son. She can enjoy her life now. The other ants laughed. The eyes they looked at Yemo were all eager and envious. Several uncles were much more polite to Yemo. Before, they thought that Yemo just made a little money, but now it seems that he is really rich. Xiaomo, I heard from your mother about your situation. If that kind of woman runs away, then she runs away. It's nothing. You are so rich now, are you still worried about not having a wife? Do you want me to introduce you to some? Second ant pulled Yemo over and walked aside and whispered. No. No. Yemo shook his head hurriedly. Really? I heard from your mother that your marriage is still unsettled. Said the second ant. Really? I'm still young. Yemo smiled bitterly. Seeing how persistent he was, second ant had no choice but to give up. She shook her head regretfully and walked away. Brother, he's been admitted to the hospital. On the other side, my second uncle took out his cell phone and made a call. That's great. Which hospital? On the other end of the phone, Ye's father breathed a sigh of relief. Ranhua Hospital, your Xiaomo recommended it to us. Second uncle said with a smile, it's all thanks to Xiaomo this time, otherwise, we would have to go to Tianhai tomorrow to find another hospital. Xiaomo? Father Yi was stunned and a little confused. Yes. Xiaomo is very powerful now. He knows the director of this hospital. When we arrived, the director personally came to the door to greet us. Oh, that's a great honor, said the second uncle. The dean will come to greet you personally? Father Yi was a little shocked when he heard this. Yes. He is now in a special ward, and the dean is taking care of him the whole time. The second uncle said excitedly. Father Ye's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. After hanging up the phone, he was still a little dazed. After a long time, he slapped his thigh and became a little excited. Xiaomo is so proud this time, so as his father, he also feels proud. Uncle, have you booked a hotel? It's settled. It's right next to the hospital. You don't have to worry about it anymore. We are here. You can go back and rest early. Good. After staying for a while, Yemo left the ward. After meeting Lu Qiren and giving him a few instructions, he left. After returning home, Su Yuqing curled up on the sofa. She was not asleep yet, but her eyes were almost closed. "You're back." Hearing the noise, she raised her body and called softly. Yemo nodded. "What's wrong?" She rubbed her eyes and yawned uncontrollably. "I've settled in. It's good." Yemo walked over and said softly, "It's almost 11 o'clock, go to bed." "Then hold me, I can't walk anymore." She stretched out her hand and said coquettishly. Yemo laughed when he heard this, shook his head, took a few steps forward and bent down. The next moment, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, a soft, fragrant body fell into his arms, and a pair of white jade arms wrapped around his neck and held him tightly. Yemo was stunned for a moment, his mind wavering. But seeing her sleepy look, he restrained himself, smiled, picked her up and carried her into the room. "Good night." After covering himself with the quilt, he turned off the light and walked out. Chapter 70. Ning Yuding, is this the handicraft you mentioned? After walking around for a while, Yemo returned to the studio. He continued to make figures. Bite. The cell phone rang. I found out. When I took it and looked at it, it was that woman again. This time she didn't give any benefits, just a normal sentence. What did you find out? Yemo was stunned. Didn't you ask me to check who was offering the reward in the group and was looking for your Yuqing's address? Now I have found it. On the other side, Ning Yuding replied. She had just taken a shower and was sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing a bath towel. Her hair was still a little wet, and there were still crystal clear water droplets on her exposed snow-white shoulders. Under the bath towel, a pair of slender legs were close together, as white as ivory and a little dazzling. She was pursing her plump red lips and smiling slightly, with a hint of pride in her charming eyes. 100,000 yuan. It's finally here. So soon? Yemo was surprised. Of course. You don't even look at who I am. Let me tell you, I have made great sacrifices to help you check these things. 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Ning Yuding said. A huge sacrifice? You were slept with? Yemo was shocked. Damn. This bastard, am I such a casual person? Ning Yuding gritted her teeth and was extremely angry. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? I just wore a low-cut dress and sacrificed my beauty a little. She typed and replied quickly. Oh. Then what do you say? It's a huge sacrifice. You can't blame me for misunderstanding. Yemo suddenly realized. He really thought it was a huge sacrifice. Okay. I was wrong. Ning Yuding gritted her teeth and replied bitterly. Then tell me, who is it? Yemo said. This is a bit troublesome. I have some information here that I need to give to you in person. We need to meet. Ning Yuding said, please choose a place. I'm busy and can't leave. Please come over here. Yemo said. Then, an address was sent. What are you doing? Do handicrafts. Ning Yuding was stunned and her face turned red again. This guy, even at this time, still didn't forget to tease her. He was really bad. There was no cure. This rascal. She put down her phone and cursed angrily. Oh my. He asked me to go to his place. He won't take the opportunity to do anything to me, right? He's such a bad guy with such perverted interests. He can do anything. Then, she thought of something and couldn't help but feel worried. She lowered her head and looked at her proud and charming figure. Then she looked in the mirror and looked at her pretty face. She couldn't help but become even more worried. Oh. No. No. She seemed to have thought of something, and shook her head violently, her cheeks flushed red. After taking the photo of the cosplay costume of the Dark Ultraman female warrior last time, some strange and very embarrassing pictures kept appearing in her mind. She was wearing that leather suit, and that guy was dressed as a monster. She tried hard to forget more than once, but the more she tried, the more she couldn't forget. Or, I refuse. She thought about it and picked up the phone. But then, she hesitated. What if that guy cheated and refused to give her the money? That's $100,000. I still have to go. I just need to wear something thicker. That's right. That's it. She got up excitedly, took off her towel, walked to the closet and picked up her clothes. No. This is too sexy. This set doesn't work either, I'm still very lustful. She selected one set after another, her brows furrowed. No set of clothes is suitable for her. Even the most ordinary clothes will become sexy and tempting when worn on her. Well. After choosing for a long time, she sat down dejectedly, feeling a little desperate. She really has no clothes to choose from. Forget it, just put on your coat. If I wrap myself up like a dumpling, I don't believe he can still attack me. She stood up and said helplessly. In the end, she picked out a very thick coat, which completely covered her good figure. What if he turns out to be unexpectedly perverted, or is determined to do something ruthless and cruel? She was ready, and just as she walked out the door, her heart skipped a beat. If that guy had been planning this for a long time, then it would be useless for her to wear anything. She stood at the door and thought for a long time. After going downstairs, she went to a convenience store and bought a box of protective measures. If you can't stop it, you can only protect yourself as much as possible. Then she got in the car and drove there according to the address. When she arrived at the door, she was a little nervous. She took a deep breath, then raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. Are you cold? Guillermo opened the door and was stunned when he saw her. Yes. I'm sick. Cold. That's why I'm wearing so many clothes. Ning Yuding said in a low voice. Guillermo looked at her, speechless. Come in. He waved. When she came in, he closed the door. Is this your home? Ning Yuding looked inside curiously. No, this is where I work. I come here when I have free time and do some manual work. Guillermo said casually. Handwork? Ning Yuding was stunned. Her face turned red. This guy was really bad. He started to tease her. Wait, that doesn't seem right. But the next moment, she realized that something seemed to be wrong. She could do that kind of manual work anywhere and there was no need to come here. What are these? She took a few steps forward, looked inside, and was stunned. There were all kinds of instruments and tools inside. On the table beside, she also saw a lot of jade carvings, gold objects, and a lot of cloth and silk. This really seems to be a handmade studio. This is what you call handwork? She was silent for a long time, then turned around and asked in disbelief. Yes. You did all of this? Yes. Guillermo felt a little puzzled. It's over. Ning Yuding slapped her forehead hard. She understood that she had misunderstood from the beginning, and then tried hard to imagine it, resulting in a complete misunderstanding. The so-called handicraft is actually serious handicraft. So shameful. Her cheeks turned red, as if they were burning. At this moment, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into so that she wouldn't have to be embarrassed. What's wrong with you? Guillermo asked doubtfully. Nothing. Ning Yuding said hurriedly. She would rather die than let this guy know that she misunderstood. I just feel a little hot, so my face is hot. It's okay. Here is the information for you. As she spoke, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a stack of documents. At the same time, something else was brought out and fell to the floor with a bang. When the two of them looked closely, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Chapter 071. This guy seems to be very awesome. Ning Yuding was stunned. She looked at the box on the ground, her mind going blank. Ah! The next moment, she screamed, squatted down hurriedly, quickly picked up the box and put it back into her pocket. When she stood up again, her charming face had turned red like a monkey's butt. Her eyes were a little flustered and she didn't dare to look at the young man in front of her. It's a tissue. She stammered and defended herself. Oh. I understand. Guillermo nodded and smiled again, looking very understanding. We are all adults, it's normal to have this kind of thing on our bodies. Ning Yuding couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. Ning Yuding, why are you so stupid? How will people see you now? You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. She was wailing in her heart and wanted to find a piece of tofu to hit herself to death. What are these? Guillermo took the stack of documents from her. I flipped through it and saw some screenshots, most of which were chat records. Is this Mr. Lee? He read it and found a Mr. Lee mentioned in it. Yes. It's him, the boss of Golden Lion Entertainment. He was the one who issued the reward. After going through layers of channels, I finally got these chat records. Ning Yuting whispered, her face still flushed. Golden Lion Entertainment? Yi Mo frowned slightly. It's a fairly large company in the industry. Ning Yuting said. Thank you. Yi Mo nodded and put the document aside. Don't worry, 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. He picked up his phone and quickly transferred the money. Very good. After receiving the text message of the money arriving, Ning Yuting clenched her fist excitedly. You really did all of this? She raised her head and looked around again, and gradually, a look of shock and disbelief appeared in her eyes. All of these handicrafts are exquisite, as if they were made by a master, especially the row of gold objects, which reflect brilliant light under the indoor lights, and are magnificent and gorgeous. These can definitely be called works of art. How could this guy have made this? This guy is just a rich second generation, and he is so young. These are figurines? Seeing the row of figures, her face turned red again. She saw my Shiranui, whose enchanting, sexy figure looked very much like her. This guy is really not serious. She hummed to herself. Of course I did it, otherwise. Yi Mo said. Are you that good? Ning Yuting still had some doubts. Is this a baby? Soon, she saw the crib in the compartment. How cute. Are both of them your babies? Oh my god. They are twins, a boy and a girl. She walked over and looked at the two babies excitedly. She never thought that Queen Su would give birth to twins, a boy and a girl. I heard that she is going to make a comeback, so you are taking care of her by yourself now? Doing handicrafts and taking care of the baby, you are doing a good job as a dad. Ning Yuting exclaimed, and her impression of Yi Mo had changed a little. Before today, she had always thought that this was a bad rich boy who flirted with decent women every day and had some perverted interests, but today, it turned out that this was not the case at all. Although this person is still a little bit indecent and his habits are a bit perverted, he is generally a good person. After all, everyone has some weird habits, and that's normal. If you have such news in the future, you can sell it to me. The price will not be less. Yi Mo walked her to the door. Good. Ning Yuting responded and walked out the door. When the door closed behind her, she let out a long breath and unbuttoned her coat. She wore a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans. It was the simplest combination, but it made her look hot and sexy. Especially the jeans, which tightly wrapped around her hips and outlined her full and round curves. And those long and beautiful legs look even straighter. It's so hot. She blew out some air and finally felt cooler. Ouch. How embarrassing. After walking a few steps, she recalled the embarrassing moment just now and her face turned red again. She walked to the side and banged her head against the wall a few times, grimacing in pain. Is his craft so amazing? Sitting back in the car, she was still thinking. By the way, I think I saw a video on Douyin before, which was also about handicrafts. It seemed to be quite popular. She took out her phone, opened Douyin, and searched. Is it really him? She found the account and took a quick look. Many of the works were the ones she had just seen in the studio. 15 million fans? Oh my god. When she looked at the number of fans again, her beautiful eyes whitened instantly. This number is too astonishing. She searched more carefully and saw many comments about this account. 15 million fans in less than a month? A true all-around genius? The more she looked, the more shocked she was. This guy seems to be very awesome. It seems that I underestimated him. After looking for a while, she sighed. This guy is really amazing. What kind of man is he? She suddenly couldn't see the guy clearly. He is obviously a rich young man, but how could he have such amazing skills? It's really curious. Who cares? What kind of person he is has nothing to do with me. After a moment, she came to her senses, muttered something, started the car and drove away. Golden Lion Entertainment. In the studio, Yi Mo searched the internet and found the basic information of Mr. Li. Is that him? He took note of this person. In the evening, after dinner, he rushed to the hospital to visit his third uncle. Xiao Mo, don't worry. The surgery has been arranged. It will be done the day after tomorrow morning. I heard from Director Lu that the doctor is an expert and very capable. You don't have to worry. the second uncle said with a smile when he saw him. That's good. After a while, he went to see Luchiren. Luchiren explained the arrangements for the surgery. By the way, do you still remember Zhao Haijian? How did the operation go? Yi Mo suddenly remembered this. It's been almost 2 weeks and it's time for the surgery. Oh. Everything went smoothly. He is still living in the courtyard. Would you like to visit him, Mr. Yi? Luchiren said. That's not necessary. As long as everything goes well. Yi Mo waved his hand. Mr. Yi is really kind-hearted. Without you, who knows what would happen to this family? Luchiren said with a smile. Although he meant to flatter and curry favor, he was also speaking the truth. Major surgeries like pediatric heart surgery are extremely expensive. For an ordinary family, it is like a mountain that can crush them. I'm leaving first. Yi Mo laughed when he heard this, said goodbye, and turned away. The next morning, just as he was about to take his baby to the studio, he received a call from home. It was his father. Chapter 72. Father Su, the sky is so nice. Fishing rod? Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. On the other end of the phone, his father asked him to help buy a fishing rod. Yes. Mine is a little broken. Can you help me see if there is a better one? You must have more brands in a big city like yours. When the time comes, ask your second uncle to bring it back so you don't have to send it. Father Yi said. Oh. Yi Mo nodded. He knew that his father loved fishing and had been fishing for more than 10 years. He would go fishing whenever he had free time. Every time he caught a fish, he would have a bowl of fish head soup in the evening. Now that I have money and have quit my job, I will definitely go there more often. Your second uncle told me that after the operation, if everything goes well, he will be back that afternoon. You can give it to him before then. Said Ye's father. Good. Yi Mo responded and hung up the phone. Fishing rod? Which brand is better? Putting down the phone, he frowned. He knows nothing about this stuff. Auntie Yun, please take care of the baby first. I'll be out for a while, probably an hour or two. He said to Auntie Yun. Good. Aunt Yun nodded. Her job originally included taking care of children. After going out, Yi Mo first searched where to buy the best fishing rods. Let's go with this one. It seems to be the most famous. He found a store and rushed over. You want the best? Then you should definitely choose imported ones. Domestic ones are not bad, but they are still a little inferior in quality. Look at this brand, Shimano, a Japanese brand. It's very easy to use and a high-end product. The boss introduced. Japanese goods? Yi Mo was stunned. The best fishing rods come from Japan, the boss said with a smile. Anything else? Yi Mo asked. Yes. Look at this, Dawa. It's also a Japanese brand, on the same level as Shimano, both are top-notch products. The boss said this and pointed to a fishing rod. Which of these two brands is better? Yi Mo looked at them and didn't know how to choose. Well, it depends on your own preference and habit. There are many models of the same brand. Said the boss. Yi Mo grinned immediately. He really knows nothing about these things. As I was hesitating, another person came in through the door. Boss, has my stuff arrived? The man called out. Hey! Boss Su, you're here. The goods you requested were delivered yesterday. The boss looked up and greeted him warmly. Yi Mo turned around and was stunned. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and dressed in a wealthy manner. He was the man whom he met twice downstairs of Su Yuqing's house. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked embarrassed. He had long been certain that the middle-aged couple was Su Yuqing's parents. Ouch! It's you! At this time, Su's father also saw him. He was stunned for a moment, and then smiled warmly. He was deeply impressed by this enthusiastic and handsome young man. Yeah. What a coincidence! Yi Mo smiled. Hey! This is called fate. Father Su laughed. He felt that he and this guy were really destined to be together. This was the third time they had met. Why do I feel even more handsome? After taking a good look at Yi Mo, Father Su smiled. No way, it's different from before. But you, uncle, look more energetic. Yi-mo said. Really? Ha ha. Father Su laughed with joy. Boss Su, do you know him? The boss next to him asked in surprise. We don't really know each other, we've only met a few times, and we have a lot of affinity. Father Su explained. Young man, do you like fishing too? He looked at Yi-mo and asked with a smile, there aren't many people as young as you who like fishing. It's not me, it's my dad. Yi-mo said. Your dad? I told you so. Father Su said with a smile, how's your dad's skill? Is he good at fishing? If there's a chance, let's go fishing together. Not bad. It's quite famous in our place, and we can catch a lot of fish every time. Yi-mo said. Quite famous? Your skills are extraordinary. Let's spar with each other sometime. Father Su said with great interest, you are here to buy something for him, right? Yes. He said the rod was a bit broken and asked me to help buy a good one, but I don't know much about it and don't know how to choose. Yi-mo said. This is easy. Leave it to me. I'll help you choose. Father Su patted his chest and said generously. That's fine. I'll trouble you, uncle. Yi-mo hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Hey! Why are you being so polite? This is the first time we met, and you've helped me a lot, right? It's my duty. Father Su smiled and walked to the counter. What's your budget, young man? The best is fine, the price doesn't matter. That's great. I'll equip you with a set of the best ones, boss. Bring me that Dawa rod. It's the best rod. Do you want other fishing gear? Or I can equip you with all of them. Father Su got busy and quickly prepared a large bag of things. Yi-mo paid the money and walked out with the bag. Young man, I think we are quite compatible. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll have a chance to discuss things with your father. Father Su followed and walked out, smiling. Oh. Okay. Yi-mo couldn't refuse either. He picked up his phone and was about to add the contact when he suddenly remembered that he had photos of his baby in his circle of friends, so he quickly deleted them and added WeChat again. This boy is so nice. Watching him walk away, Father Su sighed. Not only is he handsome, he's also a warm-hearted person, and now he has a father who loves fishing, which perfectly meets his standards. What a pity. He sighed. Thinking of his daughter, he became worried again. Even after so long, the daughter still refused to give in and refused to tell him who the father of the child was. Everyone is saying that the child's father is some big shot in the entertainment industry, which makes him very worried. He doesn't want his precious daughter to be given to that kind of dirty old man. By the way, she seems to be taking a day off tomorrow, so I'll go see her and the baby at the same time. He shook his head, sighed, and walked away with the bag. After leaving the fishing tackle shop, Yi-mo went to the hospital first, met his second uncle, put the things in his hotel, then returned home and took the baby to the studio. While having dinner in the evening, Yi-mo talked about what happened during the day. What? You met my dad, and he gave your dad a complete set of fishing gear? Su Yuqing was stunned and dumbfounded when she heard this. Yes. That's really quite fate. Su Yuqing smiled bitterly. I don't think it's a good idea to keep it a secret like this. After a while, when my work gets better, I'll tell them. What do you think? After taking a few bites of rice, she looked up and stared at Yi-mo. Okay. Yi-mo nodded. That's settled then. Su Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled, saying sweetly. Chapter 73 Meeting Song Wenjie. The next day, early morning. Yi-mo got up early. After returning from a trip to the vegetable market, he started making dumplings. After making the dumplings, he taught Antian how to make complimentary food for the baby. Last night, Su Yuqing's parents called and said they would come today, so he couldn't stay any longer. After Su Yuqing got up, he said goodbye and left. Now that he didn't have to take care of the baby, he felt suddenly free and didn't know what to do. Let's go to the hospital. It just so happens that today is the day of my third uncle's surgery. Just this morning. He first went back to Tianshui Yayuan, changed his clothes, and rushed to the hospital. My second uncle and his family arrived early and were a little nervous. It's fine. Instead, it was Yi-mo who comforted them. At around 9 o'clock, a nurse came over and announced that I was going to have surgery. After preparing for a while, I got on the operating table and was pushed out the door. A group of people followed him out and took him to the door of the operating room. My heart is beating so fast. Second aunt patted her chest, looking very nervous. Even Yemo, looking at the door of the operating room, became a little nervous. After all, my uncle is over 70 years old, so there are still risks in surgery. After waiting for an hour or two, the doctor came out. The operation went smoothly. However, the patient is still very weak and will take a while to recover, the doctor said with a smile. Very good. Everyone became excited. Thank you, doctor. Second uncle and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Seeing this, Yemo also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off his heart. After sending the old man back to the ward, everyone was excited for a while. After lunch, Yemo sent his second uncle and a few others to the station. Since the operation was successful, it was time for them to go back. In the afternoon, he received a message from the agent Xiao Wang. He got in the car and rushed to their company. Soon, he arrived downstairs of the company. Tianchang Real Estate Agency. As soon as he looked up, he could see the eye-catching big words. He walked straight in. Lao Wang just went out. He has something to do, but he will be back soon. Wait for a while. He asked and sat down at the door. After waiting for a few minutes, I saw a few people walking in at the door. They were all wearing suits, the standard attire of real estate agents. After taking a quick glance, he was stunned for a moment. He actually knew the person in the middle. But the man glanced at him and did not recognize him. Who is this handsome guy? Several people entered the store and took a look at Yemo, all of them curious. This Mr. Yi is here to see Lao Wang. The person in the store replied. Oh. They nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but the man in the middle took a closer look and frowned. Are you Yemo? He asked hesitantly, seeming a little unsure. Although he looks very similar, his appearance is still quite different from the impression I have of Yemo, especially in terms of temperament. Song Wenjie. Yemo straightened his clothes and said indifferently. This person is Song Jia's younger brother. When he was talking to Song Jia before, he often met her younger brother and gave him a lot of money. It's really you. Song Wenjie's face darkened. It was this guy who caused chaos in his family. His sister complained to herself every day, and even his mother was sad all day long, regretting that she had missed a good son-in-law. Now, there are many unpleasant things between their family and their new brother-in-law. Hey! Mr. Yi, didn't you say you were rich? You have over 10 billion in savings. Why are you still here? We are just a small agency. We can't accommodate a billionaire like you. Song Wenjie sneered. That day, my mother came back and said that this guy had over 1 billion in deposits in the bank, but he didn't believe it. His family is not unaware of this guy's background. He has even been to this guy's hometown. How could he be a billionaire? He felt that his mother might have been fooled. Even if there were really tens of billions in that account that day, they would not belong to this guy. Seeing this guy in the store today made him even more certain. If he is really a billionaire with tens of billions in savings, it is impossible for him to sit in their store like this. Deposits of more than 1 billion? The others were all shocked. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at the man carefully. No. So young. Yeah. Not even as much as me. If you really have so much money, why would you come to our store? We should provide door-to-door service. Several people shook their heads in disbelief. He is so young and has more than 10 billion in savings. How awesome of a rich second generation must he be? How could such a person condescend to come to their store? Wenjie, who is he? Do you know him? They looked at Song Wenjie and asked. He was my former brother-in-law, a poor fellow. He only gave 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift and even took out a loan to buy a house. Song Wenjie sneered. I had long advised my sister to dump him. Fortunately, my sister listened to me and now has a rich brother-in-law. Then what did you say about the billions? Several people asked in confusion. Oh. This guy pretended to be rich and made my family believe him. He is a billionaire with tens of billions in savings. Because of this, my mother sighs every day and doesn't like my new brother-in-law anymore. Song Wenjie said. And my elder sister is also stupid. She believes that kind of nonsense. Then your sister and your mother are really stupid. They don't even think about what a billion yuan is. It's just a deposit. Several people laughed. They looked at Yemo with some contempt. Turns out he's just a boastful liar. Wait until we get back. I'll have a good talk with my mom and let her see this guy's true colors. Song Wenjie said proudly. He felt that he could finally expose this guy's true face in front of his mother. Yemo looked at him and just smiled. He was too lazy to waste his breath on this kind of villain. In his heart, Song Jiao was indeed hateful, but her brother was even more hateful. It was he who took the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Her younger brother has been unlearned since childhood, dropped out of school early, is not diligent at work, and has no future at all. It's Lao Wang. Old Wang is back. At this time, an electric car drove up and stopped at the door. The agent Xiao Wang got out of the car and walked in, pushing the door. Old Wang, someone is looking for you. Several people in the room shouted at him. Xiao Wang turned his head and saw Yemo sitting on the sofa, and was immediately shocked. Mr. Yi, why are you so fast? Xiao Wang stammered, looking a little panicked. He thought that Mr. Yi would arrive in a while, so he took the time to go out, but he didn't expect that Mr. Yi arrived early and sat here waiting for him. I drive a sports car, which is faster. Yemo smiled. And a sports car? After hearing this, Song Wenjie laughed and asked sharply, can you afford a sports car? Chapter 74 Song Wenjie, I missed hundreds of millions. The other people in the store also laughed out loud. According to Wenjie's introduction, this guy is a liar. He doesn't have much money, so how can he afford a sports car? The agent Xiao Wang's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Song, how can you talk like that? He turned around and shouted angrily. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. This guy just arrived, he's young and ignorant, please don't take him seriously. Then he looked at Yemo and said hurriedly. He was almost breaking out in a cold sweat. Making Mr. Yi wait here alone for such a long time is already a serious neglect. Now the people in the store are speaking rudely, which is going to offend Mr. Yi to death. Mr. Yi is the biggest customer of their store. If he is really offended, the boss will fire him. Brother Wang, why are you so polite to him? Song Wenjie was stunned for a moment and wondered, I know this man, my former brother-in-law. You were not deceived by him and thought he was a rich man, right? The others also looked confused. What a lie. Mr. Yi is a rich man. He is the biggest customer of our store. Xiao Wang scolded. Biggest customer? Song Wenjie was stunned. The building of Starlight International belongs to Mr. Yi. You said he has money or not? I think you are blind and you have recognized the wrong person. You want to get close to Mr. Yi and call him brother-in-law? Don't you look at your own character? Are you worthy? Xiao Wang continued to curse. This Xiao Song, it's bad enough that he doesn't do his job seriously, but now he has offended a big customer. What a waste. What? The building at Starlight International is his? The other people in the store were all shocked, showing expressions of intense shock and disbelief. The building of Starlight International was originally owned by a company that was entrusted to them to rent out. However, some time ago, someone bought all of it in one go, which caused a great sensation in their store. I didn't expect that this super rich man is the young man in front of me. They took a deep breath, their minds and hearts were extremely shocked. This is not possible. Song Wenjie looked dazed. This guy named Ji actually owns a building? And it's at Starlight International? How could he be so rich? Mr. Yi, please don't bother with this kind of person. Please come in. Xiao Wang turned around and smiled warmly at Yemo. Then, he bowed and led Yemo inside. Song Wenjie still stood there in a trance. He still couldn't accept that his former poor brother-in-law was actually a hidden super rich man with over $1 billion in savings and a building. How rich could he be? He couldn't imagine it. His face gradually turned pale and his heart was filled with regret. If he had not instigated his sister at the beginning, he would be able to benefit from it now and would not have to work so hard in this crappy job. He missed out on hundreds of millions. The other people in the store looked at him strangely, with a hint of gloating in their eyes. If it is true as he said, that this is his former brother-in-law, then he and his entire family are really stupid. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Boss. I picked up the phone and it was my boss calling. What? I was fired. Song Wenjie's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground, his face turning pale. Now, he even lost his job. After a while, Yi Mo walked out. This time, he mainly came to look at some renovation drawings. Some tenants wanted to make changes and renovations, and all of these required his consent. After leaving the store, he walked aside. Mr. Yi, take care. Xiao Wang, along with a group of agents, stood at the door and bowed. It's really a sports car. What kind of car is that? It's cooler than a Ferrari. When they looked up, they saw Yi Mo getting into a cool sports car. It seems to be Koenigsegg. Even though I don't have money, I know a lot about cars. This one is estimated to be worth 40 or 50 million. An agent exclaimed. 40 or 50 million. Then there was another exclamation. Song Wenjie had just walked out of the store with his things when he heard their conversation. When he took a closer look, his eyes widened. He stood blankly at the door, watching the sports car roaring away, going farther and farther, and soon disappearing into the distant street. Mom, I'm unemployed. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, pick up his phone and call home. Son, why are you unemployed again? On the other end, Wang Yan said in surprise. My son hasn't been working in this job for long, how come it failed again? It's all that Ji Mo's fault. I ran into him in the store today. He actually owns a building right in Starlight International. He also has a sports car worth 40 or 50 million. Song Wenjie said in a tearful voice. What? Wang Yan was stunned and almost dropped the phone in her hand. Her heart began to tremble. It turns out that Yi Mo was even richer than she originally thought? Mom, I regret it so much. If we hadn't divorced, our family would be so prosperous now and I wouldn't have to work. Song Wenjie said with a look of regret. Well. Wang Yan sighed deeply. It seems that their whole family is going to be depressed. After hanging up the phone, she sat there, sighing again, looking sad. After leaving, Yi Mo went to several markets and purchased some raw materials, such as jade and gold. These needed to be replenished. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, he received a message from Su Yuqing saying that her parents had passed away. My dad mentioned you today. He said you are as handsome as he was back then. As soon as she entered the door, Su Yuqing smiled. She was wearing a white dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, her pretty face was fair and flawless, and under the light, it was shrouded in a hazy glow, so beautiful that it was a little dazzling. The curvy figure and the slender legs exposed under the skirt make her look sexy and hot. Yi Mo looked her over and smiled, really? My dad is a bit narcissistic. He was handsome when he was young, but not as handsome as you. Su Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. My child's father must be the most handsome. She walked up, stretched out her jade hand, straightened Yi Mo's clothes, and nodded with satisfaction. Where's the baby? Yi Mo smiled and asked. They're in there. Give them a bath. No stinks. Good. Yi Mo skillfully took the bathtub, towel, and baby essential oil for massage. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your skill massage has been upgraded. After taking a bath and giving his baby girl a massage, he heard the sound of the system. Finally upgraded. Yi Mo sighed secretly. This skill was originally the first skill obtained, but now, it is the third skill to be upgraded after handicraft and cooking. Chapter 075 Don't sleep in the living room tonight. Try it and see if there is any improvement. Yi Mo gave the baby boy a bath, applied baby essential oil on him, and started massaging him. After pressing for a while, he felt that he was more at ease, and his palms even felt slightly warm. Then, when he saw the baby boy babbling and calling out happily, he knew that he was feeling more comfortable than before. Ding! Your skills have been recognized by the baby. The task has been successfully triggered. Massage the baby for half an hour and you will receive a random reward. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Half an hour? That's a bit too much. 15 minutes per person. He thought about it, and first massaged the boy for 15 minutes, and then massaged the girl for another 15 minutes. This is much fairer. On the side, Su Yuqing looked on in surprise. Today, the baby's reaction seems to be particularly strong. Although he seemed to enjoy it in the past, it was never as strong as today. Could it be that Yi Mo's craftsmanship has improved again? But he was already very good before. Thinking of that time when he massaged her belly, her face turned slightly red again. That feeling is indeed very comfortable. Ding! Mission completed, start drawing random rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning the ownership of Times Media Company, Limited. The system's voice rang in my heart. Times Media? Yemo was stunned. He seemed to have heard of this name before. It was a pretty big entertainment company. Not bad. He suppressed his thoughts, cleaned the 2 babies and dressed them. Maybe he massaged them so comfortably that the 2 babies fell asleep after just a short while. Go to bed. Yemo lay down on the sofa. These days, he sleeps on the sofa and is used to it. Good. Su Yuqing kissed the baby and walked into the bedroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water was heard. After a while, the bedroom door opened and the sound of light footsteps was heard. Su Yuqing came to the sofa. She had just finished taking a shower and changed into a gauze pajamas. The gauze dress was thin and could not hide her graceful and proud curves, her slender waist and her long and straight legs, which were all vaguely visible, making her look even more seductive under the dim light. She stood there, looking carefully, and her pretty face showed a hint of shyness and charm. Especially those beautiful eyes, with rippling light, captivating the heart. What's wrong? Yemo was stunned and a little dazed. She was a little different at this moment than usual, and this kind of charming charm was something he had never seen before. Don't sleep in the living room tonight. She parted her red lips and spoke softly. As she spoke, she seemed a little nervous, with her hands behind her back, twisting them gently. Where to sleep then? Yemo said in a daze. What do you think? Su Yuqing chuckled, her pretty face as beautiful as a peach blossom. Bedroom? Yemo raised his head and glanced at her room. Yeah. She raised her face, stood on tiptoe, and nodded seriously. Let's go. It's not good to always sleep on the sofa. She smiled and stretched out her hand towards Yemo. She turned around, took Yemo and walked towards the bedroom. In the dim light, her back was graceful, her smooth and beautiful back was faintly visible, and her 2 plump breasts were slightly rippled. The scenery was charming. Bang! The next moment, the bedroom door closed and everything returned to darkness. The next day, early morning. Yemo woke up early as usual. He went to the kitchen and started making breakfast. Why are you here so early? After a while, Su Yuqing came out of the room, yawning continuously, as if she had not slept enough. I can't sleep. Yemo smiled. After acquiring the skill of nourishing qi, he doesn't need much sleep and can still be full of energy. I thought you were going to stay in bed today. Su Yuqing's face flushed as she thought of something, and she looked extremely shy. It seems that you haven't slept enough. Why don't you go back and sleep for a while? You should rest today anyway. Yemo smiled at her and said softly. Yeah. I want to sleep a little longer. I was too tired last night. She yawned again and turned back to her room. Yemo first prepared complimentary food for the babies, then prepared some milk powder and fed the 2 babies. He waited until Su Yuqing woke up again before making breakfast for them. Let's go grocery shopping together. Su Yuqing suggested, let's wait for Aunt Yun to come. Will it be inconvenient? Yemo was stunned. It's okay. There are a lot of people in the market. Just wear a hat and be careful. No one will recognize you. Su Yuqing said with a smile. That's fine. After a while, she changed her clothes. She wore a black dress inside, a suit jacket outside, and a pair of thin black stockings underneath. Her legs were already long enough, and after putting on stockings, they looked even longer and slimmer. Wearing a pair of high heels, her figure looks even more graceful. Does it look good? Seeing Yemo looking at her, Su Yuqing asked with a smile. It looks good. Of course it looks good. Yemo nodded heavily. With a beautiful face and a devilish figure, she is naturally very beautiful. Let's go. She put on a hat and a mask to cover her face and walked out the door. When we arrived at the market, there were quite a lot of people there and it was quite bustling and lively. Although the 2 of them attracted a lot of attention, no one looked at them closely. Hey! Xiaoye, you're here again. The vegetable seller saw Yemo and called out from afar. She is very familiar with this handsome guy. Auntie Wang. Yemo walked over with a smile. Oh. You brought your wife here today, said the aunt with a smile. She had talked to this guy before and knew that he had a child, so the person he brought today must be his wife. At first glance, although I couldn't see her face clearly because she was wearing a mask and a hat, her figure alone was good looking enough. "Girl, I have a cold," she said with concern. "The weather has just turned cooler, you must keep warm." "Yeah, I have a bit of a cold." Yemo smiled. "Next, start picking vegetables." After buying some vegetables at this stall, the two walked to the next stall and started visiting each one. "We have oysters. Do you want to buy some?" Suddenly, Su Yuching stopped and pointed to a stall not far away. Yemo was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head firmly. "No, I don't need this kind of thing. I heard that this is very good and nutritious." "Don't you really need it?" Su Yuching whispered in a serious tone. "Really not necessary." Yemo shook his head. How could he need that kind of thing? "Okay. I'll buy it later." Su Yuching smiled. After walking around for a while, both of them had a lot of vegetables in their hands, so they walked back home together. By the time we finished cooking and eating, it was almost 1 o'clock. We watched a movie together, tidied up the room, and it was already evening. This day passed quickly. The next day, Su Yuching went to work. He fed the baby, asked Aunt Yun to take care of the baby first, and then went out. Today, he is going to visit Times Media Company, Ltd. Chapter 76, Wan Shui is very proud. Poly Building. Located in the bustling city center of H City. Times Media Company, Limited is here. Boom! A silver sports car drove onto the street outside the building. Along the way, it attracted a lot of attention. After entering the building, the car stopped in front of the gate. "What car is that? Who is this?" Many people stopped in front of the building and looked over. There was curiosity and surprise in their eyes. This is Times Media. Many of the people coming in and out are artists, all of whom are wealthy. They are used to seeing all kinds of luxury cars, but they have never seen this car. From the shape of the car, they can tell that this car must be very valuable and is a top-of-the-line sports car. Click. The car door opened. The scissor door suddenly opened, and a figure walked out from inside. He is a tall and slender young man, wearing a black suit that perfectly matches his muscular body. He has a face as sharp as a knife, as white as jade, and is extremely handsome, especially his pair of deep black eyes, which are bright and full of spirit. He closed the car door, straightened his clothes, raised his head and glanced at the building in front of him. Then, he walked up. The people in front of the door were all stunned. Is this our artist? I haven't seen it. They've hired a lot of fresh meat recently, but none of them are as good looking as this one. They were even more confused. So cool. Many women were extremely excited. The young man took a step and walked into the building. He stopped in front of the elevator and took a clear look at the departments on each floor of the building, then went up to the third floor first. This floor is filled with training rooms for idol groups. He walked through the rooms, looking around. Who is this person? I don't know. Maybe he's a new artist. When they saw him, everyone on this floor was a little confused. After walking around, he went up to the fourth floor and took another look. In this way, he quickly reached the 13th floor. This floor is the office area of the TV drama production department. In one of the offices, a mature woman in her 30s was sitting in an office chair, looking at the computer in front of her while holding a mobile phone and talking on the phone. I told you, this script is not good. It needs to be changed. A lot of changes. Add more popular elements. It's better to change it to 2 male protagonists. There must be ambiguous scenes. Yes. The more ambiguous, the better. Hurry up. I can only give you half a month. After saying that, she hung up the phone and let out a long breath. I'm really tired. She rubbed her temples, looking tired. Then she stretched. She is 35 or 36 years old, but her figure is still well maintained and slim. Although her chest curve is not that prominent, it is also quite large. She is wearing a white suit and white casual pants, which makes her look clean and casual. Her face is well maintained, her skin is still tender, and with a layer of light makeup, she looks fashionable and charming. Make me some coffee. She took out a pack of coffee from the drawer and stood up. She was wearing 5 centimeter high heels, and when she stood up, her figure instantly became much more graceful, especially her buttocks, which looked more perky and round. She picked up the cup again and went to get hot water. As soon as she reached the door and glanced outside inadvertently, she was stunned. She still couldn't believe it and thought she was seeing things, so she squinted her eyes and looked carefully again. Yes. It's him. Ha ha ha. He must have changed his mind and is coming to see me. I knew that there is no one who doesn't want to be a star and make a lot of money. You little brat, you acted so cold that day. I thought he was so noble, but today you came back to me obediently. You regret throwing away my business card that day, right? Guan Shui clenched her fists and her face turned red with excitement. When she returned that day, she was almost mad to death. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Who was Guan Shui? The famous producers in the industry. Those young handsome guys had to fawn over her and call her sister all the time when they saw her. No one had ever ignored her so much, and even threw away her business card in front of her. In her opinion, this was a great shame and humiliation. Today, revenge was finally achieved. Call. She let out a long breath, feeling refreshed, and her thoughts became clear. Then she opened the office door and walked out. Who is that person? It seems that there are no artists this handsome in our company. There was a lot of noise in the large office area, and many people looked up at the strange handsome young man. Hey! Looking for me? Guan Shui walked to a desk next to her and smiled proudly at a woman sitting there. Looking for you? The woman was startled, her face full of surprise. Do you remember? I told you before that I met a super handsome guy in Starbucks. Guan Shui smiled, moved her plump buttocks, sat on the desk, then lifted her long legs and said proudly. Oh. I remember now. It's that cold handsome guy who threw away your business card and ignored you. The woman thought about it and suddenly realized. Keep your voice down. If others know, I will be embarrassed. Guan Shui said hurriedly. Oh. The woman covered her mouth quickly, stretched her neck to look, and couldn't help but exclaimed, He's really handsome, Sister Guan, you have a good eye. You're lucky to come across such a top-notch guy. Hey! That's not right. Didn't you say that he lost your business card? Why did he come to see you? That's easy. He regretted it. Then he only remembered my company and found his way here. Guan Shui glanced at him with the corner of her mouth slightly raised, looking extremely proud. So, Sister Guan, what are you going to do? The woman asked. He treated you like that last time, and you're still going to use him? A great man should not bear grudges. Guan Shui raised her face and said proudly, I am a big sister, why should I be so hard on my brother? What's more, he is such a handsome brother. As long as he admits his mistake and pours me a cup of tea, I will forgive him. Sister Guan, you have such a broad mind. The woman raised her thumb and glanced at the other man's bulging chest. That's it. Guan Shui straightened her chest and smiled. Okay, I'll go meet him. She stood up, straightened her clothes, and walked over there. It's amazing that you found this place. It's not easy. When she got closer, she shouted. The young man paused, turned around and looked over, with obvious surprise on his face. It's you? Hey! Still pretending to meet by chance. Guan Shui smiled. This guy is too concerned about his reputation. There's nothing wrong with admitting this kind of thing. What do you mean by pretend encounter? Mo was stunned, feeling a little puzzled. Aren't you here to see me? That day you said you were not interested in being a star and making a lot of money. Now you regret it, right? Guan Shui crossed her arms, raised her face and said proudly. After Mo thought about it for a moment, he understood what was going on. So, you are from this company. He looked at the other person and smiled playfully. Now this is going to be interesting. Chapter 77 Guan Shui, is this something a human would do? Still pretending. Guan Shui smiled. This younger brother is really too concerned about his reputation. What's going on? Sister Guan knows him? There was an uproar in all directions, and everyone looked curious. I'm a very generous person. Since you've worked so hard to come to me, I'll forgive you. Come with me. Guan Shui smiled complacently, waved her hand, and was about to turn around. Miss Guan, right? At this time, Mo spoke. Yes. My name is Guan Shui. You can just call me Sister Guan. Guan Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Let's get to know each other again. Yemo took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand. Why are you so formal? Guan Shui laughed but still extended her hand. My brother's hands are so beautiful. At a casual glance, she was attracted by the slender, white hand. She had never seen such beautiful hands. The smooth touch of the hands gently clasped together made this older leftover woman's heart flutter, and she even felt a little excited. Then she looked at the handsome face so close to her and couldn't help but lose herself in thought. Miss Guan, my name is Yemo, your new boss. Please take good care of me from now on. Yemo shook her hand lightly and said with a smile. What do you mean by caring or not? You're too polite. What did you say? A new boss? Guan Shui was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yes. I have bought the company and I am your new boss now. Yemo pulled his hand back and smiled slightly. Guan Shui's expression froze instantly. The entire office area suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked a little dazed. What is this person talking about? He bought the entire company? You must be kidding. Who does he think he is? He even bought the entire company. Many people cried out in uproar. Brother, you really love to joke. Guan Shui came back to her senses and laughed dryly. She also didn't believe it. This brother was just an ordinary person she met while shopping. How could he become her boss? Their company is worth tens of billions after all, who can buy it easily? Sister Guan, Sister Guan. At this moment, there was a loud shout, and a woman came over, whispered something in her ear, and showed her her cell phone. Guan Shui's body suddenly froze, and the coffee cup in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. But she was completely unaware of it. She just stood there blankly, her head buzzing in blank. That's right. Their company had indeed changed hands, and the buyer's name was Yemo. This is information from the president's office, it can't be wrong. This younger brother actually bought the entire company and became her boss. How rich must one be to be able to spend billions at will? It turns out that what he said that day, that he didn't want to be a star, nor did he want to make a lot of money, was all true, absolutely true, because he was already very rich. Why would he want to be a crappy star? And he didn't come here today to find me. After she figured it out, her face instantly turned red and she felt extremely embarrassed. She was so proud of herself just now, how embarrassing. She lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, no. I'm sorry. She said in a low voice with a red face. Wow. There was a great uproar on all sides. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. This young man actually bought the entire company? I just thought you came to me because you wanted to be a star, but I didn't expect. Guan Shui whispered, by the way, why did you want to buy our company? I'm quite interested in the entertainment industry, so I bought it. Yemo smiled. Guan Shui's face froze. Just because of a little interest, you spent tens of billions to buy a media company? Is this something a human would do? She stayed where she was, shocked. She felt that her outlook on life and values had been greatly impacted and she was about to collapse. I'll go up first and continue walking around. After Yemo finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the elevator and continued shopping. Who is he? Looking at his walking back, Guan Shui murmured, looking dazed. So he's so rich, no wonder he ignored you and even threw your business card. The woman next to her exclaimed, Sister Guan, do you think he came for you? He bought the company on purpose to get your attention. You have a pig brain. You must have read too many novels about overbearing CEOs. Guan Shui rolled her eyes. She turned around and walked back to the office on her high heels. After sitting down, she covered her face again, feeling extremely embarrassed when she thought of the embarrassment just now. Mr. Yi. Yemo sat in the president's office and listened to a general introduction to the company's various tasks. Does our company have any cooperation with Golden Lion Entertainment? After a moment's silence, he asked. Golden Lion? Yes. President Chi Yaohui said, many of our TV series and movies have signed artists from their company. Really? Yemo raised his eyebrows, then from today on, we will cut off all cooperation with them. Mr. Yi, this. Chi Yaohui was shocked. Don't worry about what has already been signed. You can't sign again and there can't be any cooperation in the future. Yemo said in a deep voice, in an unquestionable tone. Yes. Mr. Yi. Shi Yaoi said respectfully. He knew that this new boss might have some major conflicts with Golden Lion Entertainment. Golden Lion Entertainment is in trouble. Mr. Yi was able to mobilize billions of funds to buy Times Media. His background and strength must be extremely strong. How could he be compared with a company like Golden Lion Entertainment? Their president Lee only has a net worth of more than 10 billion. They are not even in the same league. Let us go. Yi Mo stood up and walked out. Shi Yaoi sent the person out, walked back to the office, picked up his mobile phone, and sent a lot of messages. Golden Lion Entertainment. Mr. Lee, with a big belly, was sitting on the sofa, holding a cigar in one hand and hugging a pretty beauty with the other. She was wearing a stewardess outfit and had a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, looking sexy and attractive. Hey, Mr. Lee, look at that roll, isn't it time to give it to me? The woman lay on top of him, gently teasing his chest with her slender jade fingers. Her tone was coquettish and charming. Ha ha. Honey, don't be impatient. That roll is definitely yours. It's already been discussed. Just wait for the notification. Mr. Lee took a puff of his cigar and laughed. Mr. Lee, you are so nice. The woman spoke in a coquettish voice again. Ha ha. Of course. Mr. Lee laughed and stroked the smooth stockings back and forth with his fat right hand. Mr. Lee, this pair of stockings is very easy to tear. Do you want to try tearing them off? The woman leaned close to his ear and said in a seductive voice. Mr. Lee's eyes became hot and he was about to take action when he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Boss Lee, this is bad. Time has banned us from all cooperation. All the roles we had agreed on are gone. Someone rushed into the office and shouted in panic. What? Mr. Lee was stunned for a moment, then stood up suddenly. The woman on his body immediately fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. How could it be? The boss over there has changed. Mr. Lee stood there for a long time. Suddenly, his body swayed and he sat down with a thud. His face was pale and panicked. He knew that things were in trouble. Chapter 78 Fu Siwei's Inner Demon. After returning home, Yi Mo took the baby and went to the studio. After settling the baby, he opened Douyin as usual and read the comments. These days, he has been working on a series of figures, which have received very good responses. The number of his fans has skyrocketed and is almost reaching 17 million. What are you doing today? He looked through the comments and there didn't seem to be any good options. Stop making figures for a few days and start making baby clothes first. This series has always been very popular, and those who like it are all mothers. He designed it and started making it. He was already very skilled and finished a set in just a few hours, then edited it and posted it. Another update. In the afternoon, at the gold medal law firm, Fu Siwei opened Douyin as usual and took a look. She was stunned when she saw the update. She moved her fingers, wanting to click. But then she hesitated. She was a little scared. Lately, she seems to be possessed by some kind of demon. She felt that she had watched too many of his videos, and what she thought about during the day occurred to her in her dreams at night, which led to this embarrassing situation. Every time I wake up. And because of this last time, she was a little afraid to go. Such a situation. I'd better not watch it. The situation will definitely get better, she said to herself. Then, he decisively turned off his phone. She bent over her desk and continued to work. Siwei, aren't you going to get off work yet? At around 6 o'clock, my colleagues left one after another. It's still early. She smiled and continued to work overtime at her desk. She has gotten used to it. She doesn't have many friends. Those she used to have good relationships with have become distant after work. She has nothing to do after work. Even when she returns home, she is alone and lonely. It's not that no one asked her out. Many of her former suitors or people she knew at work asked her out. However, she had no interest and rejected them all. Call. She finished writing a case file and let out a long sigh. I stretched and looked up. It was almost 9 o'clock. She yawned and felt a little sleepy, so she got up and made a cup of tea. Holding the teacup, she leaned against the window and looked at the street outside. There were few pedestrians on the street, and it was a bit deserted. Even the trees on the roadside had begun to shed their leaves, creating a bleak autumn scene. The scene brought back some memories, and she felt a little chill in her heart, a little lonely. After standing there in a daze for a long time, her left hand reached into her pocket as if possessed by a ghost, took out her cell phone, and clicked on the video. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. At this moment, only he could dispel the loneliness in her heart. What is he doing? She stared blankly, a little dazed, and wanted to ask several times, but she didn't dare. In the past, she still had the courage, but as she learned that he was worth tens of billions, she became a little timid and had too many concerns in her heart. After looking for a long time, she walked back to her seat. When she got home, it was already 12 o'clock. She took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. This morning, Yemo woke up early as usual. After going to the vegetable market, I started to prepare complimentary food. I fed the 2 babies first and then made breakfast. By the time Su Yuching was sent to the car, it was already past 8 o'clock. He went to the studio first, worked for a while, and then rushed to Yuyanzwang Resort Hotel. Li Lijuan told me that the hotel's restaurant is going to be raided soon and they want to win the Black Pearl 3 Diamonds Award, so they want to invite him to teach Master Huang and others to improve their skills. It wasn't a big deal, so he readily agreed. Mr. Yi. When they arrived at the hotel, Master Huang saw him, called out to him respectfully, then took out a cigarette and handed it to him politely. Yi Mo shook his head. No. Master Huang had no choice but to take it back. This cigarette was a good one that he bought specially as a gift to Mr. Yi. After all, this trip was to learn cooking from Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Li Lijuan laughed aside. She helped watch the 2 babies in the high chairs. I'll just teach you casually. It depends on you how much you can learn. Yi Mo said with a smile. He looked at the menu and chose the beef first. For this dish, it's mainly a matter of heat. He demonstrated and explained at the same time. All the chefs watched carefully, not missing any tiny operation. He taught until after 10 o'clock and then stopped. At this point, the kitchen is busy. Mr. Yi, Miss Ji is here today too, do you want to? Just as she was about to take off her apron, Li Lijuan came up and whispered. She's staying at the hotel today too? Yi Mo was surprised. Yes. Li Lijuan nodded and said, recently, Miss Ji has been staying here very frequently. She has been here these few days. She doesn't work? Yi Mo smiled. This is a resort hotel, a little far from the city center. Ms. Ji, you can tell at first glance that she's from a wealthy family. Why would she need to work? Li Lijuan said with a smile. Miss Ji was not only extremely beautiful, but her attire was also extremely luxurious and noble. She could tell at a glance that her family background was extraordinary. Oh. That's fine. Just cook another meal for her. Go and ask her what she wants to eat. Yi Mo nodded. Good. Li Lijuan responded, picked up her phone and made a call. In a room in the hotel, the curtains were drawn and the light inside was dim. On the luxurious big bed, a figure curled up in the quilt. The thin silk quilt clearly outlines her graceful figure, and the undulating waist and hip curves like mountains are particularly eye-catching. Half of the flawless white shoulder is exposed, adding a touch of sexiness. She had a peaceful sleepy face, as if she was dreaming about something wonderful, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Ding-a-ling. Suddenly, the bedside phone rang, disturbing her sweet dream. She woke up from her dream with a moan and raised her head lazily. Propping herself up with her snow-white arms, she reached out and answered the phone. Hello? Who is it? She was still yawning and looked sleepy. What? He agreed. The next moment, she shuddered all over and suddenly woke up. A look of strong surprise appeared on her cold and beautiful face. She has waited for so long, and finally this day has come. She can finally taste that person's cooking again. What do I want to eat? Whatever. I can do whatever he wants. After hanging up the phone, she turned over and got up quickly. Chapter 079 Mr. Yi's craftsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Snap. A pair of long beautiful legs fell from the bed and stepped on the ground. She is tall and slightly thin, but she has fat where it should be, with a decent size and graceful curves. Her skin is extremely white, with a texture as fine as ice and jade. With her cold and beautiful face, she looks like an ice fairy who is not of this world. She walked into the bathroom and took a quick shower. Then, he opened the wardrobe and started choosing clothes. A gorgeous little black dress, expensive jewelry, watches. Put on some more perfume. Thinking about leaving a good impression on Mr. Yi, she hesitated for a moment, picked up a bottle of perfume, and sprayed it on her body a few times. After taking a quick sniff, she nodded with satisfaction. She picked up her bag, put on a pair of black high heels, and went out. Miss G, this way please. There was already a waiter waiting there, leading her to a seat by the window. She sat down, straightened her dress, looked up, and asked expectantly, "What dishes will be served today?" "Because it's Miss G, you said to cook whatever you want," so Mr. Yi picked a few dishes himself. "I don't know if they will suit your taste. The first dish is boiled snails with Guyu aged wine, the second is traditional fried shrimp, and the third is cherry goose liver." The waiter read out the menu. So much. Ji Zishuan was surprised. Including the dessert at the end, there were already 9 dishes, which she couldn't finish. Because it's so rare, Mr. Yi wanted to make a few more dishes. The waiter said with a smile. "Yes. That's good." Ji Zishuan nodded. She set the tableware and looked towards the kitchen, feeling a little excited. I don't know whether Mr. Yi can surprise her again this time. Wow! It smells so good. When the first dish of conch came up, she opened the lid, took a deep sniff, and couldn't help showing a look of amazement. The light aroma of wine mixed with the freshness of the conch makes it particularly tempting. Grunt. She swallowed slightly. She had eaten this dish many times in various high-end restaurants, but this time, there was obviously something different. It's snail meat. The texture is different, especially tender and smooth. She tasted one and her frown relaxed. It is actually very difficult to make seafood like this different, but Mr. Yi has done it, bringing the taste of the meat to the extreme, which is enough to prove how superb his cooking skills are. Wow! This shrimp. When the second dish came, she was even more amazed. The rich and fragrant smell seemed to explode between her teeth. That extreme fragrance completely shocked her. This. Her beautiful eyes widened, feeling a little unbelievable. This time, the cooking skills displayed by Mr. Yi seemed to be far superior to the last time. Last time, it was at the top level, the level of a top state banquet master, but this time, it far exceeded this level and reached a higher realm. This was a realm she had never seen before. Unique. One of a kind in the world. She sighed inwardly. She has tasted the craftsmanship of so many Chinese and foreign masters and is absolutely qualified to make this evaluation. The following 7 dishes did not disappoint her and amazed her repeatedly. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi also has such profound attainments in desserts. After tasting the last dessert, she exclaimed in praise again. Not to mention the taste, the amazing appearance alone is enough to amaze you. Mr. Yi actually made the dessert into a lifelike phoenix. That's amazing. She picked up the tissue, wiped her lips, and sighed again. She stroked her belly again, let out a long sigh, and felt extremely satisfied. It was worth it that she waited for so long. Can I see Mr. Yi? She called the waiter. I'll go ask. The waiter responded and went into the kitchen. Soon, she came back and shook her head. Miss G, I'm so sorry, our director Yi said it's not convenient. Inconvenient? Ji Zishuan was startled and thought to herself that this Mr. Yi was quite arrogant. Our President Yi is taking care of the baby and feeding him milk powder, said the waiter with a smile. What? Ji Zishuan was stunned. Our Mr. Yi has a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. They are so cute, said the waiter. Ji Zishuan was stunned for a long time and then laughed bitterly. It turned out that she cooked a dish for her while she was taking care of the baby. Forget it, it's not easy for him. She shook her head, feeling a little regretful. She was really curious about what kind of person he was who possessed such extraordinary cooking skills. Tell him that his cooking skills are second to none. If we are lucky enough, we can meet again next time. Ji Zishuan paid the bill, stood up gracefully and left. Unparalleled in the world? Is that so exaggerated? After hearing this comment, Yi Mo was stunned. How can that be an exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration at all. Mr. Yi, your skills are absolutely worthy of it. I have never seen anyone better than you. Master Huang immediately laughed. He spoke these words from the heart. With his cooking skills, he is considered a master in the culinary world. But after tasting Mr. Ye's cooking, he realized that his skills were nothing and far from being as good as Mr. Ye's. With your guidance, Mr. Yi, the Black Pearl 3 Diamonds and Michelin 3 stars are no problem at all. He laughed again, with a hint of flattery in his tone. 3 Michelin stars? Forget it. Why fight over that? Yi Mo shook his head. That thing is too troublesome. Let's strive for 3 diamonds first. Then, our store's business will be even more popular. Li Lijuan said with a smile. Currently, there is only one 3-diamond store in the entire H city. Once they are awarded the rating, they will be the second one. After dinner, Yi Mo pushed the baby to the lakeside area for a walk. After noon, I went to the kitchen and taught Master Huang and others. On his way back, he took a lot of ingredients from the kitchen. I took a little bit of top-quality Wagyu beef, abalone, ginseng, etc. These things are much higher end than the vegetables sold in the market next to Su Yuqing's house, and cannot be bought in ordinary places. Why is it so abundant today? In the evening, when Su Yuqing came home from get off work, she was a little confused when she saw the table full of dishes. You've worked hard, make up for it. Yi Mo smiled. This is too nourishing. Su Yuqing smiled bitterly. How's work? Yi Mo asked while eating. Not bad. It went quite smoothly. I've been in pretty good shape recently. I passed it in one take. As for the production of the MV, Manny is also busy preparing. I think we can start filming soon. Su Yuqing said. That account of yours seems pretty good too. I saw it, it has 17 million followers. Yeah. Not bad. The two started chatting while eating. Chapter 80, Dean Lu's dinner. Early morning. Yi Mo woke up. Beside him, a beauty was lying on her side, with a snow-white arm around him. Turning his head, he could see that breathtakingly beautiful face. He didn't move, just admired it quietly. This face was once the dream of many men, from uncles in their 50s and 60s to boys in their 15s and 16s, she could charm them all. When he was in college, he heard that many male classmates skipped classes to watch her concerts, which was very crazy. But at that time, he didn't have much money and couldn't afford to go. He looked at her for a long time, then suddenly smiled, leaned over, and gently kissed her smooth forehead. She seemed to sense it, and she moaned and turned over slightly. Yi Mo carefully lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He went to see the 2 babies first. In the early morning, the baby boy woke up once and made a fuss for a long time. It was he who coaxed him to sleep. Now, both babies are still asleep. He left the room, went to the kitchen and started working. After preparing the complimentary food, he started to make sea cucumber soup. Will it be too nutritious to eat this early in the morning? After Su Yuqing got up, she took a walk around the kitchen as usual. It's better to make up for it. You work during the day and still feel tired at night. Yi Mo said with a smile. Who is tired? Su Yuqing blushed as she thought of what happened last night. She didn't know why. Yi Mo didn't exercise regularly, but his physical strength was still so good. It was simply fatal. She pouted her red lips and said unconvincedly, I'm not tired. You should be the one to make up for it. After saying that, he blushed and walked away quickly. When she came out again, she had changed her clothes. She was wearing a black suit and silk stockings. She looked simple yet extremely sexy. I'm leaving. After dinner, Yi Mo sent her to the underground garage and watched her get into the car. Then he took the baby to the studio. After settling the baby, he opened the system interface. Yi Mo Newbie Dad, Intermediate Rich. Wealth value, 51. Ability value, 21. It's increased quite a bit. When he acquired Ranhua Hospital, his wealth value was only 31 points, and he had just been promoted to a mid-level wealthy man. Now, it has increased by 20 points. If you do the math, the 5% stake in Weibo, plus the Yuyuan Zhuang Resort Hotel, and Times Media Company, Limited, adds up to about this number. He clicked on the wealth page and looked at it carefully. Assets, 1.34 billion in deposits, ownership of Rinhua Medical Group, 5% of Wenyi Group, 5% of Weibo Group, ownership of Times Media Company, Limited, ownership of Yuyuanzhuang Resort Hotel, Emerald Lake No. 1 Villa, a Tianxue Yuyuan residence, a Koenigsegg CCXR, a Bugatti Chiron, and a Lamborghini Urus. Debt, 3.22 million. Then, he clicked on the skills page. Abilities, massage proficient, handicraft proficient, cooking proficient, wisdom, chi training, driving skills. 6 skills should be worth 6 points, with 15 extra points, which means each proficient skill counts as 5 points. If I upgrade 2 more skills, I should be able to break through 30 and get promoted to a higher title, he said to himself. Of the remaining 3 basic skills, the simplest one is definitely driving skills. If you drive every day, you will probably be able to upgrade it in a few days. He closed the interface and got busy. In the evening, just as he got home, he received a call from Su Yuqing, saying that she was going to have dinner with her colleagues from the recording studio in the evening and would not be going home for dinner. He didn't cook, but made some complimentary food to feed the baby. He asked Aunt Yun to look after the baby for a while and went to the hospital. It has been 4 days since my third uncle's surgery, and he has to go visit him. Outside the hospital, he bought a large fruit basket and brought it to the ward. Ouch! Xiao Mo, why did you buy this? When Yi Zhengde saw him, he complained, no need. No need. Take it back and eat it yourself. You have helped our family enough. I've bought it all. Yi Mo smiled and took the fruit basket in and placed it next to the bed. Looks better. Looking at the old man on the hospital bed, he looked much better than when he had just finished the operation. Yes. The doctor said that the recovery is quite good. Yi Zhengde said with a smile. That's good. After sitting for a while, Yi Mo got up and left. Mr. Yi. As soon as I walked out of the hospital gate, I saw Dean Luqiren quickly catching up with me. Mr. Yi, have you had dinner? How about we eat together? I'm on my way to eat. I have a dinner party. Luqiren said enthusiastically. This. Yi Mo hesitated for a moment. He doesn't really like dinner parties, especially those with strangers. Boss Yi, it's been so long since we've had dinner together. I've tried to invite you several times but failed. Today we meet each other, so why don't we go together? You're all my old friends, so I'll introduce you to them. Luqiren said. What kind of friends are they? Some are my former classmates, and some are friends I've made over the years. We're all pretty familiar with them, including university presidents, professors, company bosses, and executives. There's no harm in getting to know them. Okay. Let's go check it out. After thinking about it, Yi Mo nodded. As he said, there's no harm in getting to know him. Sometimes, connections are quite useful. Mr. Yi, let's go, let's take a taxi. We will definitely have some drinks later. Luqiren led the way and hailed a taxi at the gate of the courtyard. Soon, the two arrived at a hotel and entered a private room. There were already 7 or 8 people sitting in the box. Seeing the 2 people coming in, they were all surprised. Lao Lu, who is this? Your relative, and he works in your hospital. He's so handsome. The Lu family doesn't have such a handsome relative. They laughed. What kind of relative? How can I have such a relative? Luqiren smiled. Oh. Why? From what you said, this person is very special? Several people's faces changed. This Yi Mo, Mr. Yi, is the chairman of our Runhua Medical Group. Luqiren pointed at Yi Mo and introduced him. I had to persuade him to come here to have a drink with everyone. The chairman of Runhua? The faces of several people changed again. They stood up suddenly, showing a bit of awe. Runhua Group is a fairly large group. The fact that he can become the chairman at such a young age is enough to show how extraordinary his background is. Director Yi, let me introduce you. This is Professor Chun from S University. This is Boss Yu, who works in e-commerce. And this one. Luqiren turned around, pointed at the people present, and introduced them to Yi Mo one by one. When introducing a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking a bit bookish, Yi Mo waved his hand and said, You don't need to introduce him. I know him. He's Principal Wang. I know him well. This Principal Wang was the principal of his university. You know me? Principal Wang was stunned. Luqiren was also stunned and looked around, somewhat confused. Principal Wang, I'm a student at G University, of course I know him. Yi Mo smiled. Chapter 081 Mr. Yi is really unfathomable. Are you a student at G University? Principal Wang was pleasantly surprised and quickly stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yi Mo. Mr. Yi actually graduated from G University. What a coincidence! Luqiren said with a smile. Oh my! I never thought that our G University has such an outstanding young alumnus like you. Principal Wang looked GMO up and down, praising him endlessly. Which college and department did you study in before? Then he asked enthusiastically. GMO said them one by one. I'm very happy to meet such an outstanding alumnus as Mr. Yi today. I'll have to have a few more drinks later. Principal Wang said with a hearty laugh. It's my duty. Lu Qiren smiled. After introducing a few other people, they all sat down and started chatting. After a while, people arrived one after another. Lu Qiren introduced them one by one. Isn't this Mr. Yi? Another person came in and exclaimed before Lu Qiren introduced him. Boss Chi, do you know him? Lu Qiren was stunned. Of course I know him. Mr. Yi. I have a deep impression of him. Boss Chi said with a smile. He looked at GMO again and said enthusiastically, Mr. Yi, long time no see. I guess you don't remember me. It was the time with Ting Yunxian. GMO took a look at him and had some impression that he was one of the bosses he met when he had dinner with Ting Yunxian. Mr. Yi has a good memory. Boss Chi laughed. I didn't expect that. Lu Qiren was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were two people in his circle who were related to Mr. Yi. After the food and drinks arrived, everyone started eating and drinking. GMO drank a few glasses with Principal Wang first, and then Boss Chi came up and toasted them. Only half an hour had passed and he didn't even know how much he had drunk. That's about it, I should go back. After checking the time, GMO stood up and said. It's still early. Someone laughed. I have to go back and take care of the kids. Let's drink next time. GMO smiled politely. It's almost time, Mr. Yi, I'll take you out. Lu Qiren stood up quickly and saw GMO out. This Mr. Yi is really young. He is probably only 23 or 24 years old. He has become the chairman of the board. His family background is really extraordinary. Yes. When he came back, everyone at the table was discussing Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is definitely extraordinary. Boss Chi spoke. When he was drinking just now, he already knew that Mr. Yi was the chairman of Renhua Group, and he also knew that Mr. Yi was also a major shareholder of Wang Yi, owning 5% of the shares, worth tens of billions. What? He still has 5% of Wang Yi's shares? Oh my god. How much is this worth? When he said that, everyone was shocked. Even Lu Qiren was shocked. Chairman Renhua also has Wang Yi shares worth billions. What is the origin of this Mr. Yi? Everyone was extremely confused. Old Lu, do you know his background? Someone asked. Lu Qiren frowned. He had also thought about this question, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Mr. Yi was extremely mysterious. Mr. Yi's relatives don't seem to be very rich, but he was able to easily buy the entire Renhua Group and own so many shares of NetEase. There must be an extremely powerful background behind him. He didn't dare to delve deeper. Some things are better not to be known too clearly. I can only say that Mr. Yi is unfathomable. Lu Qiren shook his head and said solemnly. When everyone heard this, their expressions were shocked. Yes. This Mr. Yi is truly unfathomable. They sighed inwardly, with a look of emotion and awe on their faces. When I got home, it was already past 8 o'clock. Su Yuqing hasn't come back yet. Mo sent a WeChat message to ask, and was told that he was on his way back. He gave the two babies a bath and a massage. Wait a little longer and Su Yuqing will be back. I didn't want to go today, but since they all went, I felt embarrassed. After all, we have worked together for so long, so we just had a quick meal and drank a little bit of wine. She changed her shoes, turned around, hugged Mo gently, and said softly. Mo nodded slightly. He stretched out his hands and embraced the soft body of the beauty in his arms. He took a gentle sniff. The familiar body fragrance mixed with a faint milky scent made him feel intoxicated. Ouch! Your hand! Suddenly, Su Yuqing blushed and shouted. I'll take off my clothes and take a shower first. She broke free from Mo's embrace, walked aside, took off her coat, and then took off her pair of thin black stockings. Her pair of beautiful legs are long, straight, smooth and flawless. Even without stockings, they are hot and attractive. After putting on stockings, they are even more seductive. Bare legs or stockings, she can handle both styles with ease. I went. She turned around and walked towards the bedroom, leaving Emo with a sexy and graceful back. She came out half an hour later. As soon as I dried myself, my cell phone rang. Who is it? She muttered, walked over and picked up the phone. Hey. Bro? She picked up the phone. Yuching, are you asleep? On the other end of the phone was her brother, Su Zifeng. No. What's wrong? Su Yuching sat down beside the bed and said. It's been a long time since we last met. I discussed with your sister-in-law and decided to visit you in a few days. See when you are free and we can go over. Su Zifeng said. Oh. I probably won't be free these days. Wait a few days and I'll see. Su Yuching said, brother, the main thing is that I have to work now, so I'm a little busy. It's okay, just wait a few days. Su Zifeng smiled. At this moment, he heard the sound of a child crying on the other end of the phone, and at the same time, a man's voice. He frowned, feeling something strange. Why is there a man's voice coming from Yuching's side? Yuching, are you home? He asked, tentatively. Yes. Su Yuching said. At this moment, she also realized something and looked towards the bedroom door. The door was not closed, and the sounds from outside could be heard clearly. She quickly stood up and went to close the door. Oh. That's okay. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Su Zifeng said. After saying that, he put down his phone. But his brows were still furrowed. He was not mistaken, it was indeed a man's voice, and he seemed to be coaxing a baby. Moreover, Yuching also said that it was at her house. It's so late, there can't be another man in Yuching's house, unless this man is the father of the child. That voice doesn't sound very old. His frown deepened. He also didn't know the identity of the child's father. The rumors that were circulated were all about some big shot in the entertainment industry, even his parents believed so. But now it seems that it is not the case. The child's father is a young man. Suddenly, he thought of a photo that was leaked in a hospital not long ago. The person who accompanied Yuching to see a doctor was a young man. Is he a second generation, or one of those celebrities in the circle, or simply a gigolo? As he thought about it, his expression became more and more ugly. He looks down on those bigwigs in the entertainment industry, they are all dirty old men. He also looks down on those fresh-faced celebrities and pretty boys. In his opinion, only those wealthy families are worthy of his sister. If it was the latter, he would have no choice but to break up the couple. Chapter 0825 million to leave my sister. It was early in the morning, just as the sky was getting light. Emo woke up, gave the beautiful woman beside him a gentle kiss on her beautiful face, and was about to get up. Why don't you sleep a little longer? She woke up with a moan, and drowsily reached out to hug him. It's morning. Emo smiled. Sleep a little longer. She muttered, and moved her fiery body again and hugged him tightly. Emo immediately smiled bitterly. This time, he didn't dare to move. After she fell asleep again and became unresponsive, he carefully got out of bed. After checking on the baby as usual, he started cooking. I'm leaving. After dinner, Emo took her to the underground garage. She stood in front of the car door, waved, smiled brightly, turned around and was about to get in the car. At this moment, she suddenly turned around, leaned over, and kissed Emo on the lips. Then, she smiled triumphantly and got into the car. She waved and closed the car door. Emo stood there in a daze. There is still some of her lip gloss on her lips, which looks a bit sweet. After the car drove away, he laughed and turned back upstairs. After tidying up the kitchen, he pushed the stroller downstairs. Coming to his Lamborghini, he opened the door and put the baby in. Just as I was about to get in the car, I saw a car door open not far away, and a tall man got out and walked straight towards me. Emo noticed him and turned to look. The man was about 1.80 meters tall, with a straight body. He was wearing a black suit that looked quite expensive. He had a handsome face, bright eyes, and his black hair was waxed and combed meticulously. Looking at his feet again, he saw a pair of shiny leather shoes. Quite handsome. Emo thought to himself. Then, he frowned. It looked like this person was coming for him. Who are you? When the person came closer, he asked hesitantly. My name is Su Zifeng, let's talk. The man stopped, raised his head, and looked at me with an arrogant look. After taking a quick look, his brows furrowed even more tightly. This face is so handsome that it's unbelievable. If this isn't a gigolo, then what is it? The thing he was most worried about happened. His sister had so many capable men to choose from, but she chose to find a gigolo instead. What's so good about this pretty boy? Apart from being handsome, he is useless in every way. How could my sister like such a guy? He, Su Zifeng, would never allow such a person to become his brother-in-law. Su Zifeng? You are Yuqing's brother? Yi Mo suddenly realized. What Yuqing? Don't call me so affectionately. Su Zifeng shouted unhappily. Yi Mo frowned and his face darkened slightly. It seems that brother Yuqing really dislikes him. It looks like he has bad intentions. What's the matter? Just tell me. Yi Mo said coldly. Ha! You're quite arrogant. Su Zifeng twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. This guy wouldn't think that he can have nothing to fear just because he has charmed Yuqing and had a child with her. He doesn't even look at how capable he is and whether he is worthy of Yuqing. Yi Mo sneered. Since this guy didn't treat him well, he naturally wouldn't be polite either. This guy. Su Zifeng gritted his teeth and was a little annoyed, but he quickly suppressed it. This car was bought for you by Yuqing. He looked at the Lamborghini beside him and sneered, You are a grown man, but you are living off a woman. Do you have any shame? Don't you see what Yuqing is like and what you are like? Are you worthy of him? If you know what's good for you, leave her as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Yeah? Yi Mo shrugged. It seems like Yuqing's brother treats him as a gigolo. If he thought about it carefully, he could actually understand that his face was bound to be misunderstood. Su Zifeng's face darkened again. This guy looks completely fearless. Just tell me. How much money do you want? In order for you to leave my sister. Taking a deep breath, he shouted. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment, this sounded so familiar. First of all, this is not a matter of money. No matter how much money you offer, I will never agree. Moreover, this is a matter between Yuqing and me. Even if someone wants to intervene, it should be her parents. As a brother, it seems that you have no right to intervene. Yi Mo said in a deep voice. You. Su Zifeng became furious and his face turned red. 5 million. He gritted his teeth and shouted. 5 million? You should keep it for yourself. Yi Mo smiled. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. I have other things to do. After saying that, he got in the car. 5 million isn't enough? Su Zifeng shouted angrily. This guy has such a big appetite. Yi Mo ignored him, slammed the car door, started the car, and drove out. This bastard. Su Zifeng gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He stood there, his face extremely gloomy. This pretty boy seems to be very difficult to deal with. Looking for the parents? No way. They are afraid that the child's father is an old man. If they knew that the child's father is a young man, they would be happy. If Yuqing just said it, they would accept it. Check him first to find out where he came from. He pondered for a moment, his expression relaxed a lot, and walked back to his car. Arriving at the studio, Yi Mo first settled the baby down. His mood was not affected at all. He didn't care much about Su Zifeng. He was just a brother, not a parent. He had met Yuqing's father several times and they had a good relationship, so he was not worried. What are you doing today? As usual, he opened Douyin and read the comments. Make a set of clothes in the morning and a figurine in the afternoon. Perfect. He soon had an idea. At noon, just after he prepared the milk powder and fed the 2 babies, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Li Yupeng. He said that he came with some classmates to see the baby. Sure. He replied happily. These guys are all roommates and have a very good relationship. Then he sent the address of his studio. Half an hour later, a car drove up on the street outside the studio. After finding a place to stop, 3 people came down, they were Li Yupeng and others. They were holding a lot of gifts such as milk powder and milk. Over there. They looked around, finally determined the location of the studio, and walked over. What car is that? When he arrived at the studio, Li Yupeng glanced and saw a cool silver sports car parked next to it. When he looked closely, his eyes lit up. Looking at the shape, it is definitely a top-notch sports car. Is it a Bugatti? I know Bugatti, it's not like this. The three of them gathered around the car and talked in low voices. Koenigsegg. Li Yupeng took out his cell phone, searched it, and his eyes widened. This car is ridiculously expensive. Chapter 83 Ningyuding is here again. This car is cool. The three of them walked around the car several times and took a few photos. Look, there's a Lamborghini. It's an SUV. Who is so extravagant as to buy an SUV? Then they saw a luxury car parked nearby. It must be one person. Li Yupeng said, a sports car and an SUV, what a perfect combination. So fucking rich. The three of them sighed for a while, then came to the door of the studio and rang the doorbell. Here it comes. Yi-mo opened the door and welcomed them warmly. Wow. Brother Yi, your studio is really well built. It's so big. When the three of them came in, they looked around and were all a little amazed. Brother Yi, your skills are amazing. Walking over and taking a closer look at the gold and jade wares on display, the three of them could not help but admire them. They all found it a little unbelievable. After sharing a dormitory together in college for so many years, they had never realized that Brother Yi had such amazing skills. After a round, they went to see the baby. So cute. They took turns holding the baby. In the future, I will also have a pair, a boy and a girl, how wonderful. Li Yupeng said with some envy. Come on, you don't even have a partner, and you want to have a baby. The other two joked. Can't I even think about it? Li Yupeng muttered. Brother Yi, you should be able to make a lot of money doing this. He looked around again and said with a smile. Not bad. Yi-mo nodded. This place is so big, the rent must be expensive. This location seems pretty good too. It's quite cheap. The location is not that good. No way. I see a lot of luxury cars outside, including a Koenigsegg. A top-of-the-line sports car. Which one are you talking about? Yi-mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled, mine. That car, is it yours, Brother Yi? Li Yupeng and the other two were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Although Brother Yi is rich, he is not that rich, right? This is a car worth 40 or 50 million. That Lamborghini next to it. It's mine too. Yi-mo nodded. After hearing this, the three of them were shocked again. Brother Yi, you're awesome. When they came to their senses, the faces of the three of them were flushed with excitement. Brother Yi, can I open it for a while? Li Yupeng said. Sports car? Yi-mo said. No. How could I dare to drive that car? Li Yupeng smiled bitterly. He doesn't even dare to sit in a car worth 4 or 500 million, let alone drive it. He can't afford the compensation if it gets hit. Take it. Yi-mo took the Lamborghini key from the side and threw it over. Li Yupeng took it excitedly. Yi-mo picked up the two babies and followed them out. Li Yupeng got in the car, drove around the area carefully, and then came back. He didn't dare drive too far for fear of an accident. Great. I am also a man who has driven a Lamborghini. After getting out of the car, he said excitedly. Let me open it. The other two tried it one after another and were very excited. Brother Yi, please open the door of this car and let us take a look. We won't drive it. Li Yupeng walked around the Koenigsegg and was so greedy. When the car door opened, he got in, touched it carefully, and took a few photos. Brother Yi, can we have dinner together tonight? Finally, Li Yupeng suggested. No, I have to go back home to cook at night. Yi-mo shook his head. Brother Yi is a good family man. The three of them laughed. After sitting for a while, they left. After they went out, they looked at the two luxury cars again, and then looked back, feeling a little unbelievable. Their roommate back then turned out to be an internet celebrity with millions of fans, drives a luxury car worth tens of millions, and has a son and a daughter. They felt like they were dreaming. At least we have a rich brother now. Yes. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. If it were other classmates, they might be a little jealous, but as for Yi-mo, they were not jealous at all. After all, they were roommates, and he also earned his money through real ability. Is Yi-mo so rich? Koenigsegg? And a Lamborghini? Are you sure? As soon as the three of them sent the photos to the group, the class group went wild. All the students were shocked and in an uproar. The whole group was in an uproar. They all knew that GMO was a big internet celebrity with millions of fans, but they didn't know that he was so rich. That afternoon, GMO received many messages from his classmates, which kept him busy replying. In the evening, he went home. After another trip to the vegetable market and buying some home-cooked vegetables, he started cooking. Su Yuqing didn't come back until after 7 in the evening. The person who called you last night was your brother? Mo asked while eating. Today he thought about it and remembered the phone call Su Yuqing received last night, and he understood how his brother found out. Yeah. What's wrong? Su Yuqing looked up and said in surprise. Nothing, I'm just curious about what kind of person your brother is. Mo said with a smile. As for him, my dad always says that he is not calm enough, a little impatient, vain, face-conscious, and likes to brag, but actually he is okay and he is pretty good to me. Su Yuqing thought for a while and said. My brother has been married for several years and just had his second child this year. My mother is taking care of both children. Oh. Mo nodded. You will see him later. Su Yuqing smiled. If you don't like him and feel that you are not compatible with him, just ignore him. It's okay. Mo smiled. The next day, when he went out, he didn't meet that man again. When he arrived at the studio, he was busy for a while and then his cell phone rang. Mo was stunned for a moment. This familiar feeling. Sure enough, when I opened it, Ning Yuting sent another series of photos. This time, she wore a sailor suit, but the clothes seemed a little small and could not cover her surging waves at all. Her curves were stretched a little exaggerated, revealing a pair of hemispheres underneath. Under the flat and tight waist is a very short pleated skirt that only covers a little bit of the thighs, revealing the entire pair of beautiful legs, which are white, slender, strong and well proportioned, with a slight touch of flesh, perfect. On the calves, there is a pair of tube socks that only reach a little above the knees. She struck all kinds of cute poses, but with her enchanting and hot body, even the most innocent and cute poses looked extremely sexy. How is it? Does it look good? After a while, she sent a message with a pitiful expression. Didn't you say that we're even? Mo replied. That. Oh. How can I put it? This is so embarrassing. I want to sell these photos to you. Do you want to buy them? Ning Yuting hesitated for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to reply. Chapter 084 Ning Yuting, he wouldn't want to support me. Ning Yuting sat on a chair with her long, beautiful legs raised, crossed, and placed on the computer desk. The sunlight from outside the window shines in, sprinkling on this pair of snow-white, smooth legs, creating a layer of dazzling luster. A pair of jade feet, slender and white, with carefully manicured nails painted with crystal oil paint, sparkling in the sun. She was still wearing that pleated skirt, which was originally very short, only reaching the top of her legs. In this sitting position, it could not cover anything. Wow! The wind from outside the window blew in, ruffling the skirt, creating a charming scene. She was holding a cell phone, her charming face flushed with shyness. Why hasn't this person replied yet? She kept staring at the phone screen, which showed that the other party was typing, but there was no message. She pursed her plump red lips, a little nervous. He wouldn't think that I'm a casual and promiscuous woman, right? He must have misunderstood last time. Oh no! What should I do now? As she thought about it, she couldn't help but bite her lips and felt more and more regretful. She shouldn't have bought that box of stuff last time. Don't reply, you bad guy. After waiting for a while and seeing no response, she couldn't help but snort. It's all this guy's fault. He caused her to misunderstand. It's all his fault. Are you short of money? The other side finally came back. Yes. They are in great demand, otherwise, I wouldn't sell them. You've seen my photos anyway, so it's okay to look at more. She replied. What did you do with your money? Yes. There was another long silence over there. 1 million has been transferred. Come over and sign the contract later. The other side replied. Ning Yuting took a closer look and her hands trembled involuntarily. The heavy mobile phone slipped out of her hands and hit her chest, causing a wave of pain, then slid down and hit the ground. She didn't move, but just stood there. Those charming eyes were wide open. Was she seeing things? 1 million? That guy just sent another million without saying a word? An illusion. It must be an illusion. She raised her hand and slapped herself on the cheek. It's not that good. He's not a fool. He has so much money that he doesn't know where to spend it. Bite. At this moment, the sound of a text message came from the mobile phone on the ground. She jumped up from her chair with a start, fell to the ground and picked up her cell phone. After taking a closer look, she was stunned. The next moment, her hands began to tremble, and the whiteness on her chest began to ripple. That's right. It really is 1 million. Is he crazy? Have money but no place to build it? Contract? What contract? At this moment, she noticed the second half of the sentence. Is it a sponsorship contract? He wants to sponsor me? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head and everything became clear. That's right. He must have seen that I was short of money and thought I was easygoing, so he wanted to support me, and then he gave her the 1 million and asked her to sign a support contract. Humph. He is indeed a bad guy, always thinking about my beauty. I, Ning Yuding, am not that kind of casual person. How could I sign such a contract? She snorted. But if you don't sign, you have to return the 1 million. Looking at the 1 million in the account, she hesitated again. Thinking about the other person's handsome appearance, the string in her heart loosened a little. He's so handsome, so she won't suffer any loss. I just feel a little sorry for Queen Sue. Let's just sign it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made up her mind. Oh my. What should I wear? When I get there, he will definitely do something bad. Oh my. It's so embarrassing. She stood up, her mind full of thoughts, and her face couldn't help but blush again. Today will be the most important day in her life. Wearing this nurse outfit? No. No. This stewardess outfit? I don't know if he likes it, or this dark Ultraman suit. She opened her closet and took out her many collections. When she saw the dark Ultraman warrior suit, her heart was moved and her face felt like it was burning, incredibly hot. No. That's too evil. You still have to dress nicely today. She still picked a more gorgeous one. After taking a nice bath, putting on makeup, putting on her clothes, putting on a pair of fishnet stockings, spraying on some nice perfume, she went out. She got in the car and came to the other party's studio. Standing in front of the door, she became nervous again. Ding dong. Taking a deep breath, she rang the doorbell. Here it comes. The door opened and a handsome face appeared. After taking a glance, her face turned red again, feeling a little shy. What's wrong with you? Why are you blushing? Yemo asked curiously. Oh. It's my first time. I must be nervous. Ning Yuding walked in with her head lowered, saying shyly. What first time? Yemo was even more puzzled. Don't look at me like this, actually, I'm very conservative. Ning Yuding said softly. After the other party closed the door, she reached out to unbutton her coat, revealing the clothes she had carefully prepared. Here. Please sign this employment contract. From today on, you will work for me. Yemo took out a contract he downloaded from the internet and handed it over. Ah. Ning Yuding was stunned, and her hand on the button also froze there. What? I'm giving you 1 million. You don't think it's for free, do you? I don't have any use for those photos. How can I spend so much money? Yemo said. In his opinion, Ning Yuding is quite useful. She has a good skill in taking secret photos. With her beauty, she will definitely be able to thrive in the paparazzi circle and get all kinds of information. It will definitely be useful in the future. Ning Yuding was petrified. When she came to her senses, her face turned red again, but she was embarrassed. Then she hastily moved her hand away. Fortunately, she didn't untie it, otherwise she would have died on the spot today. You won't sign it? Yemo frowned. I'll sign. Ning Yuding said hurriedly. She took the contract, grabbed the pen, and signed it quickly. Okay, go ahead. I'll contact you if anything happens. Yemo shook his hands. Ning Yuding walked out the door woodenly. Ning Yuding, you big fool. She walked to the wall where she was last time and banged on it a few times in the same position. Both times I overthought, was too smart, and tried my best to fill in the blanks. She felt that she was hopelessly stupid. Isn't he not attracted by my beauty at all? I was thinking that I would give him a chance today, humph. Forget it. There won't be a next time, absolutely. After getting in the car and looking inside her clothes, she snorted, a little annoyed. All her careful preparations were in vain. Looking towards the studio, she pouted, snorted, and drove away. Chapter 85, Acquire Music Skills and Start Live Broadcasting Again. The sun is warm in the afternoon. After editing the video, EMO uploaded it and then took the baby out. He pushed the stroller and turned around. In nice weather like this, he would take his baby out for a walk. It's him again. Many people in the street shops have recognized him. After all, it's rare to find such a handsome dad, and you'll never forget him after just one look. After walking around for more than half an hour, it was already evening. There are many stalls on the roadside in front, selling handicrafts. There are also people performing, some playing the arrow and some playing the guzheng. It is very lively. EMO walked over pushing the stroller. He walked around the stalls and then came to the place where the guzheng was being played. Ding! Successfully triggered the task. Take your baby to listen to music for half an hour, and you will get the music skill. After listening for a few minutes, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Music skills? EMO was stunned. It seems to be the skill of playing a musical instrument. Looking at the baby in the car again, the baby girl looked a little excited, babbling and calling softly. Jingbao likes listening to music. EMO smiled, reached out and took the baby girl out. Looking at the chubby little face, he couldn't help but gave it a kiss, which made the baby giggle. This baby is so beautiful. A passerby saw it and exclaimed. EMO held the baby and listened for half an hour. Ding! Mission completed, skill acquired, music skill. The system's voice sounded again. In an instant, EMO felt that countless knowledge was pouring into his mind. He could play the flute, guzheng, various traditional Chinese instruments, as well as Western instruments such as piano and violin. Good. EMO smiled. It is always good to have many skills, so naturally the more skills you have, the better. It's time to go back and cook. He looked at the time and it was already 5 o'clock, so he left. Before leaving, he scanned a code and gave a lot of money as a tip. Jingbao likes music? Then, take her to listen to music more often in the future. In the evening, while having dinner, EMO talked about this. Su Yuqing was a little surprised. I think it's up to you. EMO said with a smile. Su Yuqing is not only a great singer, but also can play several musical instruments. That's for sure. Su Yuqing smiled, feeling a little proud. After cleaning up the kitchen, EMO coaxed the two babies to sleep and went into the bedroom. Today, I can't do it. Su Yuqing lay on the bed and whispered. EMO was stunned. Relatives are here. She blushed slightly. Do you have a stomachache? EMO asked with concern. Yes, it will hurt a little. It will probably hurt more later. Su Yuqing touched her belly and frowned. Then I'll rub it for you. She responded softly, then lay down on her side, letting EMO hold her in his arms, pressing his big hand on her flat belly. It doesn't hurt anymore. After a while, she said in a daze, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, her brows were relaxed, the corners of her lips were slightly raised, and she looked very happy and enjoying herself. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. There was still a hint of smile on that peaceful sleeping face, as innocent as a baby. When she woke up the next day, she touched her stomach and was stunned. It doesn't seem to hurt at all. Last month, EMO also gave her a massage, but it was still a little painful afterwards. But now, it doesn't hurt at all. Is it so magical? She murmured, feeling a little unbelievable. EMO's massage skills are so amazing. You're not taking a day off today? She walked out of the bedroom, EMO looked at her and asked. It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Su Yuqing smiled, even if it hurts, I can't take a leave. How can they work if I don't go? She walked up, tiptoed slightly, and kissed EMO on the cheek. Thank you for your hard work last night. She smiled sweetly. She vaguely remembered that EMO pressed it for a long time last night. After breakfast, EMO sent her to the car. When they arrived at the studio, he went online to order a set of musical instruments, including a piano and a guzheng. He bought them all, and they were all the best brands. Soon, the store delivered the goods to my door. Let's practice the piano today. He came and sat down in front of the piano, put his slender fingers on it, and pressed it lightly, and pleasant piano sounds flowed out. Although he had never touched the piano before, at this moment, he was like a skilled piano master who had played for decades and could easily master any piece of music. Let us shoot this today. He adjusted the angle and started playing. It was shot in one go, very smoothly, and didn't require too much post-production. Just a little processing and it could be posted. Many fans saw it at the first moment. They were all stunned. The video actually starts with a piano. Is he going to make a piano today? After watching on, they were all dumbfounded. This guy can also play the piano? What else can he do? No, what else can't he do? The fans are numb. First, jade and gold, then embroidery, design, cooking, figurines. He has demonstrated many skills, and he has achieved perfection in each of them. They thought that was all, but unexpectedly, he now showed off another skill in playing the piano. It sounds like the skills are quite impressive, at the master level. Is it a dubbing? If it's real, he's amazing. Someone expressed doubt in the comments section. Yemo also saw it. After thinking about it, he decided to start another live broadcast. With the experience from last time, he quickly got the equipment ready this time. After making sure the rewards were turned off, he started the live broadcast. The live broadcast has started. Sharp-eyed fans flocked in. Anchor, how can you be so awesome? You know everything. This guy is so awesome. Seeing the familiar hands in the picture, they had to believe it. Yemo didn't even look at the comments and played several different songs in turn. Fuck. He really can do that. That's amazing. People kept pouring into the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments was a bit explosive. Oh my. Why are rewards closed? I can't give out any of my 10 carnivals. Anchor, if you have the ability to broadcast live, then give out tips. If I don't give tips for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Some people even got naughty. Yemo took a look and ignored it, continuing to practice on his own. At this moment, in H City, in a luxurious office. Su Zifeng is working in the office. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he picked it up and took a look of joy appeared on his face. The day before yesterday, he asked someone to investigate that pretty boy. Now that he is looking for him today, he might get something out of it. He's not from H City. He took a look and couldn't help revealing a hint of sarcasm on his face. It turns out it's from a small place. Huh? He's also an internet celebrity? With over 10 million fans? After reading further, he was stunned and his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 086 Su Zifeng, this is a monster. More than 10 million fans. No wonder. Su Zifeng sighed. That day, the pretty boy was dismissive of the 5 million. He thought that the other party had too big an appetite. Now it seems that he was wrong. For an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, 5 million is nothing. Humph. So what if you have 10 million fans? You're still an internet celebrity. You might be forgotten tomorrow. He snorted, and contempt appeared on his face again. For someone like him who runs a big company, he really looks down on internet celebrities like this. Moreover, most internet celebrities have low quality. Those who rely on their looks are even worse. They can only act, deceive their fans, and reap the benefits. What's his name? I'll go check it out. He asked. If you're from Douyin, just call me the new dad. The other party replied. Ha! He's still a nanny. You wouldn't use the child to make money, would you? Su Zifeng sneered. He opened Douyin and searched it. When he clicked it, he was stunned. He was a little doubtful. Did he see it wrong? Was it 10 million? It was clearly 18 million, a difference of 8 million fans. This number of fans is too scary. What are these? What are these? He scrolled down and scanned the video below and was stunned. These videos showed either baby clothes, delicious food, or some action figures, gold and jade items, which were completely different from what he had originally expected. Did he do all of this? Impossible. He's just a pretty boy, how can he be so powerful? He randomly clicked on a video and watched it, and he was a little shocked. The video shows the process of making a jade article. Even though he doesn't know how to carve jade, one can still see how amazing the craftsmanship is. Gold, jade, and cooking. He clicked on a few more videos and was even more shocked when he saw the millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. This heat is incredibly high. He read a few more articles and tried searching on Baidu, and many news interfaces popped up. He is so famous? An all-round genius, even the master of the Forbidden City is paying attention to him? The more he looked, the more shocked he was. After scanning the news, he sat there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. I thought he was a gigolo, but he turned out to be a genius, a brilliant guy. In just 1 month, he has attracted 18 million fans, has so many skills, and is so famous. If he is not a genius, then what is he? When he came to his senses, his face was burning. He was even a little jealous. He himself has no talent. If it weren't for the support of a superstar sister, his company would have gone bankrupt long ago and he would not have been able to achieve what he has today. No wonder. My sister fell in love with him. He sighed. Such handsome appearance, coupled with extraordinary talent, can indeed impress women. But they are just some manual skills. Goldway and jade carving are just niche things. Embroidery? That's what women do. The cooking techniques are okay, but I don't know how they taste. He thought about it and said contemptuously again. He still didn't like this guy. They are just some handicrafts. No matter how good they are not worthy of being considered as a masterpiece. Huh? What does this sign mean? Live? This guy is live streaming? When he saw the logo on the avatar, he was stunned for a moment and clicked on it. The next moment, he was stunned. Those eyes widened again. The person in the picture is playing the piano with skillful technique and melodious music. This guy can also play the piano? Is he a monster? How come there are so many things? He just stared like that for a long time, his mind completely blank. He couldn't understand how it was possible for one person to be proficient in so many skills, when he was only 23 or 24 years old. Is he still a human being? This is a monster. He swallowed hard, his mind still trembling. He never thought that this pretty boy could be so powerful. This was no longer just a genius, he was a monster. Too strong. He shook his head and sighed. Elegant, handsome, talented, and mastering so many skills. With this ability, even if they don't have a pair of children, once their parents know about it, they will be happy to accept it, and may even urge the two of them to get married and have children quickly. But when his parents are happy, he is unhappy. What he wanted was for his sister to marry into a wealthy family. At the very least, it had to be a strong and powerful man, not a talented man like this. Looking at the live broadcast, he was silent for a long time. Any other information? He switched back to WeChat and asked. No more. The other party replied, you just gave me a license plate. I can only find out some basic information about him for now. I only know his identity as an internet celebrity because I already knew his phone number. Do you know his number? Of course, many people want to check him out. You don't know how many bosses want to sign this account. They offered tens of millions of dollars a year, but they didn't sign him. Su Zifeng fell silent again. Keep investigating. Tell me if you find anything. He replied. As soon as he put down his phone, he sighed again, his face full of worry. Faced with such a monster, he was really helpless. He.S. live streaming again? Gold medal law firm. Fu Siwei was eating takeout when she received the live broadcast notification and was stunned for a moment. Her heart warmed and she quickly opened Douyin. When she saw the live broadcast, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful and delicate face. Can he also play the piano? He is so awesome. She opened her lips slightly, let out a cry, and her eyes were full of amazement. These hands. Soon, her eyes focused on those hands. On the black and white piano keys, the slender, white hands fluttered like butterflies, extremely flexible. She seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red. A pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings were also tightened. She felt a wonderful tingling sensation all over her body. That's amazing. She put her cell phone aside and ate her takeaway food while watching it. As time went by, more and more people came to the live broadcast room, soaring to more than 300,000 people. The barrage of comments was exploding, mostly with voices of praise, and many were browsing the tracks and requesting songs. This bad guy, why doesn't he give out rewards? There are over 300,000 people. I don't know how much he can earn from the gifts alone. This is all money. How can anyone be so hard on money? Ning Yuding was also watching the live broadcast. Ever since I found out last time that he was the owner of this account, I have been secretly following him. I will also watch the videos he posted. I was browsing Douyin today and happened to see his live broadcast, so I clicked in. After watching for a while, she couldn't bear it anymore. This person actually has a problem with money. How weird. Chapter 87, Attending the Alumni Association. This fool. Ning Yuding lay on the bed, her chin supported by her hands, watching the live broadcast in front of her. Her beautiful back is white and flawless. Following the undulating waist and hip curve, there is a pair of seductive legs. A pair of jade feet were raised upwards, swaying rhythmically. She pouted and snorted at the person in the picture. If you don't make money when you have the chance, you're either a fool or not. Not only is he a fool, he's also a bad guy. Thinking of yesterday's misunderstanding, her face turned red again. She rolled around on the bed in embarrassment and buried her face in the pillow. She was almost going to die. It's all his fault. Is he really so rich that he doesn't care about money? She lay down again and watched the live broadcast for a while. She bit her moist red lips and muttered to herself. This guy seemed to be really rich. When they met for the first time, he gave her 1 million without hesitation. Then that day, he casually transferred another million to her. His generosity was a bit scary. Who cares? No matter how rich he is, he's still a fool. Oh no. He seems to be my boss now. It's not good to scold the boss like this. Forget it, he can't hear me. I can scold him all I want. She raised her eyebrows, smiled smugly, and rolled over on the bed a few more times. She had such a great figure, with several voluptuous parts of her body creating waves of beauty, which was very charming. After playing for a while, Yemo stopped. Wait a moment, I'll go feed the baby. He said something and left. Baby? Does this guy really have a child? No way. The barrage was filled with surprise. Many female fans sent heartbroken emojis. I thought the name New Dad was just to establish his character, but I didn't expect he actually had a child. Why are you so heartbroken? You don't even know what she looks like, and you just like her. What if she's ugly? You're talking nonsense. The anchor must be very handsome. Just look at his hands. What's wrong with having nice hands? Does a face have to be handsome? There was a sudden quarrel in the barrage. The host is really handsome. Super handsome. I know him. Several people who knew Yemo's identity also spoke up. However, it was swallowed up by the tide of barrage in an instant. Half an hour later, Yemo came back. The number of people has decreased a lot, but there are still more than 100,000 people. He didn't care and continued practicing. Soon, the number of people increased again. What's the level of his skills? At this moment, many MCN agencies are paying attention to this live broadcast. They invited many piano professionals. Although I am reluctant to admit it, his skills are indeed at the master level. Master? That's right. I don't know how he practiced, but with his level, he should have no problem holding a solo concert. When they heard the answer, they were all stunned. Another master class. In the past, all of her jade carving, embroidery, and handmade figures were at the master level, and now her piano playing is also at the master level. Monster. What a monster. If we can get this signed, won't we take off? We can do it not only nationwide, but also globally. They were amazed and their minds became extremely excited. Sign? How can I sign? I called them so many times, but they ignored me. Then, they felt depressed. This guy is really a bit weird. He doesn't even allow tips during his live broadcast with hundreds of thousands of people. So far, no company has been able to sign him. It seems, he is really not interested in money. Yemo practiced until around 5 in the afternoon before he turned off the live broadcast. Taking the baby with him, he went back to cook. You can also play the piano? The first thing Su Yuqing asked when she got home was, Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. It was Manny who told her about this. She ran over to take a look and found that it was true. The level was even higher than hers. Yeah. I learned a little bit. Yi Mo nodded. Is that one? Su Yuqing smiled bitterly. His level is better than many accompaniment pianists in the industry. That's amazing. She looked at Yi Mo with her beautiful eyes, nodded slightly and praised him. Okay, go wash your hands and eat. Yi Mo smiled at her. What's on the menu tonight? She put her bag down and washed her hands. There are your favorite shrimps, wagyu beef, and vegetables. Didn't you say you were afraid of getting fat? I will make more of these dishes that are not easy to make you fat. Yi Mo said. That's great. Su Yuqing walked to the table, took a look, and said happily. Does it still hurt today? After eating for a while, Yi Mo asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. Your massage skills are really amazing. I'll have you massage me again next month. Su Yuqing stroked her belly and smiled. Even Manny said it was incredible. After dinner, Yi Mo began to clean up the kitchen. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a message from Principal Wang, inviting him to go to school tomorrow to participate in an alumni event. What time is it? You must come at 2 p.m. Principal Wang replied. Good. Yi Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. After all, he is the former principal, so it is not easy to refuse. Besides, he has nothing important to do, so the baby can be taken care of by Aunt Yun for a while. The next day, he made a model video in the morning and went home at noon. Then, rushed to G University. I'm back again. When he drove to the gate of G University and looked at the familiar school gate, he felt a little emotional. During his 4 years in college, he left many memories here. He slowed down and drove in slowly. He found a parking space and got out of the car. Yi Mo? After walking a few steps, he heard someone calling him. The voice was very gentle and pleasant. Moreover, it is somewhat familiar. Yi Mo was startled, turned around and saw a familiar face. Bright and charming, gentle and quiet, isn't this teacher Chen Meng? She was standing next to a red Mercedes-Benz, as if she had just gotten out. She was wearing a thin blue sweater and a pair of jeans, which perfectly showed off her graceful and curvy figure. A pair of white high heels on her feet made her already tall figure look even more slender and graceful. Especially the legs, which looked particularly long. She stood there, waved at Yi Mo, and a warm smile bloomed on her beautiful face. When the wind blows, her black hair flutters. Yi Mo looked dazed for a moment. When he was in college, a group of boys especially liked to watch her, and sometimes they would wait for her in advance. So in his memory, there were many such scenes, which now seemed to overlap with the scene before his eyes. Teacher Chen. After a moment, Yi Mo came back to his senses, smiled, and walked up. Why are you here? Chen Meng asked with a smile. Something happened. Yi Mo said. Oh. Wait a minute. Let me take the bag. Chen Meng thought of something, bent down, and reached into the car. Chapter 088 ISNT. He just an internet celebrity. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. The beauty in front of me bent down, and her buttocks wrapped in jeans suddenly looked rounder and fuller. Even the pair of legs looked a little more slender. What did you say just now? Chen Meng took the bag, stood up, and slammed the car door shut. She picked up her bag and looked towards Yi Mo. Attend an alumni event. Yi Mo said. Alumni event? Chen Meng exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Those beautiful eyes widened a little. This kind of event inviting alumni is not something that ordinary people can participate in. Only very outstanding alumni can participate. But then she nodded, somewhat relieved. Yi Mo's achievements are quite remarkable. Among the students who graduated in the past few years, he is considered to be very outstanding. She looked Yi Mo up and down, and said with a smile, I heard from my classmates that you are quite famous now. How many fans do you have? It seems that there are about 16 or 17 million. I also heard that you drive a sports car? That's impressive. She looked relieved and proud. This is the first class of students she has taught. She still clearly remembered Yi Mo, who was 18 years old when he first entered university. He was so immature. The difference between him and now is really huge. Well enough. Yemo smiled. It should be over there in the administrative building. I'm going there too, let's go together. Chen Meng glanced at a building not far away and said with a smile. Yemo nodded and followed her. The wind was a bit strong on the road, blowing her hair and brushing against Yemo's cheek, making him feel itchy. He could also smell a very nice perfume with a slight citrus scent. He was very familiar with this smell. When she was in college, teacher Chen Meng wore this perfume and it has never changed. Excuse me. Chen Meng reached out and gathered her hair. She has very white hands, with long, slender fingers, which are particularly beautiful. Teacher Chen, you don't seem to have changed much over the years. Yemo looked at her carefully and smiled. Even though she is 27 or 28 years old, she still looks the same as before, pretty and gentle, her skin is still tender and she is in very good condition. At first glance, she looks to be in her early 20s. It's been so many years, I'm old. Chen Meng smiled and said, I heard that you have a child, right? I never thought that you, a student, have a child, but I, a teacher, am not even married yet. I still remember you back then. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived in front of the administrative building. Teacher Chen Meng? On the steps in front stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Teacher Ma. Chen Meng looked up and smiled slightly. This is Mr. Ma from the Academic Affairs Office. Who is this? Teacher Ma looked at Chen Meng eagerly, then looked at Yemo, frowning slightly. This man is too handsome. He is definitely not a teacher. Judging from his age, he doesn't look like a student either. Could he be a friend of teacher Chen Meng? He is my student. He has graduated for 2 years. He rarely comes back today. We met by chance. Chen Meng smiled. Oh. Students. Teacher Ma suddenly realized. By the way, Teacher Ma, you are from the Academic Affairs Office. Are you in charge of today's alumni activities? Chen Meng suddenly asked. Yeah. You knew that too? Teacher Ma was a little surprised. This student of mine is here to participate in the alumni activities. Chen Meng said with some pride. She is proud that the students she teaches are invited back to school to participate in such activities. Teacher Ma was stunned, then laughed. Teacher Chen Meng, you are kidding me. He is so young. You yourself said that he has only graduated for 2 years. How could he be invited to participate in alumni activities? Chen Meng was stunned and looked at Yemo in confusion. He did say just now that he was invited to attend the event. He told you that? Teacher Chen Meng, he must be talking nonsense. How can you believe such nonsense? Teacher Ma shook his head. He looked at Yemo again and frowned again. This guy is obviously unreliable and a big talker. Only an innocent person like teacher Chen Meng would be deceived. Young man, next time you brag, make up something better. Don't brag about something that can be easily exposed. Teacher Ma raised his eyebrows and scolded. Yemo, are you really here to participate in the event, or are you lying to the teacher? Chen Meng frowned slightly and said in a low voice. I told you, I'm here to participate in the event. Yemo smiled. But. Chen Meng hesitated and glanced at teacher Ma. Still bragging. I am in charge of this event. I didn't see anyone like you on the list. I decided on the people I invited this time. They are all alumni who have graduated many years ago and have successful careers. They are influential people in the business and scientific research circles. Teacher Ma scolded, his eyes already filled with contempt. Tell me, what can you achieve as a young man who just graduated 2 years ago? Why are you invited? Are you so proud? Teacher Ma, my student has achieved some success. He makes short videos and has 16 to 17 million fans. Chen Meng whispered. She didn't know whether Yemo was really lying, but subconsciously, she still wanted to protect her student. Internet celebrity? Teacher Ma was stunned and sneered. No matter how many fans you have, you are not an internet celebrity. What's so great about that? I can't possibly invite you. I want to ask you, you keep saying you are here to participate in the event, who invited you? Tell me clearly. Him. Yemo raised his hand and pointed at the person walking behind him. Teacher Ma turned around subconsciously and was stunned. Even teacher Chen Meng was stunned. The person Emo was pointing at was none other than the president of their G university. You are talking nonsense. As a former student, don't you know the principal? The principal invited you? How confident do you think you are? You are dreaming. Teacher Ma turned around and shouted angrily. This student is getting more and more ridiculous. He first said that he was here to participate in an alumni event, and now he says that Principal Wang personally invited him. He is so talented, why doesn't he go there? Teacher Chen Meng withdrew her gaze and glanced at Emo, her brows tightly furrowed. At this point, she also knew that Emo was lying. How could Principal Wang invite him personally? Although he had made some achievements, they were not enough to alarm Principal Wang. Emo, let's go. Seeing Principal Wang striding towards them, she became a little worried. She reached out and pulled Emo's sleeve, whispering, "Hurry up and go." Teacher Ma waved his hand at Emo in annoyance. "Hey! Pony, why did you let him go?" At this moment, a deep shout came from behind him. It was Principal Wang. Chapter 89, Shocked Teacher Chen Meng. Headmaster. Teacher Ma turned around and called out respectfully. This guy is making trouble here. He said that you invited him to participate in the alumni activities. Don't you think this is ridiculous? That's why I chased him away. He pointed at Emo and laughed. Headmaster. Teacher Chen Meng also shouted. She looked at Emo beside her, her brows slightly furrowed, but she was thinking about how to explain for him. At this moment, she heard Principal Wang say, "That's right. I was the one who invited him here." She was stunned and froze. Then, a pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, full of disbelief. Teacher Ma, who was standing by, was shocked and stunned. He even suspected that he had heard it wrongly. How could the president of G University personally invite a student who just graduated 2 years ago and is also an internet celebrity? Principal, why did you invite him? His lips trembled and he exclaimed. Why can't we invite him? Principal Wan laughed. As he spoke, he had already come closer with a warm smile on his face. Isn't he just an internet celebrity? He is not qualified to participate in our alumni activities, right? Teacher Ma questioned. Internet celebrity? What internet celebrity? Principal Wan was stunned. Principal, you don't know? Teacher Ma was stunned again and even more confused. The principal didn't even know he was an internet celebrity, so why did he invite him? Xiao Ma, don't underestimate him because he's young. He's the chairman of the board. Do you know Runhua Medical Group? It's his. Principal Wang pointed at Emo and introduced him. He's also a major shareholder of Wangyi. How can I not invite such an outstanding alumnus? What? Teacher Ma was stunned again. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror and disbelief. This young man is actually the chairman of a large group? Moreover, he is also a major shareholder of NetEase? After hearing this, Chen Meng opened her rosy little mouth and was also stunned. She couldn't believe it at all. How could this Emo be the chairman of the board or a major shareholder? If these words hadn't come from the principal's mouth, she would have taken it as a joke. However, as Principal Wang is, he would not make such a joke. Could it be that Emo really has such a prominent status as Principal Wang said? She turned her head, widened her beautiful eyes, and stared at Emo. Principal Wang. At this time, Emo spoke and smiled at Principal Wang. Director Yi, come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Principal Wang stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with him enthusiastically. Teacher Chen Meng, I'm going up first. Emo turned around, smiled at Teacher Chen Meng, and followed Principal Wang into the administrative building. Mr. Yi, there are many old alumni here today. I'll introduce you to them. Well. Chen Meng stood there, listening to the conversation between the two, her expression still dull. It looks like it should be true. Emo, it turned out, was actually the chairman of a large group, which made Principal Wang so polite that he personally invited and welcomed him. And the fact that he is still so young shows that his family background is very remarkable to be able to become the chairman. She tried hard to recall it and smiled bitterly. During those years in college, she really couldn't tell that his family background was so prominent. At that time, I felt that he was very ordinary and simple. He hid it so well that not only her, the teacher, but no one in the class knew about it. Teacher Ma also stood there, not coming back to his senses for a long time. Teacher Chen Meng, you didn't say. He turned around, looked at Chen Meng, and said woodenly. I don't know either. I only know that he is an internet celebrity with a lot of fans. Teacher Chen Meng said with a wry smile. He is really an internet celebrity? Teacher Ma was unbelievable. He is not only the chairman of the board, but also an internet celebrity with millions of fans. This young man is so amazing. Yes. Chen Meng murmured, looking at the direction Yemo was walking, with a dazed look on her face. She really couldn't see through her student. Not only did he have such a powerful family background, but he also had such amazing abilities. It was truly unbelievable. She stood there for a long time, then shook her head, turned and left. A little after 3:30, Yemo walked out of the administrative building. Principal Wang, Teacher Ma, you don't have to see me off. My car is right over there. He said to the two people beside him. Okay, then I won't send you off. Principal Wang smiled. Mr. Yi, take care. Teacher Ma, who was standing aside, had a big smile on his face and was extremely enthusiastic. Back in the car, Yemo checked the time and wanted to just go home, but suddenly he remembered that his cousin's school was not far away. Since we're here, let's take a look. He immediately sent a WeChat message. Buzz. In the dim dormitory, a mobile phone placed on the bedside table vibrated. Next to them, two girls were hugging each other and sleeping soundly. The face on the left is already quite beautiful, but the one on the right is even more beautiful. The facial features are as delicate as a porcelain doll, and the skin is white, smooth and soft. The cherry mouth is so moist that people can't help but want to kiss it. Her figure is even more charming, with graceful curves that are already quite large and a bit of mature charm. The two of them hugged each other gently, with their two pairs of ivory legs crossed together, very intimate. Hearing the sound of the phone vibrating, the girl on the right moved, her long eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes. You have news. She rubbed her eyes and muttered. Never mind. Huang Yi said vaguely. Ouch. Your hand. Zhang Shiyun let out a low cry, and a blush appeared on her pure and sweet face. Huang Yi smiled proudly, but did not move away. Let me see what time it is. Zhang Shiyun reached out and tapped the screen of her mobile phone. It's past 3:30, huh? It seems like your cousin is looking for you. No matter who comes to find me, it's useless. I want to sleep until the sky darkens and the sea dries up and the rocks crumble. Huang Yi still closed her eyes and muttered. But the next moment, her eyes suddenly opened. What? My cousin? She cried out, sat up suddenly, and instantly became alert. Yes. Look. Zhang Shiyun sat up and took the cell phone next to her. It's really my cousin. Huang Yi took it and exclaimed. What does he want from you? Zhang Shiyun asked. My brother said that he is now at G University next door and asked me if I was free to come and see me. Huang Yi looked carefully, then looked up and said with a look of surprise. Great. Hurry up. Get up. Hurry up. She jumped up excitedly and got out of bed. He's coming. Zhang Shiyun sat on the bed, stunned for a moment, and a hint of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 90. Huang Yi, could the child's mother be Queen Su? After getting out of bed, Zhang Shiyun started looking for clothes. After opening the closet and taking a look, she was in trouble again. Which one do you think I should wear? She turned around and asked Huang Yi. Huang Yi was picking out clothes. She turned around, looked at her, and smiled. Shiyun, you are so beautiful and have a good figure. You look good in anything. Of course, you look better without any clothes. You're just a chatterbox. Zhang Shiyun glared at her, her face slightly red. I'd better wear this one. She rummaged around and found a Chanel slim-fitting dress. After hesitating for a moment, she found a pair of Balenciaga stockings. Look, is this okay? She put on the dress, lifted her slender feet, and slowly put on her stockings. The black dress was very slim-fitting, with a gorgeous design, and was embellished with sparkling sequins. After she put it on, it immediately showed off her graceful figure to the fullest, and the white spot on her chest was even more eye-catching. This kind of outfit is already sexy enough, but the pair of black stockings on the legs adds a bit of hotness. Wow! Huang Yi turned around and couldn't help but exclaimed. Last time, Shiryun wore a white skirt with a white silk stocking, which made her look pure and sexy. But this time, she wore all black, which was a pure and sexy style. She has a very sweet and pure look, so she should be suitable for white. But now, wearing such a sexy black outfit, it does not look out of place at all and she pulls it off perfectly. Nice. She nodded repeatedly, walked over, and circled around Jiang Shiryun several times. It's so beautiful. She kept praising it. That's good. Jiang Shiryun smiled brightly and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that she didn't dress pretty enough. Put on a collar. She looked in the closet, took out a small fragrant collar, and put it around her snow-white neck. Looking in the mirror, she was quite satisfied. This outfit is both gorgeous and fashionable, as well as sexy and charming. On the other side, Huang Yi also picked out her clothes, a Dior suit. The two of them put on some more makeup, put on their jewelry, and went out. Wow! Shiryun, you are dressed up so grandly, what are you going to do? When classmates in the next dormitory saw this, they all screamed in surprise. My cousin is coming. Huang Yi raised her face and said with some pride. Your cousin? Oh my god. The group of girls were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but scream, with expressions of extreme excitement on their faces. Yi's cousin is a big internet celebrity with nearly 20 million fans. He is super rich and talented. He can do jade carving, embroidery, and model making, and he can even play the piano. Many people in their class watched the live broadcast yesterday. Is he coming to our school? Can you let me see him? They said excitedly. Sure. He's downstairs now. Huang Yi said with a smile. Really? A girl walked to the balcony and looked downstairs. That one. Wow. So tall, really. So handsome. Where? Let me see. The other girls rushed over and looked downstairs. Looking at this scene, Huang Yi felt very proud and even a little elated. Shiryun, let's go. She pulled Jiang Shiryun and walked downstairs. Whose boyfriend is this? Wow. At this moment, downstairs in the dormitory, Emo was surrounded by a large number of passing girls. Even the aunt in the dormitory came out and looked at him a few more times. Cousin. Huang Yi jumped out, her face full of excitement. Behind her, Jiang Shiryun walked out slowly and glanced at Emo, looking a little shy. Emo looked at them and immediately laughed. He could see that the two of them were dressed up carefully. Brother, come on, I'll take you for a nice stroll today and treat you to some delicious food. Huang Yi patted her flat chest and said generously. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out. Emo smiled and followed. It's really her cousin. So cool. On the third-floor balcony, a group of girls were crowded together, vying to look down. He's actually so handsome. Among them, one girl looked dazed and incredulous. It was Zhou Zixuan. Originally, she could have comforted herself by saying that although Yi's cousin was rich and famous, he was definitely not as handsome as she said. Otherwise, why didn't he show his face during the live broadcast? He must be ugly. But now when she saw it, she was stunned. This face is so handsome that it is unbelievable. No celebrity idol can compare to him. Looking at the three people walking downstairs, she bit her lip, feeling a little jealous and even more regretful. Cousin, I'll treat you to milk tea. After walking around for a while, a milk tea shop appeared in front of them, and Huang Yi took the lead and walked over. Cousin, have you ever learned piano before? How come I didn't know you were so good at it? After sitting down, Huang Yi asked. I learned a little. Emo smiled. Huang Yi smiled bitterly. That's not good at all. Some girls in their class who had also studied piano said that this was top level. Cousin, where did you learn those skills, jade carving, embroidery? Huang Yi asked again. Why so many questions? Emo said with a stern face. Okay, I won't ask these questions. Then can you tell me who the mother of the child is? Huang Yi said. Hearing this, Jiang Shiryun's ears twitched and she also showed curiosity. That's why you want to know? Of course. Huang Yi was extremely curious. Neither her parents nor her cousin's parents seem to know who the child's mother is. It's so mysterious. I won't tell you. Emo smiled. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Huan Yi snorted in anger. Let me guess, is he your college classmate? Or a colleague? Neither? No way. Let me think. Hey. Cousin, is the baby boy named Nuonuo? What a coincidence, I read gossip news before, saying that Empress Su's baby's name also contains this character, Sui Nuo, and they are about the same age, so the mother of the child can't be her, right? She pondered for a while, thought of something, and said it casually. Oh no. How is that possible? After saying this, she even laughed. How could her cousin have any connection with someone like Queen Su? Queen Su has such high standards. If I were to marry, I would definitely marry into a wealthy family. Jiang Shiyun, who was standing by, also laughed when she heard it, but didn't take it seriously. Yemo was shocked when he heard this, but he did not show any sign on his face. Don't guess, you'll know later. He laughed. After drinking a cup of milk tea and shopping for a while, Yemo left at 5 o'clock. When he got home, he first took care of the babies, prepared complimentary food, prepared milk powder, fed them, and then started cooking. Chapter 091 Guanshui, I won tea curry favor with him. Su Yuqing came back a little late. It was past 8 o'clock when she got home, looking a little tired. Thanks for your hard work. Yemo took her bag. She changed her shoes, turned around, and hugged Yemo. She leaned her cheek on Yemo's shoulder, rubbed it gently, and squinted her eyes tiredly. I'm a little tired, damn. She murmured. Yemo responded softly and hugged her gently. Being a star is indeed tiring, not to mention that she is now on her menstrual period and her body is more fragile. All right. After a while, she raised her head and smiled brightly. Don't worry. I'm still in good health. When I was doing concerts before, I worked non-stop every day and was much more tired than now. I'm fine. Let us eat. She let go of his hand, went to the kitchen to wash her hands, and then sat down to eat. Your brother didn't look for you again? After eating for a while, Yemo asked. He felt a little strange because his brother Yuqing had never appeared since that day. Judging from his attitude that day, her brother didn't seem like he would give up easily. No. What happened? Su Yuqing looked up and asked in surprise. My brother said he wanted to come see me the other day, but I said I didn't have time recently, so he didn't come. Oh. It's okay. Yemo smiled. In his heart, he felt even more strange. Let me press it for you again. After going to bed, Yemo gave her a massage for a while, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yemo asked Aunt June to look after the baby temporarily while he rushed to Times Media Company. Shi Yaoi said that there was something and asked him to take care of it. I heard that today we will decide who will be promoted to vice president. Boss Chi said that he has invited Boss Yi to come over and let him make the final decision. In Poly Building, inside Times Media Company, people are talking about it. This matter was being discussed in offices on every floor and in WeChat groups of all sizes. The cause was that a vice president resigned voluntarily a few days ago. The reason why the vice president resigned was also because of Mr. Yi. As soon as Mr. Yi bought the company, he issued a ban on Golden Lion Entertainment, prohibiting all subsequent cooperation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mr. Yi had a grudge against Golden Lion Entertainment. This vice president is very familiar with the boss of Golden Lion Entertainment and they have a close relationship. He was afraid that Mr. Yi would target him, so he simply resigned to protect himself first. As a result, the position of vice president became vacant. Many people want to compete, and the group of people who are qualified for this position have been fighting openly and secretly in the past few days, and the atmosphere is full of tension. President Xi seemed a little embarrassed and didn't know who to give it to, so he invited President Yi to come over today. Who will Mr. Yi give it to? I don't know. Mr. Yi is too mysterious. No one knows his preferences. Except for Mr. Chi, it seems that no one is familiar with him. Everyone was curious and discussed who would get this position. I think Director Lin has great potential. I think so too. He is quite capable and has a good relationship with President Xi. President Xi will also speak well of him. In the TV drama department, people gathered in the large office area and had a heated discussion. There were also many female staff members putting on makeup and dressing up carefully. In the office, Wan Shui sat there, looking at her phone. Today, she wore a professional suit, a white shirt on top, a small suit, and a waist-length skirt. Her long, beautiful legs were wrapped in a pair of flesh-colored stockings, which made her look slender, straight, sexy and attractive. There is a layer of light makeup on her pretty face, which makes her look delicate and beautiful. She lifted up her pair of beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, looked at the messages in the various groups, and smiled comfortably with the corners of her lips slightly raised. Look at these people, they are so exhausted trying to fight for the position of vice president. Others are trying their best to please Mr. Yi, analyzing his preferences and discussing what gifts to buy. These people are so vulgar, so vulgar. How nice it would be to be like her, indifferent to fame and fortune, staying out of everything, and all troubles would be far away from her. After looking for a while, she stretched, showing off her beautiful waist and hip curves. Make me some coffee. She stood up. A pair of 7 centimeters high heels made her beautiful legs look longer and her figure more graceful. Grabbing a pack of coffee, she held the cup and walked out the door. Xiao Hong, what are you doing? She looked at the desk next to her and walked over. The woman sitting there was holding a mirror and touching up her makeup. Put on some makeup. Sister Guan, don't you know that Mr. Yi is coming today? Xiao Hong said. What does his coming have to do with your makeup? Aren't you already wearing makeup? Guan Shui wondered. Yes, they have put on makeup, but it's just light makeup, not good looking enough. Look, they are also putting on makeup, they all want to leave a good impression on President Yi. Xiao Hong said. What do you mean by leaving a good impression? I think you want to seduce him. Guan Shui rolled her eyes, moved her plump hips, and sat on the table. A pair of beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, raised up. Oh. I mean, Sister Guan, don't you want to? Mr. Yi is so rich and so handsome. Xiao Hong smiled. I don't want to. Guan Shui sneered and said disdainfully. Sister Guan, even if you don't want to hook up with him, you have to try to please him. Mr. Yi likes him, and maybe just a few words can promote him. Xiao Hong said, taking an eyebrow pencil and starting to trim her eyebrows. Pleasure? Do I, Guan Shui, need to please others? To survive in the workplace, I rely on my strength, not flattery or kissing up to others. Guan Shui crossed her arms across her chest and shook her hair, looking very disdainful. I have never flattered anyone before, and I will certainly not flatter Mr. Yi today. Those who want to compete for the position of vice president or want to be promoted, let them flatter and curry favor with him. Sister, you are awesome. Xiao Hong was filled with awe and gave a thumbs up. Of course. You should learn from me, not from those vulgar people. Guan Shui smiled triumphantly, picked up the cup, stood up and left. After making the coffee, she returned to the office. You guys are so vulgar. I wouldn't try to curry favor with him. She held her phone, looking at the messages and typing away. She felt that compared with these people, her image immediately became glorious and majestic. Guan Shui is a real strong woman. She never flatters others and never relies on men. She has achieved her current position solely through her real abilities. Director Yi is here. It's that Koenigsegg again. It's parked right outside the door. Boss Yi is here. Director Yi went directly to President Qi's office. After a while, someone in the group started live streaming Mr. Yi's updates. Who will he choose? At this moment, Guan Shui was also a little curious. She leaned back, raised her beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, placed them on the table, and waited. Chapter 92, Guan Shui's Social Death. President's Office. Yemo looked at the several documents in front of him and frowned slightly. These people are all candidates for vice president. Looking at their resumes, they all seem to be similar and it's hard to tell which one is better. Do you have any comments? He raised his head and looked at Qi Yaohui standing beside him. This. Qi Yaohui suddenly looked embarrassed. He didn't know what kind of person Mr. Yi was. If he really told the truth, and Mr. Yi thought that he was forming cliques among the people and had a bad impression of him, that would not be a good deal. At this time, the best way is to be impartial and let Mr. Yi make the decision. Mr. Yi, this is still up to you to decide. Qi Yaohui said respectfully. Yemo had no choice but to lower his head and read the documents again. No other candidates? The others don't have enough experience. Yemo put down the materials, placed his fingers on the table, and tapped them lightly. Mr. Yi, if you really can't make a choice, you don't have to choose here. You can choose anything. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Yemo didn't make a decision, Qi Yaohui said. Is it okay to do anything? Yemo was stunned. Of course, the company is yours. It's just a matter of deciding who to take charge. Shi Yaohui said with a smile. Okay. Let me think about it. Yi Mo pondered again. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed. I do have a candidate. Oh? Who is it? Shi Yaohui's expression changed. TV drama department, in the office. Guan Shui is still waiting. She lay on the chair, lifted up her beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, looked at the ceiling, then at her cell phone, waiting for news. There was some silence in all the major groups, and it was obvious that everyone was waiting with bated breath. No news yet? I'm so anxious waiting. After a while, someone couldn't help it and asked in the group. No. Mr. Chi's office is still closed, there is no movement at all. Someone replied. Why are you in such a hurry? Just be like me, stop trying to fight and curry favor, and you'll be relaxed. Guan Shui typed away, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. When it comes to work, you have to be down to earth. It won't work if you just try to curry favor with others or use connections. She continued to preach, becoming a little excited. Just then, someone had her and said, Come to my office, Mr. Yi wants to see you. She froze for a moment, confused. Why did Mr. Yi look for her at this time? Boss Chi, what's the matter? She replied. Boss Yi said that he wants you to be the vice president. Soon, there was a reply. Seeing this, Guan Shui's head buzzed and went blank in an instant. She was confused, shocked, and incredulous. All kinds of strong emotions surged into her heart in an instant. Then came embarrassment and awkwardness. Her delicate face instantly burned up. Just now, she was preaching to people in various groups, telling them not to think about flattering and using connections, and then she claimed to be a real strong woman who did not rely on men, did not flatter, and was upright. But now, who would believe it? She is a TV drama producer and hasn't even been promoted to deputy director of the department. Now she has been promoted to the position of deputy general manager. It's like she has risen to the top. Who would believe that she didn't use a backdoor? They may even suspect that they are having an affair with Mr. Yi and that they have sacrificed their chastity. She can't wash herself clean even if she jumps into the Yellow River. There was a dead silence in the crowd. But outside the office, there was a huge uproar. Sister Guan! There was a scream and someone rushed into the office. She shuddered with fear, slipped off the chair, and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Sister Guan, you are too happy. Xiaohong rushed over excitedly and helped her up. Ouch! Guan Shui stretched out her hand and covered her round and firm buttocks, her face as red as a monkey's butt. I'm not happy at all. She hummed in her heart. I'm so socially exhausted, yet I'm still happy. Sister Guan, I really didn't expect you to be so capable and to have dealt with Mr. Yi so quickly. Those words you just said were meant to confuse us. Xiaohong said excitedly, Great, Sister Guan, you are still very capable. Taller than you. Guan Shui's mouth twitched. Sister Guan, congratulations. Sister Guan is awesome. When she raised her eyes and saw the crowded crowd outside the door, she couldn't help but slap her forehead in pain, wanting to cry but without tears. Sister Guan, I never expected that Mr. Yi actually likes a mature woman like you. Mature women are different and charming. Xiaohong looked at her, her eyes moving back and forth over her plump buttocks, exclaiming in admiration. Most women don't have buttocks like this. Hers are flat, and there is no such mature and full feeling at all. What are you thinking about? Guan Shui was so angry that she slapped her on the forehead. Vice President Guan, congratulations, congratulations. Someone pushed through the crowd and walked in. It was the director of the department. Director Yu. Guan Shui said hurriedly in a serious tone. Hey. From now on, just call me Lao Yu. Director Yu smiled. Then, several deputy directors came in and offered their congratulations. Guan Shui dealt with them one by one. She knew that these people were only polite on the surface, but secretly, they were slandering and defaming her. She walked out amidst the crowd and headed for the president's office. Along the way, people lined the streets to watch. She even said that a strong woman doesn't flatter her boss. I didn't expect that she slept with him behind his back. Otherwise, how could Mr. Yi give her this position? I heard that she is over 30 years old. Could it be that Mr. Yi likes this kind of mature beauty? Many people were whispering, which floated into her ears, making her feel extremely embarrassed. Vice President Guan, you're here, come in. Qi Yaohui was already waiting in front of the president's office. He opened the door and walked her in. Bang! The door was closed. She looked up and saw the unbelievably handsome man again. He was sitting by the window, with the sun at his back, a layer of golden glow covering his body. He looked so tall and handsome, yet somewhat unreal, like a dream. For a moment, she was a little stunned. What's wrong? Seeing her standing there in a daze, Yimo said in surprise. Oh. No, nothing. Guan Shui came back to her senses and walked over. Boss Yi, why did you let me be the vice president? I don't have much experience. I'm just a producer. Because I don't know who to choose. I think you're interesting, so I'll choose you. Yimo smiled. Guan Shui was stunned and a little petrified. Just because you thought she was interesting, you promoted her as a producer to be the vice president? This is too casual and willful. Oh yes. To him, this didn't seem to be a big deal. He could spend billions to buy the company just for a little interest. So what did this little bit of willfulness matter now? Thinking of this, she held her forehead and felt weak again. Chapter 93 Young Manny, your husband is too strong. Deputy President Guan, do a good job. Yimo stood up and smiled at her. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Mr. Qi. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Mr. Yi, are you leaving now? Guan Shui was surprised. I have to go back and look after the kids. Yimo said with a smile. You have children? Guan Shui was startled and said in astonishment. Yes. Why, is it strange? You don't have children, but I do. Yimo smiled, opened the door and walked out. Mr. Yi, I'll take you down. At the door, Qi Yaohui bowed and led into the elevator. Oh yeah. He seemed to be pushing a baby carriage that day. Wait, what did he mean by that sentence? Was he mocking me for not having children and being a leftover woman? Guan Shui frowned as she thought about it. He's still a bit of a jerk after all. She clenched her jade hands, bit her teeth lightly, and said hatefully. That day, he threw his business card in front of her, and now he is mocking her for being old and having no children. It's so abominable. But the next moment, she was discouraged again. When she thought of the other person's handsome face, she couldn't get angry anymore. He's such a handsome, charming, and a bit of a jerk. She sighed. She also didn't know whether it was a blessing or a torture to have such a boss. After returning home, Yimo took the baby and went to the studio. After changing the diaper again and playing with the baby for a while, he started to get busy. Change your instrument today. He practiced the piano the day before yesterday, and today he wanted to change to another one. After all, they are all instruments, and no matter which one he practices, he can improve his musical proficiency. Guqin. Among the national musical instruments, the most famous is the guqin. He picked out a few famous songs, practiced them first, and then started a live broadcast. In the past, he did manual work because the process was very boring and he was too lazy to open it, but now, he can practice musical instruments and let people listen and appreciate them. This guy is live streaming again. Many fans received the live broadcast notification at the first time and clicked in quickly. When they saw the scene clearly, they were all stunned. Isn't it a piano? What the hell are you doing with the guqin? You can't even play the guqin, right? Ha ha. He must be pretending. That's it. That's it. No one believed that this anchor could really play the guqin. He knows so many things, and he's really amazing. If he could even play the guqin, that would be too abnormal. At this moment, a pair of familiar hands appeared in the picture, with long, slender and white fingers. He lightly stroked the strings of the piano with his 5 fingers, and pleasant piano sounds flowed out. The melody is elegant, ethereal, and quiet. In an instant, the barrage stopped. Everyone was stunned. They all widened their eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. Does he really know how to play the guqin? This is too perverted. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this realistic? A moment later, the barrage exploded. The entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. Oh my God! As the music continued, their minds became more and more shocked. This guy not only knows how to play, but his level is extremely high, which is completely comparable to his piano skills. That's amazing. You can't play any other instruments, can you? When the song ended, the barrage of comments exploded again, constantly refreshing the screen. Yes. As long as it's a musical instrument, I can play it. Yemo took a look and replied. What the hell? Is this true? Even though you are awesome, you can't brag. If you can play all kinds of instruments, are you still a human being? The barrage was in uproar. Let me play the violin for you. Yemo walked to the side, took out a violin, made some preparations, and started playing. The live broadcast room became quiet again, and the atmosphere was somewhat dead. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Piano, harp, and then violin. This is so powerful that it's a little too unbelievable. This is a musical genius of the highest level. 666. That's awesome. When the song ended, everyone came to their senses and the comments started to boil. Host, can you play guitar? Anchor, can you play the flute? You need to tell me clearly what kind of flute it is. It's not fun to play that kind of flute. Yemo took a look, took out a guitar and played a song. The barrage became more and more heated, and the number of people in the live broadcast room also increased rapidly, soaring to more than 800,000. A villa somewhere in the capital. On the soft big bed, there lies a graceful figure. She was lying on her side, covered only with a quilt, revealing her smooth, snow-white back. Her figure is slender, graceful and voluptuous, with a round and plump feeling, just like a ripe peach, looking full and juicy. The crossed legs are straight and slender, yet with a hint of plumpness. She slept soundly. After a long time, she was disturbed by the sound of a car outside, and she moved and woke up. It's 11 o'clock. She opened her charming eyes, looked at the time, yawned, sat up and stretched. Although she has a slightly plump figure, her waist is very thin and her belly is flat and can be held in one hand. So tired. She moved her tired body, got out of bed, picked up the pajamas beside her, and put them on her smooth body. After going downstairs and into the kitchen, she took out a pack of frozen dumplings, put them in the pot, and made a cup of coffee to wake herself up. Is this guy live streaming again? Holding the coffee, she opened Douyin and took a look. Seeing that the guy was live streaming, she clicked on it. She also watched the live broadcast the day before yesterday, and was stunned by the piano playing. She had never heard Yuching say that this guy could play the piano, and at such a high level. As a singer's agent, she certainly knows a lot about this and knows many masters of musical instruments, so she could tell at a glance how high his level was. But when she clicked in and took a closer look, she was stunned. The next moment, a pair of beautiful eyes widened instantly. The musical instrument in the picture is not a piano at all, but a guzheng. This guy also knows how to play the guzheng? She couldn't believe it at all. A moment later, before she could recover from the shock, the musical instruments in the picture changed again. The guy moved the guzheng away, brought in a cello, and started playing. Her heart was shocked again, and her mind went a little blank. How many musical instruments can this guy play? Moreover, he not only knows how to do it, but also is proficient in it and has reached the top level. How is this possible? He didn't even learn to play a musical instrument, and he's so young. When she thought about how good he was at cooking, how good he was at driving, and how many kinds of handicrafts he had, she couldn't help but feel dazed. This guy is really too powerful. Your husband is so strong. After a moment, she raised her hand, which was trembling with excitement, and sent a message to Su Yuching. Chapter 094. He is a treasure. In the recording studio. Su Yuching had just finished recording a song and sat down in the lounge. Buzz. My phone vibrated and I opened it and saw it was a message from Manny. When she looked closely, she couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean your husband is too strong? This sentence seems a little ambiguous. What's wrong? She asked. Go and see for yourself. Your husband has gone crazy and the live broadcast room has exploded. Yang Manny replied excitedly. Su Yuching frowned and felt even more puzzled. Let me see. She pursed her plump red lips, flicked her fingers, opened Douyin, and entered the live broadcast room. The next moment, her rosy little mouth couldn't help but open wide. In the live broadcast room, the instrument being played was not the piano, but the erhu. Looking at the upper right corner, the number of people reached an astonishing 1.5 million. He also knows how to play the erhu? Why are there so many people watching? She was filled with shock. Soon, a scene that shocked her even more appeared. When the song was finished, the instrument changed again and became a flute. He also plays the flute? Su Yuqing murmured, and a trance-like look appeared on her beautiful face. After watching further, she finally understood why Manny said that. Yemo seemed to be able to play every musical instrument. He demonstrated all kinds of common instruments one after another. He was really amazing. How can he be so powerful? She frowned, a little confused. When she first found him, she did a little research and learned that he was from G University and graduated from a computer-related major, not from a music college. Maybe this is talent. That's amazing. She thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She continued to watch the live broadcast, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes full of pride and sweetness. Wait a minute, the baby is crying, I'll go check it out. After live streaming for a while, Yemo paused. Anchor, please show us the baby. That's right. We want to see it too. Many fans shouted in the barrage. They were all very curious about what his baby looked like. Later, after a long while, Yemo came back, looked at the comments and smiled. In the afternoon, he continued to practice and his enthusiasm reached a new level. At the same time, his live broadcast also attracted the attention of many people in the music industry. In theory, a person can master all musical instruments, but it is limited to knowing how to play them. It is impossible to master them all. Being able to master 3 or 4 is already amazing. It's the first time I've heard of someone so young and proficient in so many instruments. I can only say that he is extremely talented. After reading it, they all shook their heads and sighed. Talent is something that cannot be envied. As for those MCN agencies, they have long been numb. No matter what skills this guy shows next time, they feel that they will not be surprised. At around 5 o'clock, Yemo ended the live broadcast. After packing up, he took the baby home. After a trip to the vegetable market, he came back to cook. You're awesome. When Su Yuqing came back and saw him, she was excited. You watched it too? Yemo smiled. I took some time to watch you and was really shocked by you. I didn't expect you to be so amazing and able to play so many musical instruments. Su Yuqing said excitedly. She changed her shoes, turned around, and kept looking at Yemo. There was a constant gleam of light in that pair of beautiful eyes. She felt that he was a treasure, with constant surprises waiting for her to discover. It's okay. Let's eat first. Yemo smiled. Okay. She smiled sweetly, leaned forward, kissed him on the cheek, smiled again, and went to wash her hands. By the way, I guess I'll be going to the imperial capital in a few days. She said while eating. How? The song is almost finished recording. I'm going to go over and shoot the MV. But don't worry, it will be quick because Manny has arranged all the preparations in the early stages. It won't take too long. Su Yuqing picked up a piece of Wagyu beef cubes, put it in her mouth, and said vaguely. Good. Yemo nodded. Once the album is finished, I will be free. Then you can decide whether to go visit my parents first or yours? Su Yuqing said, looking at him intently with her beautiful eyes. Either is fine. Which one do you want to see first? I don't know either. Never mind. We'll see what happens when the time comes. After thinking about it, Su Yuqing shook her head. The next day, Yemo got up early as usual. After cooking and sending Su Yuqing to the car, he took the baby to the studio. Not long after he sat down, he received a message. It was sent by Guan Shui. Mr. Yi, are you there? How? Yemo replied briefly. Are you still sleeping? Guan Shui asked cautiously. Just tell me what you have to say. It's like this, you have a conflict with Golden Lion Entertainment. We banned cooperation before, and recently, they seem to have bought a lot of negative information to discredit our artists and ruin our project. You know, nowadays, if there is a problem with an artist, it will jeopardize the entire project. A TV series can be ruined in no time. Guan Shuedo. Oh. Yemo replied, what's the problem? The situation over there is quite fierce. If it continues like this, we might suffer losses. What do you think? What should we do? Poly Building. In the vice president's office, Guan Shui replied, put down her phone, and frowned. As soon as she took office, she encountered an extremely difficult problem. That is Golden Lion Entertainment. Originally, the two companies had a good cooperative relationship, but now with the ban order, the two sides have fallen out. Although Golden Lion Entertainment is not as powerful as Times Media, it also has considerable power, especially Mr. Lee, who has a wide network of contacts and is very good at buying black material and throwing dirty water on others. If this continues, the company will definitely suffer considerable losses. Buying dirty tricks, huh? Yemo raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lee seems to particularly like doing this kind of thing. Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call. After pondering for a moment, he replied, then flipped through the address book, found a number and dialed it. Ding-a-ling. Weibo Group, Chairman's office. The phone rang. Director Chow, who had just arrived at the company and hadn't even sat down yet, looked at the phone and frowned. Who is looking for him so urgently so early in the morning? He was not in a hurry to take it. He picked up the freshly brewed tea, took a sip and moistened his mouth. Then, he picked up the phone. Hello? I'm Yemo. A very young voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Chow couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What a big tone. When I talked to him on the phone, I found that no young person dared to act so arrogantly. Wait, Yi? The next moment, he thought of something and his heart was shocked. Isn't this Mr. Yi? He spent billions in one go to buy 5% of their group's shares. What an unfathomable Mr. Yi. Chapter 95 Director Chow's shock. It's Mr. Yi. Director Chow smiled warmly, long time no see. What's up? It's about Times Media. Recently, someone bought a lot of negative information about Times Media artists on your platform. Yemo said. Is this true? I'm not sure. Mr. Chow said with a smile. As a chairman, he would not take care of specific matters. I understand. Mr. Yi, you are here to plead for Times Media. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Chow smiled. It must be someone from Times Media who used their connections to find Mr. Yi. Yes. Yemo said. Times Media. I heard that they changed their boss not long ago. The new boss is quite mysterious. Do you know him, Mr. Yi? Mr. Chow pondered. He had heard something vaguely about Times Media, but he was not clear about it. Certainly. Is it cooked? You can say it's very familiar. Oh, I see. I heard that the new boss's surname seems to be Yi. What a coincidence, it's the same surname as yours, Mr. Yi. Could it be you, Mr. Yi? Director Chow said with a smile. It's me. Director Chow's expression froze instantly. Just now, he just said it casually, but I didn't expect it to be true. The next moment, his mind was shaken greatly, and a hint of horror could not help but appear in his eyes. Who is this Mr. Yi? Previously, they spent billions to buy 5% of their group's shares, which was already amazing enough. Now they are spending billions more to buy the entire Times Media company. This is really too big. In fact, he was a little scared. He suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth, so he quickly picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea to moisten his mouth. Then, he slowly calmed down. I didn't expect it. Mr. Yi is so generous. He smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi, what do you mean, is it the same as before? No need. Mr. Chow, I have already troubled you a lot with the last matter. You still have to pay the money this time. I will ask the people from Times Media to contact your people later. The public relations fee will be paid as usual. Yemo said. Oh. I see. From now on, Times Media's affairs will be our group's top priority. Director Chow smiled. Then I'll hang up first. Yemo finished speaking and hung up the phone. Mr. Chow sat there holding the receiver for a long time without moving. This Mr. Yi is really scary. After a long time, he put down the receiver and sighed. Last time, he felt that Mr. Yi's background was very terrifying, and this time, he was even more convinced of this idea. He bought Times Media, didn't he also do it for Queen Sue? He murmured suddenly. Then, he smiled bitterly again. This kind of romance is too luxurious. He lit a cigarette and smoked for a while before he sorted out his thoughts. He picked up the phone and called Director Liu again. What? All those are going to be withdrawn? Director Liu was shocked again. This is the second time that Mr. Chow has called personally to inquire about the hot search issue. Last time, all the negative information about Queen Sue was banned. This time, they asked for the information about Times Media to be removed. Could it be that the mysterious boss has taken action again? That's right. Both times were related to Mr. Lee from Golden Lion Entertainment. It must be this big boss who took action. After a moment's thought, he understood. Mr. Lee, it seems that you have offended a very important person. He put down the phone and sighed. Anyway, the information has been up for several days, so just remove it. There's no need to notify Golden Lion. If they ask, just say it was the PR guy from Times. He said to himself. Then, he ordered his subordinates to remove the trending search immediately. All right. In the studio, Emo sent a message to Guan Shui. What's good? Guan Shui was stunned. It's done. You just need to contact the people at Weibo and pay some PR fees. Emo said. Is this all right? Guan Shui looked incredulous. It only takes less than 10 minutes. Is the problem solved? This is too fast and too easy. Mr. Yi just said he wanted to make a phone call. Who did he call? What is his origin? She leaned back on the soft seat, looking at the ceiling above her head, a little absent-minded. He is so handsome and rich, and now he has great connections. With just one phone call, he can solve the company's biggest problems. He really seems to be omnipotent. Humph. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a bit of a jerk. She thought about what happened yesterday, bit her teeth lightly, and said hatefully. Now, her image as a strong woman is completely ruined, and everyone thinks that she slept her way to the top. There was also that sentence, you don't have children, but I do. She was so angry that after she went back home, she tossed and turned at night and couldn't fall asleep. She was so angry. What's wrong with her not getting married? What's wrong with her not having children? It's none of his business. It's so infuriating. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She scratched her hair hard, and her delicate and charming face was full of shame and anger. Oh no. I don't want to think about it. With a strong shake of her head, she sat up straight. Although she has a slim but well-proportioned figure, she is wearing a high-end black suit, a hip skirt, and a pair of thin black stockings, which show off her curves to the fullest. The collar of the shirt is a little low, revealing a deep cleavage. A pair of beautiful legs in black stockings, long and straight. She has a strong mature charm, not the kind of sexy and charming big sister style, but a step further, with a slightly young woman's charm, which is unique. Work. I'm going to make those who say bad things about me behind my back shut up. She crossed up her long, beautiful legs, clenched her fists, encouraged herself, and began to work hard. On the other side, in the studio, Emo made a set of baby clothes and then started a live broadcast to practice musical instruments. In the evening, he received a call from his hometown. Son, your father and I will go there tomorrow to see your uncle and the child. Go and ask first if it's convenient for you to bring him out for us to see. Also, don't book a hotel this time. It costs thousands of dollars a night. Isn't it a waste? Your home is good enough. Just stay here. On the other end of the phone, Ye's mother chattered on and on. When talking about the hotel, there was a hint of complaint in his tone. Well, if you can bring it out, when will you arrive tomorrow? Emo responded. Tomorrow morning, when we get there, go to the hospital first. I heard that your great uncle is much better now, said Ye's mother. Good. After chatting for a while, Emo put down his phone. It's about time to let my parents know about the existence of the villa. He pondered for a while and thought of the villa. He didn't say it before because he felt the time was not right, but now, the time is almost right and it's time to let them know. Chapter 096, Son, are you buying a villa? In the morning, Emo arrived at the high-speed railway station early. After waiting for more than half an hour, my parents' car arrived. After a while, they followed the crowded crowd and walked out of the passage. They were still dressed simply and were carrying a bunch of large and small bags in their hands. Why are you bringing so many things again? Emo went forward to meet him. I have to bring everything. It's a rare trip for me, so of course I have to bring more. Mother Yi said with a smile, your grandma and grandpa killed a few chickens and insisted that I bring them, as well as these vegetables. There are some things for your uncle. Mom, let me get it. Emo stepped forward, took the thing from her hand and held it in his hand. Son, you didn't book a hotel this time, did you? Father Yi frowned and said in a deep voice. No. No. Yi Mo shook his head. That's good. Father Yi smiled with relief. That's right. Why waste that money? Let's go to the hospital and see your uncle. By the way, how much did that fishing rod cost last time? It's really useful. The three of them got out of the station, took a taxi, and rushed to Renhua Hospital. Wow! This hospital is quite big. After getting out of the car, Ye's father looked up and exclaimed. I heard that this is a private hospital? Your second uncle told me that you are very familiar with the dean of the hospital and have a good relationship with him. How did you get to know him? Ye's mother asked curiously. We met over dinner. Yi Mo said. Our son is different now. He has become more capable and knows some powerful people. Isn't that normal? Father Yi laughed and looked at his son, feeling very proud. This time, Xiao Mo made him look very proud in front of his relatives in his hometown. Everyone who saw him would mention that he had a great and capable son. Mom and Dad, this way. Yi Mo brought them to the special ward. Here it comes. Yi Zhengde came up enthusiastically. Hey! Just come and take a look. Why are you bringing anything? Yes, yes. Father Yi smiled, put the things next to the bed, and shouted to the old man on the bed, Uncle, how are you? Are you feeling better? Well. The old man looked much more energetic. He leaned there, looked at everyone and smiled happily. This time, thanks to your Xiaomo, the doctors and nurses in the hospital have taken good care of us these days, and the cost is not high. If we had gone to Tianhai, we would definitely not have received such treatment. Yi Zhengde held Ye's father and expressed gratitude. Ha ha. Father Yi laughed heartily upon hearing this. Let's go. Uncle, take good care of yourself, my dad is looking forward to your return. After staying for a while, Ye's father stood up and said goodbye. I see, he looks fine, so he should be fine. After leaving the ward, Ye's mother said. Well. He is in good health, just like my dad, he's fine. Father Yi said with a smile. The three of them chatted and left the hospital. Let's go home. As soon as they got in the taxi, Ye's father told them the name of Tianshui Yayuan. Dad, we're not going there. Yi Mo called out to him. If not there, then where to go? You didn't secretly book a hotel again, did you? Father Yi frowned and said in a deep voice. Not a hotel. Yi Mo smiled and said, I recently bought a new house, which is bigger over there, you can live there. Son, when did you buy a new house? Didn't you tell us? Ye's mother was surprised. I'm afraid you'll tell me. I didn't tell you before, but I'll take you to see it today. Yi Mo said with a smile, Master, let's go to Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake? Where is that? How big is the house you bought? Is it over 100 square meters? Father Yi said. It's just big anyway. Yi Mo smiled and didn't plan to explain. Once they saw it, they would know it. The driver navigated and headed towards Emerald Lake. Where is this going? After driving for more than half an hour, seeing the mountains ahead, Father Yi couldn't help but wonder, Son, why did you buy such a remote place? This place is not far away. Yi Mo smiled. Although this is not the city center, it is not a suburb either. It is a middle area. Is this the place? After driving for a while, the driver stopped and the gate of the Emerald Lake Villa district was in front. That's it. Thanks, Master. Yi Mo got out of the car with his parents. Son, where is your room? Where is it? Ye's father and mother looked around and were dumbfounded. There are no tall buildings or residential areas here, but there is a very imposing gate in the front, and I don't know what is behind it. Right here. Yi Mo pointed at the door and smiled. There? The two looked at it and were stunned. Mr. Yi? At the gate, security guard Xiao Lu was on duty again. When he saw Yi Mo, he greeted him warmly. Although Mr. Yi seldom came, he was deeply impressed. He opened the door and enthusiastically escorted the three people in. Wow! When he walked in and took a look, Ye's father was stunned. There is a lush garden in front of us, and luxurious villas can be vaguely seen in the distance. Son, are you buying a villa? Mother Yi took a glance and was also stunned, totally unable to believe it. Yeah. let's go. Yemo took the lead and walked towards his own villa number 1. Ye's father and Ye's mother stood there, looking at each other, both of them looking a little dazed. They could see that the villas here must be extremely expensive, at least 300 or 400 million. How could their son afford such an expensive house? As they walked past several villas and took a closer look, they were even more shocked. Judging from the size and style, it would probably cost more than 30 or 40 million. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of villa number 1. After pressing their fingerprints, the door slowly opened. The two old men looked inside and were stunned again. Son, did you really buy this? Father Yi asked stutteringly. He still couldn't believe it, it felt like a dream. Of course, how else would I have opened the lock? Yemo smiled. Too big. This decoration looks very expensive. The two elders walked in, looked around, and occasionally gasped and exclaimed. Son, is that car, yours? Seeing a cool sports car parked in the garage, Ye's father exclaimed again. Yes. How much is this car? About 40 million. Yemo said. Father Yi opened his mouth, his face blank. Then how much does this house cost? He asked, stuttering. 100 million, maybe. Yemo said. In fact, it is more than that, he is understating it. Father Yi stood there, speechless. Mom and Dad, the main reason is that my current account is doing pretty well. It has almost 20 million followers and is quite famous. Besides, I also made some money from stock trading, so I was able to buy it. Yemo explained. After a long time, the two elders came to their senses, gradually accepted it, and became happy again. Chapter 97 Ji Zishuan's Little Thoughts. I feel like I'm dreaming. Yes. I didn't expect our son to be so successful and earn so much money. Even if I spend 10 lifetimes, I can't earn so much money. Ye's father and mother walked around and sat down in the living room. They all looked a little excited. They originally thought that their son's net worth was at most tens of millions, but they never expected that he had already earned hundreds of millions. My son is back. After waiting for a while, I heard a car driving in outside. It was my son who came with his two babies. Let Grandpa hug me. When he saw the baby, Father Yi immediately went over to her and picked her up. Can you say your name now? Not yet. Just wait another month and it will be almost done. Yemo said. Remember, call me Grandpa from now on. Father Yi teased the baby and said happily. You guys take care of it first, I'll cook. Yemo said. He brought back a lot of vegetables along the way. Son, when did you become such a delicious cook? When the dishes came, Father Yi tasted them and couldn't help but exclaimed. He has never eaten such delicious food. I learned it. Yemo said with a smile. Amazing. Ye's father exclaimed. Mom and Dad, you can stay here for the next few days. I'm busy with work, so I won't come back at night. I have a studio, so I'll stay there. After dinner, Yemo cleaned up the room for them and prepared everything. So busy. Well, take care of yourself. Ye's mother said with concern. In the afternoon, Yemo left the two babies with his parents and drove to Yuyunswang Hotel. Last week, he came to teach Master Huang and his team. Li Lijuan said that the results were quite good and the quality of the dishes served in the restaurant improved dramatically. She asked him to come and teach again when he has time. Since he happened to be free today, he planned to teach again. Hello, Mr. Yi. When I entered the hotel lobby, Li Lijuan was already waiting. Yemo smiled at her and walked straight to the restaurant's kitchen. By the way, Miss Ji won't be here today, right? After walking for a while, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. Li Lijuan smiled. Mr. Yi, your guess is really accurate. She's really here. Yemo laughed. He just remembered and asked casually. Miss Ji has booked a room for a year. Li Lijuan said with a smile. 1 year? Yemo was stunned for a moment. How much is that? She lived in the best suite, and we gave her a discount, so the final price was 1.8 million. Said Li Lijuan. Yemo was speechless for a while. Miss Ji is from a wealthy family, so she shouldn't care about this little money. Li Lijuan said with a smile, then tonight, does Director Yi want to? Okay. Yemo knew what she was going to say. Since Miss G was so generous and supported his business, it was difficult for him to refuse. It's just cooking a meal, it's very simple. Okay, I'll ask her later what she wants to eat in the evening, said Lily Joanne. After sending EMO to the kitchen, she came out and made a phone call. In a suite in the hotel, the windows were wide open. The sunlight came in and filled the entire room. A graceful figure was curled up on the soft recliner. She was wearing a gorgeous white dress, and under the hem, a pair of snow-white legs were revealed. Her skin was very white, like mutton fat jade, smooth and silky, without a single flaw. In the sunlight, the skin was covered with a hazy glow, which was particularly dazzling. That cold, beautiful face, like that of an ice and snow fairy, was also glowing in the sunlight, like a dream. Those plump lips, with a crystal luster and a light cherry blossom pink color, are particularly attractive. She was sleeping in a daze, not knowing what she was dreaming about. She pursed her red lips and smacked her lips slightly. At this time, the phone rang. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she opened her beautiful, cold eyes. "Why did I fall asleep?" she muttered, sitting up and rubbing her neck. Next to her lounge chair was an easel with a half-finished landscape painting on it, which depicted the scenery outside the window. "Who is it?" She stood up, stretched, and walked towards the phone. "Mr. Yi, is he here?" When she picked up the phone, she was immediately surprised. "What to eat?" "Anything is fine. If Mr. Yi doesn't mind, you can change the dishes to something different from last time. I want to try more of Mr. Yi's cooking." She thought for a moment and said, "Very good." After hanging up the phone, a rare smile appeared on her cold face. "It seems that Mr. Yi is moved by my sincerity," she muttered to herself and returned to sit by the window. "This place is pretty good," she murmured as she looked at the beautiful scenery outside. In her life, no matter what she wanted, it seemed easy to get. It has always been like this since she was a child, so she rarely had any special expectations for something. Now, she seems to have found that feeling again. The last time she tasted Mr. Yi's cooking, her expectation did not diminish but became even stronger. So, she simply booked a room and stayed here. She would be satisfied if she could taste Mr. Yi's cooking once in a while. Normally, the cooking skills of this restaurant are far superior to those of other restaurants. Especially recently, the level of the restaurant has greatly improved, which makes her look down on other restaurants. "I don't know what dish Mr. Yi will cook today." She lay by the window, thinking and thinking, a little absent-minded. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. She dressed up specially for this meal, wearing a gorgeous white dress, a diamond bracelet, a Patek Philippe diamond watch, and an extremely gorgeous diamond necklace, making her look particularly dazzling. Her slender, snow-white legs, paired with a pair of pure white high heels, made her figure look taller and more graceful. She walked in gracefully, attracting the attention of countless people in the restaurant. "What's on the menu tonight?" she sat down and asked softly. Today, Mr. Yi said he would cook Western food. This is the menu he prepared. The waiter handed over a menu. Western food? Ji Zixuan was stunned. This is a Chinese restaurant. Although it serves new-style Chinese food and incorporates many dishes from other countries, the main dish is still Chinese. Why does Mr. Yi want to order Western food today? Miss Ji, are you not used to it? No. I'm used to it, but I'm a little surprised. Ji Zixuan shook her head slightly, then go ahead. After a while, the first dish came up, low-temperature smoked deep-sea yellow croaker. She didn't pick up her chopsticks immediately, but admired it carefully. Whether in terms of presentation, color or aroma, this dish is impeccable. Click. She took out her cell phone and took a few beautiful pictures before she started using her knife and fork. She opened her lips slightly and took a light bite with her pearly teeth. The delicious and tender fish meat melted in her mouth. The ultimate freshness and fragrance instantly ignited her taste buds. Chapter 098 Ji Zixuan, his cooking skills are the best in the world. Ji Zixuan's pair of cold and beautiful eyes widened slightly. The taste surprised her again. The deliciousness of the yellow croaker meat itself, coupled with the aroma created by the smoking method, these two ultimate flavors are perfectly blended together. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, her face full of enjoyment and pleasure. As expected of Mr. Yi. She sighed. For her taste buds, which had been pampered by masters from all over the world, she could no longer taste any amazing flavors anywhere else. Only here, every dish prepared by Mr. Yi could give her an amazing feeling. After enjoying the first course, the second course came. Red wine Lee's foie gras. I don't know which one is better, the cherry foie gras or the one we had last time. She took a picture first, then picked up the knife and fork, cut a small piece, and tasted it with anticipation. She narrowed her eyes again and nodded repeatedly. She couldn't tell which one was better. They were both extremely delicious, just with different flavors. The third dish is matsutake and pork bone clear soup, served with black truffle. The fourth dish is 5-head abalone. There were 8 courses in total, and by the time of the dessert, she was already a little full. This one again. The final dessert was once again made into a gorgeous phoenix, but the taste was a little different. How on earth did he do it? She was a little curious. Even the most amazing pastry chef she had ever seen couldn't create such exquisite work. How powerful must these hands be to create such a work? She exclaimed in amazement, took out her cell phone, and took a bunch of photos. After putting down her phone, she was still reluctant to eat. This work is so perfect. She couldn't bear to destroy it. Ms. G, how is it? Are you satisfied? Li Lijuan walked over and said with a smile. Very satisfied. Ji Zishuan nodded. Ms. G, why don't you eat this dessert? Can't you eat it anymore? Li Lijuan asked in surprise when she saw that the dessert on the table had not been touched. No, it's just. I feel a little reluctant to ruin it. He did it so perfectly. Ji Zishuan looked at the phoenix carefully with her beautiful eyes and exclaimed. Mr. Ye's craftsmanship is truly amazing. I have never seen a dessert maker who can achieve this level. Li Lijuan also sighed. Where are the others? Ji Zishuan asked. She felt a strong urge in her heart to meet Mr. Yi. He left. He said he was in a hurry to pick up his children, and he left right after he finished making this dessert. Li Lijuan said with a smile. Oh. Ji Zishuan responded, feeling a little disappointed. Tell him thank you for me and tell him I'm satisfied. She smiled. Okay. Enjoy your meal. Li Lijuan nodded and walked away. After looking at it for a long time, Ji Zishuan finally broke the phoenix into pieces and ate it. Today, I ate the food of the best chef in the world again. I'm so happy. She picked up her phone, selected 9 photos, and posted them on her moments. Soon, someone liked it. The best chef? Zishuan, where are you traveling to again? Soon, someone sent a message. No. I've been in H City all this time and haven't moved. She replied. The person who sent her the message was a friend she had known before and a well-known figure in the food review circle. Xinya, who was also a chef herself, had served as a judge for the Meituan Black Pearl list, and was also a Michelin-invited food spy. H City? There are such great chefs there? Of course, in my opinion, he is the best in the world, unrivaled in the world. Ji Zishuan replied. Is it that exaggerated? On the other side, Xinya was a little shocked. She knew very well that the little princess had a very picky taste. Even the state banquet master could not satisfy her. The one who could make her feel that he was the best in the world must be an unparalleled master. But is there such an expert in H City? She was a little skeptical. It seems that we have to go to H City to have a look. She murmured, and developed a strong interest in this so-called world number 1. Yi Mo hurriedly left the hotel and returned to the Emerald Lake Villa. After picking up the baby, he returned to Su Yuqing's home. By the time he finished cooking, it was already 8 o'clock and Su Yuqing just came back. Another feast. Looking at the lobster and abalone on the table, Su Yuqing was a little shocked. Yes. Yi Mo smiled. He also took a lot of precious ingredients from the hotel. I'm going to get fat sooner or later. Su Yuqing sat down and smiled. After dinner, Yi Mo cleaned up the kitchen. She had already taken a shower and was wearing a bathrobe. She was applying a facial mask while video chatting with Yang Mani. Yuqing, come over the day after tomorrow. I'll book the plane ticket for you, and I'll pick you up at the airport when the time comes. Okay. Where do you live? My house. Is there any need to ask? You can't possibly bring that guy here. What is that guy? He has a name. Su Yuqing said dissatisfiedly. Oh my. Are you defending your own husband? I'm your good sister. Yang Mani said sourly. Sisters are sisters, husbands are husbands, they are all important. Su Yuqing said seriously. Actually, you can bring him here. I don't mind. At least he cooks delicious food and I can eat with him. Yang Mani said. I'm not going there. Yi Mo walked in carrying a fruit plate. In the camera, Yang Mani immediately took the pillow and covered her chest. She had just taken a shower and was wearing a thin, lace nightgown that could not hide her graceful and voluptuous figure, and the scenery inside was faintly visible. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Forget it. I didn't ask you to come. Yang Mani snorted. He has to take care of the baby. Su Yuqing smiled. Yi Mo put down the fruit plate, walked out, bathed the two babies, massaged them, and then coaxed them to sleep. When he came back, Su Yuqing had already laid down. He took a shower and went to bed. They talked for a while, hugged each other, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, as usual, he first sent her to the car, and then took the two babies to Emerald Lake. Since parents rarely come over, it is natural to let them spend more time with the baby. As soon as the car drove into the villa garage and stopped, there was a ding and the system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your driving skills have been upgraded. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the skill was upgraded. In this way, he has 4 mastery-level skills, namely cooking, handicrafts, driving skills, and massage. Looking at the skill points again, it has reached 26 points. As long as I upgrade one more, I can be promoted to the next title. There are 3 left: music skills, insight, and energy cultivation. I don't know how to improve my chi, and I just got my music skills, so I might as well improve my wisdom I. It's just right, and I can make some more money. He sat in the car, pondered for a while, and then came up with an idea. Then he got out of the car and took the baby to meet his parents. Chapter 099 Third Aunt, Xiao Mo is so rich? Dad, how did you sleep last night? Seeing his father, Yi Mo asked with a smile. The bed is too soft. I'm not used to sleeping on it. My waist always feels uncomfortable. Father Yi was standing in the yard, stretching his muscles. Then wait, I'll change you to a harder mattress. That's right. Father Yi smiled and said, by the way, are you free at noon? Your mother called your uncle last night and invited them to come over for dinner. If you are free, stay and eat with us, and help buy groceries and cook. Empty. Yi Mo nodded. He didn't have anything important to do, so he went to the studio to practice his handicraft and musical skills. Mom, you take care of the baby, I'll go buy groceries. After entering the house, he put the baby down and drove to buy groceries. When I came back, I started to get busy. At noon, around 11 o'clock, a BMW drove onto the road outside Emerald Lake. There was a family of 4 in the car. Is it here? After driving for a while, my third uncle was a little confused. My sister said that Xiaoma's new house is right here at Emerald Lake, but after looking around, I couldn't see any residential area. Emerald Lake, this is it. My third aunt in the passenger seat frowned and was also a little confused. Or, I'll make a phone call and ask where it is. My third uncle slowed down, picked up the phone, and was about to dial. Dad, stop hitting me. It's right here. At this time, Huang Yi in the back seat finally couldn't help but speak out. How do you know? The third uncle looked back and wondered. I heard from my cousin that it's right here. Just drive straight ahead. Huang Yi said after hesitating for a moment. She didn't dare say she had been there, for fear of being found out that she had been to the bar. Go straight ahead? There's no residential area there. My third uncle opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, but saw nothing. What my cousin bought wasn't just any house, it was a villa. Huang Yi said. Don't, villa? My third aunt exclaimed and her eyes widened. The villas in H City are extremely expensive, at least tens of millions. Is Xiao Mo so rich? Xiao Mo bought a villa? My third uncle was also a little shocked. Yes. It's in front. Huang Yi nodded. How can Xiao Mo afford to buy a villa? My third aunt still couldn't believe it. Mom, my cousin is very powerful now. He has nearly 20 million fans and is very famous. It shouldn't be a big deal for him to buy a villa. Huang Yi raised her face and said proudly. My third aunt opened her mouth and was a little dazed by the shock. In her impression, Xiao Mo's success has only been around for a short time, maybe just over a month. It's incredible that he bought a villa in just over a month. Xiao Mo, he's really capable. My third uncle exclaimed with some excitement. His nephew is very capable, and it makes his uncle proud. I really didn't expect that. The third aunt slapped her thigh and sighed, feeling a little ashamed in her heart. In the past, she always looked down on their family and gossiped about them a lot. It was during this period that she changed her mind and became closer to their family. Now when she thought about what she said and did in the past, her face felt hot and she felt extremely guilty. It's here. My third uncle drove straight ahead until he arrived at the gate. Are you looking for Mr. Yi? Come in, please. Security guard Xiao Lu opened the door enthusiastically. Mr. Yi had just told him that some relatives would come to visit. Wow! When we drove in and arrived at the door of Villa number 1, my third aunt was stunned. The villa in front of us is extremely large, and its design style and decoration are extremely luxurious. Here I come. Come on, come in, come in. Ye's father and mother opened the door and invited them in. When we drove into the garage, my third aunt's eyes widened again. She saw the cool sports car in the garage. After getting off the car and looking around, she still hadn't come to her senses. She had a dazed, sleepwalking expression the whole time. Sister, Xiao Mo is really capable. Sitting down in the living room, my third uncle laughed happily. Yes. Mother Yi nodded and glanced at her son who was busy in the kitchen, her face full of relief. From now on, you and your brother-in-law should enjoy your life. Don't work too hard, otherwise, you can live here from now on. The third uncle said with a smile. Yes. Living here, our two families can visit each other more often. My third aunt finally came to her senses and a very warm smile appeared on her face. That won't work. We have an elderly couple at home. If something happens, we won't be able to take care of them. Ye's mother shook her head. Besides, Xiao Mo and his wife will definitely live in this house in the future. It's not appropriate for us to stay there for a long time. That's right. Uncle San nodded, then come more often when you have time. Sister, what are you going to do about Xiao Mo's marriage? The girl on the last blind date changed her mind and insisted on Xiao Mo. But from what Xiao Mo said, he didn't like her very much, so I didn't try to match them up. The third aunt sat over and pulled Ye's mother aside and whispered. I don't care about young people's affairs. Let him decide for himself. As long as they like each other and it's good for the baby, I will agree. Ye's mother said with a smile. My third aunt didn't say anything else. She stood up and began to admire the various furnishings in the living room. How come Xiaoma's cooking skills are so amazing? When the dishes were almost served, everyone sat down and started eating. After taking a bite, my third uncle and his family were shocked. If Xiao Mo hadn't made it himself, they would have thought it was bought from some top hotel. Cousin, that's awesome. Huang Yi winked at GMO secretly and gave him a thumbs up. After dinner, the family stayed for more than an hour before getting in the car and driving out. Xiao Mo is so awesome. My third aunt looked back, still feeling a little reluctant. My cousin is really awesome. Look, Mom, this is his account. Huang Yi took out her mobile phone, opened Douyin, found the videos, and showed them to her parents one by one. At that moment, my third uncle and his wife were shocked again. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. In the afternoon, after I cleaned up the kitchen and replaced my parents' mattresses with a harder one, it was already past 4 o'clock. Yi Mo took the baby and returned to Su Yuqing's home. Today, Su Yuqing came back a little early and arrived home at around 5 o'clock. My work here is finished. I will go to Imperial Capital at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Manny has already bought a ticket for me. She entered the house and handed the bag to Yi Mo as usual. Then, she took off her high heels and put on slippers. Okay. I'll take you there tomorrow. Yi Mo smiled and asked, how long will it take? It won't be too long, Manny said, just about 10 days. Su Yuqing turned around, smiled brightly, and hugged him in her arms, hugging him gently, resting her cheek on his broad shoulders. Don't worry, it won't be long. She murmured, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this warm moment. Chapter 100, Wisdom I Upgrade. Let's go for a walk. After dinner, Su Yuqing entered the room. When she came out, she had changed her clothes. A slim black dress that fits her body tightly, outlining her hot and proud curves. Her pair of slender, perfect legs were made to look even whiter. The already absolutely beautiful, angelic face was lightly made up and adorned with some diamond jewelry, making it appear even more bright and radiant. How about it? She gathered her hair and twirled lightly. Nice. Yi-mo had just cleaned up the kitchen. She immediately pursed her lips and smiled, and her pair of bright starry eyes slightly curved into a crescent shape, which was very beautiful. She doesn't have a particularly charming temperament, but she is so beautiful that just a smile like this can make her have a breathtaking charm. Let's go. Bring the baby and go shopping together. It's been a while since we last went shopping. She put on her mask and hat, then carried the two babies into the stroller. After going downstairs, the two of them strolled along as they did before. They both slowed down their pace and chatted as they walked. The atmosphere was warm and wonderful. When she got home, she started packing her things and filled a large box. ID, plane ticket, what else do I need to bring? That's enough clothes. Yi-mo helped her and prepared everything. It was past 10 o'clock before they went to bed. The next day, Yi-mo woke up at around 6 o'clock. He moved slightly, and the beauty beside him sensed it. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her pair of beautiful eyes slightly opened. She asked vaguely, "What time is it?" "It's just past 6 o'clock, you should sleep a little longer." Yi-mo glanced at the time and said softly, "Yeah." She responded and closed her eyes. Then, she moved her body and leaned on Yi-mo in a more comfortable posture. She then rested her cheek on Yi-mo's chest and rubbed it comfortably. At this moment, her posture is like that of a lazy cat. That sleeping face is peaceful and touching. Yi-mo originally wanted to get up, but now he didn't move. He hugged her and slept for a while. It was past 7 o'clock before he got up, quickly made milk powder and cooked breakfast. Oh no, it's already 7:30. Su Yuqing's scream suddenly came from the room. Then, she was seen walking out in a hurry, looking a little anxious. "There's still time." Yi-mo smiled. "It's all your fault. You stayed up so late last night." Su Yuqing glanced at him and blushed. Her relatives just left yesterday. Now, she feels a little sore in her waist. "Breakfast is here. Everything is here. I've prepared everything for you." Yi-mo pointed at the breakfast on the table and said, "Forget it, I won't wear makeup. I have to cover it up anyway." She washed up, changed into some ordinary clothes, and after finishing breakfast, she put on a hat and sunglasses. At this time, Aunt Yin also arrived, and the two of them temporarily left the baby in her care. Go, go, go. Yi-mo picked up the box and followed her downstairs. "It's only 8:30, it's still early." After getting on the bus, Yi-mo checked the time and found that there was still plenty of time. Su Yuqing took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. The last time he sent Manny to the airport, it didn't take long. Now there is still so much time, he will definitely make it. "When we get to the airport, you don't have to get out of the car to see me off. There are a lot of people there and it's easy for me to be photographed. Don't worry, I'll tell you when I get on the plane. I'll call you when I get there." Good. Before 9:30, Yi-mo sent her to the airport and watched her enter the station. He went home, took the baby, and went to Emerald Lake Villa. After a person came to the studio, he opened the stock trading account that he had not used for a long time. He first looked at the domestic stock market and bought several stocks that had seen significant gains. This time, he did not operate it as frequently as before. Instead, he operated it after a period of time. In his spare time, he did some handicrafts, practiced musical instruments, and shot videos to post. In the afternoon, he received a call from Su Yuqing, reporting that he was safe. In the evening, he returned to the villa and brought the two babies back to the studio. After all, his parents are old, and it's not good to ask them to get up in the middle of the night to take care of the baby, so he has to take care of the baby himself. He didn't sleep either. After trading in the domestic stock market, he moved on to foreign stocks. He traded foreign stocks more frequently, and his capital of 10 million yuan quickly grew. By the close of the market in the early morning, he had earned $20 million. Of course he could earn more, but he doesn't want to attract too much attention, so it's better to keep a low profile. In order to confuse people, he also bought a lot of stocks that were falling in price. Around 5 in the morning, he took a nap. At around 8 o'clock, he was awakened by the sound of the phone. It was Su Yuqing who called. She had just woken up and was a little groggy. "Last night, Manny and I drank some wine, just the two of us. I didn't drink much, but she was a little crazy. She drank 2 bottles of red wine and is still asleep now. Su Yuqing turned over and looked at young Manny, who was sleeping like a dead pig beside her, and immediately smiled bitterly. Why does she drink so much? Yi Mo was surprised. She said she was happy to see me. She insisted on drinking it. By the way, how is the baby? Is he with you? Su Yuqing asked in a low voice. Yes. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. It'll be okay. My parents are here recently too. I can ask them to take care of the child when I'm busy. Yi Mo said softly. Okay. Then I feel relieved. I'll get up first. I'm going to work later. After saying that, Su Yuqing hung up the phone and tried hard to wake up young Manny beside her. Yi Mo didn't want to sleep either. He washed up and started to get busy. Apart from taking care of the baby, I spend the rest of my time practicing handicrafts and musical skills, and then trading stocks. The day passes quickly. By the end of the day, the $30 million in the account had turned into 100 million. The next day, he continued. 100 million became 200 million. The next day, the 200 million became more than 300 million. In the early morning of that day, when the market was about to close, Yi Mo finally heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your skill wisdom I has been upgraded. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If you count it up, he traded like this for 3 days last time, and for 4 days this time, which adds up to only 7 days. However, during these 7 days, he frequently used his wisdom eye skill and continued to trade at a very high frequency. So it's not surprising that it upgraded so quickly. I don't know what has changed. He used his skill again and checked the stocks. This time, the ups and downs he could see were more obvious, and at the same time, the time period was longer. Before, he could only see ups and downs in a short period of time, but now, he could see ups and downs that lasted for several days. In this way, he has the possibility of long-term operations. He thought about it and only kept 10 million as principal and transferred the rest out. Chapter 101 Fu Siwei's Melancholy. Yi Mo opened the system interface. Yi Mo Intermediate Milk Dad, Intermediate Super Rich. Wealth Value, 51. Ability Value, 31. The title has been upgraded. He saw the upgrade package logo again. Do you want to receive the title upgrade gift pack? Receive. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully received the gift package and obtained a skill upgrade card. Using this card, you can upgrade the level of any skill once. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the skill column, among which the skill of Nourishing Qi was undoubtedly the most eye-catching, with a faint golden color. However, this skill had been obtained for a long time, and he felt that it should be automatically upgraded after a while. Therefore, there is no need for him to waste this upgrade card. The rest of the skills seem to be similar. If you have to choose a proficient skill, choose cooking. It will upgrade to master level directly. He thought about it for a moment and made a decision. Cooking is the most useful skill at the moment. Congratulations host, your cooking skill has been upgraded. After using the skill card, he heard the system prompt again. Then, he could feel that there was more knowledge in his mind. He got up and went to the kitchen, took out some ingredients, sniffed them, tasted them, and found that his sense of taste and smell had greatly improved. These 2 things are very important talents for a chef. It is indeed a master-level skill. He sighed. Now, he can create even more extreme flavors than before. After a short nap, he took the baby to Emerald Lake Villa in the morning. Back in the studio, he started the live broadcast. It's live again. Gold Medal Law Firm. Fu Siwei's phone vibrated, and when she opened it, she saw that it was a live broadcast notification. After hesitating for a moment, she clicked on it. After looking at it for a while, she still found it a little unbelievable. He obviously already has so many manual skills, how come he can also play so many musical instruments, and at such a high level? During those years in high school, she never knew that he had talents in these areas. I can't figure it out. She bit the pen in her hand, and a look of confusion appeared on her pretty face. Her eyes swept over the pair of slender, white hands, and she blushed slightly. These days, she is doing much better and doesn't have such dreams often, but she still has them occasionally. After watching for a while, she turned off her phone and continued to work. Make a cup of tea. Feeling a little tired, she stretched and stood up. She is very tall, and the professional suit she wears highlights her graceful and voluptuous curves. Her pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings are straight, slender, and absolutely perfect. The most eye-catching thing about her is her face, a standard oval face and cherry lips. She is a very standard beauty with a variety of styles. When she wears a pair of glasses, she looks more intellectual. Without the glasses, she looks more delicate and charming. The second eye-catching thing is the pair of legs, which are surprisingly long and straight. When wearing black stockings, they look even more sexy and attractive. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the phone vibrated several times. Who is it? She picked it up and looked at it, and her brows couldn't help but frown. Another boring invitation. Either treat us to a meal or take us to a movie. Boring. She deleted the conversation with a flick of her finger and put down her phone. But then, the other party called me directly. She curled her lips and refused directly. Siwei, who is it? Which young master is this again? A colleague on the side looked over and laughed. Lawyer Fu's beauty is not only well known in the legal circle, but also well known in the wealthy circle. Many rich young men have pursued her. Not long ago, a young man from the Hu family came to pester her. However, later on, for some unknown reason, there was no movement. It must be the young master from Dawa Group. Another colleague said, I saw his car outside yesterday. The flowers yesterday were sent by him. Mr. Liu? He's not bad. Siwei, won't you consider it? Not interested. Fu Siwei shook her head, walked to the water dispenser and got some hot water. Walking back to her office, she leaned against the window as usual, staring outside in a daze. Not knowing what she was thinking of, she sighed with a hint of melancholy. Buzz. The phone vibrated again. When she opened it, she saw that someone had added her in the group. The people in this group are all my high school classmates. We're having dinner tonight, coming? The person who spoke was named Yang Yan. Good. She replied quickly. By the way, Emo didn't come last time. Why don't you call him and have a gathering together this time? Yang Yan said again. Let me ask. He's quite busy and may not be available. Fu Siwei pursed her lips and replied. He is really busy, as he has to take care of the baby, make videos, and do live broadcasts. We're having dinner tonight, Zhou Yong and the others, do you want to come? She hesitated for a moment and sent the message. What time is it? 6 o'clock. Okay. When she saw the reply, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and she looked a little happy. Very good. She replied to Yang Yan and sat down. Thinking about the evening party, she was a little distracted from work, and in the afternoon, she left on time. What should I wear? When she got home, she opened the closet and was a little confused. She didn't seem to have much clothing to choose from. Let's go with this one. She picked out the same slim-fitting black sequin dress she had worn last time. It was her best-looking and most expensive dress. All these stockings have been worn. Why not choose these suspender stockings? Opening the refrigerator, she took out a pair of newly bought suspender stockings. Compared to ordinary stockings, this one is undoubtedly sexier. Isn't that a bit too sexy? After getting dressed, she went to look at herself in the mirror. She was in the mirror, wearing all black, a slim dress with a pair of suspender stockings, which made her look particularly sexy and charming. That's it. After dressing up a bit more, putting on some accessories, she put on a pair of black high heels and went out. Wow! Siwei, you are so beautiful. Yang Yan had already driven to her building and was waiting. When they saw the beautiful lady walking out of the door, they were all stunned. It's okay. Fu Siwei smiled and got in the car. It must be because of Emo. Yang Yan smiled mischievously. At that party, she could tell that Siwei cared a lot about Emo. The car drove out, picked up a female classmate on the way, and then went to the shopping mall we had been to before. At this time, Emo had just arrived. Considering that he was going to drink, he didn't drive but took a taxi directly. At the entrance of the mall, he met Zhou Yong, Wang Haoyang and others and chatted with them for a while. Wang Haoyang and the others were very enthusiastic and tried to flatter and please him. After waiting for a while, I saw several female classmates arriving. After a lively greeting, the group walked into the mall. Chapter 102 Lu Jiahao, I know the boss here. I've been to see Emo's baby. He's so cute. Really? I want to go check it out next time. The group chatted and walked into the mall. Yemo's baby naturally became the focus of everyone's discussion. Yemo also showed the baby's photo to several female classmates. Which restaurant do you want to eat at today? The same restaurant as last time? Wang Haoyang asked. Sure. Everyone nodded and went upstairs. Siwei. At this moment, someone came quickly from the side and shouted. Everyone paused. Fu Siwei turned her head and frowned. The person walking over there was a handsome man in his 20s, wearing a blue suit. He had a pair of black framed glasses and his hair was combed meticulously. He looked very neat and refined. As I got closer, the strong smell of his perfume hit my nose. This person is none other than Mr. Liu from the Dawa group. Why are you here? Fu Siwei said in surprise. I just happened to come here to buy something and I saw you. Isn't that a coincidence? This shows that we are destined to meet. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Lu Jiahao's face was filled with excitement and eagerness. Wang Haoyang and the others all looked a little strange. Fate? This is too vulgar. Who are these people? Lu Jiahao glanced at everyone, and when he saw Yemo, he was obviously shocked, and a bit of hostility naturally appeared in his eyes. This man is really too handsome. Classmate. Fu Siwei smiled politely. After all, the Daohua group is a client of their law firm, so they have to give them some face. Oh. My classmates. Lu Jiahao breathed a sigh of relief. You guys want to eat, right? That's great, let's go together. I'll treat you. That's not necessary. Fu Siwei shook her head and said coldly. Siwei, this is such a rare opportunity, let's just have a meal and get to know each other. Lu Jiahao said with a warm smile, the restaurant here is not good, let's not eat here. I know a particularly good restaurant that has become quite famous recently, and the food there is very delicious. You know Yun Hall, right? It's a very high-end restaurant, a 2-diamond black pearl. There are only 4 or 5 of them in the entire H city. Fu Siwei frowned and was about to refuse again. Okay. At this time, Yemo spoke. Fu Siwei's face froze for a moment, and she looked at him in surprise. The expressions of Wang Haoyang and others became strange again. I think so. They all echoed out loud. That's great. Lu Jiahao was overjoyed. Siwei, take my car. Then 2 more people can come. No, I'll take her car. Fu Siwei shook her head and pointed at Yang Yan beside her. That's fine too. Let's go. Lu Jiahao didn't insist anymore and walked out with a smile. Yemo, why did you agree? Fu Siwei came over and whispered, I was just wondering how to reject him. She was leaning very close, her graceful body almost touching Yemo. She had a very pleasant smell on her body, a light body odor mixed with the scent of perfume, which permeated his nose and made Yemo's heart flutter. He raised his hand and touched his nose. He had just been promoted to master chef, and his sense of smell had become unusually sharp. It's just a meal, it's nothing. He smiled. Okay. Fu Siwei said helplessly. She simply couldn't refuse Yemo's suggestion. Several girls got into Yang Yan's car, while several boys took a taxi and followed her to Yuanzhuang Resort Hotel. Come on, I've booked a private room. Lu Jiahao arrived earlier and let everyone inside. Wow! This restaurant is really luxurious. Along the way, Wang Haoyang and his friends couldn't help but marvel at the sight. This is a hotel, and this is their restaurant. It's very expensive. Staying here for a night costs several thousand. It's too expensive. Several girls opened Meituan, searched it, and were all shocked. Where have they been to such a luxurious place? This hotel is very famous. It's the best resort hotel in the city. The scenery is particularly beautiful. This restaurant is also very famous. Lu Jiahao walked in front and introduced enthusiastically. Soon, a group of people entered the box and sat down. Order whatever you want. Don't be polite. No need to save money for me. Lu Jiahao picked up the menu and said generously. After hearing this, no one was surprised. On the way, they already knew that this man was the son of the Daohua group and a typical rich second generation, so he had the confidence to say such things. But they were too embarrassed to click, so they all looked at Fu Siwei. Fu Siwei glanced at Yemo. Order whatever you want, they're all delicious. Yimo said with a smile. All right. Fu Siwei had no choice but to open the menu and order a few dishes at random. Waiter, give me 2 bottles of Dom Perignon Rose first. And 2 bottles of Princess Louis Cristal too. Lu Jiahao called the waiter and ordered the wine first. What kind of wine is this? I haven't heard of it, but it must be very expensive. Several girls discussed quietly. Yimo knew that the wines were all worth 5 or 6,000 yuan, and 4 bottles were more than 20,000 yuan. After Fu Siwei finished ordering, Lu Jiahao waved his hand and ordered 7 or 8 dishes, all of which were the most expensive. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Jiahao. My father is the chairman of Daohua Group. I also have some connections in the city. If you have any questions in the future, you can mention my name. Come, let's have a drink. When the wine came, he poured a glass and said to the boys. What's this brother's name? Oh. Brother Yi, right? He's so handsome. Come on, let's have a drink too. What does Brother Yi do? Short videos? Oh. I understand. Then he walked over, toasted everyone one by one, and asked about their past. After a round, he felt relieved. Soon, the 4 bottles of wine were finished, and he ordered a few more bottles. This meal took nearly an hour and a half. Waiter, please settle the bill. When they had almost finished eating, Lu Jiahao called the waiter. Hello, sir, the total is 73,300 yuan. The waiter handed over the menu. Give me a discount. I'm a regular customer of your store. I know your boss. He always gave me a discount when I came to eat here before. Lu Jiahao said ostentatiously. Sir, our store doesn't offer discounts. The waiter smiled bitterly. Why don't you give me a discount? I used to give it to you. I'm very familiar with the owner of your hotel. Go and call the manager of your hotel. I know her and she will give me a discount. Lu Jiahao was a little displeased and shouted in a deep voice. He felt a little embarrassed. He asked for a discount not to save a little money, but to show off his connections and flaunt his face. The waiter smiled bitterly and turned away. After a while, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. It was Li Lijuan. Chapter 103 Fu Siwei, the mother of my child is more beautiful than me. Manager Li, you're here. Lu Jiahao stood up and said with a smile, the waiter just now didn't know me and didn't give me a discount. Li Lijuan came in and looked around the box. When she saw Yimo, her expression looked a little strange. Before this, she had received a message from Director Yi, saying that he was going to have dinner with someone and not to reveal his identity. Mr. Lu, it's like this, our hotel has a new owner now. She smiled politely at Lu Jiahao. Change of boss? Lu Jiahao was stunned, and his expression suddenly became extremely embarrassed. He wanted to show off his connections, but he didn't expect that the boss here had been replaced. Yes. It was replaced almost a month ago. Li Lijuan said. Who is the new boss? Ask him to give me a discount out of respect. We are already regular customers and will come often in the future. Lu Jiahao said with a smile. This. Li Lijuan showed hesitation. This question was really hard for her to answer. Because the boss was sitting in the box and asked her not to reveal his identity, which made her very embarrassed. Manager Li, you also know my identity. I have been here many times before. Your hotel won't be so disrespectful to me. Lu Jiahao said, his face already somewhat displeased. Li Lijuan still looked embarrassed. She looked towards Yimo from time to time, as if asking for his opinion. We still have to give Mr. Lu face. Yimo had to speak up. Li Lijuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, then Mr. Lu, I'll give you a discount right now, the same as before, 10% off. Okay. Lu Jiahao smiled happily. But then, he felt something was wrong. He had been talking for a long time, but Manager Li didn't agree. But why did she agree immediately when Brother Yi spoke? At that moment, he turned around and looked in surprise. Not only him, but Wang Haiyang and others were also stunned. They all turned their heads and looked at Yimo with puzzled expressions. Fu Siwei was also stunned for a moment, then she widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yimo. Manager Li, you. Lu Jiahao looked at Li Lijuan again and asked puzzledly. Brother Lu, don't you want to meet the new boss? I'm right here. Yi spoke at the right time, smiling. Hearing this, Lu Jiahao's expression froze for a moment. His eyes gradually widened, full of disbelief. This brother Yi is actually the new owner of the hotel? Didn't he say that he was making short videos? Moreover, this is a luxury hotel, which cannot be bought without 700 to 800 million yuan. How come he has never heard of such a person among the wealthy people in H City? Yi, this hotel is yours? Wang Haoyang and the others were also stunned. Even Fu Siwei was stunned for a moment, and then she looked suddenly enlightened. She seemed to have heard Yi mention before that he had a hotel. She was so shocked at the time that she didn't even remember the name. Turns out this was this one. This hotel is quite amazing. It is a top luxury hotel. Mr. Yi is our new boss, Li Lijuan said with a smile. It took Lu Jiahao a long time to come back to his senses, and his face flushed a little. He wanted to show off, but unexpectedly, he ended up showing off in vain. At the same time, he also wanted to understand why this person was the first to agree. This guy is the boss, of course he wants to attract business for his restaurant, he can't wait for him to come here. Brother Yi is really a hidden talent. He sighed, feeling somewhat ashamed. Although he is the son of the Dalha Group, he is just an ordinary rich second generation and does not have much assets. Unlike this guy, he owns a luxury hotel and his family background must be much more prominent than his. Brother Lu, remember to come more often in the future. I will definitely give you a discount. Yi smiled. Mr. Lu is a little bit concerned about his reputation, but he is not a bad person. Thank you. Lu Jiahao had no choice but to thank him awkwardly. Then, I'll leave first. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he paid the bill and left quickly. Yi, are you really the boss here? Isn't this hotel expensive? As soon as he left, the room was in an uproar. Several girls were extremely excited. Do you want to stay? I'll give you a few nights. Yi said with a smile. Okay. Okay. Several girls nodded excitedly. Normally, they couldn't afford to stay in such an expensive hotel, so they certainly couldn't miss such a good opportunity. I'll be busy when I get back. Several boys refused. After calling Li Lijuan and arranging rooms for them, Yi left. Yi is actually so rich. Last time you asked, how many shares of Wang Yi did he own? Fu Siwei and Yang Yan lived in the same room. When they entered the room, Yang Yan said with a look of amazement. 5%. Wow. He's really rich. Yang Yan looked incredulous. What the hell? Fu Siwei shook her head and smiled. What? Isn't this rich enough? Yang Yan asked in surprise. Yi's assets are more than just this. No way. Does he have other assets? Yang Yan was shocked. In addition to this hotel, he also has a building. I think it's on the Starlight International side. There's also another group, that Runhua Medical, yes. It's his. As Fu Siwei spoke, she sat down on the bed, lifted her legs, and slowly took off her suspender stockings. After hearing this, Yang Yan was so shocked that she was speechless. One group, one building. How much is that worth? Her head was buzzing and she was a little confused. Siwei, you can't let him go. You have to catch him. When she came to her senses, she said excitedly. It's not that easy. Fu Siwei slowly pulled down the zipper on her back, revealing her snow-white, smooth back, then shook her head and smiled bitterly. You are so beautiful, have such a good figure, and are still young. If you can't get her, who can? Yang Yan came over and looked around her. In her opinion, Siwei's appearance has reached its ceiling, and no internet celebrity is better than her. Especially at this moment, under the light, her skin glowed with a bright glow, and the whole person was as beautiful as a dream. The curves of her figure were so sexy that they could make people crazy. If she were a man, she would probably have a nosebleed. Don't you still have a mother? Fu Siwei said. You mean, the child's mother is more beautiful than you? Yang Yan said in disbelief. I think so. Fu Siwei nodded. That day, Yi sent her home. He looked at everything, but was not moved. Also, during this period of time, he did not take the initiative to look for her. She knew that the mother of the child must be more beautiful than her. Maybe, he will be a celebrity. For example, celebrities, socialites from wealthy families, etc., only then will they be worthy of his status. More beautiful than you? What kind of beauty is that? A fairy? Yang Yen murmured, finding it hard to imagine. Maybe. Fu Siwei smiled, took off her clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 104 Chinya arrives. At around 9 o'clock, Yemo took a taxi back to the Emerald Lake Villa. I've been drinking. When Ye's father saw him, he asked. Yeah. I had a few drinks with some high school friends. Yemo smiled, where's mom? Is she taking care of the kids? Yeah. The boy just started crying and is having a blast. Father Yi nodded, then his expression changed. High school friends? Any girls? Yemo was speechless for a while. Have. What does he look like? Is he a good person? Father Yi asked again. Dad, don't ask anymore. Yemo said with a wry smile. Okay. Go in and see the kids. Since you've been drinking, don't work tonight and sleep here, said Ye's father. Yemo responded and went into the house. Mom, let me hold the baby. He took the baby boy and coaxed him. After just a few seconds, the baby stopped crying and started laughing. Mom, go to bed. I'll take care of them. I'll give them a bath. Good. Mother Yi nodded and went upstairs. Yemo found a bucket, a towel, and baby essential oil and gave the two babies a bath and then a massage. After it was over, the two babies fell asleep quickly. Taking the baby upstairs, he tidied up the master bedroom. Just after taking a bath, Su Yuqing's message came. She had already laid down and asked about the baby's condition. Yemo video called her and showed her the baby. Good night. At 11 o'clock sharp, she said good night and went to bed. He checked his phone for a while and then fell asleep. The next morning, he got up early as usual, fed the baby, prepared breakfast for his parents, and went to the studio. In the morning, he made clothes for the traditional Chinese-style baby series. In the afternoon, he started a live broadcast and practiced his musical skills. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock. At H City Airport, a plane from the capital landed. Among the crowd getting off the plane, there was a very tall woman wearing a red windbreaker and a pair of large sunglasses. Her jet black hair was draped over her shoulders and fluttered in the wind. She gathered her hair and walked down with the crowd. It's really much warmer than the north. She glanced at the sun above her head and said to herself, Yueyun Hall. Here I come. With a slight smile, she dragged her suitcase and strode forward. She had already found out that the famous chef, who was praised by the little princess as the best chef in the world, was in the Yueyun Hall. This restaurant is also quite famous in H City and has been awarded the Black Pearl 2 Diamond Award. She had been a judge for the Black Pearl list and knew how difficult it was to get 2 diamonds. This showed that this restaurant had some strength, but it was hard to say whether it had a world-famous chef as the little princess said. Because she had recently asked someone and found out that the best chef in Yueyun Hall was only a chef named Huang. He was quite skilled, but she didn't know how far he was from being the best in the world. Today, she went to find out. After leaving the airport, she took a taxi straight to Yuyun Zhuang Resort Hotel. She has already booked a room online. After arriving at the hotel and completing the check-in procedures, she entered the room, put down the suitcase, and then unbuttoned her red windbreaker, revealing her graceful figure underneath. She wore a white shirt inside and a pair of black leather pants. The tight leather tightly wrapped around her plump and strong thighs and perky buttocks, which was quite seductive. She is about 1.78 meters tall, very tall, and a little plump. With this kind of dress, she looks like a hot queen. This hotel is great. After walking around the room, she nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of being a top luxury Chinese hotel, which combines luxury elements with Chinese garden style very well. When you open the window, you can see the beautiful lake and garden scenery, which is refreshing at first sight. She sat down and rested for a while. When it was time for dinner, she came to the restaurant and found a seat by the window. Hello, waiter. Do you have any signature dishes that you can recommend? She opened the menu and asked the waiter while looking at it. Yes. This conch is a must-order appetizer, and then this wagyu beef cubes, this hairtail, braised prawns, yellow croaker noodles, these are all our recommended signature dishes. The waiter smiled. Okay. Then let's all go. Shinya smiled slightly. Conch? It's a very common appetizer. It's not easy to make it outstanding. When the first dish arrived, she examined it and muttered to herself. Then she took out a snail, picked out the meat and put it into her mouth. Unexpectedly quite good. When she took a bite, she was slightly surprised by the tender and smooth snail meat with an excellent taste. Next, it's the braised prawns. The aroma of the shrimp also surprised her. This level was already the standard of a master chef, but it was just a casual dish, and it was surprising that it could reach such a standard. If every dish was of this quality, this restaurant would surely be rated Black Pearl 3 diamonds and Michelin 3 stars. Hairtail fish not bad. This yellow croaker noodle soup is so delicious. How do they make it? As she tasted each dish, she became more and more surprised. The standard of this restaurant is unexpectedly high, it is at the 3 diamond and 3 star level. This is already the highest standard in the catering industry. Hello, waiter. Are these dishes made by your head chef? She called the waiter again. No. The waiter shook his head. Oh, I see. Then can I meet your head chef? Because I'm also a chef and I want to communicate with him. Shinya said with a smile. Okay. I'll go ask. The waiter responded and went into the kitchen. After a while, Master Huang came out. Ms. Qin? When he saw her, Master Huang was a little shocked. This Miss Qin is very famous in the food review circle. Miss Qin, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. How come you have time to come here today? He greeted her warmly. I heard that you have a world-class chef here. I was very interested, so I came here. After eating, I was not disappointed. Shinya took a tissue and wiped her red lips gracefully. As he spoke, he looked at Master Huang intently, his eyes filled with amazement. She underestimated Master Huang. I thought he was just an ordinary chef with some fame, but I didn't expect that he was such a great master. He could improve the overall level of the kitchen to this level. Master Huang's skills must be unparalleled. Even if he is not truly number one in the world, he is not far off. What? The world's number one chef? Master Huang was stunned. Some people say that Master Huang, you are the best chef in the world. Master Huang, you don't have to be so modest. Shinya smiled. When Master Huang heard this, he was a little stunned again. It's inexplicable, how did he become the world's best chef? He doesn't dare to wear such a tall hat. Chapter 105 Shinya, can it be more ridiculous? Hey! No. Number one in the world? That's too much. Master Huang was a little panicked. He is very clear about his own level. What world number one? He is far from being the best in the country. Master Huang is so humble. Shinya nodded appreciatively. Although Master Huang has superb skills, he remains humble and does not care about fame at all. This is truly rare. Master Huang, I remember this restaurant was only a 2-diamond restaurant, but now it's obviously a 3-diamond and 3-star restaurant. You're amazing. I want to write an interview with you, what do you think? Shinya smiled. Interview? No. I can't bear it. Miss Qin, did you make a mistake? Master Huang shook his head like a rattle. I am not mistaken. Shinya Dai frowned and asked in confusion, aren't you the head chef? The best one here. Oh my. Miss Qin, you are really mistaken. Who said I am the most powerful here? I am not the most powerful person. Compared with him, I am just an apprentice. I am not even qualified to carry his shoes. Master Huang said hurriedly. He was sure that this person was really wrong. The world's number one she was referring to must be Mr. Yi. With Mr. Yi's level, he is indeed the undisputed number one in the world. Ha! Shinya was a little confused. She had clearly asked around and found out that the best chef here was Master Huang. Where were the other famous chefs? Then, her mind was shaken even more. With Master Huang's level, he could actually say that he was just an apprentice and was not qualified to carry the other person's shoes. So, how high is that person's level? Hiss. She took a deep breath, her mind a little shocked. The little princess once commented that he was the best in the world and unparalleled in the world, and Master Huang praised him so much. It seems that his strength is really a bit scary. Master Huang, who is this old gentleman? Shinya asked again. What? What old man? Master Huang was confused again. Mr. Yi doesn't look old, he is just a young man in his early 20s. The one you mentioned. Qinya said. Master Huang laughed. Miss Qin, you are wrong again. That person is not old at all. He is younger than you, only about 23 or 24. While what? After hearing this, Qinya widened her beautiful eyes in complete disbelief. How could a person younger than her be so admired by the little princess and Master Huang? It was even ranked number 1 in the world. This is a bit ridiculous. It's impossible. Then, what's his name? Qinya asked hesitantly. Surname Yi. Master Huang said. Can I meet him then? Can I try his cooking? Qinya said. She still couldn't believe it. If he really has such a level, what kind of peerless monster would he be? I'm sorry, he's not here. Master Huang shook his head. Isn't he from your restaurant? Why isn't he here? Actually, he is our boss. Master Huang smiled. Qinya. At this moment, she didn't want to talk anymore. A young man of 20s, who is also the owner of this hotel, is actually a peerless chef with cooking skills at the pinnacle. Even TV dramas dare not portray it like this. Could it be more ridiculous? Is there anything else special about him? Let me think about it. If there's anything special about him, it's that he's handsome. Very handsome. Master Huang pondered for a few seconds and said seriously. Qinya. She was completely speechless. But the more this happened, the more curious she became, and she wanted to meet this mysterious chef. Can you tell him that I want to write an interview with him and try his cooking? She thought about it and asked. Master Huang shook his head. Mr. Yi is so aloof and indifferent to fame and fortune. How could he care about an interview? Then, what do you want? Give me money? Vulgar. Master Huang scolded. Didn't there a customer before who was able to taste his cooking? She asked puzzledly. You are talking about Miss Ji. She booked the room for a whole year and spent almost 2 million. Said Master Huang. Qinya. It turned out that she didn't give enough money. Goodbye. She stood up decisively, paid the bill and left. She is not a little princess with 2 million to spend. It seems that I have to curry favor with this little princess so that I can have a chance to taste her cooking. She started thinking about it after returning to the room. Food critic? Interview? Not interested. In the evening, Yemo received a message from Li Lijuan. He really has no interest in this kind of thing. After replying the message, he continued with his live broadcast and practiced his musical skills. After so many live broadcasts, he has gotten used to it. It's quite interesting to practice his musical skills, read the comments, and communicate with the audience. From the beginning of the broadcast to now, the popularity of his live broadcast room has always been very high, with at least hundreds of thousands of people and the peak reaching millions. His fan base is growing even faster, and now has reached 21 million. At around 9 o'clock, he returned to Emerald Lake Villa. You're leaving tomorrow? Why don't you stay a few more days? Yemo was a little surprised when he heard his parents say that they had already bought the tickets and would be leaving tomorrow. It's been 7 or 8 days. That's long enough. Mother Yi said, aren't you worried about your grandpa and grandma? They have 2 old people, they need someone to take care of them. Your uncle has to work, but we 2 are free, so we can look after the old people more often. Yes. Father Yi nodded and said, if you have time, go back and see them. They miss you very much. Yeah. I got it. Yemo smiled. He had long thought about returning to his hometown, and now, this urge became even stronger. Dad, let me transfer some more money to you. He took out his cell phone and transferred 2 million. So many, what are you doing with them? Father Yi raised his eyebrows and scolded. They have always been a frugal couple, so how could they spend so much? They haven't even spent the money their son gave them last time. You can keep it if you don't want to spend it. It's better to be prepared. Yemo smiled. You don't spend money recklessly in the future. Ye's mother scolded, no matter how much money you have, it will be squandered. I know. Yemo responded repeatedly. Also, find a wife as soon as possible. She can help you take care of the baby and share some of the burden. You are so busy normally, and now you have to take care of the baby as well. It must be so tiring. Ye's mother reminded again, her tone sounding a little distressed. Yemo didn't dare to refute and could only nod. Then, I helped pack up the gifts, which were all bought these days and were to be taken back to my grandparents and other relatives. The next morning, he drove them to the station. I watched them enter the station before leaving. When he arrived at the studio, he put the baby down and played with him for a while before starting to get busy. Chapter 106. Boy, you are so arrogant. Ding dong. A little after 10 in the morning. Someone rang the doorbell. Yemo, who was busy making a figurine, paused and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Who is it? He muttered, got up and opened the door. There were two people standing outside the door. The one in front was a man in his 40s, a little fat, dressed casually. The one behind was a man wearing a black suit, carrying a briefcase, and dressed like a secretary. When they saw Yemo for the first time, they were both shocked and couldn't believe it. You are? Yemo looked at them, somewhat confused. Oh. My last name is Su. I'm the boss of Dongshang Media. This is my secretary. Our company has called you before. I'm visiting you today to discuss cooperation. Boss Su said with a smile. He looked at Yemo, his eyes shining slightly. Unexpectedly, this new dad who caused a sensation on the internet and accumulated more than 20 million fans in just 1.5 months is so young and has such outstanding appearance. With such good looks, you don't need any skills. With a little promotion, you can become famous. What's more, he is now both talented and handsome. With a little effort, he can become even more popular, and it is not impossible for him to become the #1 internet celebrity. Even if it costs a lot of money, I have to sign it, he said to himself. Yemo showed a look of sudden realization. It turned out to be those MCN agencies, but how did they find this place? Wasn't my attitude very clear before? I won't sign it. Yemo shook his head and said indifferently. Hey! Don't rush to refuse. Listen to my conditions first and then consider it. Boss Su said with a smile, I can give you 50 million a year. How about that? Isn't this a high salary? His tone was very confident. This is already a sky-high price. Even if this person does not accept it on the spot, he will be tempted and will consider it. Sorry, not interested. Yemo still shook his head, his expression indifferent. Upon hearing this, Boss Su's expression suddenly froze. 50 million. He wasn't tempted at all? His appetite is too big. Little brother, I think you don't know what 50 million means. Even though you have a lot of fans, many people like you who have tens of millions of fans may not even make 10 million a year. I'm giving you 50 million because I admire you and see your potential. Boss Su raised his face and said. The secretary behind him showed a hint of sneer. He is not satisfied with 50 million. This guy thinks too highly of himself. I'm not interested. Even if you give me 100 million, I still won't be interested. Yemo said coldly. Boss Su was stunned when he heard this, and his face suddenly darkened. 100 million a year? He really dares to speak. Who would dare to sign such an outrageous price? He admitted that this guy was popular and talented, but whether it could be commercialized and how much money he could make were all unknowns. Hey! Boy, don't be ungrateful. You're still asking for 100 million. Are you crazy? The secretary rolled his eyes and sneered, 50 million is already a great honor to you. I didn't want to sign in the first place, you guys go. Yemo shook his hands, somewhat impatiently. You. Boss Su was a little annoyed and his face flushed slightly. Okay. Let's not discuss this contract, let's discuss a licensing contract. The clothes, jade, and gold items you designed, all packaged and exclusively licensed to us, we will pay you a licensing fee of 10 million, what do you think? He took a deep breath and said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and motioned for the secretary behind him to take out a contract. Not interested.